Fuck, I cursed and swallowed down the blood back to my throat as I took the 2-step back. This blow of this violet ape man was really fearsome. If it would have handed on my body them, I would have surely died. You have survived, said Violet Ape Man in shocked. It had expected its opponent will get seriously injured by its attack, if not that he would at least flew back and crashed against the abode behind, but all his opponent did was take a step back, while a drop of blood trickled down from his lips. Seeing that, it got infuriated and decided to use all his strength in the next attack, and if its opponent survived that, then it would have no option but summoned its spirit totem. Zhu, seeing another strike of the warhammer coming tearing through the air, I again swung my sword to meet its hammer while trying to increase the spinning speed of the fire that is covering my sword, as only this way I could survive the fearsome strike. Clank, thud. Our weapons clashed, and this time his attack was more powerful than the last and made me take several steps back, but this time I was not injured as I was able to crush the fearsome force from it before it entered inside me. You are very good. Let's see if you're still good enough after I summon my spirit totem, said the Violet Ape Man as it summoned its spirit totem. Just as I heard it saying it is summoning spirit totem, I attacked it, but by the time I got close to it, the spirit totem had already fused with it, and it had launched its warhammer to meet my sword. Bang, puh. As its warhammer and my sword clashed, I felt extraordinary force infiltrating my body, which made use of all the power I had been holding back. While I was doing that, I had leveraged the force of the blow and jumped back, so I could deal with the force that is entering. Seeing me jumping back, Violet Ape Man also didn't stay rooted on its spot, and followed behind me with the speed that is unbecoming to its size. Looks like I have to stop holding back, or this grim race monster will sure turn me into a paste under the giant-ass hammer of its. With that thought, I activated all the rule power and abilities I had been holding back. Thud. Just as I landed on the ground, it had appeared in front of me and swung its hammer at me, but this time, I was very much ready as I responded with my sword. Bang! Our weapons clashed, and unlike the previous time, this time I kept rooted on my spot without moving. As for the immense force that had come to attack me, it got evaporated just as it touched my sword. You. The Violet Ape Man's eyes went wide, seeing its attack did not affect me a bit for a moment before its shock turned into anger, and it launched another attack at me, but this time its attack is different as some strange ruins had also appeared on its hammer. Seeing that, I got alarmed, but did not back down as my sword directly went toward its hammer fearlessly, with fire covering my sword getting twice bigger. I had advanced leaps and bound, and if it had been normal kernel stage elite of mid-level hunting ground had been its place, it would have died in the single. Hell, even those tetrad centipedmen who is famous for their hard defense and very easy to kill had also died, but the single sword or mine. But these Violet Ape Man are really powerful, and the one which is fighting Emma is most powerful, comparable to 1-star elite. Clank. His warhammer clashed against my sword again, bringing immense force. It is a good thing that I am using all my strength, otherwise I would have really done for. Seeing I again defended its attack, its anger rose so is its killing intent, and as it swiftly took back its hammer and attack again. Clank, 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 clank. The barrage of attacks started. It had been barely a minute since our fight started, and we had exchanged 6 powerful moves, but only now with intense moves that came one after another, I felt the real battle had started. Our weapons start clashing, and each move is stronger than others. Not only its moves are getting stronger, but mine too, and it is I improving faster. It's right when they say, if you want to utilize what you had learned, then battle. I had learned many things in the earlier change, but I did not get the chance to consolidate it, but now as the battle is raging, I started to utilize and consolidate what I have learned from the chance. The power imbalance I was facing with the sudden rise of power also started to diminish as well. There is one thing which is helping me a lot, which I never expected would be much help, except being used to operate soul power. My soul power had advanced quite a bit, and I was surprised to find that due to it my though process increases due to it, which not only helping me manipulate my rule power expertly, it is also helping me to navigate in the battle expertly. Though I had known that the soul power increased the thought process, I have never taken it seriously as I never had enough soul power that let me know the difference, but now I have known, I will try my utmost to increase my soul power from now on. Oh fuck, I thought as I sensed my opponent killing intent rise suddenly. In the battle, whenever there is a drastic change in the opponent's emotions, that means opponent going to do something, and most of the time that is not good for the other party, and I was right. Cult method, I though in my mind as very frightening fluctuation arose from the opponent that scared the hell out me. I guessed it had a cult method, but had not thought it will utilize it this early in the battle. I had already thought a special move to defend against the occult method, but I can't utilize this move right now as it takes time, and I quickly have to think for a way to deal with this incoming attack. Only after I survive this attack will I have the time to use the special move. The violent fluctuation arose from my opponent's body, as the hammer which is coming at me ferociously covered with dusk-like energy, which gave me a really scary feeling. Seeing the hammer is coming at me very, very fast speed, and there is no chance for me to dodge. Seeing this violet ape man had an abnormal speed which is faster than me, my mind went to crisis mode. Thank God I have killing rule, which is perfect to deal with such threatening situation. Staring intently at the hammer, I started to search for the ways to deal with the warhammer while my sword went to clash against it. I have to think of the way quickly. If my sword clashed against the warhammer in this condition, then having serious injury will be least of my worries. I can use that. I thought as multiple ways to deal with the warhammer flashed in my mind. This is going to hurt me badly. I thought as I moved my sword a little so, the tip of my sword would clash against the warhammer, not its blade. Boom, crack, thud, thud, pa-pa. Just as the tip of my sword touched the warhammer, I released the point inferno which I had already stored earlier. As I released the point inferno, a loud boom occurred, but at the same time, an immense force traveled inside me which made vomit blood, cracked the bones, and injured my internal organs before I could stop that energy. That was for the normal force. There is a cult energy which had entered inside me which I had asked Ashlyn to burn it off. As for the violet ape man, it not better than me. As the point inferno released against its warhammer, it had to take a couple of steps back just like me and also got injured as I could see a trickle of blood coming out its mouth. You lowly food, if I don't crush all the bones of your body with my hammer, then I am not named Gavin. It bellowed as it came toward me with fury. It had completely lost it. I thought of seeing its eyes turning red. There is no fear in my eyes seeing it coming toward me in a frenzy when I started to battle it. I had already guessed it would have an occult skill and had a special move to deal with it, but wasn't able to use earlier due to sudden attack, but now I can easily use that move. Bring it on. I thought as the fire came out my hands and feet as it completely covered them, and this fire is not the spinning fire but a very dance fire which can give me boot at any moment. This also one of the moves I saw in the unclear image when I was comprehending from the blood drop. Whenever that strange monster comes across any mighty foe, it would completely cover itself with the dense fire. It did not cover itself for the protection, but for the boost with fire covering every part of its body. It could create a boost to amplify the power of its moves whenever it wanted. It was like the previous fire moves I had designed, but it is a lot more advanced. It would be really great if I had been able to clear the clear image of the beast, as I would have able to see the real intricacies of this fire armor. This fire armor is not simply covering the one fire. There are a lot of intricacies involved in it. I was only able to gain some inspiration from that monster's fire armor and have enough energy to cover my hands and feet, not the full body, but I think it would be more than enough to deal with the grim race monster in from me. Clank! A large metallic bang rang out as our weapons clashed, but no one took the step back. Clank, 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 clank. We intently kept staring at each other with our weapons locked, but suddenly both of us took our weapons back and started to clash intensely, that in a minute we had exchanged more than 100 moves. I had easily dealt with the force the blows, but the real challenge was the occult energy. That god I have Ashlyn, whose control over the rule power has increased immensely, that she can now cage the occult energy in the cage made of rule power before burning it off slowly. I will have to learn this cage trick from Ashlyn, but it will be hard as I still not have expert control over my rule power as Ashlyn does. Clank, clank, clank. We kept clashing intensely, but no matter how much we try, we can seem to get upper hand in the battle. Time passed by and it had been more than 10 minutes we are continuously clashing against each other without taking a moment of break, and that is making us tired. But despite the tiredness coming over us every moment, the power of our moves did not decrease, instead it increased by leaps and bounds. The incomplete fire armor I have created gave me the boost for every move I make, and the time passed by. As my control over it increased, the power of the boosts also increased with it. My body had turned very sweaty and I feel pain with every move I make. I have been fighting intensely for the past 20 minutes and it needs rest to cool down. Even the rest of the 20-second would be enough for pain and tiredness to go away, but I did not have that, as once I stop, my opponent will take advantage of that, and I want to imagine what will happen after that. 10 more minutes passed, but the intensity hadn't slowed down even a bit, but one could see the extreme tiredness on our faces as we wait while we fighting. It is probably waiting for occult energy inside me being piled up, so I could directly go down, and I was waiting for it to use a more powerful attack. The violet apeman in front of me has amazing physic that he can use the occult method for more than an hour without feeling any side effect, but if he overdrafted the occult method for more power, he will instantly become tired for a while. I was waiting for it to overdraft its occult method, so I could defeat it. As for how I am doing to defend against it, I have a way, but that way also has the time range. That is why I am waiting for its power attack, instead of launching mine, as if I attacked first, and it's able to dodge, then I will be in serious trouble. It is also thinking the same, that is why it hadn't launched that all-out attack yet. but it will launch it soon as its killing intent for me reaching the peak, and ape-man tribe is not known for its patience. Just as I thought that, I sensed a very fearful fluctuation from the violet ape, seeing that I got ready, and waves started to appear on the fire armor that covering my hands and feet as intense fluctuation produced from it. Die, violet ape-man bellowed loudly. Gripping my sword tightly, I also swung my sword. As I did that, the fire that was covering my feet shot forward and merged with the one present on my hand. After merging, a large portion of it moved into my sword while leaving some of it back as protension. Boom. Gud, a loud boom was produced as our weapons clashed and shockwave released, which swept away all the leaves around us. Not only that, the ground we are standing is also caved under our pressure as our weapons kept locked on. Puh. We stayed on our spot with our weapons locked for a moment before the blood started to come out of every part of our body, mouth, nose, eyes, ears. Suddenly, Violet Ape-Man shook and fell on the ground with its huge warhammer. Thud, it fell on the ground with its warhammer making a loud thud. I got quite scared thinking it might be dead, but soon got relived signs of life coming from it. If it had been dead then, I would have been in serious trouble. Then even team leader would have had a hard time saving me from the big Violet Ape-Man. It is just seriously injured, and the reason it had lost consciousness because of the shock it had received during our earlier clash. The power of my last move was so great that it had directly made it unconscious. With the vitality of the grim race monster, it will not take more than half an hour to heal all the injuries and wake up. As for how I dealt with the force that came from its last move, it quite easy. I had directed it all on the remaining concentrated fire left on hands, which I had specifically left behind to deal with the force that is going to come at me. So just as the immense force entered inside me, I directed it all to fires that were covering my hand with my soul energy. Just force met the fire, it had devoured nearly all the force and diapered. That was not the normal fire. It was not only very dense fire made of my ability, it also had my both rule powers merged in it. As for the intense occult energy that came with it, it was swiftly caged by the Ashlyn, and now she is burning it bit by bit. Gulp, after drinking a bottle of potion. I looked at the battle around me only to see, except Sophia and Renee and me, everyone is still fighting. Which is really surprising, as I thought first to finish fight would be Emma and Richie, as they are the strongest, and last ones one would be twins, as they were fighting 3 Violet Ape-men. But I was very wrong, as exactly opposite had happened. While twins finished first, Richie and Emma are still fighting. I should not have also finished this fight early despite the ape, using its power move by overdrafting its occult method, as with this powerful body of it, it would have still able to fight me for quite a while, but the last move I made was truly powerful. It's all being possible due to my soul energy. Only with its help I was so efficiently diverted the force to fire on my hands, otherwise that force would have easily broken every bone of my body. Truth to be told, I got quite scared when I saw it using a powerful strike of its, as it is way more powerful than I had expected, but that time I had no choice, but using my own attack to defend, as the dodging it was out of the question. And when our weapons finally clashed, and I was able to survive with minimal injuries, I was quite surprised, as I had expected half the bones in my body would break by that strike. I have never realized the importance of soul energy, except being used to run rule power, but I have attached completely different level attachment to it, and will try further improve it whatever chance I got. Everyone around me is still fighting, while twins are looking at the fight above after they had bound the 3 Violet Ape-men with rope, and these 3 Violet Ape-men looked at twins as if they want to eat them raw. I, to seeing them, took the rope of my storage and bound the unconscious grim race monster. With this rope is not simple. This rope is night-grade artifact which is specially used for binding. Not only I have bound the grim race monster with rope, I even stuffed gag in its mouth so it could not make any sound like the tweens did their defeated grim race monster. That is why the 3 Violet Ape-men are only glaring them, not cursing them. With that I done, I looked up while still keeping an eye on the Ben, as he seemed to take a beating from the Violet Ape-man he is battling. Gasp. The fight between our team leader and leader of Violet Ape-man also reaching the climax, as every minute, thousands of moves will be fired by them, which made me shocked in astonishment. Each and every move made by them are earth-shaking. I know that if I hit by any of their moves directly, then only death would be my end, no matter what move, ability, or rule power I used to survive from it. I had expected our team leader to be powerful, but he is more powerful than I imagined. There is no sign of the serious injury that could be seen both of them, but it is Violet Ape-man, who seemed very frustrated as it is bellowing at every move it is making. The reason for its frustration is simple, that it could never able to get close to our team leader despite summoning its spirit totem and using the occult method. As I watched the batter above, I noticed a thing about the team leader, that every arrow of his is a strike at the weakness of the opponent. I first thought team leader is really a good archer, but as I kept watching their battle, I started to think there is something. He is either using a sensory type of skill or sensory type of rule power, which is aiding him sensing his opponent's weakness. 20 more minutes passed by, and in that time the fight between Team Leader and Violet Ape-Man had become even more intense that Team Leader finally had to summon his totem artifact and use his occult method. The totem artifact of the Team Leader is a bow, and it is very beautiful. The bow is green in color, and it has a beautiful patterns around it, which I wasn't able to see it clearly due to the distance between us. Every move of their produce, the shockwave which is comparable to the regular attack of Violet Ape-Man I had fought, and it continues to injure those down below including me. Currently my whole body covered with the light fire armor, which is barely able to keep me safe from the shockwaves of their battle. My fight with the Ape-Man did not injure much as these shockwaves doing it. Violet Ape-Man's attack I could defend as it was coming from the single directly, but the shockwaves are all-encompassing which swept through the body, so the best way to defend against them is used armor. Suddenly I sensed the terrifying fluctuation, and the next moment I saw white smoke coming from the leader of Violet Ape-Man as it leaped toward the team leader with blurring speed. Its speed is so great that I was only able to catch only after images it had left behind. When I look at the team leader, he did not seem worried as his face is very calm. One would even think he is not responding if they did not see the glowing green arrow that is knocked on his bow, which is sending just as terrifying fluctuations at the leader of the grim race monsters. Zup, team leader released the glowing arrow when the leader of Violet Ape-Man covered half the distance between them. The arrow, which as if teleported had appeared in front of the leader of the Violet Ape-Man, who at inhuman speed swung its hammer at the arrow. Boo! A loud boom rang out in the sky, and that boom is so loud as that I started to hear white noise as I flanged across the three by the shockwave produced by their clash. Bam! I crashed across the tree and felt quite some of the bones had been broken, but I did not care about any of that as I quickly move away from the tree with my wretched condition and looked but to see the result of that fearful clash. What I saw above is that our team leader and leader of the Violet Ape-Man stood across each other. Both looked very pale and there seemed to be taking a deep breath, but despite that their weapons are ready to respond to each other moves. We will finish our battle for now, said the leader of Violet Ape-Man. He put his hammers down, seeing that team leader also put down his bow but did not summon back. It was really a good battle, but next when we meet, I will definitely kill you, said leader of Violet Ape-Man. Same, replied the team leader as he and leader of the Violet Ape-Man walked down. This battle was not the simple challenge battle. If their strength had been way greater than the other, they would have definitely killed their opponents. As for what had happened to their mentees, there is no question to ask. This is a war of races. There is no place for compassion here. For us, they are invaders, and for them, we are delicious food, and we will not stop killing till every member of the grim race is dead. Soon both of them come down, and when they saw scenery of on the ground, smile and anger appeared on their faces. Our team leader smiled. White leader of Violet Ape got angry. Trashes, shouted leader of the Violet Ape-Man loudly as he saw 4 of its mentees are bound by the rope. Those bound by the rope were the opponent of twins, Emma and mine. As for what happened to opponents of Rich and Ben, they were not able to finish their fight on the time and stopped when the big shockwave came earlier. We will not be returning to base unless each one of you became the 1-star elite, growled leader of the Violet Ape-Man loudly, and hearing the growl of their leader 4 Violet Ape-Man bowed their neck shame before looking at us intense hate. The leader of Violet Ape-Man effortless broke the night grade ropes and took away its mentees, but not before taking one last look at the team leader's face as if wanted to remember his face. Hugh, this one was really strong. If not the chance we have got yesterday, I wouldn't have stood the chance against this Violet Ape-Man, said the team leader said while releasing the deep sigh. We all understood the implication behind his words, and our mood also became a little heavy before we sighed of relief and started to burn off the occult energy inside us one by one. Let's leave, we have been this forest long enough, said the team leader as he deactivated his abode, and we started to run toward the exit of this hunting ground. Only the last few hours team leader's going to be with us, and probably that is why our return journey had been filled with the chatter as we asked all kinds of questions to the team leader. This is the last day of his mentorship. After today we will be on own, and that is the most dangerous feeling, as if we come across the danger like today, then there will no team leader to save us from it. I will have to keep improving at every moment, as only then will I be able to deal with every danger I've come across. Everyone is asking questions to team leader, but there are 2 people who are rarely speaking and have quite a sad face. It was Richie and Ben. They are quite down ever since the battle is finished. Well, it is understandable, as only 2 of them weren't able to finish the fight they have started. Especially Ben, who was barely hanging on and quite seriously injured when the battle is finished. It was only saving grace for to be not completely defeated by his opponent, which he would have if not that last shockwave which stopped the battles completely. Time passed by as we journeyed toward the outpost, and by the afternoon rolled around, we have reached the gates of the outpost. After crossing the city gates, we moved toward the guild to confirm the end of our membership. Soon we reached the guild and entered the room that is allocated to us. "It's finished," said the team leader, and soon all have received the mail on our holowatches, saying our mentorship had ended, and now we are free to make our own teams or join any team to battle grim race monsters. Seeing our mentorship had ended, we all became quite sad. We have learned many things in the past 15 days. Not only we were able to hunt our heart content with team leader being our shield, but we could also ask him advice about anything, but now we will be alone. There will be no team leader to protect us from the danger and instruct us when we are wrong. From today we are on our own. You all don't have to feel sad. You guys can always contact me or come to me if you needed any advice," said the team leader as he saw our sad faces. After saying some comforting words, he started to leave but suddenly stopped as if remember something. "I know you guys are very excited about Epherian Ruin, and there's no question about your qualification about going there, but I would advise you all to think about it once again seriously," team leader said with a very serious face. "In Epherian Ruin, not only people from outposts will enter, but some from mid-zones as well, and not forget the loads of grim race monster that will enter. Your strength will be lowest there than any mid-level grim race monster of outpost, able to kill you all with ease, much less high-level grim race monster of the outpost. The ones come from mid-zones, the monsters and restriction present inside the ruin, and not forget your fellow humans. So you guys should think about it quite well before you decide to enter the Epherian Ruin," said the team leader, and left the room. Our mood has become quite heavy hearing what team leader said, but we all know this cruel reality, and despite knowing our chances of dying are quite high, we will still go there as every ruin presents chances. The chances increase one's strength, and the chances to change one's life forever. "So what we do about our team?" asked Sophia a few minutes after the team leader left the room. "The team, I don't know any member will stay on the team right now. Before clearing the 6th challenge in the guild, one can hunt alone and have to find a team. The team should have a minimum of 5 people, and they should be either member of the same guild or other S-class guild, or the experienced member of top a class guild that is subsidiary to theirs. These are some quite tough conditions to form a team. Some teams stay while other teams break after the training period is over. I hope our team did not break away as we all developed quite a bond with each other and knew others' abilities well enough that we fight very efficiently. Sorry, we have already promised a friend that we will join their team," said Emma, and Richie nodded with her. "Me too," said Ben. Hearing that, I got disappointed. I was hoping that the team stays together, so I won't have to go through the hassle of joining any new team or finding the members if I form the new team, but it seemed like it can't be avoided. "I am sure you guys would find good teammates," said Emma as she consoled before leaving the room with Richie. Ben did the same, and now only we 3 left, and to form the team, we need 2 more members at least. Do you have any friends in mind?" I asked, seeing they are from the capital of the Republic and also a member of powerful organizations. There have to be some friends of theirs that are available, and Sophia had many times told me that many of her friends have come to this grim battlefield, so there are some chances that some of their friends may join our team. "Yes, we have some friends in S-class guilds, but we will have to ask them if they are willing to join our team," replied Sophia. "And you, Michiel, do you have any friends who could join us?" Sophia asked. I shook my head saying no. All my friends from the Westblood had gone to the completely different outpost, and I have not made any friends except for my teammates. As for the Ruby and Seth I have met before joining the guild, I can't ask them as I don't know them well enough to invite to join my team. "Don't worry, we will definitely find good teammates," said Sophia, seeing the little worry on my face. "Now let's go and check our combat score. Only then will we be able to attract more team members," Sophia said. I nodded. What she said is right. To attract the new team members, we will have to show some strength, especially when we post a request for team members in the guild forum to find the new members. 1.5 hours later, we returned from measuring our combat score with a smile on my face, as the combat score I got better than I had expected, and I've not used my killing rule in the process. The combat score I've got is above 10,000, which is really good. It's very rare for rookies in their first month to get the combat score above the 10,000. It is not only me, but the twins also got combat scores above 10,000, and their combat score only had the difference of 3 points. Seeing that, I don't whether to laugh or cry seeing that. We will call you in 2 days. If our friends decline, then we will post the requirement on the forum. I am sure with our combat score, any rookie will come running to join our team, said Sophia before she left toward her apartment with her sister. We have decided to take 3 days off for the rest and consolidate what we have learned through the chance. Though the battle helped us a lot, there are still many things that are left to figure it out for use, and not to forget there is that reward that everybody got. I got the blood of the King Stage Beast, others must have also got something of a similar level. So, the 3 days are the minimum one needed to figure out if there wasn't the need of increasing the strength as soon as possible to go into the Ephirian ruin. I would have definitely taken off the 15 days least. There is the blood of the king grade monster is present in Ashland's source, and not only it is emitting the faint fire rule from it, but it is also showing me these unclear pictures that give me inspiration for the fire move that I have created. In the next 3 days, I want nothing more than concentrate on that drop of monster blood. If I had 1 month whole, then I am confident that I can advance my Sunfire rule to mid-level of basic grade, and I am sure that once my Sunfire rule's comprehension had reached the mid-level of basic stage, then I will have the qualification to challenge the 4th challenger of the guild challenge. The strength of one increase immensely whenever one advance in rule power. It did not matter if it is an advancement in the small stage of the rule power, much less advancement of the stage where one's strength increased tremendously. Soon I reached my apartment, and I found the drone is already waiting there with my lunch. I haven't eaten anything today except for some snacks in the team meeting room, from which most of them eaten by Ashlyn, and since then she is still complaining about food, saying she is feeling very hungry. As soon as I went inside the apartment, I had to open the lunchbox for Ashlyn to eat, as she had been asking me for the food ever since we had entered the outpost. I took the long shower, cleaned away all the dirt I've accumulated throughout the day. I felt quite refreshed after the show. After wearing clothes, I started to eat lunch, as I am also feeling quite hungry. Laying on the bed, I started to check the notification and read the news of the last 2 days. There was a lot more notification I had expected, and it took me quite a while to read through them. Ting! I was about to close the window when a news notification came, and I wanted to close the window but curiously opened the link, seeing it is from home. Gasp! Fuck! I shouted loudly, so loudly that even Ashlyn, who was taking a nap in the balcony, woke up and looked at me with annoyed eyes before going back to her nap. This news is really shocking, not only to me but to every youth of my country, or even to the whole continent. I have never imagined something like this would happen. They moved the timetable more than a year early, and now my all-well-thought plan had gone to the drain. So much detailed planning went to nothing. I kept performing faster and faster, and before I know it, I had crossed 30th pose and still moving forward with breakneck speed. This is faster I've ever performed the body cleansing technique, though now my speed of performing may seem like I am slow like a snail. In reality, I am 3 to 4 times faster compare when I performing 31st pose last time. After performing the 31st pose, I started to perform 32nd. This was the last pose I performed last time before I had completely lost all the energy, but now that I leveled and feel there is little energy remain in me, I may chance to reach the 36th pose and go through the 3rd minor cleansing. With that thought, I started to perform even more ferociously and able to 33rd pose. The more I move forward, the more tired I am becoming, but I have not lost my as I kept moving without stopping, and one reason for that is the immense pain I am feeling. My numbness had become little manageable, but the pain had increased. Every second is torture, but despite feeling such torture, I kept advancing forward. At 34th pose, I felt like I've lost all the energy and just wanted to give up and sleep, as this pain of poison became really unbearable. I would not have felt this tired if I had not experienced an intense battle in the morning. If I had taken the nap, with the relaxed and rested body, I would have had a chance to reach the 36th pose then than now. There's no need to waste time thinking about what could have happened. The important thing is now moving forward and reach the 36th pose. That should be my only goal right now. I somehow able to reach the 35th pose, but now moving an inch for me has become difficult, but despite that, I didn't stop performing through the sheer will. I have learned the importance of the will from the test given by Great Existence. As long as one has will strong enough, then one can shoulder the world, much less reaching this 36 poses. As this thought came to my mind, I upped my effort and started to perform more ferociously, wanting to reach 36th in this session. I continue performing at slower than snail pace while experiencing the torture brought by the poison which is present in every part of my body. If not for me seeing the energy of miracle fruit eating this poison ravenously and growing every second, I would have given long ago. Finally, I had reached the 36th pose, and just as I reached it, the very bad smell started to come out of my body. Smelling such bad smell, I wanted to stop and ran out, but I controlled myself and continued performing. It is important that I completely perform the 36th pose, as only then will I able to receive the complete benefits of the 3rd minor cleansing. I kept performing and performing. Even I felt like I have no energy in me and my willpower running dry. I kept performing and only stopped when I fully performed the 36th pose. Thud. I fell on the floor with the thud. I had completely lost all the energy I had, and I can't even twitch my finger even if I wanted to. It is a good thing that I am performing the body cleansing exercise in the special room, which had absorbed all the sweat that falls from my body, otherwise I would have been lying in the very foul smell sweat. Just as I fell on the floor, all the poison in the room and foul smell sucked away. This is one of the special commands I have given to the room, that as soon as I have lost movements, everything present in the room should be sucked away and then neutralized. This command I have given to neutralize the poison in the room, as I don't walk outside with poison present over my body. While I lay on the ground like a dead fish, I started to observe my body with my sense and found that my body became a lot more flexible and free. I wish I had the energy to move. I would have really liked to see how my body feels right now. In the morning, I had the confidence to against and even heavily suppress the third challenger in the guild challenger with the power of my fire move, but now I have the confidence to defeat it. The body cleansing exercise does not increase one's strength except for making body stronger, but it makes the body free and flexible so much that it directly increases one's strength. If I could do the challenge today, I could have, but I would have already used my chance of this week. I really want to know if I could clear the third challenge. I'm now feeling both happy and sad. Happy because I finally went to the third minor cleansing, and sad because the position amount is not enough. If I practice in 25 poison, I will not have to level up to the master stage before going to Epherian Ruin. So if I want to level up to the master stage within a month, then I will have to continually increase the poison daily, just that though enough to make my immobile body shudder. I have already at the limit and don't know if able to bear the pain if I increase the limit of the poison. I shake the thought of poison in my seeing it is stressing me. I will think about the increasing the poison percentage when the time comes. Time passed and soon half an hour passed, and I gained the ability to walk barely. With that I carefully walked out of the room and directly went to the shower. After taking a cold shower, I laid on the bed to rest, but before I know it I had already fallen asleep and woke up in the early evening. With the few hours of sleep, the tiredness of my body had completely vanished, and now I feel like my body is brimming with energy, ready to face any challenge. After freshening up, I started to make dinner for us while listening to some music that Ashlyn doesn't dislike. I have to be very careful about the music when I am playing across the whole apartment because of Ashlyn. She don't like music, or to say she doesn't like most of the music, and she is very vocal about it. They're very songs and melodies she liked, and I have to play only those when I don't want to scream at me, and that is why I even made the playlist with her name to play it in open. As I was eating, I am also reading the material I brought about the Epherian Ruin. The documents are very long and would need days to read it all. The guild has a quite detailed record of the Epherian Ruin, and as I continued to read it, I became really scared. This ruin is really dangerous, not to forget the danger that came from outside in the form of humans and the Grim race. It has its own dangers in the form of runic restrictions and monsters. There are powerful monsters that roam every part of the ruin, and each time ruin opened, thousands of people got killed by these monsters. The monsters here are not like the ones I fought in back home. These monsters are unusually powerful, and some can even kill 3-star elite with ease. The only good thing about the monsters is that they are all within the night stage. As for the runic restriction, it's all up to the luck, as they are a very high level that very few people could solve them. It is said that this ruin was a high level one, but with the time level of ruins regressed that it had become the lowest one. So despite most of these restrictions had withered with the time, there are still many that are partially active and suddenly get activated and kill a lot of people in the process if they are lethal type. The one thing I found most dangerous about this ruin is that it's unexplored. It is said that his ruin is not even explored a half, and the reason that it had only appeared 2 times ever, which is really less time to completely explore ruin like this. As I read it, I make a note of areas that I want to explore and the ones I want to avoid. There are many areas which are out of my league and need high strength. Those who venture there without having enough strength die without knowing how. I read the documents for 2 hours before I put it down and asked Ashlyn to come inside me before I head back to the temperature room. It is now time to concentrate on the blood drop in Ashlyn's source. I not only want to comprehend from that faint fire rule power, but also take inspiration from the unclear image to perfect the fire armor move I've created. I come inside the temperature room because outside I could burn my whole apartment down if I make the mistake when I using my fire armor. Inside the room, I sat cross-legged and concentrate toward my source, and from there I went to Ashlyn's source when I found the blood drop is quietly floating above Ashlyn's source silently. I felt relieved seeing it quietly floating above Ashlyn's source without any mischief. This blood contains immense energy that even wisp of this energy could blow Ashlyn and me into the pieces, that are why when I saw it quietly floating above Ashlyn's source, I felt quite relieved. I looked at the blood drop for a few seconds before focusing all my mental energy on it. As I concentrate on it, I soon sensed the extremely faint wisp of fiery fire rule, and I started to focus on it deeply. wanting to comprehend the tiny bit of the fire rule from it that will help my sunfire rule reach the mid-level of basic grade. But that is very hard. Climbing the steps of rule comprehension is very hard. One has put a lot of efforts before one could even comprehend the small wisp of it. I am not the only one who is comprehending from this blood drop. Ashlyn also doing it, has spent a few hours yesterday comprehending it, and few hours today also and earlier when I call her to come inside me. That time also she was comprehending from the blood drop. She had comprehended the little bit, but it is not enough to make the rule power advance, but I am hopeful that if we kept comprehending these bits and pieces every day then, we will acquire enough comprehension to advance our sunfire to mid-level of the basic stage. I hope that will happen before we head to the Ephirian ruin, so that I will not be in one of the weakest participants. Time ticked by and I kept comprehending some bits and pieces when unclear images of the monster started to form in my mind, seeing that I turned ecstatic. I had been waiting for this moment quite a while and started to look and get the feel of these unclear images. Though these images are very blurry, akin to paintings drawn by my sister, they are still very useful. I continuously kept watching these images of monster with the single focus and couldn't help but marvel at how effortless it is using the fire ability of its. It is not just breathing fire like a normal monster, whereas there is no technique and grace is present in it. Its every move is able to bring maximum destruction without wastage of any energy. In these images, I could see that whenever it breathes the fire come out spinningly, so that not only has the momentum, but the fire will also produce the maximum damage. My favorites images are those where this monster fight to the very strong opponent, as that is where it utilizes its fire armor. The fire armor may seem simple cover of fire, but it is far from that. It is an exquisite piece of art, and from what I have seen and sensed through these images, I could tell that this armor is divided into the 3 modes. One is power mode, which is mainly used when the monster battle. It enhances the every made by the monster. Whatever move made by it will be enhanced many times in the power mode. The last move of mine which had knocked out the opponent directly was inspired by the power mode of the monster. The second is speed mode. This mode is used by the monster to flee. It gives an amazing speed that even a powerful monster than it left behind when the monster used this move. And the last is fusion mode, which gave both the speed and power. It is the trump card of monster, and it used this as the last option. It seemed like this option is last of the option of the monster, and seeing how few images of this move could be seen, it seemed to be the last option of the monster and put a lot of strain on it. The images kept changing in front of me. Some stayed for a second while others stayed for minutes. Some were little clear while other very extremely blurry that even making sense out of them is very hard if not for unique feeling they gave. It is near impossible to grasp the meaning from them. These images not only to watch, but they for sensing as well. Each image had produced unique aura of its own, and if it's distinguished well then one would benefit immensely. Images flashed by me and I kept studying them, taking whatever implication I could take from them when. Another image flashed by me, it is one of clearer one, and the one in that monster is using its fire armor, seeing that I started to study it more diligently and noticed an unusual tiny spot in the image. Gasp. When I noticed what that tiny spot actually is, I gasped in astonishment. The whole image is blurry, but that one tiny spot is extremely. This will be the first getting clear look monster's fire armor. Though I am going to see an only tiny bit of the armor, it is more than enough. Without hesitation, I concentrated all my energy on that spot, and what I saw had clearly blown my mind completely. Threads, fire threads, there are thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them. I was wrong, very, very wrong from the beginning. Fire armor of monster, which I had thought made of extremely concentrated fire, is wrong. It is not made of the extremely concentrated fire, but the threads, very fine fire threads. The tiny part of the monster's fire armor I am seeing is made of threads. Each of these threads is smaller than my hair, and I could see there are hundreds of thousands or even millions of fire threads would have needed to weave such amazing armor. I'm not completely sure if the whole armor is woven by the fire threads or only some part of it, but it is still very astonishing. This just tiny part of its body in this monster is hundreds of meters tall. To cast such impressive armors over one's body is simply impossible unless this is a special ability of the monster or any other way. I kept concentrating on that tiny part of the image with all my mind power, magnifying as much as I could with my mind power. After seeing the way it had woven, I tried to concentrate my mind power single fire thread, which is very hard as I am already concentrating enough to see the threads, but now I want to concentrate on the single thread, that going be very difficult. Still, I try and force myself, all of this to see the structure of the fire thread. I want of seeing if it just the very thin fire thread or there are some mysteries hidden in it. It is in the source I could do such thing with my tiny bit of soul power, as inside here there is no restriction of worldly laws. It is impossible to do this outside with the restriction of the worldly laws. I kept concentrating and concentration until I am finally able to lock on the single fire thread. Though it is a little blurry, it is still fine, as I could make it clear with putting more efforts. Now that I am able to lock on to the single fire thread, I now have to focus on seeing clear and then seeing its complete structure. I am already at my limit to see the single fire thread among the hundreds of thousands of them, and I now have to concentrate on the fire thread again, which above my limit. Still, despite it above my limit, I kept trying and getting failed every time, but I still kept trying. Gasp. Time ticked by as I kept concentrating the single hair when all my efforts got paid off, and I finally able to see the structure of that fire thread, and I am shocked by what I saw. That lone fire thread is made of countless fire thread, like the thick ropes of the old ages. I had never expected it to be simple thread, but I have never expected it to know that fire thread is made of the countless small fire thread, because that simply changed the dynamic of the fire armor. It is already horrifying to make the armor that was woven by millions of threads, and now each of those threads is made of countless more threads. Then the fire armor would be made of tens of millions of fire threads at least, and that is horrifying. Fuck, I was just observing that single thread, wanting to gain more clarity over it when the image front of me changed suddenly that I couldn't help but curse loudly. That image was simply treasured ground, where deeper you dig the more precious treasure you will find. I blankly looked at the new image that appeared in front of me for a while before getting out of Ashland's source and laid on the bed tiredly. What I had just done right now had completely tired me out mentally that I just want to sleep, but I can't sleep yet as I had practiced the body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise before I sleep. That was the last thought on my mind before I fell into sleep, and when I woke up, it was already morning. Sigh. I couldn't help but sigh when I woke up. I had wasted one whole precious session. I wanted to practice body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise when I fell into sleep. I can't blame myself for it. I've had already performed the body cleansing exercise at late afternoon, and then I used shitload of my mental energy to see that tiny dot on the image, and not to forget the intense battle that I had yesterday morning. All these things made me so tired that I wasn't able to keep my eyes for more than few seconds before I fell into sleep. I laid on the bed for a while before I started doing my usual morning activities. Sometime later, I made lunch and ate it with Ashlyn. After that, I went to the temperature room to perform body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. I have a target in the next 20 days, which is when the portal to the Epherian ruin opens. I will try to go through the 5th minor cleansing of body cleansing technique and create the 3rd amethyst seal. I performed the body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise, and this time poison is a little greater. It is 26, one more than yesterday. I lay on the ground weakly for half an hour, and when some energy returned to my body, I sat cross-legged and waited for some energy to return to my body as I read documents of the Epherian ruin. 1.5 hours later, I felt fine enough that I can walk normally without any shaking. I stood up and walked toward the command board of the temperature room. I tapped a few buttons on the temperature room to change the setting from one I had made for the practicing supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique, and started to activate the mode I made for practicing my fire ability. After that, I stood in the center of the room, and slowly the fire started to cover my hand till the elbow and my leg till the knee, currently for highest performance. I can only this much cover my body parts if I want to use this move in an optimal way. The fire on my hands and legs very dense, and it is concentrated to my limit, and if I were to cover my whole body, it will thin out a lot, which will make lose its efficiency. With my intention, the fire started to spread all over my body. It looked like the silver tide of water is spreading over my body. Soon my whole body covered in the fire, but at the single look one will able to tell how thinly it is covering my body, so currently it is best for me to cover only my hands and legs for the maximum potential. I will only able to cover my body fully with fire when I reach the lieutenant stage, so before that, I will have to work with this half-assed armor. Now that I summoned the fire, it is time to apply all the inspiration I got yesterday and see if it's doable to use with this fire cover armor of mine. With my current ability, it is not possible for me to create the tiny threads. The thinnest thread I could make is that of infant's pinky, which could not be called thread but a rope. Since I can't use them, I will try the small inspirations I got and also improve the mistakes which I felt when I used this move yesterday, and one of them is compression of energy. Soon the tiny swirls started to form on fire that is covering my hands and my feet. These swirls are very tiny, just an adult thumbnail size, and look very beautiful when they appear across my fire armor. Making them is not simple, and quite a control and focus needed, as one tiny mistake and they would collapse. I started to make them one by soon they appeared on every part of my fire armor. Sometime later, there are nearly 100 swirls that have appeared on the fire armor. After they completely formed, I covered each and every one of them with my mind power and started to spin them. First, there was no change, but as time passed, the change started to appear. The fire armor that has been covering me started to become compressed, and silvery colored started to become more refined and bright. First, the fire that was making fire armor was little more than 2 inches thick with little consistency, but as the swirls started to compress the fire armor, the fire's thickness come to 2 inches and getting compressed even more. Seeing it is working, I increased the speed of swirls. It started to compress and more compressed. There was nothing, but as time passed, the swirls started to shake, and seeing that I swiftly stabilized the shaking with mind power. First it worked, but as the compressing got further, it became quite harder to stabilize them when suddenly, one swirl went out control and crashed into another before I could control it forcefully. Puff. As I am busy with stabilizing one swirl, the other started lose control, and before I know it, I lost control completely, and in just a few seconds, all the swirls went out control and fire armor that was covering me went all puff. Sigh. Well, no one succeeds in their first attempt. I had never expected to succeed in the first attempt, and I am even happy because with this move as it has worked as I had expected. I had got inspiration about this move when I was watching the images in Blood Drop and thought the fire that was covering the monster is just an extremely compressed fire. That was before I saw the fire threads, but I cannot create fire threads with my ability, so creating armor of compressed fire seemed like the next best thing. This move is very amazing. If I am able to compress the fire to 1 inch, then I wouldn't even need to use the last move to clear the third challenge of the guild. I could easily clear it with compressed fire armor of mine. Compressing fire to 1 inch may seem simple, but it is very extremely difficult as it gives similar power to that of my last move, but without its drawbacks. My final move has a lot of drawbacks, of which 2 are most troublesome. One is that it used a lot of energy, both my mana and soul energy, that is needed for it to control. The second is that it had a cooldown period of 10 minutes, because I would have used too much energy in the last movie that I won't able to summon the fire armor for at least 10 minutes. And the last move could also be performed through the compressed fire, which it having more power than the last movie which I performed last time. The last move could only be used as the trump card, as it makes one quite useless for 10 minutes, and 10 minutes are more than enough to die hundreds of times over in a place like Grim Battlefield. The last moves are not suitable for a long battle, where there are lost of the opponent. So the best bet would be the fire armor, which could last hours if used efficiently. Now I have to get control over the swirls and made them compress fire armor to the 1 inch. It will be extremely difficult to control so many swirls and make them compress the fire armor to the 1 inch, but I am willing to work hard for it. My immediate goal is to compress the fire armor to the 1 inch and long term are below 0.1 inches. It will be extremely difficult as the more I compress the harder it will become, but I am confident as long as I give enough time and trying, I will have hopes of doing that. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I again covered my hands and legs with fire, and soon the beautiful small swirls started to form all over the fire armor. One by one they appear all over the fire armor, swirling slowly. Seeing the swirls had been made, I cover each and every swirl with my fire and started to swirl them faster. As they started to swirl faster, my armor started to become more compressed, and soon it has compressed my fire armor to 1.5 inches and kept compressing, but as I reached near the 1 inch, I started to feel more and more pressure, and controlling the swirls started to become harder and harder. Seeing it will be quite difficult swirling at such speed, I slowed down the speed of the swirls and moved forward. That seemed to work for a while as the swirl quickly stabilized and slowly started to compress, but after some time when it again begins to destabilize and collapsed soon after. After the second failed attempt, I kept trying and get failed again, but that did not stop me from keeping trying. 2 hours passed by such and I finally stopped, though in these 2 hours, I had only able to successfully able to compress mana at 1 inch only 3, but it was enough. Currently, if it was not possible for me to use 1 inch compressed fire armor in battle, first, it takes too much time, and second, I will not able to maintain it more than a few seconds. So I had decided to use 1.5 inch armor, which took me a minute to create and quite stable. So what I have to do now is bring time to create compress armor to 1.5 inches from a minute to just a few seconds and work on its stability. As currently I don't think I can maintain in the battle, so from today I should focus on cutting the time compress my fire armor 1.5 thick and stabilizing enough that it will not puff even in the intense battle. With that thought, I continue to practice with fire armor. Time passed by, the day passed, and the night came and it also passed. The next day I also repeated what I did yesterday. Tring tring. I had just come out of the temperature room when my holowatch started to ring, and it was Sophia. It is time she would call. I had been waiting for her call the whole day to know whether she was able to invite the 2 members to join our team. Sophia, tell me you have good news. I asked her as I received her call. I am desperately hoping she had found us new members, otherwise we would have to search on the guild forum, which I really don't want to do for various reasons. Of course I did. If I didn't, then I would have just messaged you, Sophia said with the extra bright smile. I just about asked her about the members when she self started to tell me about them without me asking. Two of my friends have agreed to join our team. They both are rookies and S-class guild like us. One is Silver Butterfly while the other one is from Black Cloud. She said, one of her friends should be female as Silver Butterfly. I hope the second new member of my team male, otherwise the only man in the team going to feel very awkward. Well, it's good they are both from the S-class guild. Their strength should be good. It would be quite nice if she had managed to get a strong and experienced member. You don't have to worry about their strengths. Both of them have the combat score above 10,000, said Sophia as if she had read my mind. Combat score above 10,000 is good. They will least able to keep up with us. It's not like I am looking down on them, but in these 15 days of training periods, our strength had increased explosively, especially though that chance that map had brought to us. Do you want to meet them tomorrow? Asked Sophia. I am currently busy in the training. I will meet them the day after tomorrow, I said. I really don't have time as till today. I had still not perfectly mastered the fire move I have been working on, so I could only meet them when we leave outside for hunt. Okay, Sophia said, understanding my meaning. We talked some more about the mid-level hunting ground we are going hunt and some other stuff. A few minutes later, we said goodbye after we discussed everything about the hunting plan of the day after tomorrow. I directly went for the shower after I finished my call with Sophia. I have been in the temperature room since I practiced body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise in the morning, and now it is evening. I get out of the shower feeling refreshed and started to cook the dinner. After eating it, I again read till the night before practicing supreme combat exercise and body cleansing exercise. The next day passed by and it was the same as yesterday. The only difference is that I was happy today, and the reason is that I am now able to compress the fire armor at 1.5 inches within 6 seconds, and I think it will be stable enough during the battle. I am also decided to change the names of little of my moves. I have now decided to call fire armor a swirling armor, seeing there are countless beautiful swirls on it, and also fire armor is quite a common name as many people covered their body with fire and call it fire armor, so it is better changing its name to the swirling armor. The second name I changed is that of the last move. Calling it the last move feels a little weird, and I feel it is not a suitable name for it, so from today, I decided to call it Power Blast, and it is a quite fitting name for it. After deciding on the names, I slept, and when I woke up before the dust, I had set up alarm, but I had woke a few minutes before its timer. Today is the time I will go hunting again. Past 3 days had been quite fruitful. I had enough time digest the reward I got from the lucky chance. It could be said that my strength had quite a transformation. I wonder if there would be a change to the Sophia and Reina's strength also, as in 3 days, they would be able to digest and process the reward they got in the chance. 45 minutes later, I and Ashlyn got out of my apartment with our stomachs full of yesterday's leftovers. Mitchell. I heard my name just as I get out of my apartment building. It was Sophia and Renee who were waiting outside my apartment. Gasp. When I got near them and sensed their battle power, I couldn't help but get shocked as there is an immense change in their battle power. My transformation in front of them seemed quite punny. It's not only one sister, but both of them had the transformation. It's either that reward one of them got is shareable or both of them got the same reward. Whatever they have received in the reward must be quite astonishing to make their power rise to such degree. If I had not wrong, then any one of my sisters could suppress me in the battle alone. Mitchell, we have had received quite a good reward from the chance. If you do not improve fast enough, then you will be left in the dust by us, said Sophia as patted my shoulder with the bright smile. To that, Reina looked at her glaringly, but she did not mind, instead smiled, even more, teasing me quite a bit about her improved strength. To her teasing, I just smile as I know what she's saying is completely true. We have to register our team in the 3 of the guild, so we'll first go to the Silver Butterfly, then Black Cloud before going back to our guild. The 2 new members of our team are waiting at the Silver Butterfly, Sophia said as we sat into the hovercar. In the grim battlefield, everything is very strict. If we want to make new team them, we will have to register at our guild, and if the members are from the different guilds, they will have to register with all their guild. Only then will we get the permission to go outside. Soon we reached the Silver Butterfly, and I saw its iconic statue that is faintly emitting the power of all sorts of rules. I still remember my first day in the grim battlefield when I saw this statue, and found it quite peculiar. Sophia and Renee, I said, 2 voices calling, and to my utter surprise, I know one of them. I don't personally know her, but I have seen her many times and heard about her from my friends. She is Rachel, the first super elite I have ever seen. I have quite marveled at her ability when I first time saw her. She was inspiring that time, killing whatever monster we have come across with a single arrow from her bow. She still looked hot as before, or I should say she had become hotter as she matured in the past 2 years. That time she seemed very strong, almost unreachable. I still remember when I saw her real power fighting gigantified monster. I had promised myself that I will reach her level and even beat her. I now seem to complete that promise, and when I sensed her battle power, she is a little weaker than me. If I had not come across the lucky chance, then she would have been easily able to beat me without any efforts. Rachel is not alone. Beside her, there was a young man similar age who has battle power slightly weaker than the Rachel. He seemed about a year older than and have a muscled build with a handsome face. These two may be little weaker than three of us, but they are way stronger than the normal rookies of S-Class Guild. Looks like we are not the only one who had come across the lucky chances. Mitchell, this is Rachel and Leo. Rachel and Leo, this is Mitchell, my teammate I talked about, introduced Sophia. You seem a little familiar. Do I know you from somewhere? Rachel asked as she carefully looked at me, trying to remember where she had seemed. 2 years ago, you were the leader of our rescue from the space realm that opened in the Green Hills, I said, reminding her where she had seen me most. The realm opened in the Green Hills is not the only place she had seen. We have come across each other many times, especially when I was with Jill and her brother William, but that time I was too weak to be noticed by her. Oh, that is why you seemed so familiar, said Rachel, clearly still not remembering me, but as I told her about that incident, the value in her eyes have lessened a bit, probably thinking how could weakling she rescued 2 years ago be strong as her. Seeing that I did care much as she will soon my real power and will come to the realization on her own. Let's go register soon. We will have 2 more guilds registered too, said Sophia, and we all nodded enter the Silver Butterfly. As I entered inside the guild, I got some strange gazes. I was confused for a few seconds before understanding the reason. The reason was that the Silver Butterfly was just all women guild. Only women can be its members, so seeing men inside the guild is quite strange. The registration process is finished within the few minutes, and after that, we ordered the hovercar and went to the Black Cloud, and finishing registering, we finally went to our guild. It would be quite nice if this registering could be done remotely, so we would have to go around the guild manually, but for reason, it is not, and now we personally doing it. Soon we fished the registering and went toward the city gates at our highest speed. We had already wasted near an hour in registering. We will have to make up for that in our speed. It is a good thing that no one in our team is slow, and we soon crossed the outpost's gates in just a few minutes. We are going to Black Grass Prairie. Everyone knew that, right? Asked Sophia as we crossed the gate. Yes, everyone said in unison. Black Grass Prairie is the biggest mid-level hunting ground. It is so big that 10 to 15 normal mid-level hunting ground could be made from it. Not only it is the biggest hunting ground, but it is also most dangerous, but due to its very large size, not all area is dangerous inside it. Some of the areas are comparable to least dangerous mid-level hunting ground. The reasons area is so big because of the black grass is the only area in a continent where black grass is present, and all the area is covered by the black grass is made as Black Grass Prairie hunting ground. The area where we are hunting today have moderate danger. After we access the abilities of all our member, we will decide on the next area to hunt, said Sophia. What she said is right. Currently, I don't think any member of my team has the ability to measure battle ability like me. So it is quite difficult to accurately access unknown teammates' abilities just by their combat score and their even teamwork. We should hunt in this moderate for 2 days at least before we get a clear idea about our teammates' abilities and develop very basic teamwork before we head into any dangerous area to hunt. That is why I had hoped that my original team would not break, so we could not have to go through this knowing new teammates thing again. There is still some more than an hour before we reach the prairie. We should discuss our battle strategy, said Sophia, and we again nodded and started to stage our abilities and the weapon we use. I know what weapons Sophia and Renee use and also their abilities. I also had an idea about the weapons that Rachel uses. She has the mastery over the bow and saber, but from what I have seen 2 years ago, she is more proficient in the bow and only uses saber when she can't use her bow. The weapon used by Leo is quite interesting. He uses a sword, but his sword is quite different than the other sword. It is very long and broad. His sword is taller than him and also broad as Rachel's waist. It is in the true sense a heavy weapon similar to the warhammer used by the violet apes. These sorts of heavy weapons require the immense master to use it, as a simple flick of it could kill. Leo had shown the totem artifact he used, and said that the totem artifact he had created also similar to the sword he uses. After the introduction of the abilities, we have decided on our battle strategy. The 4 of us, Sophia, Reina, and Leo, will attack from the front while Rachel, who is archer, will attack from rear with her, and she will not interfere in the direct fight of the others unless one needed. As being the archer who is most proficient in gaining killing count, Rachel won't have to worry about not getting enough monsters to harvest the mana crystal. Black Grass Prairie is not far. Raina said in her melody's voice, as the layers black started to appear in front of us as soon we stood in front of the black grass that is taller than us. Ready? Sophia asked, as saying we all are saying yes. Sophia took the step into the grassland in front of us, and we followed behind while Rachel was few meters behind us with her bow in her hands. We suddenly stopped as Raina lifted her hand up. Raina had the sensory ability, so she was given the position of the scout. The sensory ability provided by the killing rule is stronger than Raina, but I had not disclosed it. As for the group of grim monsters ahead of use, I had discovered them half a minute earlier than the Raina. There are 10 to 15 monsters in front of us, and seeing we have just entered the hunting ground, they should all be elite kernel stage, Raina said, and without wasting any moment we run toward the monsters. To be exact, there are 14 grim race monsters ahead of us, and just like Raina had said, they all are elite kernel stage, and that is why we ran toward them without care, as with our current ability elite kernel stage bear no risk, even if they had been double in numbers. Soon we saw the 14 grim race monsters ahead us and continue running toward them without care. The grim race monster in front of us is the werewolves, one of the most common grim monster tribes, and also the one we are most familiar fighting with. Hearing the sound through the grass, the werewolves looked at us, and a very big smile appeared on their ugly faces, and one did not have to be very smart to read the meaning behind their ugly smile. They are probably thinking that the food itself is walking into their mouths, but they will soon know that we are the food but reaper with the sharp scythe that will kill them and then harvest them. Seeing us coming them, they vigilantly summoned their totem spirit and leaped toward us. I have to say the grim race monsters in the mid-level hunting ground are little smart compared to the dumb ones in the low-level hunting ground. When they see the enemies coming toward them, they will first summon their totem spirit before attacking their opponent, no matter what the strength of their enemies is. Friends, kill them and we'll have an early lunch, shouted one of the werewolf as they lunged at us. I wanted to laugh seeing how wrong their thoughts are. In front of twins and me, they are akin to chickens now. Die you weakling, shouted one of the werewolves that attacked, swung its claws at me. There are 3 werewolves attacking me. The strongest one is attacking from the front while the other 2 from the left and right. Kai kai kai. I covered my sword with the fire and swung it from left to right. As my sword is drawn the arc, it had produced the faint kai sound 3 times before it went back to my sheath by my waist. Thud, thud, thud. 3 grim monsters fell on the ground with extreme shock written on their unconscious faces. I have defeated the 3 werewolves with a single strike of mine, and I am not only one, but the 2 other people in my team had also done the same, even better. Sophia and Riene had finished their fight in a single move just like mine. It's just that they have beaten the 4 grim monsters. I would have been able to do the same if not for only 3 grim monsters attacking me. While 3 of us finished the fight early, 2 of our team members are still fighting. Leo had already heavily injured the single werewolf he is fighting and should be able to fight within a few seconds. As for Rachel, she is showering the rain of arrows at the 2 werewolves that are running towards her. Looking at the might of her arrows, these 2 werewolves would be dead before they can cross the halfway distance to her. Zip zip, bam. 10 seconds later, the battle is over. Our team needed less than 30 seconds to finish of the 14 elite kernel stage werewolf. If someone had told a week ago that I will be able to do this, I would have called that person mad and even beaten him bad, but now I am really capable of doing something which a week I would have found it very difficult to do. The elite kernel stage grim race monsters used to take me a minimum of 45 minutes to finish them off, but now they only took less than 4 seconds. I had to guess you guys are powerful, but had not to guess you are this powerful, said Rachel as she came closer. By looking at our combat score, she would have got the basic idea about our ability, but the combat score is just number. It is different when one sees the power with one's eye than looking through the numbers. The respect for me which had lessened in her eyes earlier now came back and increased even more. You guys are really powerful. We will have to work very hard to catch up to you guys, said Leo. Raina and I just smiled at their praise, but Sophia is not one who takes the praise with the grace as she started to boast in front of our new team members. You 2 didn't believe me when I said elite colonial stage monster is weak as chicken when I told you. Now you believe it, asked Sophia with a boastful laugh. Of course we believe you now, said Leo as he performed the mock bow to Sophia, which made all of us laugh. We should harvest the mana crystal quickly and advance forward, said Raina, to which everyone nodded and started harvesting the mana crystal. The 3 grim monsters in front of me are not dead, they are just unconscious. I could have killed them, but I had kept them alive to harvest more crystals and to do my elemental harvesting experiment. I placed the runic disc on 2 grim monsters while for third, I had charged my red sword with Point Inferno and released at the center of Magic Veins network. Like most times, I had failed this time also, but it is not I have failed completely. I can see the progress I am making. If I continue doing this for 2 months then, I am confident that I will be successful in harvesting elemental mana crystals. What did you guys did right now? Rachel and Leo asked in unison, as like me the sisters also kept the grim monster alive so they could experiment elemental harvesting. Oh this, we are trying to harvest elemental mana crystals, Sophia answered. Oh, I thought only those peak evolvers can learn this. Rachel said she is not wrong. Normally only peak evolvers try something like the elemental harvesting, as they have high control over energy compared to us mid-level evolvers, which makes it quite easy for them learn it compares to us. It is not limited to peak evolvers, it's just that they learn elemental harvesting pretty quickly due to their high control over their energy, while we have to give a lot more time and effort, Sophia explained. Then aren't you guys wasting a lot of mana crystals on the thing that is you're going to learn in the future with the minimal efforts? Rachel asked, clearly confused. What you said is right, we do waste a lot of bodies of grim monster while learning harvesting elemental mana crystals, but if we able to learn it within the few months then its gain outweighs losses. As you know, one elemental mana crystal worth 10 times that of normal mana crystal. Explained Sophia as she placed the runic disc on the half-burned body of the grim monster. The gains did outweigh the losses that occur in the practice, Rachel repeated softly while busy in thinking. Sophia does give me some tips about elemental mana harvesting. I will try it with you guys when we hunt next group of grim race monsters, Rachel said with a twinkle in her eyes. She probably did the quick calculation, and seeing it is a very good choice, she had instantly decided to try. I wish I had elemental abilities, you guys. I would have loved to try to, said Leo with regret in his voice. In our team, 4 people have elemental abilities. Sophia and I have the fire ability. Reina has ice while Rachel has wind type ability. Only Leo didn't have the elemental ability or comprehended any elemental type rule. You can also harvest the special mana crystal with your strength rule. It's just that you will have to work hard than the rest us to harvest it, I said. There are 3 types of mana crystals. First is normal mana crystals. The second is elemental mana crystals, and last are special mana crystal. The normal ones are the ones we regularly harvest with the help of the runic disc. The elemental one that we are trying to harvest by pumping elemental energy in the grim race monster body, so we could transmute its dark energy to dark elemental energy. The special mana crystals are the mana crystals that did not belong to the elemental category. They can be made using any rule power that is not the elemental rule power, like my killing rule and Leo's strength rule. But harvesting the special mana crystals are 10 times harder than harvesting elemental mana crystals, though the price they offer is also 10 times also. Due to this difficulty, very few mid-level evolvers willing waste their time on harvesting specula mana crystal as they took too many efforts. Let it be, I will think about harvesting special mana crystals when I reach peak of the night stage, said Lead after heard how difficult it is to harvest special mana crystals. Let's get going, we have already wasted more than enough time here, Sophia said. She is right, we have wasted near 15 minutes in this place. We should have left as soon as we had done harvesting the mana crystals. We quickly take all the important things from the grim race monster's husk and advanced forward in the black grass prairie. We encountered the next team of the grim race monsters just after the 10 minutes, and we had finished it within 1 minute and harvested, and then within 5 minutes. In this battle, Rachel also left one grim monster alive to experiment elemental harvesting on it. Still, it did not take us more than 10 minutes to leave the second battlefield. We are killing and harvesting the grim race monsters like crazy. Whatever team of grim monster we saw, we'll kill it whether the team is big or small. It did not matter as long as we saw the grim monsters, we will kill it. In just little more than an hour, we have killed more than 100 grim monsters, but not one of them were able to make me use my fire armor, which was really disappointing. But I am not sad as there is another thing that is making me very happy. And that thing is mana crystals. We are killing grim race monsters like crazy and harvesting them like crazy, that I have a feeling that I am showering in the rain of mana crystals, and I am not the only one to think that. In just a little more than the 3 hours, I alone harvested the 3122 mana crystal, which is little more than a double of what I harvested in the whole day, and it is just we harvesting till late morning, as there is more than half a day have remained for our hunt. Sophia even said that we are swimming in the mana crystals, and I couldn't agree more. It feels very good harvesting such a huge amount of the mana crystal, and all but there is no challenge in it. It will not help us raise our strength, Sophia said. I think we should hunt in the area where the Brigadier stage monsters gather. What do you guys say? Sophia asked Rachel and Leo. She didn't have to ask us as she knew we would be fine even if we fight an opponent that is a level higher than the one we are fighting currently. The question is whether Leo and Rachel will agree to that. Leo and Sarah thought for a while before firm expression came over their face as they nodded. We are currently in a moderately dangerous area of black grass prairie, where only Colonel stage monster hunt, but if we cross the small river in the west, we will reach the area which is preferred by the Brigadier stage grim race monsters. Most of the team we will encounter will be led by the Brigadier Stage Elite and normal Brigadier Stage monsters as its followers, while we may even encounter the teams that are led by the 1-star Elite and Elite Brigadier as its followers, Sophia said as she looked at the Leo and Rachel one more time. From the battle power I am sensing from the Leo and Rachel, I can tell that they have the power to fight Elite Brigadier Stage, but if they come across the 1-star Elite, then all they can do is defend. So I was quite surprised when both of them had yes to Sophia's dangerous plan, as this very dangerous plan even for three of us. We had decided to hunt in the Brigadier area day after tomorrow, after we get know each other abilities well and developed little teamwork, but incidentally, we had found these elite Colonel Stage monsters 2 each, is to kill that they're no challenge fighting them. They will not be any use to us except for helping us gain mana crystal faster, but that is not why we have come to Grim Battlefield. Our main focus is to become stronger and quite honestly ever since I improved my swirling armor, I am itching to fight 1-star Elite to test its power. Star Elites are the unit of strength amongst the Grim race. Even a private stage Grim race monster could become a 1-star Elite if he has the strength. Basically, most of 1-star Elites have found in the Brigadier and above stages, as at that stage they have the requisite strength to become 1-star Elite, but it is mean nothing in their tribe. They only considered little better than the normal Elite. Only those who became 1-star Elite at the Lieutenant stage or below would gain the recognition of their tribe, like those Violet Apes that we had fought 4 days ago. Those Violet Apes were just at the Master stage and Lieutenant stage, but each of them was close to being a 1-star Elite. They would have easily become 1-star Elite with the month of training. Legs go quickly. It will take near 2 hours to reach that river, said Sophia, seeing Leo and Rachel had not objected her plan. With 2 hours to reach the river, we will have only 3 hours to hunt in the Brigadier area, which is very less. We nodded and started to move through the black grass. We did not dare to walk on air as that would be suicide, so we could only walk through the grass. Be careful, the Grim race monsters we will encounter here are going to be very dangerous, said Sophia in a very soft voice. We all nodded and started to walk through the grass very cautiously. We had just crossed the river a minute ago, and now had entered the territory of the Brigadier stage Grim race monsters, just as Sophia had said, that every monster we will encounter here going to be very stronger. We walked slowly in the black grass with our senses taut to the limit. As I walked through the grass, I could sense the clear excitement front from twins. I could understand their excitement as I am feeling the same. The battles we fought earlier were no challenge at all. It did not challenge us to bit to show our real power. I want to fight a strong opponent, probably a 1-star Elite, and only it will make me reveal my true power and make me work hard for my victory. More than 10 minutes passed by when I sensed the first team of the Grim race monsters. This team had 13 monsters, and to my surprise, all of these Grim race monsters are Elite Brigadier stage. I have never thought we would turn this lucky. Just after entering the territory of the Brigadier stage Grim race monster, we come across the Elite Brigadier stage Elite Grim race monsters, which are the perfect Grim race monsters to test power. There is a group of monsters ahead. They are less than 12 and probably all of them at the Brigadier stage, Reina said a few seconds later after I discovered the monsters. So what do you guys think? Sophia asked. I and Reina nodded immediately while Leo and Rachel took little time to say yes. Okay, now we have decided to fight. We should decide the battle strategy, Sophia said. With our old team, we did not have the need to discuss this strategy as everyone knew everything about everyone. We started to discuss in the hush voices, and within a minute decided on the strategy, in which Leo and Rachel will fight the 2 monsters each while I, Reina and Sophia will fight 3 monsters each. With strategy decided, we walked through the grass. This time we did not conceal the sound we make intentionally so that monsters would notice us. That is what happened when we saw 13 monsters coming at us with their weapons ready. They are from the White Oxman tribe, with each of them being 4 meters tall. Each of them excluding the battle power comparable to Violet Apemen we had fought a few days ago. At that time I had a hard time defeating the single monsters, but now I will be fighting the 3 with the same caliber. I am not worried about myself. I am more worried about Leo and Rachel, as handling 2 monsters going to be very, very difficult for them. They might get seriously injured, even die if they are not careful fighting these monsters. Elite. Exclaimed Leo as he saw the monsters. He probably thought he will be fighting normal Brigadier monster, but now seeing the Elite Brigadier Grim race monster that more than 2 times taller, Leo looked little shaken. Will you able to handle the 2 Oxmen? Sophia asked, seeing drastic changes in Leo's face. I will handle them, but do help if I am in danger, said Leo with a dry laugh. To that all 3 have nodded in understanding. Good, let's fight then. Sophia and all 4 of us ran toward the Oxman that was walking toward us. On the way, my hands and legs covered with fire and swirls appear on them one by one as they started to compress my swirling armor. By the time I will clash with the Grim race monsters, my swirling armor will be compressed to 1.5-inch thickness. Seeing us running toward them, the grim race monsters summoned their totem spirit. "Mates, kill them," shouted lead grim race monster as the team of grim race monsters leaped at us. I quickly selected the 3 oxmen and moved toward them. Seeing me coming at them, 3 oxmen separated from their group and came. As they came closer, all 3 grim race monsters swung their battle axe at me. I swiftly moved and dodged the 2 axes while swung my sword at the 3rd monster. CL Ank. A loud metallic clank rang out, and all the force of the released by the axe of it burned by the fire covering me before it could enter inside me. Hun. The 3 monsters completely shocked seeing this. Not only I had not blasted back, there was not a shake appeared on my body as my sword directly clashed against the battle of its. Seeing them stumped, I quickly called back my sword and swung at the neck of the grim race monster that is left to me, without wasting my time. It hurriedly put its axe in front of it to defend against it. If this grim race monster only I had been fighting against, I would easy past its defense and cut its neck, but unfortunately there are 2 other monsters. Clank. If I had slashed its neck bypassing its defense, then at the next moment 2 battle axes of the 2 other monsters would cleave my body into 2. So thinking that I clashed my sword against its hurriedly put up a defense and jumped high to avoid the 2 axes that are coming at me. With this swirling armor covering my legs, making jumping maneuvers became very easy. Now I can easily take meters high jump without much effort, and the best thing about these jumps is that they very fast. I called it rocket jump, since it is fast like a rocket and could take me quite high if I wished. As I was shooting high, I quickly take a look across the battlefield. The twins are doing fine. They are fighting separately with 3 grim race monsters each. Leo looked quite wretched as he solely focused on the defending. It is quite good that Leo had comprehended the strength rule and have such a broad sword, which is helping him to defend the furious assaults of 2 elite oxmen who are also famous for their strengths. As for Rachel, she running around the battlefield with very swift speed while attacking the 2 grim race monsters. I have to say Rachel's nimbleness and speed are very good. I may be able to catch up her speed, but I am no match of in nimbleness. Not only but other couldn't compare to herein nimbleness. This likely due to her being an archer. They are known for their swiftness and nimbleness. Soon I reached the limit of what jump could take me and started to fall. Seeing me falling, the 3 grim race monster had created the net, wanting to kill me as soon as I fall. I shook my head seeing them covering all the points I could land if I want to. I could easily land outside the net they have created, but there is no challenge in that. CL Ank, my sword clashed horizontally against the battle axes of the 3 grim race monster. I would have easily able to dodge their blockade they have put for me, but I did not. I have decided to clash against them directly for a challenge. Thud. Using the force of clash, I took the jump backward and landed at the safe distance, but I did not get time to relax as 3 attacks came at me the moment I've landed. Clank, slice, fuck. I screamed internally as the battle axe made quite an injury in my shoulder. My sword clashes against the 1 battle axe while other is dodged by me, but as I was dodging the 3rd, that bastard of a grim race monster increased its axe speed suddenly that it cut my shoulder. The injury is no serious one, but it is not light also. It is deep and giving me quite a pain, but it will not hinder me in battle. I have suffered many such injuries across the thousands of battles I have fought. As long as the injury don't cut the bones whole, I will be fine. Seeing the grim race monsters are getting serious, I have increased the speed of my moves so it could match their speed while keeping most of my mind power locked on the swirls. These swirls are quite delicate. Little lapse on my part and whole swirling armor would collapse, and that is the reason why I have not used the 100. Currently, I am using only a quarter power of swirling armor. I have never tested the swirling armor in the battle. As I am fighting, I am slowly increasing the power of swirling armor as I got used to it. If I were to use its full power, I am afraid it will collapse before I could fully make a move with help of it. So I will keep increasing the power of swirling slowly as I got more control over the swirls. Clank, 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 slice. I kept fighting the 3 grim race monsters, and now and then received an injury when they tried a new move or increased their power, but as time passed, their attacks becoming less and less effective on me that they have barely able to injure me. But I had soon released that I was not the only one who was not using their all. Seeing me gaining the ground, the grim race monster started to make their assault fiercer. Clank, clank, slice. With them making their assault fiercer, I started to get more and more injuries and have to go on total defense to cope with the attacks of the 3 monsters. Though I have received many injuries, only some of them were serious, which I could handle with my current prowess. It's not like I have received only injuries through their furious assault. Their assault had put a quite pressure me, which helped me gain faster control over my swirling armor that now I can have a little breather during the fights. This one is quite a cockroach. Let's use our full strength and finish it quickly, said the strongest grim race monster of 3 to the other 2. Slice, clank, 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 slice. Fuck. I cursed loudly as I started to receive the injuries from their battle axes at the breakneck speed. I was really an idiot to think that was their full strength. I had grown too confident on swirling armor that I had started to look down on my opponent before even power of swirling armor fully materialized. This is a good lesson for me as I could survive their assault. If it was 1-star elite then, I would have been really in the very dire straits. I now solely focused on defending and increasing my control over the swirls, so I could harness more power from my swirling armor, and my control is increasing as the swift speed with the pressure of their furious assault. If I am having such a hard time, then I wonder how bad the condition would be Leo and Rachel. I hope they doing fine, as in my current condition, I am no condition to help them even if I had used my trump card, the power plant. It will help deal with a maximum of 2 opponents, but the third one will survive, and it will able to put me dire condition in my awakened period. Time passed by and I got more and more injuries, but my control over the swirls also increased in this pressure, which able to give me more strength from the armor, but I did not use that strength. Earlier, seeing my mistake overestimating myself, I had made a promise that I will not use the new harness strength of swirling armor till I am completely able to harness it to 100. So currently I am using only 30 strength of the swirling armor, as this is much strength I am using when I realize my mistake of overestimating myself. I had understood the gravity of my mistake, and such a mistake require punishment, so it will remind me to not make such a mistake ever again and die by it. The time passed, more injuries appeared on my body, but their frequency lower than before. As the time passed, I got used to their battle style and the strength they used, and were able to predict with the help of my killing rule, which is helping me to dodge and minimize the injuries I have received. As the battle longs on, my control over swirling armor got better and better, till I was able to harness 80 power of the swirling armor, and could finish the fight within a 2-3 minutes if I want to, but I did not, and I haven't able to harness the full power of swirling armor yet. A promise is a promise. I will only use that strength when I completely able to harness the full power of the swirling armor. I wanted to see how others are doing in their battle, but the assault of these 3 grim monsters too powerful that I did not have a second to look around. These 3 grim race monster seem to hell-bent on wanting to kill me, as they are using every ounce of their strength. I could clearly see the way they are hacking their battle axes at me. 100 finally, I got full control over the swirling armor, and now could harvest all of its power. As long as I kept my mind locked on the swirls, there is no fear of them getting out of control. Let's end it, I said loudly and smiled fiendishly. Seeing the smile, all 3 monsters became vigilant, attacked me with their strongest attack yet. I shook my head relaxedly as I took a step forward and craned my neck and hip to simultaneously avoid 2 axes while thrusting my sword forward at blurring speed. Puch! My sword pierced through the chest of third oxman who attacks about to reach me. I quickly sidestep as I removed the sword from his chest before the momentum of the sword could crash against me, and looked behind, only to see 2 grim monsters are running away at their highest speed. No use. No use, I followed them swiftly with my blurring speed, and in just a few seconds I caught up to one. Puch! I pierced my sword before it could stop and put up any defense. Not wasting any time, I quickly moved toward the second one who had stopped in its track to do its last stand. It had seen how easily I had killed 2 of its friends, and it knows there is no use of running from me, so it decided to stop and fight with all its strength. Only this way it will have a slight chance to survive, but regretfully it did not stand any chance to survive. You may have killed my friend, but to kill me you will have to pee. Puch! You talk too much, I said as I removed my sword from its chest. This one grim race monster was quite brave, but also quite stupid. It had decided to fight me till the end, but instead accumulating all its power fight me. It had instead wasted all of its time talking shit, which gave me a chance to effortless beat it. Like all other grim race monster I hunted throughout the day, I had not truly killed them, as I will need them to perform my elemental harvesting experiment, and also harvest mana crystal from them, as alive ones give more than the dead ones. The first thing I did after beating the grim race monster was to drink the potions, as I am quite injured, and the second thing I did was to look around. The twins had already finished their fight, and they had finished quite early, as I could see the husk of the grim race monsters in some places, which clearly show that they have already harvested the monster they have killed. As for Rachel and Leo, they are really bad conditions, especially Leo, whose whole body is completely filled with injuries. There is no part of him that does not seem to be covered in blood. Still, despite being injured to such a degree, he is still fighting the 2 grim race monsters with fervor. Rachel is in better condition than Leo. She's still running around the battlefield while attacking the 2 grim race monsters who are furiously fighting her. Of the 2, Rachel may have a tiny bit of chance to kill one of 2 grim monsters that are following her like a hound, but it is a tiny bit chance, not a full surety. Both of them are still quite weak to be able to kill the elite Brigadier stage monster. There is a qualitative difference in the Colonel stage and Brigadier stage. The difference in power is different than in between Captain stage and the Colonel stage. The last 3 stages of the Knight stage are quite powerful. There is a sharp rise in power with each stage, so one shouldn't underestimate them too much, otherwise they will have to pay the price with their lives for their mistake. I quickly put on the runic disc on the 2 Grim Race monster and charged my sword for the 3rd monster, Pachai. I pierced the center of magic veins of the Grim Race monster and released the point Inferno into it, and like every time the veins of Grim Race monster started to turn red, before then little burning smell started to come out of the body. Failed again, I thought with the sigh as I placed the runic disc on the half-burned Grim Race monster to harvest the mana crystals from its half-burned body. Ting ting. Soon 2 tings sounded, and I excitedly picked up the runic discs from the husk of the monster and opened it. 202, 205, holy shit, I had to know elite Brigadier stage monster gave about 200 mana crystals, but seeing it with own eyes it's still different. Now every elite Brigadier stage monster I would kill, I would harvest at least a 200 mana crystal out of them, and if I had killed 50 on the daily basis then I could earn whopping 10,000 crystal a day. If it had been my old team, then it would have been very possible, but with these new teammates of ours, it is slightly difficult for now, but it will be possible as soon as they gain the strength to kill the elite Brigadier stage monsters easily. But it is not easy to increase the strength in short period of time. Only through the chance encounter would one gain the sudden increase in strength. Without the lucky chances, one will have to accumulate strength slowly the conventional way. Looks like I will have to help them a little if they went on the conventional way, then it will take then quite a while to catch up to strength we have right now. It has been an hour since we had started to fight the Grim Race monsters, but looking at the Leo and Rachel, I don't think the fight will finish soon. Well, no worries, we still have little more than hours before we have to leave. Like Sophia and Reina, I also pick up the corner to intercept the Grim Race monster when they tried to run. We are too familiar with this scenario. It had happened to us many times. Like use Grim Race is also an intelligent race, and when things then hard, they also tried to run. No one wants to die by the enemy, SS Blade, no matter how prideful they are, so we have to stop in the corner to intercept the monster, and in this condition, help our teammates if they are in danger. While watching I also fiddled with my swirling armor also. This battle has made me realize a lot of disadvantages of the swirling armor, and I am trying to fix that now. During the battle, I have been able to harness the 100 power of the swirling armor gradually, but I am still not proficient in harvesting it all once. If I want to harness the 100% power from the start of the battle, then that is still difficult for me. I would have to practice for a few days before I should be able to harness the full power of swirling armor at will without the gradual process. 1 more hour passed, and Rachel and Leo's condition had become even worse, but they are still fighting but not long. I have noticed that Grim Race monster they are fighting have already noticed that all of their comrades are dead, and now they are only fighting for the show while searching for the perfect moment to run away. I am sure twins also noticed that as their eyes have become sharp and weapons ready to attack any moment. Few minutes more passed when suddenly I sensed killing intent of one Oxman skyrocketed and knew Leo in danger. Without waiting I had leaped toward the Leo with the blurring speed. I have not unsummoned the swirling armor for me. I had already guessed something like this might happen, so I had been ready with my armor and sword for this type of scenario. Bastard die, said one Oxman as it swung its battle axe with the full might of it, while one monster attacked Leo. The one who he is fighting had started to run, and seeing one running away, the other 2 that were fighting Rachel had also started to run in a different direction. Reina and Sophia did not waste time coming toward Leo to save him. Seeing I have already crossed more than half distance to save Leo instead, they went toward the 2 monsters that were running away. Leo's face morphed into the horror seeing the battle axe coming toward him, as he knows did not have the ability to defend against it, but still. He did not try to dodge, instead used his sword to clash against the coming battle axe. But to his horror, the battle had nimbly dodged his sword and came toward his neck. The time slowed down a little as he saw the battle axe slowly coming toward his neck, and he was just about to close his eyes to accept the death when a red sword suddenly appeared in front of him. CL Ank, Puchai. The battle axe stopped by the red sword, and before he could register what happened, the blade moved at an unnatural angle and pierced through the heart of the monster. Are you fine, Leo? I asked, seeing him standing frozen like a wooden block. It had been a few seconds since I had beaten the monster, and it had even fallen on the ground making a loud sound, but that wasn't enough to make Leo wake from his daze. I can understand what he is going through. Such close contact with death had put him in a shock that froze his body and mind to save him from having a big trauma. It is an instinctive reaction of the brain. I had also gone through this once when I training in the Westblood. Such an incident left quite a scar in one's mind, which made some people leave this dangerous life altogether for a peaceful life, as they couldn't get over the dreadful moments they faced. I have come across many people who have done that in the Westblood. I hope Leo won't leave, as very few people could come back after leaving once. Our fine Leo. I asked loudly this time, seeing no response coming from him. Man, that was quite an attack. I have come close to death many times, but this time was closest, said Leo with a dry laugh. Seeing him laughing after experiencing such a close shave with the death, I heaved a sigh of relief. He will be fine. Maximum, he will have to take some counseling if there is some mental scar. Psychiatry is a booming business in a place like Grim Battlefield. I think the only non-combat field that has a similar number of personnel as prostitutes, they will psychiatrists. There are a huge number of them in this outpost, more than Westblood City. The Westbound City may be the city of adventures that have many adventures, but it couldn't compare to this outpost, where more than 95 are powerhouses. In the Westblood, I had taken counseling for a month to deal with the stress of breaking the seal on Ashlyn, and I have to say, it helped me good to cope with the stress I had. Let's clean the battlefield quick and leave, said Sophia, and quickly started to clean the battlefield, which is harvest the mana crystals from the monster and take the stuff they are having. We finished the harvesting within 10 minutes. Of the 4 monsters that killed by use, half of harvested mana crystals by taken by us 3, while other halfway taken by the Leo and Rachel. They didn't want to take it at first, saying they didn't kill any grim monster, but at our insistence they finally took it. We stopped at the battlefield for half an hour to let Leo and Rachel have some rest, and let them heal their injuries before leaving for the outpost, as there is only half an hour till the time of our original time of leaving. On leaving, we crossed the river again to leave from the Colonel's stage area, as if we were to leave from the Brigadier area then it would probably take us night, and we might even lose a member of 2. On the way leaving through the Colonel's stage territory, we come across the 3 teams of the clonal stage monster, and one team even had the 22 monster in the team. That was the biggest team of monsters we have even fought, though monsters' numbers were high. It didn't took more than 5 minutes for 5 us to finish the monsters off. Leo and Rachel were extra ferocious killing the monsters we have encountered in our way back. They both have received quite a loss fighting the Brigadier stage monsters. So on the way, they became hungry tigers who would leap at any prey they have encountered ferociously. My face was full of smiles when I had to get out of the prairie. Today I got the biggest haul ever. It is 3 times more than I have even got in the single day. My harvest of today is whopping 5064 mana crystal. These many crystals are simply huge, that I have decided that I will change my apartment to big one as soon as I return from the Epherian ruin. I wanted to change now, but that will waste too much time, and it will also take time for my mind to adjust to a new place, so I had decided change right after I returned from the Epherian ruin. My current space is fine for a living, but it is not good enough for my practice. The next apartment I would rent will have a big practice room where I would able to practice at my heart content. I was busy daydreaming about my dream apartment when I was brought back to reality by Sophia's voice. Do we hunt Brigadier territory or go back to the Colonel territory? Sophia asked. Her question may seem directed at all of us, but it was directed at Leo and Rachel, and they also understood it. They both did not say anything for a few minutes, deeply thinking about the question that Sophia just asked. The guild had a hard condition for those who want to enter the Epherian ruin. Only those who had cleared the 3 challenge of the guild would get permission to enter the Epherian ruin, said Rachel softly, as if speaking to herself. There are only 15 days till the connection to the Epherian ruin to be made, and I don't think I will improve enough to 15 days if I kept training in the normal speed. Only training in a dangerous environment, such as today, will I be able to make enough progress to clear the 3rd challenge. Only training in the dangerous environment, such as today, will help in the swift increase in strength, Rachel said as she looked at Leo. Her meaning is clear that she wants to train in the Brigadier territory. As for Leo, from his face, he looked like he didn't want to train in Brigadier territory anymore, but after hearing what Rachel said, his expression started to change. Well, do save my life if I am in danger again, said with a little awkward laugh. After to that, we all laugh a little. So, it is decided that we will continue our training in the Brigadier territory. Time passed, and we reached the outpost and crossed the gate and about to leave for a respected apartment when I stopped everyone. Come to my apartment by 10, I said to everyone. It didn't take a moment for Sophia and Reina to understand the meaning of my words, but Leo and Rachel were clearly confused with the sudden invitation. Why? Asked Rachel. You will know when you come to my apartment, I said, to which Rachel didn't ask further questions. Here is my address, I said, and forwarded my address to both of them. After saying goodbye, I went toward my apartment with Reina and Sophia while Leo and Rachel went towards there. After reaching my apartment, I quickly started to do the evening activities that I do every day after came back to my apartment from the hunt. They will arrive by 10 p.m., which means I have only 3 hours, which I think more than enough for me to finish all my chores, eat dinner, and take some rest. After taking a shower, I started to make dinner, which I had completed in the 45 minutes. After eating dinner, I relaxedly laid on my bed while reading. There is still 1.5 hours till they arrive. It is enough time for me to take some good rest as I read. Bell, bell. Time passed by as I was busy in my reading when I heard the bell. I closed the document I was reading and went to open the door. "Come in," I said, smiling to Sophia and Reina. "Looks like we have arrived early," said Sophia as they entered my apartment. "How was your progress in the body cleansing exercise?" I asked as I took a seat beside them. They have already gone through the first cleansing a few days ago, and the result of that be seen in their battle and the body. Their fighting style had become a lot freer. I could see them performing many flexible moves they have not performed before, and their skin had also become a little radiant, which made them even more beautiful. "We are doing very well. If everything went well, then we will go through the second cleaning in a few days," said Reina in her soft melodic voice. "Their progress is quite fast, 4 to 5 times faster than mine before I arrived at the grim battlefield. Our target is to go through at least third cleansing before we enter the Ephirian ruin. It will give us quite a boot if we were able to do that," Sophia said. "How about you, Michiel? How far have you reached?" Sophia asked. "I will go through fourth cleansing if I kept advancing in my current speed." I replied modestly, but my answer had been clearly surprised hearing my answer. "It looked like we are slacking a bit too much. We will have to up our efforts if we want to catch up to you," Sophia said to me. To that I could only laugh, seeing their speed is already faster than me. Bell. We were just talking when the doorbell rang, and when I looked, I found it was Leo, and not long after him Rachel has arrived. She had come right on time, not a minute early or a minute late. "You guys must have heard about the body cleansing technique, right?" I asked after everyone seated in the hall. Rachel and Leo nodded, and something dawned on their faces, but they refrained from asking any question about it. "Well, I asked you guys to come today so I could teach you guys some passes of the first move. They will be enough for you guys to go through the third cleansing," I said. They didn't speak for quite a while, as if processing what I have just said. "Isn't this technique only performed by those who were at later stages of Knight's stage due to its enormous requirement for the energy?" Rachel asked the core of the question. "What you said is right. This technique does require enormous energy, but that is for the later moves. Body cleansing technique has 16 moves, and each move have 108 poses. So with your current power, you can definitely have the power to perform 2 to 3 moves, and what I am teaching you is just 36 poses of first, which I am sure we'll able to perform in this 15 days, I said. I intentionally downplayed the difficulty of the body cleansing technique, so that they would not get scared by the difficulty and do better. This technique is immensely difficult that even Central Continent, very few people were able to perform till the 10th move, much less the 16th move and get unblemished body. "Are you going to teach us now?" Leo asked, and excitement could be heard in his voice. His excitement could be understandable. Today he had nearly died, which no one wants to experience, so the best option is to never let that happen, is to increase the strength, and that is probably why he did even try to reject my offer of being me teaching him a very expensive technique. "Yes, now let's go to the other room. This place is not suitable for performing the body cleansing technique," I said, and led them toward the other room, which I specifically made for them for practice. This room is now completely devoid of any stuff except for temperature room, which I had quickly deactivated. For my teammates, I have let go 1 day of my precious poison training. Poison training is very important for me, as it is the best way to accumulate the food for the energy of the miracle fruit. "You guys watch well and record. I will be now performing the body cleansing technique," I said, and started performing. The first 12 poses of body cleansing technique went blur. I didn't even have to put any efforts. They felt almost effortless. I had to slow down intentionally from my regular speed so they can record well. After the 12th pose, I started to feel the little pressure of the body cleansing, but not much. I had performed with putting little efforts, and that's how it went till I reached 24th pose. Only after the 24th pose, I started to put little effort, and this time I didn't have to control my speed while performing, as it had become slow naturally. It was a good thing that I was wearing special sweat resistance clothing, otherwise my friend would have to imagine much to see my assets. Time passed by, and soon I performed the 36th move, but I didn't stop. I may have foregone 1 day of poison training, but I will not waste body cleansing exercise. I will perform it best of my ability. After 37th pose, I moved toward the 38th, and then 39th, 40th, 41st, 42nd. I was able to reach the 42nd yesterday and today, and I want to reach the 43rd. I performed at very slow speed, using every bit of energy. My friend's mouth went wide seeing how much effort I am putting. Thud. After with such intense effort, I was finally able to reach the 43rd pose and fully performed it. Only then I let myself fall on the floor. I could see 4 of them looking at me intently before a small smile formed on Sophia's face, and she came closer to me. Mitchell, are you okay? Sophia said as crouched beside me, and seeing no answer coming from she poked my face with her sharp, perfectly manicured fingers. She's taking revenge. I had done the same thing with her when Sophie first time performed the body cleansing technique in my apartment. Raina, look, Mitchell is not responding. Do we feed him potion or something? Sophia asked innocently to her sister while poking me with her sharp nails over and over. I so want to curse her loudly and clip away those sharp nails of her from which she is poking me so painfully, but unfortunately, I can't do anything to her other cursing her in mind, and remember this for the future to pay her back later. Time ticked by and in such 5 days passed since we formed a new team and started hunting in Black Grass Prairie. In the past 5 days, I have to say our team had improved beyond my expectations, especially the 2 new members of my team, Rachel and Leo. Their improvement was greater than we had expected. On the first day, both of them barely able to defend against the elite Brigadier Stage Grim Race Monster, and now they are able to kill it, though they take nearly an hour to kill a single Brigadier Stage Grim Race Monster. It is still an immense improvement. The first 3 days they only took a heavy beating, so much that one time Raina had to save Rachel's life from the Grim Race Monster second day. Of the 2, Rachel was the first one to kill the elite Brigadier Stage Monster. She killed it on the 4th day, and a day after that Leo was also able to kill the elite Brigadier Stage. They also made quite a progress in body cleansing exercise, that just in the 3 days they both have gone through the first cleansing, which increased their power indirectly. As twins, they have also made progress in supreme combat exercise, as Sophia was bragging about it quite loudly. They have both gone through second cleansing, and now swiftly moving toward the third cleansing. As for me, I have also made quite a progress. Not only I went thought the 4th cleansing, but I also had able to create the 29th seal finally, that I have been trying to create this seal for more than 10 days. That is not the only progress I've made. I can now able to fully harness the power of the swirling armor with thought, and even brought down the time of its summoning to 5 seconds. 1 second may seem like small progress, but it is huge. 1 second is enough to create the difference between life and death. In the next 10 days, I am planning to cut the time of summoning to the 3 second. If I am able to bring down the swirling armor's time of summoning to 3 second, then it would be really helpful in the Ephirian ruin where danger exits at every step. 2 days ago, I got my weekly quota to attempt the guild challenge and I used it, effectively clearing the guild challenge with some effects, and as for the 4th challenge, it was harder than I expected. I thought with my increase in strength, I would able to last at least 10 minutes, but to my surprise, I was barely able to last a minute, and that was only because of rocket jumps I took with the help of my swirling armor to dodge the 4th challenger's attacks. If not for that, I would have been beaten back within a few seconds. That's how powerful the 4th challenge was, and because of this hard beating I took, I was able to go through the 4th minor cleansing and create 29th seal on the very night. That was a really great surprise for me, which helped me immensely next day as we have come across the team of 26 elite Grim Race Monster. That day was the fastest I've ever killed any Brigadier Stage monsters. Not only B, but Sophia and Raina also killed the monsters with their full strength. We had to kill them swiftly, because if we had been more than 20 seconds late, we would have had found our 2 teammates dead. There is something good happened in the home also. My father's research had caught the eye of some mystery organization, and they have offered him a job. My father asked me to find the details about organizations before he can think of accepting their offer. When I tried it, I found out I didn't have sufficient access. I had to ask the help of my former team leader, but to my utter surprise, the team leader also didn't have sufficient access to know to find out about that organization. The team leader didn't disappoint me seeing it is related to my parents. He asked his friend in mid-zone to find out about it. That friend did find out about it. The information he provided was minuscule, but that minuscule information was enough to shock me to the core. The instructor told me that the mystery organization my father got job offer is from a very powerful research organization from the central continent, which had its branches spread all over the world. Our continent had also had its branches. One is present in the capital of the kingdom, that where my father is going to work in, as he had accepted the job offer yesterday, and they are going to move to the capital city in a week. I felt a little sad seeing them moving out of time where I spent 6 years of life and made a friend like Ellen, but it is also good as the town is not safe as the cities where the big powerhouses present to guard against any monster tide that attacks the city, and my parents are moving to the capital city, the safest city in the whole republic. My parents were not the only ones who moved out of the town. Ellen's parents also shifted to capital city 2 months ago. She wanted me to shift my parents to capital for better safety, and I had even asked them, but they had declined. In the last 5 days, we have hunted quite a bit the Grim Race monsters. Not only there were lots of elite Brigadier stage Grim Race monster, but there were also common Brigadier stage Grim Race monsters as well, who were weak as chicken in front of me. Not only I was easily able to kill them, Leo and Rachel also able to finish them withing Minuet with their improved strength. That is probably why in just 5 days, I had harvested 30,769 mana crystal. That was a really huge sum which could really help me in so many ways. The only Grim Race monsters we have not fought is 1-star elite. The 1-star elites are very difficult to find in the territory we are hunting. If we went a little deeper, then we have very likely come across the 1-star elite. But currently we have no plans to go any deeper. We will only deeper when strength of our two teammates improved a little. Today we had decided to take the break from the hunting. Constant fighting is not good. It stresses one out too much and destabilizes the mind. One needs to have a calm mind, especially in a place like the grim battlefield, where one danced on the edge of life and death every day. Today I have decided to do nothing. No practice of supreme combat exercise, no body cleansing technique, no reading and no comprehending from the blood drop. Today I had decided to simply enjoy the wonders of the city. There are many amazing things which I haven't had a chance to explore. Today I am planning doing that. What a day, I thought as I laid on the bed tiredly. If one thought this is warring outpost and won't have anything to do with the fun, then they are severely wrong. This outpost has many places that can make one believe that this not warring outpost, but a metropolitan city of a very developed country. There are many amazing things in this outpost that even the capital city of the Republic don't have. The restaurants, recreation centers, and many other things, and that could make gape in astonishment, but all of them have one thing in common, and that is their sky-high price. The prices here are higher than in the sky though. If I had seen these prices my first day I came here, I surely would have fainted on the spot, but now they are nothing much compared to the thousands of mana crystal I am harvesting. The exploration of the city was very good, but I am not the happiest one. The happiest one is Ashlyn, who ate at her heart content today. Today, I had not restricted her in any way. Whatever she wanted to eat I had rough for her, and probably because she ate so much, she fell into sleep as soon we entered our apartment. Now I don't plan on doing anything right now, just a long good sleep, and wake up early tomorrow to start hunting again. With that thought, I freshened up and laid on the bed. I did not quickly fell into sleep as I usually do, but I still fell into sleep after 10 minutes, and when I woke, it was before dawn and I felt completely relaxed in both body and mind. I have never had such feelings ever since I have come to this grim battlefield. Since the first day I have come here, I have trained or practiced, or did something that is beneficial to my strength, but yesterday I did no such thing. I've just explored the city, eat different kinds of things, and even watched the movie. It had been months I watched one and felt quite watch one again. An hour later, I got out of my apartment and flew towards Twins' apartment building. We have decided that whoever got ready first would wait in front of the other's building. Seeing Twins are not waiting, I go towards their apartment building. I had just waited for 2 when I saw Sophia and Reina came out of their apartment building. How was yesterday? I asked despite knowing how it went. Sophia had posted tens of photos and videos yesterday. The spa was really amazing. You should have come, Mitchell. The spas here is much better than that of home. Even now I am feeling relaxed and calm after the massage I had got yesterday, Sophia said as she touched her extra glowing skin. She had invited me to spa yesterday, but I had declined as I had made my own plans for yesterday, and spending the whole day at the spa wasn't my thing. If it would have been a thing of hour or two, I would surely have accepted Sophia's invitation, but Sophia had planned to spend the whole day, and that was too much for me. I had not accepted her invitation, but the other 2 members of our team had accepted her invitation to the spa with glee. Leo and Rachel had gone to the spa trip with Twins, and from the photos and videos, I have seen they had quite fun. Especially Leo. He had looked like he was having too much fun with all the facial and massages. Soon we had reached the gates of the outpost and waited by our usual corner for our teammates. We didn't have to wait for long, both of them had arrived within the 15 minutes. After they arrived, we started our journey. A few minutes later, after we had crossed the city gates, I increased my speed suddenly. It is not that I had increased my speed, it's just that I had switched my sky walking skill. The sky walking skill I had been using until now was the low-level night grade skill, but night before yesterday, I had completely finished studying this mid-level skywalking skill, and now I had decided to try it. Currently, I have only 2 mid-level night skill I can use. First is strength type named Giant Strength, and this skywalking skill named Soaring Leaps. I had chosen it to be my second mid-level night grade skill because it was easy to study. This skywalking skill and previous skywalking skill that I had used were derived from the same peak-level night grade skywalking skill, and that was why I was able to completely study it in less than 10 days. As I had activated my skywalking skill, my gait was a little unstable as this was my first time using the skill. controlling it will be difficult, but with the passing time, I started to get a hang of it and relatively able to control myself. Are you trying out your new skywalking skill? Sophia asked after seeing I got relative control over skill. Yes, I said while tweaking skills here to find the perfect way to use the skill. You got under control pretty quickly, without failing even once. Said Sophia. In that exact moment, I had tweaked the more than I could handle and started falling down from the sky. Fuck K. I cursed loudly as I was able to stabilize myself just a meter above the ground. That was close. If I had been a little late, I would have surely had broken some of my bones despite falling on the air cushion that Rachel had created in the haste. We continued our journey, and about an hour later, we had reached the edge of the black grass prairie and stopped. Our hunting speed would be quite fast now that you have able to kill the elite Brigadier stage Grim monster, said Sophia with a smile. It is a fact that our 2 teammates are a little weak compared to 3 of us, and because of that, each battle took longer than it should be, but now they have become capable of killing elite Brigadier stage. We will be able to hunt a lot faster than before. We stopped after walking in black grass prairie for about 25 minutes as Raina has sensed the monster ahead. As usual, I had sensed before her but kept quiet. Soon we discussed the plan to hunt the 11 monster ahead of us, and after discussing the plan, we have attacked the 11 elite Brigadier stage monsters, with 3 of fighting 3 monsters each, while the other 2 monsters are being fought by Rachel and Leo. In 55 minutes the fight is over. We 3 finished out fight within the 15 minutes, while an extra half an hour taken by our 2 new teammates. After harvesting the mana core from them, we move forward in the search of the new targets to hunt. It may be the pressure of Ephirian Ruin or time of limits of League of Legends and Continental Championship. We are improving at the breakneck speed. It has been 10 days since our new team formed, and we have started hunting black grass prairie. We have been killing grim race monsters like crazy. We are killing so much grim race monster that yesterday, I have crossed the mark of the 10,000. I have harvested over 10 freaking thousand yesterday. I have not dared to believe that number and checked it many times to feel if it's real or not. 10,000 mana crystal is not the small amount, even in the outpost. It is a substantial sum, much less in Republic, where even a fortune is not a good word for it. In the past 10 days, we have killed both normal and elite Brigadier stage. Not only that, we have also come across the 1-star elite one time, but it was hogged by Sophia before Raina, and I could run toward it, fight it. Sophia must seem like an impulsive and loud-mouthed girl, but she is an extremely smart girl. She never lets an opportunity go. After that 1-star elite, we have not come across any other 1-star elite, but that might change today as we have decided to go deeper in the black grass prairie to specially search for the 1-star elite. Because of the immense pressure they are feeling, Rachel and Leo went from being beaten black and blue from the elite Brigadier stage monster to kill elite Brigadier stage Grim race monster, and it is not simply killing one elite Brigadier stage monster. Both of them now are able to kill 3 elite Brigadier stage Grim race monster, and it was Rachel and Leo who suggested to deeper. We have been quite surprised when we heard this, but we didn't have to think much to know why they have said that. 2 days ago both of them have challenged their guild's challenge respectively, and their result was not so good. They still lack little strength to clear up the 3rd challenge, and if they have not able to clear it in the next 4 days, then they will have to say goodbye to the Ephirian Ruin. It is an early afternoon in the black grass prairie, and we had just killed the team of 17 elite Brigadier the Grim race monsters, and now harvesting the mana crystal out of them. As we are getting deeper in the black grass prairie, all the monsters we have encountered are the elite Brigadier stage Grim race monsters, and they are not the normal elite, but the stronger than the ones we faced before. Since the morning, we have already finished 5 teams of Grim of the Grim race monster, and all these teams had 12 members in their teams. Let's move forward, Sophia said as Rachel and Leo had finally finished their harvesting. We took our position and silently started walking through the black grass. With the 10 days of fighting together, we have developed very good teamwork and formation. We used to walk through the grass. The 4 of excluding Rachel move ahead with having little less than the 1 meter distance between them, so we would not able to impede each other movement, but also seen where another one is. And as always, Rachel follows behind us as she is an archer. This formation we have learned through the many trials and errors. Hun. It hadn't been 10 minutes since we started to walk from the previous battlefield when I had sensed the group of Grim race monsters, and when I sensed their levels, I couldn't help but get happy for a moment before turning very serious. What I am sensing is 15 Grim race monsters, of which 10 of them are elite Brigadier stage and 5 are 1-star elite, but what made me serious in 2 1-star elite, they are emitting quite a powerful battle power than rest of 3 1-star elites. There are 10 to 20 Grim race monster. They should all be elite Brigadier stage monster, but there is a chance that there may be one of 1-star elite between them, Raina said. I shook my head. She is very wrong. It looks like I have to finally reveal my sensory ability otherwise. They will have to pay quite a dear price if they fought unknowingly. There is 15 Grim Race Monster in total, 10 are Elite Brigadier Stage Monster, and 5 are 1-star elites, in which 2 1-star elites is especially strong, I said softly. Just as I said that, all 3 of them with mouth agape as if they could not believe what I have said. Mitchell, you are still hiding very deeply, said Sophia as she curled her lips in a small smile. How strong are those 2 strong 1-star elites than the rest of the 1-star elites? Asked Reina with a serious face. Both of them about 30 stronger than the normal 1-star elite, I replied, hearing that there was a rapid change on everyone's faces, especially that of twins. 1-star elite is very powerful, that even a 1 increase could make a difference, and the one I had mentioned has about 30 stronger than normal 1-star elite. Sophia quickly motioned toward the back, and a few seconds later Rachel came closer, and everyone started discussing the plan with a soft voice. As we were discussing the plan, something alarmed me greatly, but soon I calmed down seeing no reaction. Rachel and Leo will have 5 Elite Brigadier Stage Grim Race Monsters each, while Mitchell, you will handle 2 1-star elites. One of them would be stronger one, while my sister and I will handle the 3 1-star elite, including the second strong one, Sophia said. Does anyone have a problem with the battle plan? Sophia asked, and we all shook our heads saying no. Now let's attack then sneakily before they notify us, Sophia said, about to move when she found a weird smile on my face. What is it, Mitchell? Sophia asked in impatience. They have already noticed us and even surrounded us, I said with the dry smile. What, in this group of Grim Race Monster, someone had very good senses, and it could be compared to sensory ability. Earlier when we were discussing the plan, they have already noticed our presence and surrounded us, we could not escape. If they have already surrounded us, then there is no use of hiding, Sophia said as she stood, and with her, we all stood up, and like I had sensed, 15 silver-toothed hyena men had already surrounded us. Looks like rats had finally come out, said the tallest silver-toothed hyena man. We were about to attack the Grim Race Monsters, ignoring its taunt, when we saw something in the hands of the Grim Race Monster that made us stop short on our tracks as our blood started to boil. In the hands of some hyena men are raw human parts, and they seemed to be eating it with enjoyment without care. Our bloodthirsty look. Leave no one alive, I said through gritted teeth, and attack with the ferocity, as the killing intent in me had risen to the terrifying degree that had never before. I am burning with the killing intent. I have never felt such killing intent before for anyone in my life. In this grim battlefield, I've many times seen bones of humans littered around, and even saw human parts as bait to lure other humans, but I have never seen a Grim Race Monsters actively eating the human parts in front of me. There are 5 1-star elite in this group of Grim Race Monster, and of which 2 of them stronger than the other 3, and currently, I am running toward one of the strongest of 2 1-star elite. He is also the one who just spoke with the mouthful of human meat in its voice. As I ran toward it, the fire armor had covered my hands and feet, and the swirls started to appear on them, concentrating the armor by the time I will reach the Grim Race Monster. Fire Strike. I launched the Fire Strike at one weaker 1-star elite as I am moving toward the stronger one. Fire Strike is almost useless against Ant Brigadier Stage Grim Race Monster, to be at the normal ones or the 1-star elite. I did that because I wanted to attract that other Grim Race Monster toward me also, so they could not attack the Rachel and Leo. Both of them are not powerful enough to beat the 1-star elite yet. With my attack as a provocation, weaker 1-star Grim Race Monster will sure come at me to attack. The Grim Race Monster had immense arrogance, and they consider us humans nothing but the food, so whenever the food attacked them on its own, they got angry at attacking him like a rabid dog. Die monster. Finally, I had reached close to the Grim Race Monster and attacked with my full strength, holding nothing back as screamed loudly at it to die, which I rarely do, but now I am furious enough that I wanted to scream loud as I can. Seeing my sword toward it, the monster replied with the light blade of it while still holding the human thigh on its other hand which it had been eating. Clank, thud thud. Our weapons clashed, and to my utter shock, I had to take a few steps back to defuse the blow while it stood rooted on spot with such small shake, which seemed to surprise it little as a casual look on its face vanished, but next second the casual look on its face came back. This strong 1-star elite is really strong. Just casual defense of it was enough to make me take a step back, couple of steps. It was a good thing I had used my full strength from the start. Just as it finished defending against my attacks, it started to take a bite of human thigh leisurely, which made the killing intent in me rise even further. I wanted to stop it from taking another bite, but I couldn't as I have to defend against the attack that is coming from the weaker 1-star elite which I had attracted a second ago. Clank, I defended against the attack without taking a step back, which shocked the strong 1-star elite as it took the step back. Careful, Zoa, this one is little strong, said the other 1-star elite with a mouthful of human flesh in its mouth as it attacked me. Its attack may seem casual and slow, but it was very swift that I had to use all my strength to respond to it. CL Ank, slice. I defended against its attack, but just as I did that, weaker grim monster attacked me. It was a good thing that I had sensed an attack and able to dodge in time most of it, but it still left a deep gash on my waist. But just as I dodged the attack with little injury, I found another attack coming at me very swiftly that I had reacted instinctive and used my sword to defend against it. A minute had passed just like that, but at this minute, I've received 5 small injuries. I would have been seriously injured if not for the stronger grim race monster hadn't turned serious as it is attacking me while taking a bite of the human thigh in its hand. It's like it is toying with me, which is making me suffocating and made killing intent in me rise even more because I have come to realize that when it would get serious, I would be not able to stand any chance against it. Its strength is 30 higher than the normal 1-star elite. This 30 is no joke, and I did not dare to underestimate, but I still accurately failed to predict how stronger it is. And the other thing is that this is my first time fighting the 1-star elite. The only 1-star elite I've fought or something, which has a similar strength, is in Guild Challenge, but that was just some sort of magical program, and this is real. I have to do something, otherwise I will have no choice but run, but I don't think I will be fast enough to outrun this stronger grim race monster. Seeing its strength, it may be able to catch up to me, and also, I am not alone. There are my teammates, especially Rachel and Leo, who could be easily slaughtered like chicken by the hands of this grim race monster. I started to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise. Till now it had never failed whenever I am in danger. I have already created 29 seals, but this circulation for the 30th seal is extremely difficult. The last seal of withing the 10 seal is always very difficult. It is likely because of the after successful creation of this seal, all the 10 seals would merge and create an amethyst seal. If I am able to create the 3rd amethyst seal, then I will have a very good chance of surviving against this strong grim race monster, though it will not be enough to win against it, as I am fairly confident that it would have comprehended the occult method. So my foremost goal is to create a 3rd amethyst seal, and then create more seals further, enough to kill this grim race monsters. I have already decided to kill it, and even if I had to pay the price of getting very, very seriously injured, I am ready for it. Slice. Another injury I thought as I gripped my teeth and tried to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise, but in all these 3 minutes, I had only able to circulate only 1 move of Supreme Combat Exercise, which is very low speed. If I kept circulating in this speed, then I would surely die by this strong Hyaenamen's hand. This one wasn't enough to satiate my stomach. Look like I will have to eat this friend here to satiate the hunger I am feeling, said the strong Hyaenamen as it threw away clearly left bones of that thigh as it looks at me with clear hunger in its eyes. I am burning with the killing intent. I have never felt such killing intent before for anyone in my life. In this grim battlefield, I've many times seen bones of humans littered around, and even saw human parts as bait to lure other humans, but I have never seen a grim race monsters actively eating the human parts in front of me. There are 5 1-star elite in this group of grim race monster, and of which 2 of them stronger than the other 3, and currently, I am running toward one of the strongest of 2 1-star elite. He is also the one who just spoke with the mouthful of human meat in its voice. As I ran toward it, the fire armor had covered my hands and feet, and the swirls started to appear on them, concentrating the armor by the time I will reach the grim race monster. Fire Strike. I launched the Fire Strike at one weaker 1-star elite as I am moving toward the stronger one. Fire Strike is almost useless against Ant Brigadier stage grim race monster to be at the normal ones or the 1-star elite. I did that because I wanted to attract that other grim race monster toward me also, so they could not attack the Rachel and Leo. Both of them are not powerful enough to beat the 1-star elite yet. With my attack as a provocation, weaker 1-star grim race monster will sure come at me to attack. The grim race monster had immense arrogance, and they consider us humans nothing but the food, so whenever the food attacked them on its own, they got angry at attacking him like a rabid dog. Die monster. Finally, I had reached close to the grim race monster and attacked with my full strength, holding nothing back as screamed loudly at it to die, which I rarely do, but now I am furious enough that I wanted to scream loud as I can. Seeing my sword toward it, the monster replied with the light blade of it while still holding the human thigh on its other hand which it had been eating. Clank, thud thud. Our weapons clashed, and to my utter shock, I had to take a few steps back to defuse the blow while it stood rooted on spot with such small shake, which seemed to surprise it little as a casual look on its face vanished, but next second the casual look on its face came back. This strong 1-star elite is really strong. Just casual defense of it was enough to make me take a step back couple of steps. It was a good thing I had used my full strength from the start. Just as it finished defending against my attacks, it started to take a bite of human thigh leisurely, which made the killing intent in me rise even further. I wanted to stop it from taking another bite, but I couldn't as I have to defend against the attack that is coming from the weaker one-star elite which I had attracted a second ago. Clank, I defended against the attack without taking a step back, which shocked the strong one-star elite as it took the step back. Careful, Zoa, this one is little strong, said the other one-star elite with a mouthful of human flesh in its mouth as it attacked me. Its attack may seem casual and slow, but it was very swift that I had to use all my strength to respond to it. CL Ank, slice. I defended against its attack, but just as I did that, weaker grim monster attacked me. It was a good thing that I had sensed an attack and able to dodge in time most of it, but it still left a deep gash on my waist. But just as I dodged the attack with little injury, I found another attack coming at me very swiftly that I had reacted instinctive and used my sword to defend against it. A minute had said just like that, but at this minute, I've received 5 small injuries. I would have been seriously injured if not for the stronger grim race monster hadn't turned serious as it is attacking me while taking a bite of the human thigh in its hand. It's like it is toying with me, which is making me suffocating and made killing intent in me rise even more because I have come to realize that when it would get serious, I would be not able to stand any chance against it. Its strength is 30 higher than the normal one-star elite. This 30 is no joke, and I did not dare to underestimate, but I still accurately failed to predict how stronger it is. And the other thing is that this is my first time fighting the one-star elite. The only one-star elite I've fought or something, which has a similar strength, is in Guild Challenge, but that was just some sort of magical program, and this is real. I have to do something, otherwise I will have no choice but run, but I don't think I will be fast enough to outrun this stronger grim race monster. Seeing its strength, it may be able to catch up to me, and also, I am not alone. There are my teammates, especially Rachel and Leo, who could be easily slaughtered like chicken by the hands of this grim race monster. I started to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise. Till now it had never failed whenever I am in danger. I have already created 29 seals, but this circulation for the 30th seal is extremely difficult. The last seal of withing the 10 seal is always very difficult. It is likely because of the after successful creation of this seal, all the 10 seals would merge and create an amethyst seal. If I am able to create the 3rd amethyst seal, then I will have a very good chance of surviving against this strong grim race monster, though it will not be enough to win against it, as I am fairly confident that it would have comprehended the occult method. So my foremost goal is to create a 3rd amethyst seal, and then create more seals further, enough to kill this grim race monsters. I have already decided to kill it, and even if I had to pay the price of getting very, very seriously injured, I am ready for it. Slice. Another injury I thought as I gripped my teeth and tried to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise, but in all these 3 minutes, I had only able to circulate only 1 move of Supreme Combat Exercise, which is very low speed. If I kept circulating in this speed, then I would surely die by this strong Hyenaman's hand. This one wasn't enough to satiate my stomach. Look like I will have to eat this friend here to satiate the hunger I am feeling, said the strong Hyenaman as it threw away clearly left bones of that thigh as it looks at me with clear hunger in its eyes. There is one hope in this utterly hopeless situation, and that is Supreme Combat Exercise. I have already circulated till the 14th move of the Supreme Combat Exercise, and if I am able to circulate 10 even more, then I will be able to create 30th seal, which will turn into the 3rd amethyst seal, which will give me enough to fight against it head-on and not get badly beaten by it, but it will all depend on my circulation. I am already in very dire strait. If I was not able to create the 30th seal within the 4 minutes maximum, then even God will not able to save me from going to Underworld. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, I kept getting attacked every second. Its attacks are so swift that it is not giving me even second of time. If I had even second of time, that would be enough for me to drink the potion bottle and increase the chance of my survival, but this bastard that is attacking me is not giving me a second. The 9 minutes of survivability had become even less and seen that I started to circulate the energy of even more faster, that more than half of the veins on my head had already popped up, and I started bleeding from nose, ears, and eyes. 15th, 16th, 17th, still the speed of my circulation is slower than the attacks of the Hyenaman. Ashlyn is calling me to let her out, but I had not. I am getting an inkling in my mind that it is not the time to let out. I am getting pale and paler, but my shield never left my hands. I have put away my sword the moment after I killed the weaker 1-star elite, as I had known that to defend against the attacks of stronger Hyenaman, I have to completely focus on my defense. As I taking its beating and getting injured, suddenly an idea came into my mind which will help increase the time of my survival by a minute or 2. The fire that had been covering my shield started to dissolve, and next movement, it started to appear on the shield. I had dissolved the fire cover from my legs, as it had been no use, as the Hyanman's speed is lot move faster than me, that even if I had used the rocket jump, it is easily able to catch up to. So it would be much better if I used the fire on my legs to cover my shield, as it will use me block some force that is injuring me every second. Soon my shield completely covered in fire, and small swirls started to appear on the shield, but soon I had realized that my idea had the fatal flaw, and that is bearing the force of the attack. The swirls are bearing the direct force of the attack. Whenever the attacks land on my shield, it created a strong vibration, and that vibration immediately destroyed the swirls I have created. I had felt defeated and about to call back my fire from the shield, and wanting to cover my hands full with the fire, another idea came at me. This idea is simple. Due to shield having the biggest size, why don't I create big swirls instead of small? Instead of creating small swirls, I could create big swirls which will be more robust than their fragile small counterparts. Though it will elevate half of the half the problem I will have to solve with my mind power, which is tightly controlling the swirls and circulating the force and vibration equally amongst all the swirls across the shield. It will not only help to stop collapsing of the swirls, but will also help me eliminate at least 30 to 40 force of the attack that injures me. Though this idea may seem easy, it is extremely hard, as I will have to control all the swirls with my mind power and equally divide the force amongst the swirls. A simple mistake could damage my conscience, so I have to be very cautious. With that, immediately started to create the swirls, but just as I had created them, they would get destroyed. It kept happening for few times before noticing another problem, and that is I am creating the swirls one by one, but just as the swirls formed, it would get destroyed. So not that to happen, I have to create all the swirls at the same time and control them expertly they don't get destroyed by the force of vibration. Without wasting any time, I started to act on the new plan. I had planned to create 12 large swirls across the shield, but just as they had formed they got destroyed. But it was not because my plan was a failure, but due to my inability to create more than 10 swirls at a time, and also due to my control over them. I just have to try a little more. If it had been the safety of my apartment, I would have taken my time leisurely, but here I have to be successful within a few minutes. I continue to form the swirls, but also circulated the supreme combat exercise at my limit, and probably that is why I was able to circulate till the 18th move of the supreme combat exercise, and now only need 4 more before I could create my 30th seal, thus creating my 3rd amethyst seal, which will give me my 3rd amethyst seal. Finally. I shouted in my mind as I finally able to create the swirls, and barely stopping them from crashing, but it is consisting me quite dearly as all the swirls are connected with my mind power. I feel like Warhammer crashing on the head every time Hyanman attack. Now I just have spinned those swirls, so they could concentrate the fire on the shield and give me survivability of the extra few minutes. I started to spin them, and to my utter shock, not only it is concentrating the fire faster, but it is crushing force way better than I had expected. I had expected it to crush about the 30 to 40, but to my utter shock, it's crushing half of the force, and swirls had not reached their limit yet. If I am not wrong then, it would at least help me crush about 60 of the force that attack had released, and that means I can survive more than 5 extra minutes more. Time passed, and 2 minutes later I had reached the 24th move of the 30th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise and started to build the force to crush the final barrier. Everything was going well when suddenly the Hyanman stopped on its track and looked at me intently. "You are quite a sea, Croach, but that is also good. You have killed my best friend. I will not kill you first, but let you watch how we eat your friends alive before eating you alive with the special sauces that are brought from our homeland," said Grim Monster, is a very slow tone. Hearing his slow voice, all the hairs on my body stood up, and I knew what I faced till now is nothing compared to what I will be facing right now. Just as it finished speaking, it leaped at me. This time its speed is 10 times faster than before. I paled seeing it coming at this speed. I paled as I know how much this attack will cost me. If it landed on my body, then the only outcome will be my death, and even if I am able to defend against it with my shield, my outcome will be bad. The force that attack will transmit to me will tear every part of my body, that I will become directly unconscious by it, just like the violet ape did when I attacked it with my power blast. Seeing him coming at me, I released all the momentum I am building to crack the final wall to create the 30th seal, but it was no use as the momentum hadn't been completely built, but I kept trying as I tilted my shield as fast as I can to defend against the extremely fast sword that is just a few inches from me. Bang. A loud bang rang out as the sword of the Hyanman crashed across my shield, and that moment time slowed down, and I am able to everything happening to me in slow motion with crystal clear clarity. The first thing happened when its sword clashed across me is the fire that was covering my shield went puff. It did not even put up any resistance as it went puff. Puffing the fire on my shield, the force crashed across my fiery hands that were holding the shield, and the fire that covered my hands also went puff as its tsunami-like force crashed across my hands. After puffing away the fire from my hands, the tsunami of force directly crashed on my body like a bulldozer, and I felt my body is falling down like a rocket. That was just starting. As I am crashing toward the ground, the force that entered inside me begins to tearing and cracking every muscle and bone of my body. If not for developing a very high tolerance for pain from the poison training, I would have surely fainted after experiencing pain, and while I was experiencing the inhuman pain, I am also trying to breach the wall to create the 30th seal of the Supreme Combat Exercise, but it was no use. BANNG. I finally crashed on the ground with the bang. This bang nearly broke all the already cracked bones in my body. There had been never a single bone in my body that I had been broken by the crash. I could see the blood is coming out of every part of my body. There is no single place that is injured, and blood isn't coming out of it. I could feel my brain wanting to turn my conscience off, save my trauma, but I resisted it as I know once I close my eyes, what I will experience after opening them will be worse than hell. I felt indignation, but I did not accept defeat as I continuously crashed across the wall to create the 30th seal. Crack, crack, bang. Finally, after much of my tries, there was finally a crack, and seeing that, I increased the momentum. The cracks kept spreading as I crashed across the wall, and finally able to break it with a bang. It may look like a minute would have passed since the hyena man attacked me, but a barely 3 seconds had passed, as I could still grim race monster standing on the air through my blurry bloodied eyes. The creation of the 3th seal started in my temple, and I started to provide mana to it. I started to work my refine engine as I had never before. I wanted to finish the creation of the 30th seal within second instead of minutes, so the creation of amethyst seal could start sooner. Only then I will have slight chance to survive. It's good that monster core I have in my stomach is a monster of the master stage, and I was able to learn the desolation of it at will, so as long as I run my refinement engine faster, I will have all the energy I need to create the seals. I started to run my refinement engine using all the energy I have. I even closed my eyes and stopped looking at the grim race monster in the air just so I could give my all refining energy I will need for the creation of seal. My efforts seemed to be working as seal started to guzzle all the energy I've been provided and becoming complete with each second. Seconds passed by, and after God knows how many excruciating seconds later, the 30th seal is finally created. A moment after its creation completed, it started to give off the glow as refreshing energy started to spread all over my body. If it were the normal injuries, it would have been able to heal them, but I had received severe injuries that nearly all the bones of the body broke and splintered, and I am bleeding from every corner of my body. This trickle of energy would not be enough. Hell, this small amount of energy would not even able to one injuries of my body. To heal completely, I will need the energy that was released by the amethyst seal. Only energy released from it could be able to make me better than new. Thud. As the 30th seal healing my body, I heard the sound of thud very close to me, only to see the grim race monster had landed beside me. Well, it's good you're not dead, otherwise taking revenge on your friends would not be enjoyable, it said as it took out the ropes from its storage bounded to my neck before it relaxedly walked toward the main battlefield. I felt humiliated as it bound the rope on my neck to drag me toward the battlefield. This sort of treatment could only be given to those who one considers so low that you would even deny the right to walk. I have never suffered such humiliation in my life before, and never ever given such humiliation to others, even to monster whom I consider the mindless beasts. Facing such humiliation, the killing intent me, which had doused a little, burned with even more fervor. But I did not do anything stupid. I stayed quiet while tracking the progress of the seal. The 30th seal finally stopped releasing the energy and moved toward the 10 small seals. First few seconds nothing happened, but after that 10 small seals started moving and they formed the circle and started spinning. As the 10 seals spin, they created the vortex, and that vortex started to suck all the energy I have in me. This is the moment I have been waiting for. I thought as I started to run refinement engine as I never before. I haven't even cared if I already injured by getting even more injured. You know, I've even called some of my friends who are hunting nearby to enjoy the treat. They should be able to arrive in a few minutes, it said. I paled completely hearing what it said. My already paled face had paled even more hearing he is calling even more friends of its. Even after creating the 3rd amethyst seal, I have zero confidence in beating it, and if he called even more of its friend, which will make my already dire condition even direr. I felt like a mountain had collapsed on me, and I started to feel suffocated. I have never had a panic attack, but looking at my current condition, I am definitely having. Thinking nothing good will come from me now panicking, I started to forcefully calm myself, seeing I will become panic even more if I continue to think about it. I closed my eyes and put my all on the refining energy. I put all the fear, frustration, panic, and everything else in refinement engine and started to refine it the berserk energy even more speedily. The amethyst seal is like a bottomless hole. No matter how much mana I feed to it, it is always less. Normally it took more than 10 minutes to me completely satiate the requirement for the amethyst seal. I kept refining and refining. I refined and feel it to the amethyst as much as I can, but it was never enough for it. It's just needed too much. It is understandable why it needs the mana hundreds of times more than normal seal. The seals not only make one's body stronger, they also provide soul energy, thus making a soul stronger. When it created, not only it will heal all my injuries, it will even boost me physically and mentally quite substantially. I have to say you humans are quite delicacy. Giants, troll, and other races couldn't be compared to you. The only thing that had a better taste to you than humans are elves, said Hyaenamen. Hearing that, my eyes flew open. Giants, elves, aren't those the races of legends and myths? I have never thought they could exist in reality. It's a pity that our province lord was not able to find any elvish world like those bastards from the Blood region. It said with the regret, while I became even more shocked hearing what it said. Though I was only able to understand only half of what it said, it is still enough for me to get ideas on what it is saying. Well, we're still lucky to than wretched from Leaf region who are stuck with the dirty trolls. Compared to the delicate and flavorful taste of you humans, those dirty trolls taste total putrid. It said as it dragged me carefully. It's a good thing we have deviated quite far from where we were fighting. Now to go back to the battlefield with this speed would take at least a half an hour. Which is a good thing for me. With the speed I am feeding the mana to the seal, it will need me 3 minutes more. I closed my eyes again and did not listen to its chatter. I threw all my focus on refining the berserk energy so I could feed it to the amethyst seal. One of another second passed, and they became minute. 1 minute became 2 and 2 became 3, and after 3 minutes, the spinning seals stopped taking mana and started fusing. The fusing process did not take more than 10 seconds, but it felt extremely long to me, but it was finally completely, and third amethyst seal reveals itself in full glory. The amethyst seal flew toward the other 2 seals and shined brightly. Just as it did, the amethyst smoke started to come out of it. The amethyst smoke is very cold, but its heaving power incomparable, as whichever part of my body passed through it will heal. I saw my bones started to reconnect, and skin started to heal, and they are stronger than before. I slowly opened my eyes, only to see the monsters dragging me to a normal pace, and did not sense any abnormality, seeing that I heaved a sigh of relief and also marveled at the supreme combat exercise. The supreme combat exercise is the stealthiest method I've ever seen, even a cult method, when activated others could clearly sense, but not the supreme combat exercise. It is stealthiest as it did not produce any fluctuation, even if when it heals, it muted the sound of healing other if it had been potions on its place. It would have easily able to sense sound to my bones reconnecting, but not with the supreme combat exercise. This exercise is truly magical, that not even occult methods compare to it some way. With my body healing rapidly, I stealthily moved my hands towards my sword which was hanging by my waist, for the shield I've lost it when I crashed on the ground. The monster is walking normally while talking sometimes, but it had never once looked back at me as if not caring about me running away. Seeing the arrogance of the grim race monster, they always look down on us human, thinking us lowly race which can only be their food. It's just had been a few seconds since the amethyst seal started to heal me, but seeing the extent of my injuries, it will probably take a minute before they are completely healed. Seconds passed by and soon a whole minute had passed. All the injuries on my body had been completely healed. Not only that, the amethyst seal had only given me quite a high boost in the soul and physique. I could feel the power coursing through every cell of my body. Seeing it is time, I flayed my legs and used my other hand to pull the rope with all my strength at the same time, and my plan worked. With sudden movement, the rope receded from the monster hand, and I used that movement to remove the rope off my neck. If I had tried to remove the rope first, it would have alerted it. The rope is artifact which had bounded to my neck quite tightly. As long as I make the movements, it will notice it and inject more power to make it even tighter, which will be very hard for. So first I had to take the rope off its hands so it can't control it. If it is human in its place, this had been very difficult. We may be overconfident, but we still keep little vigilant toward the enemy, but not this grim race monsters. They never take us humans seriously. That is why, despite having a high number, they have never able to completely beat us from the start. From the first time they have attacked, they have nearly annihilated us and controlled the 80 of this world, but we kept fighting them and pushing them back little by little, and finally 3,000 years ago, we have taken back whatever continents they were controlling and constricted them to the grim zones. It looked at me silently just like it did earlier, but this time it looked a lot angrier. Its eyes have become completely red and very fearful fluctuations started to release from the body. I had thought it will have a cult method, but that was merely a guess which I desperately wished will not come true, but now sensing the fearful fluctuation coming out of its body and skyrocketed killing, intent it is radiating, my fear had come true. I will kill you. I will kill you, it shouted and came at me. Its speed was faster than ever before. It had become completely blur, and before I know it I saw its sword coming at my neck. I had expected it make such move, and without waiting, I swung my sword to counter it, though the speed and might of my sword lower than it, but it was still able to counter it. Clank, puh, thud, thud, thud. A loud clank rang out, an immense force traveled inside me, bypassing the passing through the defense of my fire layer as force and occult energy traveled inside me, but most of it was blocked by the layers of rule power created by me, Ashlyn, but some of it still able to seep inside me, injuring my internals and making me vomit blood from the mouth. This move is very powerful. If not for me creating the third amethyst seal, I would be directly killed by this move without surviving. Through I had survived, I still got seriously injured, and this very moment, the force and occult energy is now rampaging my body, injuring me further. It got surprised by me surviving its attack, but did not give me even second of rest as it attacked while I was still taking the steps back to manage the force. Clank. Another clash, and this time it was stronger than earlier, and this time I saw the real power of the occult energy. The occult energy again entered my body and merged with existing energy that was already rampaging inside. With occult energies merging, they created a terrifying effect. The occult energy, which was just injuring me like normal occult energy, had turned slight cold, and suddenly it started to decay my body. Whenever that occult energy would be passed, it would decay that part of my body. Due to it, I started to vomit gray blood, which had horrifying smell and bits and pieces of flesh inside it. It was a good thing I had a strong body, which strengthened by the furnacing effect of body cleansing exercise, the seals of supreme combat exercise, and not to forget the miracle fruits I ate. It all made my body quite resilient. It may be not as strong as the grim race monsters, but the resiliency of my body definitely could catch up to the grim race monster of the same level as me. With all that and Rule Power's protection of me and Ashlyn, I was able to keep most of the decaying type occult energy at bay. If Leo or Rachel at my place, who are 2 levels higher than me, their whole body would have decayed within the minute. Clank, clank, clank. It is getting harder and harder for me to keeping the energy at bay. With every attack, the more energy will attack me. It is right to say that the occult energy had already crossed the threshold. Even if it stopped attacking, my death is guaranteed, as the dam of rule powers we have created to keep the occult energy at bay had started to break, and more energy, occult energy, started to spread inside me. The most terrifying this, I am not feeling any pain. This decayed type of occult energy had even muted the pain that force gave me. If I had been feeling pain, I would have something to detract from what is happening in my body, and it would have to help me channel the supreme combat exercise. With so much occult energy in my body, I will definitely dead, as no normal potion could heal my body. The only hope I have is that potion. If what Jim had said right, then only that potion will have the chance to heal my current injuries. But what use of that potion having when I didn't have the chance to use it in this flurry of attacks? His attacks just about to clash against my sword when the grim race monster stopped. Fuck, I have wasted another food in my rage. The grim race monster cursed loudly at it. Looked my condition. Due to the decaying energy, my body had now turned sickly gray. If my little sister to look at me right now, she would become horrified. Occult energies had been compared to rule powers, and their effects are very strength. Till now I have never experienced the real power occult method. Today is my first time, and it is as terrifying as they say. You bastard, why do you have to attack me and anger me? Now I can eat you with you having all the energy rampaging your body. It said angrily and punched at me suddenly. Bang, crack, pa-pa. Its punch was so sudden, and I didn't have the chance to counter. When it landed on my chest, I felt like I had been hit by the sledgehammer. The bones of chest broke, and I vomited gray and red blood before crashing on the ground loudly. Because of you, I have lost one good lunch. You bastards are already less as it is, and now with my friends, those 4 bastards won't be enough to fill our stomach. It grumbled loudly as it looked at me with the hate and anger before kicking me strongly. It must be feeling really hungry to behave like this. I have never seen any other grim race monster to behave like Hyanaman. It looked like it had gone crazy due to hunger it is feeling. It kept shouting nonsense and kicking me in his crazy behavior, but all the time it would mention eating. I now really wish to eat your family alive just to torture you, bastard. It shouted and kicked me again. Extreme killing intent arose from me. I don't mind if anyone curses me in the worst language. I would even smile hearing that curse, but when someone mentioned my family, that was my limit. Extreme killing intent started to bubble inside me, and suddenly I found everything becoming clear in front of me. I could see more clearly, I could hear more clearly, and the killing intent I am sensing from the hyena man also became clear. I quickly looked inside my source only to see the bloody red ribbon is increasing in size and started to get closer and closer to the source, not even fearing the silver red feather which had been suppressed under. The ribbon kept getting bigger and bigger until finally, it increased 40 in size, and now it is sending aura similar to that of the silvery red feather. I am shocked seeing this. My comprehension of the killing rule was a lot behind the Sunfire rule, but now it had become equal to the Sunfire rule, just step away from advancing into mid-level of basic grade. When I think about how much it had advanced so greatly, I suddenly remember some words which I heard in the memories I saw in White Axe. The fastest way to increase the comprehension of killing rule is to kill, and that is what I had been doing in this past month constantly, so it's no wonder as the spark lit I had made huge advancement in it, as I had already collected all the accumulation I had needed while killing the Grim Race monsters this past month. The red ribbon started to shine brightly on the source, and next moment Ashland's source appeared above my source in which the bloodlight started to transmit. I quickly concentrate on the Ashley end source and saw the bloodlight releasing from it and falling on the blood ribbon in Ashland's source. Rule imprinting. I quickly understood what is happening. The new comprehension of that I had gained is now imprinting in Ashland's source. It kept happening for a few moments, until the blood ribbon in the Ashley end source had become an exact copy of the bloody ribbon in my source. Ashland can find the force in occult energy, I said to Ashland. Before I have no way against the force in occult energy that is tearing my body apart, but now with Mu rule power advancing, Ashland could easily confine all the foreign energy rampaging in the body without needing my help. As for extinguishing this energy, it will take time which can be only done after I finish this bastard. With having 2 peak second level rule pores that are a step away from reaching the middle level of the basic stage, I have now had enough power to finish this bastard. Fuck, it hurts. I shouted in my suddenly. Ashland had now just finished confining the decayed occult energy, which had been numbing the pain I am feeling, and now that Ashland had confined all the energy, the pain had come back in the full force. Bearing the pain, I started to make preparation for my attack as the hyena man is still cursing me crazily. It would have been really nice if half the bones of my body had not been broken, and not heavily injured by I would have a much easier time defeating this bastard. Beggar can't be choosers. I have returned from the death's door, and now I have to send this bastard to the underworld. I thought and quickly got up while taking another totem artifact from my storage. My gait was a little unstable, but I still able to stand through the broken bones. Hun, bastard, you still have the energy to stand up. This time I will surely kill you for sure that even your soul would not dare to return, it said and attacked me. I wanted to reply to it as well, but earlier, it had kicked my jaw so strongly that it now lay in pieces. It attack came at me and I also swung my sword at it, though my hands are a little shaking and I am feeling extreme pain, the strength in my unmistakable. CL Ank. A loud clank rang out as our weapons clashed, but this time nor did I take any step back nor force assaulted my body. All the force and occult energy came at me was quickly confined by Ashland. It looked extremely shocked and wanted to say something, but it did not have the chance as my sword streaked toward it and it had to defend. Clank, thud thud. This time our weapons clashed. It had to steps back and drop of blood could be seen streaking from it. Basta Puchai. It just had opened its mouth to curse at me when it found my sword had embedded in his heart. 1 peak second level rule is nothing, but when they merge together, they give the power that is way beyond, especially when one rule power is of offensive type while other is of sensory or half sensory. You may able to kill me, but you will not able to kill my friends who will be arriving any second. Hehe, it said and started to laugh, but suddenly became stopped as I pumped energy of killing rule to immobile it. Friend. I am not worried. I had just used only the power of my killing rule to kill it. I had not used my swirling armor, which now became even stronger with the advancement of killing rule. So the first thing I did after beating on the Hyenaman is to take out all 5 runic discs I have placed in on the Grim Race monster. It had wanted to eat my family if I didn't let experience Wirt's agony in ist life, then I wouldn't be Mitchell, and what better way could be to make it feel worst agony than let experience harnessing of 5 runic discs. It looked terrified when it saw me placing the 5 runic disc on it. I smiled at its terrified face and activated all the 5 runic discs together. Ah. It started to scream loudly just as I activated the 5 runic discs. It screamed and very loud and wretched enough to arouse a pity in the heart of Heartless. I hear it screaming for a few seconds before putting a gag on its face as they were too loud. The condition of my injuries are very worse, and even after confining all the energy, it will take quite a time to heal my injuries. That is why I took out the small bottle of daffodil's honey and drank it. As for drinking that potion, that is absolute no. That potion could only be drunk when I really at death's door, and current condition didn't satisfy me being at the death's door. Choo choo. Just as I finished drinking 4 drops of daffodil honey, Ashlyn came out of me started demanding. Smiling, I let her have a single drop. She had been desperately wanting to come to help, but I had stopped her come out as I know Ashlyn was really incapable of defeating it, but now with my rule power being advanced, she can easily defeat the opponent as Hyaenamen, but there is no one for left to fight. The daffodil's honey worked really fast. The grayness covering my skin disappeared and my bones and skin started healing rapidly. Ting ting ting. A minute later, all the runic disc rang out as they finished harvesting the grim race monster, and I was about to pick them up when I sensed something, and a few minutes later 4 Hyaenamen came out of black grass. All 4 of them were 1-star elite, with 2 of them having similar aura the husk of Hyaenamen that I had just killed. Did you kill Eco? Asked the leader in anger seeing the husk at my feet. Yes. I said loudly without fearing. With my strength increased, I have no fear against these 4 Hyaenamen that had arrived. You will pay for this, said the leader, and 4 of the Hyaenamen leaped at me, but before I could respond, Ashlyn flew from my shoulder before I could stop her. Choo choo choo. She barely got any chance to fight since we have come to this grim battlefield. I wanted to stop but stopped midway. She now had enough power to beat 4 enemies. And even if she wasn't able to, I am standing here ready help anytime she needed. You will pay for this, human. A faint sound could be heard as the Hyaenamen covered in white mist disappeared from my eyes, leaving behind bloody gash on my chest. As Ashlyn did a better job than I expected to defeat 4 grim race monster, but at last moment when 3 grim race monster killed by Ashlyn, the leader of the group used weird occult skill that increased its power explosively. I tried to stop, but it had become too strong using that weird occult skill that it even left blood gash on my chest. Let's harvest this bastard, quickly leave, I said to Ashlyn as I started to place the runic disc on their chest. Today is the day when they will connect to the Ephirian ruin. The outpost is buzzing with this news, and nearly half the people of the outpost going to enter the ruin. There will be millions of people going to enter the ruin from the different outposts that are spread across the continents, and these are numbers of humans. The grim monsters that will be going to enter the ruin will be 3 to 4 times greater than that. It will be going to be absolute mayhem with these millions of beings present. I will not only have to fight those from the foreign race, but also from the foreign race. In the past month, I had made all the arrangements I need to make to go to the Ephirian ruins, and even added some more things when they send the notice of telling that this time, Ephirian ruin will stay open 58 days, instead of the usual 35 to 40 days like previous 3 times. That is about double time than the previous times, and that made things even more dangerous. The less time means less death, and now that Ephirian ruin going to stay active for 58 days, the deaths will be higher this time. I couldn't help shudder when I thought about what I will going to be facing in the Ephirian ruin. The bloodbath will occur between many places and warlike battles would be fought between the humans and the grim race monster. It will very frightening, but also very exciting. I'm not thinking these things with my imagination. These are solid facts that I read about the ruins. This time my target in the Ephirian ruin will be finding as much as precious materials for my totem making as I could. I am now the peak of the sergeant stage, and there is a very high chance that I will be going to level up to the master stage in the next session of body cleansing technique, which I will be going to perform in a few minutes. So there will be going to be only the master stage. Before I reach the lieutenant stage there, I will be creating my totem artifact. For the quality of the totem artifact, it is very necessary for it to be forged with extremely precious materials. Only then it will be continuously get advanced with its user. If one used the normal materials, then the totem artifact will not be able to keep up with the user's progress. In my team, everyone is at lieutenant stage, including the twins who leveled up to lieutenant stage 2 days ago. They could have leveled up to lieutenant stage months ago, but they have been intentionally holding back to purify their mana to 95. With high-level materials, one also needs to have high purity mana to refine the perfect totem artifact, and it is said having 95 mana before leveling up to the lieutenant stage is very good. My whole team is going to enter the Ephirian ruin, including Rachel and Leo, who both were finally able to clear the 3rd guild challenge yesterday. Well, it is the only right thing they do, as just yesterday both of them were able to kill the 1-star elite with their own strength. I finally finished all my chores, and now it is time to do the thing that I was able to do yesterday. Due to my intense poison training, I had nearly accumulated all the miracle fruit energy I had needed. I just need a very small amount of it, and I will be able to level up to the master stage. Entering the temperature room, I had set the poison to 100. Today, I want to take no chance. That is why I had decided to train in the 100 poison today, which is 10 more than yesterday. This is going to be very painful. I thought as I started to take a couple of breaths before I started performing body cleansing technique, and supreme combat exercise. Fuck, I coursed loudly as a thick layer of black-red poison had spread all over my body. It is extremely painful that I just want to use my rule power to vaporize every speck of it, but I controlled myself in doing that. This poison is very necessary, as from the help of it, the miracle fruit energy in me would grow enough for it levels me up to the master stage. My speed is very fast with me feeling extreme pain on every inch of my body. I have performed the 24 moves within 3 minutes and moving forward with the speed like never before. After creating the third amethyst, or they seal, my body had become strong enough to barely endure the effect of the poison, and seeing that I had started to increase the amount of poison in my training, insane amount. Earlier I could not do that as it would have made my body so numb that it was impossible for me to perform the technique, and it's also helped that with the constant training with the poison, my body had developed a small resistance against this poison, as this poison was hammered in every inch of my body by the furnace of body cleansing exercise. Soon I had reached 48th pose and my speed slowed down considerably. I have already gone through the 5 minor cleansings already, and I will go through the 6th cleansing to accumulate enough miracle fruit to level up to the master stage. I kept performing the body cleansing techno and reached the 60th pose, but I did not stop there as I continue performing, but tired expression could be clearly seen in my eyes. I continue performing and reached the 66th pose which I had reached last night. I am now feeling extremely tired and just want to close my eyes and sleep, but I still continue as I looked at the energy of the miracle fruit energy in my body, which is not enough of level me up. I will still need to feed it some before it would able to help me level up. 67th, 68th, 69th, 70th, just as I reached the pose, I found that barrier that is stopping me from creating the 31st seal of Supreme Combat Exercise collapsed, and the creation of the 31st seal started in my temple. But the weird thing is, I was not even trying in the Supreme Combat Exercise, I was just circulating it normally as most of my focus was on the body cleansing exercise. I furiously started to refine the berserk energy to feed it to the seal, so it could provide me small energy, which could help me performing a couple more move of body cleansing exercise. A minute later, I found a trickle of cool energy spreading in my body, which relieved me little from the furnace of body cleansing exercise, as I am able to make it to the 58th pose. At 58th pose, I had felt that I had accumulated enough energy to break it to the master stage, but I still continue performing the poses as at the 72nd pose, I will go through another minor cleansing. Thud. Finally, I able to reach the 72nd pose and continue performing it fully before falling on the ground with a thud as my body getting cleansed and miracle fruit energy started rampaging my body to crush all the barriers of Ashland bloodline and level me up to the master stage. I am in heaven. On one side my body is getting cleansed, and on the other side miracle fruit energy started to crash all the barriers that come across it to make me level up to the initial level of master stage. Seeing such progress, I did not mind the pungent smell that is coming out of me as all my focus in on the energy of miracle fruit that is breaking all the barriers. Finally, the energy of the miracle fruit broke the last barrier, and I am about to start level up when suddenly my refinement engine started to shine, and it stopped the miracle fruit energy from leveling me up by creating a barrier. What the fuck? I cursed inside my mind loudly seeing that. Till now the refinement engine never come between my leveling up, but it is the first time it is behaving like that. Right. How can I forget, when I first read about this refinement engine, I have read the multiple comments from many people that this engine creates some sorts of the barrier when breaking through the master stage, and that barrier is so hard that no one able to overcome it. Others were not able to overcome it. That does not mean I will not overcome it. I thought and started to use my all to break the barrier. It was nothing at first, not even slight flicker, but I kept continuously crashing against it with each crash of mine stronger than before. I made the energy of miracle fruit crashed against it, merging my soul power, will power into it with only thought in mind, and that is to level up. The Epherian ruin going to be extremely dangerous, and people like us would be at the lowest rung. With my current power, I could only defeat the slightly stronger 1-star elite. In front of the strong super elite, I am nothing. Just yesterday, I had challenged the guild challenge, wanting to defeat the 4th challenger, but I had failed to defeat it despite fighting it till the time limit. I can only make the draw with the 4th challenger, while the twins had defeated the challenge. I am really jealous of the twins' reward. They have received an amazing reward that makes them stronger every day. I wish I had received the reward the same as them. I just want to level up to the master stage, so I could gain the power to defeat the 4th challenger, and also will have little more power of self-defense when I enter the Epherian ruin. Crack. After so much of trying, a small crack finally appeared on the barrier, and seeing that I upped my efforts even more. Crack, 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 bang. More and more cracks kept forming until there was no part of the barrier which wasn't filled with the cracks, and with my last crash, the barrier blast apart. The miracle energy did not waste time and divided into two as started spreading into Ashlyn on me as it started to level me up the master stage, but my focus was not on that. My focus is on my refinement engine. It had lighted up so brightly that I wasn't able to see what is happening. The only thing I can see that it is sucking shit load berserk energy. It is literally sucking off the berserk energy out of monster core in my stomach, and that monster core is evaporating at the very swift speed. I have completely lost control over my refinement engine and now became a mere spectator. First, when I constructed this refinement engine, I thought it is a special one, but when I come to Westblood, I have come to know that there is no end to the analog-type refinement engine, which I considered special. If not for its ability to refine the berserk energy, which had put it in the same category of refinement engine as the ones used by the super elites, I would have thought I was fooled by the elegant words which had made me construct this refinement it. First was its ability to refine the berserk energy, and now this sudden change, this refinement engine getting weirder and weirder. After seeing my refinement engine's ability to refine the berserk energy, I have done quite a research on the refinement engine and never read or heard the refinement engine making a big change in the master stage. In the night stage, the big change only happens when one level up from the lieutenant stage, but clearly my refinement engine is changing at the master stage. And the worst thing is I don't know if this change is either good or bad. I hope it is good, as I have many times heard many refinement engines crumble apart for no obvious from many reasons when they go through the big change. The only thing making me relive that whatever is happening to the refinement engine seems safe. There is no instability that could be seen in it. Soon I noticed that the monster core from which my refining engine refining energy from seeming like it will evaporate soon, seeing that I quickly take out the monster core of Master Monster and ate it in a single gulp. Usually, I only ate a quarter of the monster core, but seeing how speedily it is guzzling the berserk energy, a quarter part of the core won't be enough for it. Right after me eating the monster core, the speed of refining increased even more, and the monster core I just ate started to evaporate at the visible speed. Time passed, and soon more than 5 passed, and there is barely any monster core left in my stomach, and seeing that I was about to eat another more when I found the light on me refinement engine dim out, and its refinement speed also started to slow down a little. Gasp. A gasp came out of my mouth when I looked refinement engine. Not only its size had changed, but also all over it a web of thin glass veins which made my refinement engine look very pretty. Choo choo choo. I was just admiring the refinement engine when I heard the loud angry chirp of Ashlyn, saying she needed energy for imprinting of seals of supreme combat exercise. Shit, I totally forget about that. It's a good thing my level up had only reached halfway. Gasp. Just as I started to run my refinement engine, I found that running it became 5 times more difficult than before, and I was about to curse loudly when I saw that its speed of refining energy had become 5 times faster than before, which made me gasp in astonishment. I quickly ate a quarter part of monster core and started refining the mana, and in just 3 minutes, I was able to refine all the mana Ashlyn needs. The refinement engine is really amazing, I thought, as I watched myself leveling up, tracking every change that is happening in my body. Time passed by, and after 10 minutes later everything in my body calmed down as I had finally reached the initial level of Master Stage. Finally, Master Stage. From childhood I have dreamed about reaching the Master Stage, as one at least needed to be the Master Stage to participate in the League of Heroes. I now had the basic requirement to participate in the League of Heroes, though the Master Stage easily got eliminated in the competition, and my past self also knew that but for a boy from the small town, it was a big thing to reach the Master Stage. I calmed my heart from the past memories, and about to go for the shower as I am stinking very badly when I noticed Ashlyn becoming silent. I tried to call her telepathically, but there was no response from her, and that scared the shit out of me. I quickly concentrated and entered my source, and there I saw the same scene I saw when Ashlyn had eaten the blood drop and went into the deep sleep. So it is happening again, I thought while heaving the sigh of relief, but also feeling very happy. In Ashlyn's source, a thin bind of blood energy is extended from the blood drop to the Ashlyn source. Like last time, Ashlyn's source is sucking off the energy from the blood drop. I am very happy seeing this, as the last time when this happened, the power of my ability had increased the leaps and bounds, and seeing it is happening again, this time also my fire ability will be advanced by leaps and bounds. Seeing it will take some time, I sat cross-legged and concentrated on the blood drop. There are still 6 hours before I leave my apartment for Central Square, so I definitely have enough time to spend on concentrating on the blood drop. Time passed by, and over time, the source of Ashlyn and mine got brighter and brighter while I kept concentration on the blood drop, seeing the blurry images of monster. Once in a while, I would get lucky and would able to see some tiny clear sport on the blurry images, which kept giving me some inspiration about my swirling armor. That is not the only benefit I am getting. I am also comprehending from that faint fire rule, which is benefiting me in my comprehension of my sunfire rule. Both of my rule power just steps away from reaching the middle level of the basic stage, especially the sunfire rule. I just need small understanding, which would be able to merge all the scattered understanding I've gained about the sunfire. As soon as I've gained that understanding, my rule will instantly advance to the middle level of basic grade. Time passed, and finally, after more than 2 hours later, Ashlin's source stopped sucking the energy from the blood drop. This time Adlin's source had sucked little more energy than the last time, but still, if both of the time combine, Ashlin's source barely able such 2 energy from the blood drop. This may sound less, but it is absolutely huge. This blood is from the king stage beast, which supremely powerful. To take the 2 energy from it is a terrifying thing, and I still wonder where did the energy Ashlin's source suck off go, as I clearly know the energy needed for advancement of fire ability is the only fraction of what Ashlin's source had sucked away. Well, all that didn't matter. What matter is now my fire ability had become even stronger, and I dare to say there is barely any monster in this continent who have ability strong as Ashlin. Of course, I am only comparing the power of ability, not Transmutation's crystal, who can increase the power of 10, hundreds, even thousands of times. In that department, I am far behind the best in the continent. But I am confident if the power of my ability kept increasing at this pace, then it wouldn't be long before my fire ability surpassed them all, even if they have the power of transmutation crystal merged in them. Opening my eyes, I have summoned the fireball in my hand, and I am surprised to find that silver fireballs emitting heat that is higher than I expected. If not for only a few hours till Portal of Ephirian Ruin open, I would have definitely gone to the Sophia's to challenge her for the spar. I am confident that now my power isn't less than Sophia. I have to keep advancing quickly, otherwise the twins would leave me in the dust again. The reward they have received is increasing their power every day. If I dare to relax, then they will leave me dust, and it would become very hard to catch up to them, much less surpass them. That is why I will have to keep advancing. Calling the fire back, I got up and directly went to the shower, and slept after I came out of the shower. The body cleansing exercise and leveling up had made me quite tired mentally, that even after leveling up I felt slightly tired. It would have been if I had not slept, but I want to be at my 100% when I enter the Ephirian Ruin, both physically and mentally. Ting ting. The alarm had awoken me 2 hours later. After waking up, I freshened up and started to double-check everything again. Tring. Time passed and the time of leaving came. I was about to get out of my apartment when I had received the message from Sophia saying she is waiting outside. When I get out of my apartment, I found 4 of my teammates waiting outside my apartment building, each of them wearing their best artifacts with the excitement and nervousness on their faces. Except for my red sword, everything I am wearing is completely new. I had spent quite a fortune to buy all this stuff. Mitchell, you level up, Sophia said in surprise. A smiling surprise could also be seen in the face of Reina as well. Their surprise is understandable, as in just 1 month, I went from the initial stage to sergeant stage to the initial level of the master stage, a whole stage which is considered fast speed even amongst the talented. I am just lucky. I said with a light smile, let's go quickly, otherwise all the good spots would be taken. Sophia hurried as she took off to the air. We all followed behind her. The hovercar would be faster in normal times, but today flying in the air is faster. As long as flying above the range of hovercar, there is no traffic. With us running across the air at our full speed, we were able to reach the central square in just half an hour, and the first thing we saw there was portal. A gigantic portal is constructed in the center of Central Square. It is very huge, so huge that 1,000 people easily pass through it at a time. Surrounding the portal is a huge crowd. There must be more than 500,000 people there, and each minute's thousands are coming, filling the Central Square even. Let's go find the place, Sophia said, and we started to find the place to land. Sophia, Mitchell, we were just searching for the spot to land when we heard a familiar voice calling us from below. When I looked up, I found it is Emma. Let's go there, said Sophia as she started to land toward Emma. A few seconds later, we all landed on the ground beside Emma. As we landed, Emma had introduced us to her friends. There are 6 people including Richie, and they all have varied battle powers, but all of them are strong. Not one of them is weaker than Rachel and Leo. Emma has gotten quite strong. She is as strong as twins and me. I had thought with all the rapid improvement I had made in these 2 weeks, especially the morning where I had not only level up but also made progress body cleansing technique, supreme combat exercise, and my fire ability, but the reality is harsh. Currently, I did not possess the power to defeat Emma. She and I have near equal battle power. As for Richie, he had also improved, but not much. I can defeat him within a minute. The portal will get activated in 10 minutes. Only those with the homing band will able to pass through the portal. Those who don't have the homing, please don't try to enter the portal. You will be repulsed and punished thereafter," said the middle-aged man who is standing in front of the portal. The honing band he referring is while runic band I have in my right hand. It is honing and extracting device. There will no portal in time of return like one in a central square right now. The band I am wearing will be the device that will let me return home. This band may seem simple, but it had cost me freaking 50,000 mana crystals. This is a huge sum for rookies. It was a good thing that the harvest had been quite well, otherwise I would have had to take the loan from either guild or adventurer's paradise like the rest of the people here. But with paying for this honing bang and buying all the stuff for Ephirian Ruin, including night-grade totem artifact I am wearing, I have nearly become empty. In this 1 month, I had accumulated around 70,000 mana crystals, but now I have only 3,000-something mana crystal left with me. It looks like I will have to collect all the grim monster bodies that I kill or saw. The ruin is different from our world. It is just cut off part of the plane which doesn't have a basic conscience and means it will not help us harvest the mana crystals from the grim race monsters. That is why I had brought so many storage artifacts so that I could store all the bodies of the grim race monster and harvest them after returning home. Zum zum. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the portal that had been silent had started to light up. The ruins that had been carved on it had become very represented. The portal kept glowing for Minuit, became the watery spatial layer had formed in it. The portal to the Ephirian Ruin is ready. I wish you all have safe adventures and return with great fortune, said the middle-aged man as flew away from the center of the portal. Just as he moved away, people started to run toward the portal. Some run toward it while others flew into it. Every minute, thousands of people would enter the portal. We did not move immediately as the portal was too crowded for. First 10 minutes, best of luck to you all, I said as we started to run toward the portal. As I run toward it, fire had appeared on my hands and legs and soon it covered them fully. After the fire had covered my hands and feet fully, small and big swirls started to form on them. There are 12 big swirls, 3 on my every limb, and around the big swirls are the smaller swirls. The swirling armor of mine looked a little different than what it looked like a week ago. Now not only fire had fully covered my arms and legs, but there are also big swirls amidst small swirls. The fire had able to fully covered my limbs due to level up in the morning. As for the 12 big swirls, they are the inspiration I took from the fight I had with the strong 1-star Hyenaman. The bigger swirls are more stable than the smaller swirls, and when they surrounded by the countless smaller swirls, they form the network, which helps in stabilizing whole swirling armor. It does not only make it stabler, but also a big help in concentrating fire also, and that is why my armor had become 1.3-inch dense from 1.5 inches, which had made my swirling armor more powerful, and that was the result when I was using only 4 big swirls. This is my first time using 12 big swirls across my armor, and they are concentrated at the 1.5. I could make them more concentrated, but I did not as it could destabilize the armor. The reason I had summoned my swirling armor, because after going through the armor, I could very well end up in the monster mouth or amidst the grim race monster. So I have to be ready. That is why I had summoned my swirling armor and used 12 swirls top of that to be ready for any danger I've come across after I passed through the portal. Except for my team, others looked surprised seeing me half covered in weird fire armor. Even twins took a double look at my armor, probably sensing the advancement in my fire ability. Let's hope we will meet inside the ruin. Michiel, Sophia, before taking a step inside the portal. Yes, let's meet inside. After entering the portal, one could end up anywhere in the ruin. There is no fixed position where one will end up. That is why a large number of deaths occurred in the first few hours of entering the ruin. I took a step inside the portal and the next moment, I found everything dark in front of me. Not a speck of light could be seen. This darkness is quite terrifying, but I did not do anything. Hell, I did not even dare to twitch. From what I have read, I am currently in the spatial tunnel made by the portal. It is very, very delicate, and we are cautioned that we move as little as possible when we are tunnel, as any large movement could throw us off the course. If lucky, one could end up anywhere in the world, and if unlucky, then one could very well end up space, in which is death. Thud. Suddenly I found light appears in front of me, and I found myself crashing on the dirt. Roar. I heard the confusing roar, so when I looked up I saw 2 lieutenant stage monsters of about 15 meters tall is looking at me confusingly. Looking at wounds on their body and position they are in, these 2 monsters were in a very fierce fight, but my sudden appearance seemed to have disturbed their fight. You guys continue, I will go my way, I said as slowly started to get up from the small pit I have made, but quickly got shocked by the gravity I am feeling. I have read that Ephirian Ruin has the 3 times more gravity than that of the normal, but I have not taken it seriously, but now that I am experiencing, I come to understand how terrifying it will be. Temperature room I had also have gravity function, which could provide 5 times more gravity than normal, and I have also trained in it a few times, but that was just training for an hour too. But the Epherian ruin had natural gravity that is 10 times than a normal, and I will be spending a total 58 days in this terrifying gravity. No wonder it is said that just the trip to the Epherian ruin worth it. One will get benefits just spending time in it, and me now totally angrily with it. Roar, roar, I had just barely stood up when 2 monsters roared simultaneously and leaped at me. Fuck, I cursed seeing that. These 2 monsters are at the early stages of the Lieutenant stage, but the battle power I am sensing from them is comparing them to the 1-star elite of the race. Zup, it's good thing that my swirling armor is still on, and quickly dodged there leaped with the help of my swirling armor. Fuck gravity. I cursed as I nearly fell while dodging the monster attack. I have never fought in the gravity. I spared a little wearing the pressure suits when I was in the Westblood, but that is completely different as here I am fighting for my life in completely foreign environment. Roar, roar. They roared again and came at me, and this time again I dodged. Seeing these 2 monsters have similar battle power as me, I had decided against attacking them before I could get familiar with this gravity. While I kept dodging their attacks, I started to observe the monsters as well as the surrounding I am in. The 2 that are attacking are rhino monsters. Both of them had dark brown skin and the golden horn. There was no mention of this type of rhino monster in the documents of the Epherian ruin. It's not that surprising that the document did not have the mention of them, as the more than half of the Epherian ruin is still a mystery. I first thought I had transported in the forest, but after the careful look, I found the traces of building here there. Though they very little, it still made me really happy. The target of Epherian ruin is to find the buildings, as only in the buildings one will find the treasure. The document even has a special name for them, which is treasured palaces. Not all buildings are in ruins. Many of them are completely preserved with the runic restrictions. This ruin is left behind by the powerhouse, and that powerhouse had left many things across the ruin, as long as one lucky enough, and passed the test if it have then one could even gain a the destiny-changing windfall. The fight continued as the monsters kept coming at me, crushing whatever that came in their way, be it boulders, trees, or something else. Time passed, and soon it is 20 minutes since I entered the Epherian ruin, and I finally got used to the gravity enough to attack the monsters. Roar. Roar, it's time to attack, I said and jumped. The monsters roared seeing me jumping at them as the golden horns of theirs started to shine brightly. Both of the rhinos also took the jump to match the height of my jump, but just as they about to their horns about crash into me, I casually took another jump with my skywalking skill. Bang! Horns of the monster clashed against each other, creating bright sparks as they fell down. My chance. I said and simply fell down while enveloping my sword with both of my rule power and fire. Slice. Just as the rhinos landed on the ground and started to stabilize themselves, I landed on the neck of the one rhino and simply slashed at its neck with all my power. Its neck was hard like air, but my sword still able to tear through it like a hot knife in the butter, and able to cut the quite big chunk out of the monster's neck. Roar, slice. It roared loudly and swung its neck, but that time I had already disappeared from its neck and used their exact move against the next rhino. The attack injured them quite heavily, but it will not able to kill them. These monsters have terrifying vitality, and if I had not transmitted my rule power into their wounds, then it wouldn't have taken even minutes to heal it. Roar, roar, roar. The 2 monsters went berserk after receiving the injuries and came out with the full fury. Slice, slice. Dodging their fury's attacks, I replied with mine. Their big size gives their vitality and power, but it also makes less flexible. For someone like me who majored in swift combat, they are like the living target. Every move of mine will open a new stream of blood from the monster. Mostly I target necks, but sometimes I also target legs to reduce their mobility. Puch. Seeing the monster getting weakened due to excess blood loss, I took the risk and pierced the eye of the monster, killing it directly without any resistance. Roar. The other monster roared seeing that and started to the runway, but it was not able to go a far way before it collapsed on its in weakness. After that it only took me a minute to kill them. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came out of me as she came out me just as the fight is finished, and I had expected her to fall down due to a sudden increase in the gravity, but to my utter surprise, she flew she normally do. Choo-choo-choo-choo. She started to chirp excitedly looking at the dead monster, saying she will finally going to eat the fresh meat today. Since there are no monsters in the grim battlefield, all the monster meat came from outside and which is at least a week old. Yes, fresh meat. I said as I removed it horn, core and some meat while left everything as it is. The monster is quite weak in this ruined standard, so there is no need to store in the storage as I will need that space to store the parts of strong monsters in the future. After cleaning the monster, I walk away from the battlefield. The first time I have to do is find out where I am. I hope I am explored part of ruin, not an unexplored one. I picked the general direction as I looked at topography, hoping to find something which would tell me where I am. Choo-choo-choo-choo. Suddenly Ashlyn came flying and directly entered inside, while telling me about the very terrifying danger she had sensed near us, which fucking scared the shit out of me, as I have never seen Ashlyn this scared before. Without wasting any time, I removed the swirling armor and the Sunfare rule and completely covered myself with the killing energy of the killing rule. After I had done that, I found the thick shrubs and bushes around me and hit myself between them. Let's hope this cover of killing energy will stop whatever terrifying danger that coming toward us. Killing energy of killing rule had many uses, and one of them is stealth, as long as I do not make any sound. The killing energy will stop any of my vital leakings. It acts like invisibility cloak against the senses. If the energy power is not much stronger than me, then it will be very difficult for the enemy to find me if the enemy is totally dependent on his soul sense. But the enemy that is coming toward us seemed to be very strong. Otherwise, she would not have behaved this terrified. I controlled my breathing as much as possible and waited. The excruciating seconds passed as I lay in bushes with fear on my face and heart, hoping that danger would not come to my way, but I am not that lucky, as 3 minutes later, I heard the faint sound of steps. Time passed by and the sound of steps getting faster and faster, till finally 2 minutes later I was able to silhouette of the enemy from the bushes. It is about 10 meters ahead of me, and from what I can see, it is a grim race monster of the Frogman tribe. As for specific tribe, I wasn't able to tell, as the grey skin it has is common amongst the Frogman tribe. There are frogmen were rarely seen on the dry land like this. They are usually found where water is abundant like lakes, river, or marshlands. This frogman looked quite carefree, without the care for the world, as it's singing some weird melody in the language that is unknown to me. I was just walking when it suddenly, seeing that my heart skipped a beat, and I stopped breathing, fearing it will notify me if I make even the slightest noise. It stayed still for a moment before a long cleaver magically appears its hand, and it slashed up, and soon a hand-sized snake is split into two, but my eyes not on the snake or the huge cleaver on the snakeman's hand, but on its forehead. Fuck, it's no wonder Ashlyn was so scared earlier. Only 3-star elite, as this could make her scared so much. Earlier when it moved to kill the snake, I was able to see the 3-star on its forehead. 3-star elite are insanely powerful. I have seen it with my own eyes. The fight of team leader, and that leader of the Violet 8-man is still very clear in my eyes. After killing the snake, its tongue swept up the 2 parts of its. The frogman started to walk with the casual gait. With it being 3-star elite, a very few things could pose a threat to it. As long as it did not take any big risk, it could easily survive this ruin. A minute later, it had disappeared from my view, but I still did not move from my spot. I stayed on my spot for nearly an hour before I dared to come out of the bushes. I stood no chance against the 3-star elite. Hell, even 2-star elite could easily kill me with a swing of his sword. This is the reality of ruin. A bit of slight bad luck would make one lose one life. If I had been noticed by that 3-star frogman elite, it could have easily spit me into as the snake and swept me with its tongue to be eaten. After coming out bushes, I decided to walk in the opposite direction of what that frogman left. I want to put as much as the distance I could between us. This time while walking through the forest, I am a lot more cautious. I walk stealthily while killing energy fully covering my body. I also let Ashlyn go ahead as a scout. Like me, she also had the killing rule, and being a monster, her senses is a lot stronger. With the addition of killing rule, she is the perfect scout. I am not walking in the forest aimlessly. I am following the marks of the buildings that are spread around the forest, and if I am not wrong, then thousands of years ago, this place used to be a city. Though now only slight traces of it had left, it is enough. If I am lucky, then I may even able to find the treasured palace in this place. The chances of it are low, but there are still some chances of finding it. The one thing that had me very sad is that no matter how much I tried to find, I couldn't able to find anything that could able to tell me where I am. I have studied the intel of the Ephirian ruin quite extensive in the whole month. As long as I find something, I am confident I will be able to identify where I am from with the help of it. While walking in the forest, I've come across a monster, a grim race monster, and 2 fellow humans. Most of the time I would hide and only attack when I get attacked. After that 3-star frogman elite, I have not come across any 3-star elite, but I have come across beings who were powerful enough to kill me in the single slash. One of them was the human, while other was the grim race monster. The human simply walked by me, as for the grim race monster from which I had hidden. It was a good thing that Ashlyn had notified me first, otherwise I would have been finished by it. I have arrived in this ruin in the late morning. Now 4 hours later it is afternoon, and in these 4 hours, I wasn't able to find anything interesting other than the barely discernible ruins of the city. I know 4 hours are not enough to find something interesting. People even spend days, even weeks to find even small changes. It still made quite sad. If it had been a grim battlefield, in the 4 hours I would have easily harvested 1 to 2,000 mana crystal by now. I was just walking with a little sad mood when I heard the faint sound of fighting, and without waiting, I swiftly started to walk toward it. This fight is not between 2 people, but between the group of people, and from the sound of I am hearing, these people surely are the grim race and fellow humans. my god. I said as I got here is a near fight. There are 4 humans and 6 grim race monsters are fighting, but that is not what made me take the god's name. I took the god's name because behind the people stood toward, the tower looked worn out, but its condition is very good, and as the ruins could be seen flashing on it now and then. Treasured Palace. I didn't think I would come across the Treasured Palace just a few hours after entering the ruin. Head of the Treasured Palace, a group of humans and grim race monsters is fighting. Of 6 grim race monsters, 5 of them are 1-star elites at Major and Brigadier stage. As for the 6th one, it has a mediocre strength. I could easily slay it with the slash of my sword. The interesting things are their 6 grim race monsters are that of a different tribe. Normally the grim race of different won't work together. They even hostile to each other. They only work together when there is an order from up. In the grim battlefield, I've only seen the grim monster of the different tribe work together only one time. But it is different when grim monsters enter the ruins. They forget their hostilities for the time being in ruins and work together to kill as much as humans possible. The human side is clearly being suppressed. If it's not for the leader of the human is keeping the leader of the grim race monster occupied, the 3 humans behind him would have already been dead. Their condition didn't look good. All of them have some injuries on their bodies, especially the leader who is fighting the leader of the grim race monster. If the fights kept going on this pace, then before the 20 minutes, all 4 of them would be dead by the grim monster's hands. I wore a mask and walked out of hiding. They saw me soon after as I did not try to conceal any of my movements. Seeing me coming, as frown emerged appeared on the grim monster's face and smile on the humans. Fry. The leader of the human was about to say something when one grim monster left the group fight and came to attack me with the vicious expression. The fellow humans wanted to come to help me, but they were held down by the grim monsters. Brat, you should not have come to interfere. Now you can die and be our afternoon snack, said attacking Ratman with its squeaky voice. I wanted to laugh hearing this Ratman. If it had been other 5 grim race monster, I would have been held down, but this Ratman is not even a 1-star elite and it wanted to kill me. It's really laughable. Seeing its 2 small swords coming toward me, I simply moved to dodging both of its swords and slashed my sword at it. Slice, thud, its head flew away from the rest of its body and fell on the ground. The fallen head had an expression of utter shock at the moment before dying. The fight between the 2 groups come to end with the death of the 1 grim race monsters, and now the strength of 2 groups had become similar to each other. Friend, it's good you have to appear. With you being with us, these grim race monsters won't able to stop us from entering the tower, said the leader. Of the 4 humans, there are 2 women and 2 men. They all have seemed about my age. 3 of them are from the B-class guild, and 1 is from the class guild who also became the de facto leader. I know their guilds because of the guild badge they have on their chest, just like I have badge of the Raging Thunder on my chest. No matter what class of guild they have, they will have always wear their guild badge on their chest with pride. There is no meaning in the fighting. How about this? We will hold the truce till we explore the Tord. If we waste our time fighting, other stronger people may see this tower and come, said the leader of the grim race monster as he proposed a truce. What do you guys think? Asked the grim monster leader. We all looked at each other before nodding. We all clearly know that once someone stronger came, we will not have a chance to explore the tower, and by bad luck, if it was the grim race monster, then it would be the death of us. So, it is in our best interest to accept the truce that the grim race monster had proposed. As for how true its promise of a truce is, not even my innocent sister would dare to believe it even for a second. As long they find one of us alone, they will kill us without any hesitance, and we will do the same with them. Give them 5 minutes to heal their injuries, I said, just as grim monsters started to walk toward the tower. The grim monster about to object, but the leader stopped them before they could utter the words. Drinks your potions quickly, I said to 4 people behind me, then nodded at me gratefully as the quickly started to drown the bottles of potions. Let's go, said the leader of the grim race monster. Exact 5 minutes later. 5 minutes were enough for them to heal their injuries and get to their best form. We all started to walk toward the gate of the tower while keeping the safe distance between us. On the way, I come to know the names of the 4 my new teammates. The one acting as a leader is Sam. The 2 girls are names Molly and Liz, and the last young man his name is Carter, and 5 of use are from the different outposts. A few minutes later, we stood in front of the brown gate of the tower. Except for layer dirt and some other things, the gate of the tower seemed fine as the glowing ruins could be seen flashing on it. Shall we? Said Sam to the Tigerman, who is leader of the grim monsters. The Tigerman nodded. Next moment, Sam and Tigerman placed their palms on the tower door and started to push. First, nothing happened, but a few seconds later, the runes started to flow into the hands of Sam and the Tigerman. Soon the runes slowly spread throughout the body of the grim race monster, and Sam before the door started to open with the creak. This is a common procedure in the Ephirian ruin. This ruin is left behind by the powerhouse for us, and as long the runic restrictions working properly, the door of the palaces would be opened as long as any intelligent race touched them. The door started to open slowly, and within a minute it had opened enough fully, and all of us entered through our side, always vigilant. What appeared in front of us is a big hall with 6 doors, and above the doors some words flashing in the unknown language. The first thing we all did, including the grim race monster, is to activate our honing band and started to scan the text of unknown language. This unknown language is Akkadian. It had been deciphered, so we just have to scan the text with our honing bands and it will be translated. The Palace of Ionic Blessing. All of screamed top of our lungs. Both humans and grim monsters have a very excited smile on their faces seeing this. Fuck, I lucky, I thought ecstatically. I have never thought I would be lucky enough to come across the Palace of Ionic Blessing. This is a huge thing. The one thing those who came to Ephirion ruin most desires after the materials for the totem artifact is Ionic Blessing. Ionic Blessing can directly increase one's strength substantially. Even the lowest grade of Ionic Blessing could be compared to the enhancement one get from one amethyst seal of the Supreme Combat Exercise. The Palace of Ionic Blessing came in 3 grades from grade 1 to grade 3. Grade 3 is lowest while grade 1 is the highest grade. Grade 3 Ionic Blessing increase gives the enhancements comparable to the 1 amethyst seal. Grade 2 Ionic Blessing gives the enhancements comparable to the 3 amethyst seals, and Grade 1 Ionic Blessing gives comparable to 5 amethyst seal. These enhancements are huge. I know how much effort it took to make 1 amethyst seal, and now I could gain it as long as past the test that tower has. The only regret that this tower is only Grade 3 Palace of Ionic Blessing, but I am fine with it as it will be giving me the strength I would normally get after months, even year of painful circulation of the Supreme Combat Exercise. There are 6 doors that mean there are only 6 Ionic Blessing in the tower, and I plan to get 2 them, 1 for me and 1 for Ashlyn. There is no restriction on how many people enter the door, but the blessing only goes get by only 6 people. I have read quite detailedly about the Palace of Ionic Blessings and knew that real blood would be shed when we reach the blessing altar, so I will have to be first to clear the tests and enter the altar room. Only then I could kill any grim monster or human who came in my way of getting 2 altars. The vigilance and killing intent are heart sour as looked at each other, but no one dared to lift their weapons. Shall we? I asked the leader of the grim race monster. In the 5 grim race monster, it is the only leader I am a little fearful of. As for the other 4, I am not afraid of them even if 4 of them came at me together. Seeing me motioning toward the door, it nodded, started to walk toward the doors with me. I chose first door on the left while it chooses first on the right. After reaching the door, we stood in front of it for a second before taking the step inside the doors together. As for that or those behind us, they will be fine even if the fight broke out. The only one who could have made the difference is the leader, and now that he had taken the step inside the door with me, they will also enter soon after. I found myself in a different place when I entered through the gate. There is a stretch of about 300 meters ahead of me before I could see the other door, just like the one I had entered. From the intel, I've read there are usually 2 or 3 tests one has passed before I will be transported to the Hall of Altars. I scanned the words that were floating in front of me with the honing band and come to know what test is. The test of obstacles. The test is very simple. I just have to cross this distance of the 300 meters while surviving from the obstacle that came in my way, and I had to clear it all within the 10 minutes. If I exceed the 10 minutes, I will be thrown out of me tower. There is one more thing that the test will not stop if I had received the heavy injury or my life is in the danger. The test will only stop after 10 minutes. After taking a deep breath, I walked forward. There is no time to waste if I am not fast enough that the leader of the grim monster could very well finish before me, and that is not good for me. While walking, I activated my Sunfear rule and Killing rule and covered myself with my swirling armor. I will use my all in this test without holding anything back. Tong, sup. Tong sounded just as I took the step inside the stretch, and before I knew it, I found 2 sharp energy projectile coming toward me. Catcha. I swing my sword at them, broke the 2 energy projectile while not stopping even for a bit. Sup. The next second 4 projectiles came. I calmly dealt with them swiftly with my sword. I'm very lucky to have comprehended the Killing rule, which had to make my senses stronger and my reaction time faster. It is perfect rule for this test. In less than a minute, I had crossed 100 meters and was taking the next step when I sensed extremely faint sensation from the ground. Without wasting a moment, I took the jump in second, while defending the projectile coming from the air. Thorns. It's good thing I took the jump, otherwise the legs of mine would have pierced by those needle-thin thorns that came out of the ground. These needles looked very sharp, and think that I am sure they will even able to pierce the artifacts I am wearing. After landing, I just stood on the ground for a second before jumping again as I sensed the thorns again. I kept moving forward by dodging and jumping, and it took me just half a minute to cover another 100 meters. Zucks. Now only 100 meters have remained. I thought as I took the step, and next second, I found 6 energy discs coming toward me, and they are at least 3 times faster than the energy projectiles earlier, and that was not enough. I even felt staking under me. Looks like I will have to use the shield. I thought a small shield materialized in instant. Catcha. I took a jump with having a shield and sword in both of my hands as I defended myself from them. Not even energy disc able to touch me, but that was just the starting, as from the next second, the numbers of energy discs started gets higher and higher, that 3 times I barely able save myself from the get cut mine by them. If that was not enough, the height of thorns also increased that they reached whopping 1 meter. If anyone got pierced by them, he will surely get seriously injured, even death won't be out of the question. Especially for the humans, as we did not have the terrifying vitality as grim race monsters. Thud. Finally, I said with the relieved sigh as I landed in front of the gate. In this test I've not received even small scratch if one doesn't count the few threads of my shirt cut by the energy discs, but it's all because of the killing rule. I am very sure that others would turn completely bloody when passing this test. I hope others will be all right. The grim monsters would be fine with their terrifying vitality, but humans don't have. We mostly rely on the potions to heal our injuries quickly, but we can't use potion during the challenge. Of the two groups, humans will be very hard-pressed against this test than the grim race monsters. Well, there is no time thinking about them. I have to think about myself. The sooner I cleared this test, the better it would be for me. I took the step inside the door without wasting, and I appeared in a similar room as previous. There is again 300 meters of stretch ahead of me and door after that. The difference is that this time, the 300 meters stretch is filled with very dense red liquid. Fuck, I didn't have to translate the text in front of me to know what this test is. I have read about this test in the intel, the Lake of Pain. This is the test of one's endurance of the pain, and that red liquid is akin acid. As long one's skin touches it, it will give one unimaginable pain. The only saving grace that it doesn't harm the body physically, it's just let one experience very intense pain. If I am not wrong, then one has crossed this lake within an hour. An hour time may seem long, but it is very short. I quickly scanned the floating tests with the honing band and found the test is similar to what the intel had said. I quickly placed the sword in my storage and removed my swirling armor. This dense red liquid is very mystical. No matter what type of artifact one is wearing, it will touch it and will give one immense pain. The intel had a special note attached to it saying there is no use of wearing airtight bodysuit also, as this liquid could seep inside that too. After placing the sword inside the storage, I walked toward the pool and soon took a step inside it. Hun. A sound came out of my mouth as I took the step inside the liquid. The pain is immense, but I have experienced the worst. The pain this dense red liquid is giving me is comparable to the pain I've felt when I was using 80 black-red poison, and I've experienced the full assault of the black-red poison in the morning. After sensing this pain is bearable, I entered the pool and started to swim, as this is the only option as the pool is a little deep. As I started to swing, the dense red liquid had spread all over my body, giving me extreme pain. On top of that, this red liquid is very dense, which makes swimming in it very hard. It will be very hard for others to clear the test, including the grim race monsters, but not to me. I have a habit of doing intense physical workout during extreme pain. So I just have to swim slowly to the other side. While I am doing that, I even started to circulate supra combat exercise to distract myself from this extreme pain and to gain few circulations of it. While swimming, I tried to activate my physical skill, but as I've expected, there is heavy restriction laid in this hall that no skill could be activated. Time passed by as I swam through the dense liquid while extreme pain, and finally about 9 minutes later, I reached the end of the lake. When I was getting out of the lake, I found that the dense red liquid that stuck on my skin is now magically sliding of it before completely merging back into the lake. I stood in front of the gate, but did not enter it as swirling armor was forming on the theme. This gate could very well lead me to the Hall of Altering, and the grim monster could be waiting for me there. I want to be ready in the case. In 3 seconds, the swirling armor appeared on my body, and I took the step inside the gate. The moment I appeared in front of the arena, so there is a third test. Usually, grade 3 palaces of the Ionic Blessings only have 2 tests, but sometimes there are 3 tests also like this one. There is an arena in front of me. No opponent could be seen, but I am sure it will appear on its own when I entered inside it. The door could be seen other side of the arena, but it is dim. It had not activated yet. Only when I defeat the opponents in the arena, only then the door will get activated. Not wanting to waste any time, I entered the arena, and next moment I found 3 energy figures materialized in front of me. These energy figures are about 2.5 meters tall, and they are heavily covered in the armor, holding huge broadswords. The 3 forms stood still for 3 seconds before they started attacking me at the same time. Seeing their attacks, I know their strength is equal to me. A little mistake on my part could make me the heavily injured. Clank. I countered the one sword while dodged the other. A smile hot appeared in my face after the clash. Their strength is similar to mine, which means defeating them would be easy as long as I understood their maneuvers. Clank, clank, clank. I have to say the runic algorithm of these three energy figures is quite sophisticated. Any attack I launch, they will respond immediately with the best possible response. Their response is even better than those opponents in the guild challenge. That is why it is taking me more time than I thought to defeat them. Still, I am not sad. Their three energy figures are one of the most difficult opponents with a similar strength I have faced. If these three would have been a little stronger, it would have taken a hell lot of time to defeat these three energy. Another problem I am having that any attack I launched on them, it quickly got healed. One time I have even the whole arm of one body, but next second it had completely grown back. So if I have to defeat these energy bodies, then I will have to kill them in a single strike otherwise. No matter how I tried to injure it, they will become good as normal. Catcha. 20 minutes after the fight started, I had finally able to pierce the chest of one of the energy figure. Just as I did that, the energy body began to crack apart and break before falling into the ground and disappearing. Catcha catcha. After defeating the first energy figure, the pressure on me released a lot, and I was able to defeat the other two bodies within the 5 minutes. The door on the other side of the arena activated just after the last energy body turned into smoke. Seeing the door is activated, I didn't waste any time entering it. Clank pa pa pa. Thank God I was very vigilant when I entered through the door in the Hall of Altars. I was attacked by the leader of the grim race monsters. This Tigerman is very strong. Just one attack of it was enough to make me vomit the blood. This attack was at its full strength. Not only it had summoned its totem spirit, but it had also used its occult skill. Otherwise, simple attack from it would not be able to injure me internally. You would have a chance to be alive if you hadn't interfered in the fight earlier, but now you have no chance to leave this tower alive, said the Tigerman and attacked me with its metallic claws. Clank, puh. I vomited another mouthful of blood after the clash. If I am not wrong, then this Tigerman is a little stronger than the 4th guild challenger. Clank, clank, clank. It kept launching the flurry of the attack at me, giving no chance to properly defend myself. Give up. You don't stand a chance against me. If you give up now, I promise to give you quick death, said the Tigerman, stopping from its flurry of attacks. Wiping my bloodied mouth from my sleeve, I looked at the Tigerman with a smile. Well, it's true, I will not be able to defeat you alone, but with my partner, you won't be able to last more than 5 minutes, I said to Tigerman and asked Ashlyn to come out. There are no restrictions in the Hall of Altars about summoning one's monsters. Choo-choo. Ashley came out of me and started to chirp at the Tigerman fiercely. Ha 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 ha. A little bird and one that is at level 5. You want to tell me you will defeat me with the help of this little birdie which I could eat with a single bite, Tigerman said while laughing loudly. It is laughing so loudly that even tears started to come out of its eyes. Choo-choo. Oh, little birdie is angry at me. I am so scared, said Tigerman with comic voice seeing Ashlyn turn angry. I shook my head seeing that. This Tigerman really infuriated Ashlyn. It's going pay the price of infuriating soon. The Tigerman about to mock Ashlyn again when it saw Ashlyn summoning Fireball and that Fireball emitting intense fluctuation. Seeing that, it jumped at Ashlyn, but I had already guessed, so I also jumped to intercept it. Fuck off, it said as it bore down its claws at me, wanting to swat me away like a fly. Clank. My sword clashed against its claws, and both of us blew back with me faster than it, but it was enough. Ashlyn had more than enough time to make her special Fireball, which is only the size of a small pearl. I am not the only one who gained the inspiration from the blood drop. Ashlyn had gained more than me. Whenever she has the time, she would always comprehend from the blood drop. Pearl of Fire she had sent to the Grim Monster, extremely dangerous, as not only it is made of a very concentrated fire which almost made it semi-solid, it also contains Rule of Sunfire and Killing. Sensing the danger from the Pearl, the Tigerman wanted to avoid it, but the pair was too fast that within a moment it crashed against the Grim Monster. I thought that Pearl would definitely crash against the heart of the Tigerman, but it somehow saved its heart as it crashed against its shoulder. Ah. As the Pearl crashed against the shoulder of the Grim Race Monster, and instead of blasting on the crash, it had silently seeped inside the shoulder of the Grim Race Monster, and the next second very loud scream come out of Tigerman's mouth. Clank. Ah. I wanted to use that moment to launch the sneak attack at the monster, but its senses were really sharp as it had stopped my sword with its claws, but just as it did that, another silvery pearl seeped into its stomach, and another painful scream came out of its mouth. Oh ah. Ashlyn and I worked seamlessly. Whenever the Tigerman tried to attack Ashlyn, I would obstruct it, and by that time Ashlyn would launch her silvery pearls. The pain and the injuries that the silver pearl gives made the Tigerman so infatuated that it went to frenzy, completely losing the reason. In its frenzy, the Tigerman became really strong as it started to fight instantly. It became really dangerous that I had to use every ounce of my strength to stop it from going after Ashlyn, and midst of that I have received quite a lot injuries. Thud. Finally, Ashlyn's silver pearl able to hit the temple of the Grim Monster, killing it by melting its brain. Ashlyn must have launched about 50 of those fire pearls, each one is aiming at either monster heart or brain, but the monster had always avoided it with the expense of other injuries. If I would be in its place, I would have done the same, with the terrifying vitality that Grim Monster had. As long as any fatal attack didn't injure their hearts and head, they would always be fine. Your fire pearls are way stronger than I thought. I praised 3 days ago Ashlyn had told me. She had developed the new move, and it is very powerful, but I did not take it seriously. But now seeing the result, I could tell that the offensive power of the fire pearl is a lot stronger than any of my move. Choo choo, Ashlyn chirped complacently saying, "Didn't I tell you?" I did not touch the body of Tigerman, instead sat on the corner and started drinking potions to heal my injuries. As for others, be as grim race monsters or humans, Ashlyn's fire pearls are enough to kill them. After drinking potions, I took a good look at the hall. The hall is pure white with 6 altars which are floating center of the hall. Each of the altar is shrouded in the white force field. These 6 altars would only open when only 6 people remain in the other. If there is more than one, have to make that number to 6. I have read that all the fortune in this realm come with ruthless tint, but I did not expect it to experience on my very first day in the realm. Time passed by but no one came, but I am not worried. Though the tests are hard, they can be cleared, as long one tried enough. 20-something minutes later the gate glowed, and the grim race monster came out with high spirit, but when it saw the body of its leader, the expression on its face changed drastically. It had opened its mouth to say something, but before it could, it saw a tiny silvery pearl coming at me at very fast, and it's about to swung its sword to counter that silvery pearl, but it was too late as the silvery pearly already crashed into its head. Thud. Its body fell on the ground with the thud. The last expression on his face before its death was utter fear. A few minutes later, after the second grim race monster, the gate glowed again, and another person walked in, but this time it is not the grim race monster, but Sam. He came quite vigilant with a big shield in front of him, ready to defend against the attack of the grim race monsters, when his eyes fell on the 2 bodies of grim race monsters, and me sitting in the corner, and he was shocked. He had expected to come under the attack of 1 or 2 grim race monster, just as it entered the Hall of Altars, but he did not expect to the grim race monsters who he expected to face were lying dead, and the new teammate he thought to have similar strength as his, is sitting quite relaxedly in the corner. "Mitchell, did you kill them?" asked Sam with incredulous expressions. "Do you see anyone else here?" I asked back with a light smile, hearing that Sam heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good, now these 2 monsters dead, other 3 would not be a problem," said Sam as he stood front of the 6 gates, ready to deal with any grim race monster that appears from the gate. A few minutes later, the gate glowed again, and this time also a human came out instead of the grim race monster. It is a blonde-haired girl named Liz. She also looked shocked seeing the 2 bodies of grim monsters lying dead, and started to ask a flurry of the question with a very happy face as she knew with these 2 grim race monsters dead, she's not safe, but she will also able to get the Yonic blessing. The girl was quite shocked when she heard the 2 grim race monsters killed by me, and wanted some more questions when the gate started to glow again this time. It is the grim race monster that came out. It had just come out when the flurry attacks came at it, giving it no chance to defend. I did not move from my spot to help them, as 2 of them are enough to kill that grim race monsters, and I were right as both of them killed that grim race monster within 3 minutes. They didn't have a chance to rest much as next minute the gate glowed again, and another grim race monster came out, seeing that they started to drown the grim race monster in their attacks. This one was quite strong as it took more than 5 minutes to get killed after the 4th grim race monster died. The gate stayed silent for more than 15 minutes before glowing again, and this time it human, a short girl named Molly. Another 5 minutes later, the gate glowed again and the last grim monster came out, but it wasn't able to live more than half a minute as attacks from 3 people killed it before giving it any chance to retaliate. "All the grim monsters are dead now. As soon as Carter came, we will be free to receive the blessing," said Liz emotionally as he looked at the altars which are covered in the force field. "Yes," affirmed Sam and Liz as they looked at the 6 doors expectantly, wishing Carter could come as soon as possible. Time passed by and after full 20 minutes later the gate glowed, and Carter came out with a wretched state with having a huge shield in front of him to defend against any attacks. I did not much care for the Carter as all my focus on the altars. The force field that has been covering the altar had disappeared just as Carter took the step inside the Hall of Altars. "Ashlyn and I will get the 2 altars," I stated flatly as I walked toward the 2 floating altars. "How can you brazenly take the extra altar? It should be decided through roster whose monster gets the extra blessing," said Carter, just as he said that all 3 of them looked at him incredulously as if he is mad. He had just arrived and didn't get a chance to catch up on what happened, otherwise he would not ask such idiotic question. "You know, if I will kill you, others would not be sad. Instead, these 3 would make a roster to decide whose monster get to receive the blessing. I said without looking back. He was about to say something when he noticed odd look his friends giving him, which made close his opened mouth. I did not care about four as I know they have no choice but accept the reality of Ashlyn and me taking the two altars. After getting close to the altars, I jumped on it and sat cross-legged. Ashlyn also sat beside the altar beside me. One by one others sat on the altar with Carter sitting on the furthest altar than me. Ziang. As all six of us sat on the altars started to glow and weird sound ran through the room. Ah, ah. The altars started to glow brighter and brighter, and suddenly a searing pain shot through my body. The pain was so immense that I just wanted to open my mouth and scream loudly as I can. This pain is very different from the ones I had felt before. This pain is not only affecting the body but also my soul. If not for my soul being stronger, I would have been screaming my heart out like the four beside me. From the intel, I know there will be pain. From what I've read, the yonic blessing is very high-level energy that not only makes the body stronger but also the soul. This energy is now merging with my body and soul. To get the blessing fully, I have to stay awake. If I fell unconscious during the process, then the transmission of the blessing will also stop, which I did want to happen. Other than me, the only person is not screaming is Ashlyn. There was no change in her little birdie face. She just likes it when she basks in the sun at the balcony of our apartment. I even wondered if she is feeling any pain or not. I would have definitely checked through our link if not for her isolating me. The yonic blessing started to spread every inch of my body and soul, reinforcing it bit by bit. I could feel that I am getting stronger and stronger every second. The feeling that seals of the supreme combat exercise and yonic blessing give is completely different. One gives the cool and refreshing feeling, while others one gives feeling searing which could burn through anything. But despite both of them having contradictory energy, they provide the same energy to reinforce the body and the soul. The energy is seeping in every part of my body and soul, making it firmer and stronger. I could feel the strength coursing through my body, and my perception is increasing. To survive this realm, I will need strength, and this ionic blessing will give me an edge enough to fight the lower middle-level powerhouses. Time passed by and soon 20 minutes had passed since we started receiving the ionic blessing. From the intel, I know that this process will last for half an hour, and the last 5 minutes will be the hardest. No one had fainted yet. Everyone is screaming their lungs out, but they kept holding on. Everyone clearly knew that as long as they could hold on for half an hour, they will get a big increase in strength will help them survive in this ruin. 5 minutes passed, and then suddenly the altars which were shining brightly have become resplendent, that they down the people that are sitting on them. As the altars became respondents, the intense pain shot through my body. This pain was 10 times stronger than the one I had been feeling before. I had been silent experiencing the pain earlier, but this time I screamed. I screamed as loud as I can. The pain was really immense, and bearing it, I felt like my consciousness is loosening as the pain reached my limit. I tightly gripped my mind tightly, not letting it loose even for a moment. Becoming unconscious means stopping from receiving the blessing, and I don't want that to happen. Didn't want to lose even fraction of the blessing. Seconds passed by excruciatingly, but I can feel myself getting stronger every second. The blessing I received earlier was just the trickle compared to what I am receiving right now. Time passed by as I kept experiencing the excruciating pain. Every second had become long and unbearable that I thought it will never end when I found the resplendent of the altars are lessening, and with it, the pain and the transmission of the energy had also started to lessen till it completely stopped. I look at others only to find they are wretched state. The blood could be seen coming from their eyes, nose, ears, and Carter, who was in the corner altar sprayed, seemed unconscious. Except for Carter, everyone here had received the blessing fully. As for the little bit blood that comes out their body parts, it was nothing, as the injuries they have received through receiving the blessing was already healed by the blessing. Shake. Suddenly tower started to shake slightly, and that exact moment, the altars started to glow again. I did not get worried seeing that, as I know I will be soon transported out. The light became bright and everything in front of me turned dark. When everything cleared, I found myself back in the forest. Look, the tower is disappearing. I heard. When I looked, I found the tower is disappearing inside the earth. I'm not surprised seeing, when the palaces of fortune completed their trials, they either despair into the earth or crumble apart. It is disappearing means it will again appear out of earth one day to transmit another yonic blessing. As we were watching the tower disappear into the earth, I heard the footsteps, only to see 6 grim race monsters are coming toward us. Well, these human friends of ours had entered the tower before us. Looked like we missed this great chance, said the leading grim monster. A foxman, I exclaimed. The foxmen are simply too rare. I have only encountered once, but it had run away before we could engage in the battle. This foxman is different than the last one. It had snow-white fur instead of dirty yellow as the previous one, and this one is female. Like all the foxmen, this foxman is very, very charming. Mostly all the grim monsters are quite ugly, but there is always exception like this Lady Foxman. This group of grim monsters also has different tribes of grim monsters in them. Wretched humans, give me whatever you have in the tower, and I will give you clean death, said the bulky werewolf behind the Foxman. I have no care for these grim monsters behind the Foxman. My eyes are focused on the Foxman. Not only this Foxman is a lot stronger than the Tigerman from before, but it also gives me unexplainable feeling. You dirty werewolf, come at me, see who give who a swift death. I will kill you and your whole group, including this charming fox leader of yours, Sam said loudly as he motioned his sword at the werewolf. Not only he but others also seem excited to fight the group of grim race monster. Chew. Ashlyn chirped scornfully at Sam and others. Even if they could not understand what Ashlyn had said, they could clearly understand the tone in which Ashlyn had chirped. Carter, who had just woke up a minute ago, wanted to say something, but when he looked at me, she closed his mouth wisely. Sam, you are Foxman's match. It wouldn't take a minute for it to kill all of you, I said just as my swirling armor completely formed on my body. That is when Foxman's gaze fell on me and its expression turned serious. From the beginning, it had not taken me seriously, seeing I am the only one at the master stage while all the others at the captain stage. You other go deal this trash. I will handle the friend with fire armor. Foxman ordered its minions to fight Sam and team while it slowly came toward me. It came at me slowly, but with each step, the feeling of danger kept rising in my heart. I could see it's activating its totem spirit and occult method on the way. When there was just a distance of 5 meters between us, it increased its speed and came at me very swiftly while hacking its thin, delicate sword at me. What an amazing speed. I thought as I went toward it the same time it came at me. Clank, our clashed, and I felt the intense force and occult energy crashing into me, seeing that I immediately took action and confined both of the energies. Though I was able to confine most of the energies, some of them still were able to seep inside my body, injuring my internals. The blood had come to my throat. If not for me forcefully swallowing it, I would have definitely vomited it. Friend, you are quite strong, said the Foxman as it took back its sword. I just smile at it while feeling quite shocked internally. I had thought even with it being strong, I would be able to endure its attack without injuring myself, but I was so wrong. This grim race monster is definitely very strong. I have to be careful of it. This attack of it is definitely not its strongest one, and another thing is, this Foxman feel odd. The unexplainable feeling I got from it was very faint earlier, but now I had exchanged the blows with it. Unexplainable feeling it gave became even stronger. I have fought more than 1,000 grim race monsters, but no grim race monster gave me such unexplainable feeling as this one is giving me right now. This unexplainable feeling is making me not to make any assumption about this Foxman, wanting me to fight it with my all. Friend, let's see how strong you are, the Foxman said as it attacked me, this time its speed swifter than before. The swirls on my body started to spin more faster, giving me the power to counter the attack of the sword. Normally, I don't spin the swirls faster than regular speed, but this grim race monster giving me this weird feeling that made me spin the swirls faster for more power. Clank. Our weapons clashed again. Having experienced her attack before, I had quickly confined the energy, not letting even a single bit out. Clank, 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 clank. After the second attack, the monster started to attack me with extremely fast speed, and to counter her attacks, I started to spin the swirls of my armor for more and more power. This would have been extremely dangerous, with more than 60% chance of collapsing of the swirling armor, but now that I have received the Yonic blessing, not only my physical prowess had increased, but also my soul, which is helping me control the power of the swirls. Still, I do not have the perfect control over them when they are spinning at this speed, but I have no choice. Without the swirling, I am no match for this grim race monster in front of me. I have to continue increasing my power if I wanted to keep engaging this grim monster in combat without holding back. A slight mistake on my part could directly send me to the Wonderland. As the fight continues, the swirling armor of mine continues to become compact that it had gained the compactness it had before today. My armor had become a little thick after I had leveled up and tried 12 swirls, but now with me constantly spinning them, they have gained their previous compactness, and now it becoming more compact, giving me more power. Clank, clank, clank. Is it playing with me? I thought as my face had become pale as I started to think about its implications. I had clearly sensed her battle power earlier, and I had sensed it is quite stronger than the Tigerman I had faced, and that is counting the occult method, which is power I can't sense. Due to the unique nature, some occult methods escape my battle power sense. That is why every grim monster I fight, I consider it has the occult method, which most of them have. When I sensed the battle power of the Foxman, I also added the power of occult skill, which I can't sense. But the strength that the fox is showing right now is way more than I had calculated, that despite the spinning the swirls on my armor at my highest, I barely able to counter its moves, and that made me wonder if it had deceived me. It had definitely deceived battle power sense that my killing rule gives. It is way stronger than I had estimated, and now I know this foxman is a lot stronger than me. I have to quickly decide my next plan quickly, otherwise I would be surely sliced into two by that sword. It's whether to run or ask Ashlyn to join the fight. I continued fighting it while thinking, and after some time I made the decision, and that is to run. That is the most viable option. This foxmem is giving me a weird feeling that made me not to ask Ashlyn for help. I feel that I continue keeping Ashlyn as the trump card, and only use when I am completely desperate. I started to run away when the foxman opposite of me stopped suddenly. I have to say, friend, you are quite strong. If I kept fighting to you, you will surely kill me, said the grim monster in its charming voice. What? I could not believe what I had just said. It is this grim monster who was clearly suppressing me, but now it is saying I am suppressing it. I vigilantly looked at it as casually swished its luxurious tail and looked at the battle that is happening on the other side. The battle on the other side going quite well, with both sides fighting with their all but the one are being suppressed, is the grim monster despite having the high numbers. Clap, clap, boys, it's enough, let's go, said the foxman, hearing its command, and all of the grim monsters started to follow it left and the battlefield soon after. They are running, why don't we chase and kill them, said Cardid excitedly, clearly running high on the small victory he had just gained. If you want to die, then go follow them, I said, and started to leave. That foxman and her behavior were too strange. I want to create as much as the distance between us as possible. Mitchell, Sam said just as I started to walk. I stopped and looked at him. I had pretty much guessed what he wants, but sadly he will be disappointed by my answer. Mitchell, why don't you come with us? With 5 us together we will be quite safe in this realm, said Sam. Not interested, I said, and continue walking. Making a team is the best option in this ruin, but Sam and his team are not suitable to make the team. They are simply too weak compared to me. They will be burdened and slow me down. Making team with them will not help me making any progress. To make the progress and find the chances that are the reason I've come to this ruin, and teaming with them did not accomplish any of that. While walking away, I have clearly heard Carter cursing me, but I am too lazy to respond to his childish behavior, as I have more important things to do, such as finding the best place to make the shelter for the night. The sun will go down completely within half an hour, and many nocturnal monsters will come out as the night approached. 10 minutes later, I have found a suitable spot to set up the shelter, and took out the large black box from my storage. This black box is about half a meter square, and is quite heavy. It is the most expensive thing I've brought after the honing band. I've brought with half the price of original from the friend of my former team leader. Many seniors had taken out the many unused things they wanted to sell, and I and my friends got quite a good deal buying all these things with the help of our former team leader. This black box is Peak Night Grade Abode. It is a special one, as this one formed an abode underground instead of the above the ground. I activated the black box, and it started to drill inside the group without making slight sound or vibration on the ground. It went inside the ground, and I heard nothing for near 5 minutes before a small hole opened in the ground soundlessly. That hole is way inside the abode, but before entering the abode, I placed tiny cameras and sensors all around the camp for security before entering my abode underground. The whole of my abode closed automatically after I entered my abode. This abode is Peak Night Grade and has one of the best defensive powers amongst the Night Grade abode. The only downside it has is its size. It gives a very small space compared to the other Night Grade abodes. It can be said to have a similar space as the studio apartment. It has a tiny room that had barely enough space for one bed and a small table. The adjacent kitchen and bathroom also tiny. There is one other room in it which has 1.5 square meter space. It can be used for anything, but seeing how small that space is, one could only use it for meditation. This abode's defensive power is quite good, that it can even resist the attacks of the 5-star elite for more than an hour, so even the strongest being in this ruin would take more than 1 hour to break the defense of this abode. There is no fear of being trapped in this abode. As long as I command it, it will dig the hole for me to exit within 100 square meters of this abode. After entering the abode, the first thing I've done is to take the bath. I have accumulated quite a bit of filth and dried blood on my body. It now time to clean it. After I got out to shower wearing fresh clothes, I started to take out monster meat and cooking ingredient from my storage. I'm very lucky that in the whole day, I have come across many monsters, and which gave me quite a choice about today's dinner. I chose one meat of monster and started to make the dinner. While I am making the dinner, Ashlyn stood not far from me watching every movement of mine. Usually she didn't stay as in kitchen when I make the dinner, but today she seemed very happy as she stood beside me watching me make the dinner. The dinner is finished within an hour, and we both ate till our stomach full, especially Ashlyn, who had laid herself on the small table with her eyes closed. Ashlyn, you sleep first, I will wake you up after 6 hours, I said to Ashlyn. Chew. Ashlyn replied and fell asleep withing. 3 times the gravity of this ruin did not seem much, but when experience it for hours, it made one very tired. I'm also feeling very tired and wanting to sleep, but did not as I have to keep the watch. In this realm, one could not be more careful. No one can tell when something drastic will happen. That is why keeping the watch is very important. As Ashlyn slept, I kept watching on the tens of screen while studying a skill on my holowatch. Whenever the senses alerted me, I would look up to see what is happening. The night is when the monsters get active the most. In just hour I saw 5 monsters passed above my abode and 1 grim race monster. If any one of them would have noticed my abode, they would have surely attacked it. Finally finished, I said as I closed the window on my holowatch. This is the 3rd skill I have fully studied after the physical skill and skywalking skill. With this speed skillfully studied, my speed will increase even more. It will be very helpful in me running away if I come across any dangerous energy. Looking at the security feed one more time, I get out of bed and walk toward the small meditation room. Entering the meditation room, I have activated the security feed again. No matter where I am, I have to have security feed in front of me. Otherwise, I realize anything till danger came knocking on my door. The fires started to appear on my hands and legs, then the swirls forms, and soon they started concentrating fire, making armor more compact. Currently, the swirling armor is 1.5 inches thick, but during the fight earlier, it had reached its previous thickness of 1.3 meters. Now I wanted to reach that thickness and see if I could able to make it even thicker. Before, it would not have been possible to do that without gaining enough control, but now with my progress in the soul energy, I will able to do that. I started to spin all 12 swirls faster than the regular speed, which they needed to maintain 1.5 inches compactness of the fire armor. The swirls started to spin, and with their spinning, the armor started to get more and more compact. Having better control over one ability is important, but it is equally important to have more soul power to make this swirling armor stronger. As the swirling armor reached 1.4 inches of compactness, I found no irregularity, which made me very happy. But when the compactness of the armor had reached 1.35 inches, it had started to show little disability. Though it is not much, it is still something. As the armor became more compact, the more destabilized it will become. What I expected did happen further. The armor compacted, the more unstable the swirls became. If not me advance in soul power, and the few tricks I've learned through my experience with the swirling armor would have definitely collapsed in the puff. With my skill and soul power, I was able to make my armor compact till 1.3 inches, and now confident that I could use the swirling armor with compactness. There will be a slight risk doing that, but the power for the power it will provide will definitely worth that risk, and that risk will not for forever. I am confident that in week or two, I will be proficient enough to use it with 100 confidence. I continued to concentrate my armor further, but the further I got, more unstable the armor would become before finally, armor collapsed when its compactness just reached 1.25 inches. I tried again and again, but I could never able to make my armor more combat than the 1.25 inches. This 1.25 inch had become a chasm that is very hard to cross. I must have tried more than 50 times, but I have never able to take the compactness of my swirling armor below 1.25 inches. I get the feeling that if I am able to go below 1.25 inches, then the power of my swirling armor would increase drastically. After this thought came into my mind, I started to try harder and harder to cross that boundary to see just what kind of power is behind that uncrossable chasm. Ting. I was trying again with my fire armor when I heard the bell from my holowatch. 6 hours are over. I thought that means I have been working on my swirling armor for 4 hours, and in this 4 hours, I must have formed the armor more than 200 times, but never once I had been successful going below 1.25 inches. I did not go below 1.25 inches, but with all these tried, my control over the swirls had increased a little, which made me confident that as long as I gain enough control and soul power, I should be able to cross that chasm. Time passed by, and it has been 8 days since I've entered this ruin, and I have to say these 8 days had been quite uneventful. Except for the first day, I have not come across any chance, and top of that, my luck had been going pretty bad, especially for the past 3 days. In these 3 days, I had been chased around a lot. Most of the time they were monsters, but 3 times there were grim monsters. The most dangerous was 2 days ago, when the grim race monster chased me. Its power had been quite close to the 2-star elite. Its strength should be equal to the 5th challenger in the guild challenge. If not for me using my swirling armor, using speed skill to the limit, and Ashlyn that had been distracting it with her silvery pearls, and with that last intervention, I would have been surely killed by that grim race monsters. Ashlyn also barely survived that encounter also, when she was distracting that grim race monster with the silvery pearls, when the bird monster came flying from above, wanting to take a bite of a tiny bird. It was a good thing that Ashlyn had sensed that monster and flew on the ground, while that big bird's gaze fell on the grim monster. and it started to fight it. It was because of that big bird monster interrupting the chase. Did I able to survive if that chase had continued, that grim monster would have easily caught up to me and killed me. That chase was really, really scary. From that moment on, I have become even more cautious. I had considerably slowed down my speed and always kept my killing rule activated at highest degree to sense anyone that I have come across. There are many other interesting things that happened as a team of humans had tried to rob an ashland sensing a miracle fruit. I reverse robbed that team of humans who tried to rob me. I had taken most of their stuff and just left them with one gear of artifacts and few other things that will need then to survive in this realm. I would not have shown mercy, but that team was pitifully weak, and they have no intention to kill me when they tried to rob me. They just wanted to make a quick loot that could increase their chances of survival in the ruin. As for the miracle fruit, we didn't even try for it after sensing there is a terrifying monster lying in waiting beside it. It had probably identified the miracle fruit and waiting for it mature so it could eat it. It is very difficult to identify the miracle fruit. Except for their weird sizes, there are no other ways to identify the miracle fruit, and that is why I surprised seeing a dumb monster is waiting for it mature. I had already marked its location. In the future, if my strength advanced enough to face that monster, I will definitely come for that miracle fruit. Miracle fruits are very rare, and in all the monsters in the world, only one monster has the ability to identify it, and that monster is in the hands on the Adventurer's Paradise, and every Adventure Paradise branch have these monster in them. That is the reason why it is extremely difficult to come across the miracle fruit back in the homeworld, as all the miracle fruit were scourged by that special monster, controlled by the Adventurer's Paradise. Only space realms and ruins are the place where that scourge rarely enter that one could get lucky enough to come across the miracle fruits. All the miracle fruit I ate have come from the space realms. I hope I would get at least one miracle fruit in this ruin, and with Ashland's ability, I might get one. In these past days, I've interacted with some fellow men and come to know that we have entered the unexplored area of the Ephirian ruin. I was cautiously walking in the forest when I heard extremely faint footsteps. Hearing that, I quickly hid in the closest bushes and covered myself with killing energy to hide even more perfectly. The footsteps grew closer and closer till I could sense the faint silhouette of them, and was quite surprised by their number, as this the highest number of people I have seen in a single group. This is the group of humans, and there are about 30 of them, and leading them is a young woman. Seeing them in such a big group, I felt weird and came out from my hiding place. If it had been a small group or lone human, I might have stayed hidden, but after seeing such a big group, I couldn't. This group is too big, and in a place like this ruin, it is not right to have such big group. Instead of offering safety, such big group brought a calamity, as they attract whenever it passed through, and seeing how heavy their footsteps are and how loud they're talking, this group intentionally wanting to attract the attention. We found another one, said the leader of the group, seeing me come of bushes. She is a pretty girl, little older than me, who have the battle power similar to the grim monster that had chased me. If I am not wrong, then this girl's strength should be equal to the 5th challenger in the guild challenge. Are you searching for people? I asked, hearing what she said when I came out of the bushes. Yes, we have found the garden, she said, the garden. I am shocked hearing this, but soon happiness came over me. The garden is a place where precious plants are planted. These plants may be herbs, precious medicines, or other plants. To make the totem artifact, not only minerals are needed, but many precious plants are needed. The totem artifacts are not the simple as convention artifact. They resided within the body and possess the sliver of the soul of the user. Why are you searching for the people then? I asked. It is valid to question. If one found the entrance of the garden, one wouldn't share it with anyone despite its being huge. If I had found the entrance of the garden, I would have monopolized it myself till the last day in the realm. The garden contains immense fortune in each, and every plant inside it is precious. So I had already suspected something is wrong when she said she was searching for people to enter the garden. Well, the runic restriction of the garden in shambles, and we need as many people as possible to break open the cracked restriction we have found, she said. My heart skipped a beat when I heard that. That means they didn't found the entrance to the garden, but the broken restriction that surrounded the garden, and now they needed many people to break the restriction. This made things very, very dangerous. The malfunctioned runic restrictions mean things could go awry at any moment, and could kill a shitload of people in an instant. In this, on any other ruin, going to the place where the runic restrictions are broken are considered doing half suicide, as those broken restrictions could activate any time and kill a shot load of people. But the places with malfunction also had the great allure, as there is no restriction on how much stuff one can take from it. Like the Palace of Ionic Blessing, if its restriction had been broken, and I somehow was able to reach the Hall of Altars, then I wouldn't have been satisfied with one blessing, and tried to get hands on other blessings also. I would have to be able to do that since the restriction of that place is broken, but that is the positive note of broken restriction, and their negative note also, that is getting very heavily injured at the minimum and dying at the maximum. Though there is an extreme risk, there are also extreme benefits if decided to go. Is there anything besides broken restrictions of the garden? I asked as I felt like she's still hiding something. She little glared at me when I asked, and some people behind her also came closer to listen. It looks like she didn't tell the complete truth to some people behind her. We are not the only one, there are grim race monsters also. We have decided to work together till the restriction is broken. She said while giving me an angry voice. So that's how it is, it's not surprising though. The runic restrictions of this realm are very resilient that even if all the beings present in this realm attack together, they won't be able to leave the single scratch on. It is completely different from malfunction runic restrictions. They could be strong as an intact restriction or weak as paper. Nothing could be said about them. So are you coming or not? I still have 16 more people before I could return, said the pretty girl, snappily, seeing me thinking deeply. She's very vexed after Michiel questions. A lot of people come to know about the grim monsters. Lots of people came to her with fear in their faces. It took us a while for her to calm them down. It's all because of this puny master stage. If not for the raging thunder badge on his chest, I wouldn't even have to stop to talk to the puny master stage. Of course I am coming, I said with a smile while feeling a little guilty. Because of me, that poor girl's had to calm down a lot of people who got scared at the mention of the grim race monster. Let's go then. We still have to find 15 more people before we could go back to the camp, said the pretty girl as we started to move. From others, I've found that this girl's name is Angela. She is one of the people who sent to call it people, and that they have found the way into the garden 3 days ago, but couldn't open the crack with their strength. There's even been a big fight between humans and grim race monsters before they have come to the truce of opening the restriction together. They haven't found the opening, but it is very difficult to crack it, and that is why they're searching for lots of people to use the collective power of everyone through the formation. They are searching for thousands of people and already found quite a bit. By the morning they will have enough people to try breaking the runic restrictions. It took our group 3 more hours to find the remaining 15 people, and after that, we started to return toward the camp, a place where they have found the broken restriction. It was already evening by the time we had reached the camp. We would have arrived a little early if not for us to run across a small group of monsters that started to attack just as they spotted us. Gasp! I gasped loudly as I saw how big the camp is. I couldn't help but gasp. There are rows and rows and abode in the systematic like. There much me thousands of abode there, and quite a bit of tree was raised to make the space for the thousands of abodes. But that does not make me gasp in astonishment. What makes us gasp is camp opposite of human camp, the camp of the grim race monsters. Their camp is more than twice as bigger than that of humans, and their abode lot more luxurious and bigger than us. One look is enough at their abodes enough to tell that their abodes are many times better than us. The grim race is a very advanced race. If not for the restriction that our world placed on their powerhouses, even middle-level member of the most weaker tribe would be able to finish everyone in our world if it were able to enter our world. As we reached the entrance of the camp, a red-haired young man around Angela's age came toward us. See, he is at peak level of brigadier stage, and when I sensed his battle power, I couldn't help but sucked my breath. This red-haired young man has power equal to the 3-star elite of grim race. His power is equal to my former team leader, and he is also an S-Class Guild Black Cloud member like the pretty girl who brought me here. Angela, it's good you are able to find the required number. With them being here, we have more than enough number to blast that cracks open, said the red-haired young man as he greeted the pretty girl. You guys set your abodes and rest. We will be attacking that crack in the morning, said the young man as he pointed toward the space in the sky. First I did not say anything, but when I concentrated, I got the clear look, the white line, and around it many types of the ruins were flashing. Whoever spotted that crack must have been sharp-eyed, as normally one can't see that crack, especially in the daylight. Entering the camp, I activated my abode after I found a suitable space. This time I did not activate the underground abode, but my other night-grade abode. It did not have as strong as defensive power as the underground one, but it is the best option for the place like camp. The underground abode is only set up when there is no one around. If others know its location, then it defeated the whole purpose. After setting up the abode artifact, I took a quick bath before going to the center of the camp, where the planning for tomorrow is going on. In the center of the camp, I heard many things due to my sharp senses, and one of them is that in the camp, there are more than 10 people who have the power of the 3-star elite. Hearing that, I heaved a sigh of relief. Having more than 10 such powerhouses is enough to give us the fighting chance if the grim race monsters decided to attack us suddenly. Sometime later, the leaders of the camps called the meeting and told us the strategy of tomorrow. Ready everyone, charge the runic circle you have been with as much as power possible, and don't forget to merge your rule power. That is the crux of it. said the leader. Currently around 5,000 people standing on the huge formation and charging the runic circle they have been standing on. The S-class guilds are really something. All the 5 S-class guilds have provided their champions, those who cleared the 9th guild challenge with the runic formations, which could add up 1,000 people. This formation could also be connected together to make the grand formation, and what we standing on is grand formation, which was made by the connection of multiple runic formations. We are not the only one who is using the runic formation. The grim race monsters who are opposite to us were doing the same, but the formation they are holding is a lot more sophisticated and compact than us. They didn't have to stand on the big disc as us. They are simply holding a tiny metallic disc, which has very complicated formation drawn on it. Currently, I am charging the runic circle with 50 of my power. I would be an idiot to use 100 of my with the grim race monsters are not far away from me. Both of the groups are charging their formation, so they could widen the crack enough that all of us would easily be passed by it. Still, I am a little worried about that crack, thinking our attacks would not be enough to make the crack open wide. Soon the runic circles around started to glow one by one, till the whole runic formation started to glow with light. Be ready, the attack will commence in 10 seconds, said the leader after the whole runic circle had grown. The leader of the grim monster said the same thing as our leader at the same time. Sup sup, the 10 seconds are over and 2 black-white care came out from the 2 formations. The white ray is from ours, while the black ray was from grim race's formation. The black ray obviously more powerful than the white rays released from us. Boom. The black and white rays clashed against the line in the sky and deafening bang rang out. The bang was loud that half of the people covered their ears. Though ear-covered, everyone's gaze on the big hole that is expanding in the sky, and from the hole very dense energy is leaking outside, which had instantly made me feel refreshed. It seemed like what they say is really right, that only places that have the densest mana in the ruin are the gardens. The hole kept expanding in the sky, and only stopped when it had reached the radius of the 5 meter. I looked at the big hole in the sky that's splinting out the dense mana to the outside. Suddenly the runes started to flash across the circle, and it begins to contract. Though its speed of contracting still very slow, it still means it is contracting and we have very little time to enter the garden. Enter. Boom. The leader shouted in that exact moment. The swirling armor on my legs created the wave and I shot out from the ground like a rocket. This is my first time using Power Blast on my legs, and I have to say, the speed it gave is incredible as I am slightly behind the leaders of the grim monster and humans. My body pierced through the air as I moved toward the hole. This is the fastest I have ever been. I saw the leaders pass through the hole, and also tens of people beside me and thousands are behind me. Zub, I passed through the hole without crashing against any people that are beside me. Just as I passed through the hole, a wave of very dense mana hit me. This wave of mana, this is the densest mana I've ever sensed. The mana density of this ruin is quite good, but it can't compare to the mana inside the garden. Fuck, I said, as I saw I am moving toward the small hill at very fast speed, and if I didn't control my speed, I will be crashing against that hill at very fast speed. The people beside me were all experts at the power of 2-star elite or above, but I am not. I had gained this speed using the special method which I have to never try before, and now I am having very difficulty controlling my speed. I started to use my skywalking skill as a brake, but it was able to slow me down only a little, finally seeing no chance while trying to skywalking skill as the brake. I also started to cover myself with the cocoon of fine. With my defensive skill, the armor-type totem artifact I am wearing in the fire cocoon, I hope the protection of 3 of it will save myself from the worst injuries. These were my last thoughts before crashing against the small hill. Bang! I crashed against the small hill and next moment, I could hear snapping sound across my body as several of my bones broke, and I vomited a mouthful of blood. Fuck. I cursed as I sensed the extent of my injuries. The crash had been more serious than I expected as it very heavily injured me. I sat up unsteadily and took out the small bottle and drank 1 drop golden brown honey. Just as the golden brown honey entered my mouth, it dissolved and warm energy started to spread through my body. The cracking sound rang across all over my body, but this time my bones were not breaking but healing. They are healing at a very visible speed. 2 minutes later, I am completely healed, but there is no happiness that could be seen in my eyes. Instead, there was great anger against myself. I have wasted the drop of daffodil bee's honey. I now only had on 3 drops with me. Daffodil honey is extremely precious. It had buyers but no sellers. It is the same in the Republic and in the grim battlefield. This honey is mystic medicine that could heal the injury of the person above its grade. I would have not drunk the drop of honey and healed using normal potion, but the current condition, if the current situation, had not been very dangerous. Humans and grim race monsters are very near. Some little as throwing stone could lit up spark and could start the deadly clash, and seeing the numbers between both groups, it would be humans that are disadvantages. I got up and look around only to see quite a few people are looking at me with a smile on their faces. Looks like I made the quite big fun of myself as I crashed on the hill. I dusted my dirt-lidden clothes and looked at the who in the sky, which had shrunk more than half, but still many people coming out of every second. I sigh looking at the hole in the sky, as only half of the people will be able to enter the garden while other people have given up. 2 minutes later, the hole completely closed, and in its place only small crack. As the hole closed, two groups look at each other with hostility, ready to fight at any moment. There is no need for hostility, you guys take the left. We will take the right, how does that sound? Said our leader, suddenly seeing hostility is at the peak that even tiny provocation could lead to the full-blown conflict. Okay, the grim race monster's leader stood silent for a while before saying okay. Everyone, we're taking left, let's go, said the leader of the monster as he asked all the grim race monsters to move left. You guys go as well, but be careful of grim race monsters, said our leader as he left toward the right. Seeing him leave, others also started to scatter as well. As for the sides picked by the leaders, that was a complete joke. I could see few grim monsters and humans are moving toward each other's side. The garden is a very big space that a few thousand people are nothing to it. If we have given one whole year in the garden, we will most be able to scourge 40 of it at the most. There are two objectives after entering the garden. First is collect as much as precious plants as possible, while others are to find the exit of this place. We have entered through the cracked layer of the runic formation, so if we want to exit it, then we will either have to make the hole again to exit or find the original exit, would be akin to finding a needle in the haystack. But no one cared about this problem, as even if they failed to find the exit the maximum, they will have to wait till the time of leaving came. As long as they have their homing band with them, they will be able to return home with the immense fortune-worth harvest they got from the garden. Except for a few, everybody had disappeared on the horizon in search of the precious plants. If the restriction had been stable, one wouldn't have to do all these things. There would some tests, and after passing the test, one would choose the precious plant. The higher one was able to go into the test, the more precious medicine we'll get, but now the restrictions are completely broken, and we have to find the medicine ourselves while being careful of any runic restriction that might pop up at any time. Finding medicine might be a problem for others, but it is not for me. It is a wonderland for me. Ashlyn, she has the innate ability to sense the precious medicine, so the only thing I have to be careful of is runic restriction. If everything went well, then I might become a biggest medicine harvester in the garden, I thought jokingly. Ashlyn, stay on my shoulder and tell me the direction of precious plant you sense telepathically. I said to Ashlyn telepathically as I let her out. If news of Ashlyn's unique ability goes out here, then both us fate would turn worse than death. So it is imperative that Ashlyn behaves like a normal monster and let me do all the work. She just has sat on my shoulder and tell me the direction of precious medicine she is sensing telepathically. Choo-choo, Ashlyn Cairo affirmatively as she appeared on my shoulder. So, where should we go? I asked, and seconds later she told me the general direction. I did not waste time and started moving toward the direction that Ashlyn mentioned, and it is also a good thing that the direction she had mentioned is in the side of humans. I did not want to enter the side of the grim race monster the very hour the boundaries are divided. I would like to wait till the afternoon before I enter their side, so by that time, the grim monsters should have the time to scatter around. Blood-scent fruits. I said half an hour later as I come across the tree where 3 yellow color fruits were hanging, oozing faint scent of blood. That is why these fruits are named the blood-scent fruits. I picked them off the tree carefully and placed them in the special medical container before storing them in my storage. The blood-red fruit is a very, very precious alchemical ingredient, as its name mentioned in the list of that came from the central continent. There are many lists of things given by the adventurer's paradise, but 3 are most precious, and of 3 lists 2 came from the central continent while it is local. There are thousands of things mentioned in each list, and each and every ingredient is precious. I am very lucky to have a partner like Ashlyn who can sense such precious ingredients. Otherwise, I have been like others, searching every corner of the garden to find the precious plants. Ashlyn give the priority to this level of ingredient. It didn't matter if they are in the grim monster's side. I told Ashlyn telepathically. She affirmed telepathically and started to guide me toward the next plant. The plant we found was not very precious, but it was worth collecting. A few hours passed by such and the afternoon arrived. It has been 5 hours since I and Ashlyn begin our search for the precious plants, and we have found the 4 plants that were mentioned in 3 big lists and 13 lesser precious plants. This is such a bountiful harvest, obtaining 4 precious plants that mentioned in 3 big lists. If others were to know that, they will be extremely jealous. Hell, even those who have the power of 3-star elite would also be jealous. I had just collected 12 lesser precious herbs also, and now moving toward the next plant that Ashlyn had sensed. So far, I had been lucky to not come across the plant that is protected in restriction. I plan to avoid those plants if the runic restriction on them were too tight. I don't want to endanger my life just for one precious plant. 3 hours passed again. In these 3 hours, Ashlyn helped me find many lesser precious plants, though no plants in the top 3 lists had been found. Well, it's not surprising we have not found the plants in the top 3 lists. If these plants hadn't been extremely rare, then they wouldn't be in the top 3 lists. If it wouldn't for Ashlyn, I wouldn't have found the 4 most precious plants in just a few hours. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirped excitedly, telling me the precious plant is very near. Hearing her excited chirp, I had become both happy and sad. Happy because I had found another precious plant, and sad because Ashlyn going to take her share from it. She did not like all the plants she found, but whatever she liked, she will take it. Hell, I even have to give her one fruit she likes, which was mentioned in the top 3 list. It was good that there were 4 of these fruits, and she only demanded one, plump violet leaf. I said in astonishment, as this plant is also mentioned in the top 3 lists. I quickly moved towards it, but just as I took the first step, I suddenly sensed life-threatening danger. Getting such intense feeling, I immediately jumped back with my full strength. Bang, the place I had been blasted into smithereens, creating a small pit. If I had been hit by that arrow, the least I had been seriously injured, and most I would have died. That's how powerful that arrow was. Scram, little bastard, you have no right to touch such precious plant. I heard, only to see there is the beefy-looking aiming the bow at me, and his bow is active, means he just has to release the string to release the arrow at me. This guy had a beefy body but short height. On top of that, he looked like an idiot, and he is holding a very delicate silver-colored bow. If not for me seething in anger, I would have surely laughed out loud seeing him. I found it first, so it's you who should scram, I said, looking at beefy Archer calmly while holding the sword in my hand as the swirling armor slowly started to form on me. Since there is a distance of about 50 meters between us, I could not sense his battle power or level, but if the earlier attack was any indication, then he should be similar or a little stronger than me. You got some spunk, little bastard. Let's see how many arrows of mine you could dodge before I finally put you down, said the beefy Archer, and released another violet arrow. Sup. Seeing the arrow coming at me, I did not move from my spot. I wanted to clash with it head-on to see how powerful his attack is, so I could get a rough idea of his strength. The arrow was faster than I thought, as it barely took a second to arrive before me. It is infused with rule power and second level at that. Clank, thud, thud. I stuck my sword against the arrow, but just as I did that, I felt immense force and strong wind rule power crashing into my body. If not for me quickly mobile both of my rule power against it, I would have been very injured. Still, using my rule powers was not enough. I had to take several steps back to manage the force. Scared now, but it's too late. I would have let you after giving you a little lesson, but you dare to stand up against me. Roy, for that you will have to pay the price of like. He said, started to launch one arrow after another. Idiot, I said in my mind, this beefy bastard has too much pride and thinks too highly of himself. I am really angry at him. For his earlier transgression, I would have let him go by breaking every bone of his body and looting him all, but now he is wanting to kill me. If I didn't kill him, then my name wouldn't be Michael. Seeing his arrows coming at me, I am not worried. Earlier I had to take the step back because my swirling armor hadn't been formed, but now it fully formed with right compactness. With the strength of my swirling armor, I won't have to move an inch to crush all of the arrows he attacked me with. Clank, clank, clank. I swung my sword at the blurring speed that every arrow that my sword touched would be crushed by it, and within a few seconds, I had crushed all the arrows he sent at me. His face is contorted in anger, and there is a slight surprise in his eyes could also be seen, as he saw me how I crushed all of his arrows. Little bastard, you have some strength. Let's see how you could dodge this. An arrow formed in his bow, but this arrow is different. It's a dark violet in color instead of violet arrows he sent at me. Sup, sup, sup. He started to fire dark violet arrows one after another with stopping, and these arrows speed so fast that they arrived before me just as they released from its bow. Feeling immense threat from the arrows, I used all my power rules, skill, and swirling armor. I used all, as I know even slightest touche of these arrows would inflict very grave injuries on me. Clack, clack, clack. My sword became a complete blur that only its afterimages could be seen, not its real body, as it started crashing all the arrows that are coming toward. To crush these arrows, not only speed is needed, but also the power, as each of these has the power akin to the strike of the Warhammer. If there had not been swirling armor protecting my body, especially my hands, then my hands would have been split apart by the single dark violet arrow. Clank, clank, clank. It did not stop launching the arrows at me. Every arrow his would be a little stronger and swifter than before. This beefy guy may look like an idiot who could launch only simple attacks, but he an extremely smart and cunning guy. I am sure many people would have lost their lives to him by judging him with his idiotic-looking face. Every arrow he launched is aimed at my weakness, and in the ever now and then, he would release a weak arrow and strong arrow in the midst of a rain of arrow. From having Archer in my team, I knew that this is an advanced archery skill that needs years to practice. I have seen Rachel use, and she sounded very proud when she told us about how it only took her 13 months to learn it. If it were any other facing these arrows instead of me, he would have surely got injured by such skillful, but not me. My killing rule helped me measure the power of each more, so I could counter it with perfect force. So even if he changes the power of every arrow, there is not much difference to me, and the longer the better last, the more beneficial it will be for me to win it. In midst of launching arrows, the beefy archer turned and started running. It happened so sudden that I barely had the chance to notice the sudden change that happened to battle. Is he running away? Consider yourself lucky, brat. Next time I see you won't be luck as this to survive, said beefy guy while running away. His speed is so fast that if I didn't power blast, then it would be impossible for me to catch up to him. But I can't use power blast. I wasn't able to control it, but I don't too worried as he will be dead in a second or two anyway. Just as I said that, beefy archer suddenly activated the shield, and halfway through sing to shield his head when all of his moments stopped and he collapsed on the ground. A few seconds later, Ashlyn comes in flying from very high and sat victoriously on the beefy archer's dead body. When beefy guy sneaked attacked me, Ashlyn flew away from my shoulder, and waiting for my order, just as he started to run away, I asked Ashlyn to kill him. Dead though the head, I said when I looked at the body of the beefy archer. Ashlyn's silver fire pearl directly hit the top of his head, killing him in the single strike by melting his brain. The expression of fear and unwillingness could be clearly seen on his face. If this idiot hadn't been attacked me with the intent to kill, he still would be lying on the ground, just alive with lots of broken bones. Good girl. I praised Ashlyn and started to take out all the precious things he has on his body, including artifacts, storages, and some other things. This bow seemed to be his totem artifact. I thought, is it still sending the fluctuation out, though it is weakening as the time passed. They are enough to tell that bow was his totem artifact. Fuck. When I sensed the level of bow, I couldn't help but curse. This beefy guy was at the brigadier, means the bow was at brigadier grade and medium level at that. It is practically worthless. In the grim battlefield, only knight grade artifact worth it. All the artifact I have on me now also are the knight grade. Putting away the bow to sell it later, I started to inspect another artifact he was wearing one by one, and as I had expected, all of them are knight grade 1. Well, this is good, I said happily. All of his artifacts were low level and middle knight grade, but his shoes were unexpectedly at peak knight grade. In the knight grade artifact, the difference between each grade has the difference of the thousands of mana crystal, and that is why the highest grade artifact I brought was at the mid-knight grade. He must have paid quite a lot of price to get these peak knight grade shoes. No wonder his speed was so fast. I wasted no time to put on my shiny new black shoes and wanted to test their speed, but before that, I had to check his storage. In his storage, there are many things, and including over 10,000 mana crystals. His storage worth a lot more than what I have in my storage if one excludes the plants I've got today, and as for the plants, he only has one lesser precious plant. I put everything in my storage, and we moved toward the next plant that Ashlyn is sensing. These shoes are really good, I said. They are so light, and their sync with my rule powers is really good, especially Sunfire. When I charged them with the Sunfire, it felt like I've added the rocket fuel in them, as it increased my speed tremendously. Usually I don't name artifact as they are not that impressive. The only artifact I named is my sword. It was the first totem artifact I've ever got, and also at the knight grade 1, but now seeing the speed enhancements these boots giving me, I decided to name it. Feather, this is the name I've decided to give. Though the name is simple, it feels very suitable to it. Chew. Suddenly Ashlyn chirped and warned me to stop. What happened? I asked Ashlyn after I stopped and found a place to hide. Choo choo choo. She is saying that there is danger ahead and we should move cautiously. I nodded at her and slowly started to move forward toward the danger that Ashlyn had sensed, and that is the same way Ashlyn had sensed the precious plant. Bang, bang, bang. As I got closer, I started to hear the sound, and closer I got the louder the sound has become, and soon I got closer enough to see what has happened actually. Bang, bang, bang. Shar. Monster. Should be no monster in the garden, I thought. The garden is the place where the only plant should exit, but there is clearly a monster, and this monster clearly different from the rest of the monsters in this ruin. This monster is just the mid-level sergeant stage, but its battle power clearly way above me. Ever since I've comprehended the rule power, I have never ever seen any monster to have battle power similar to me, much less stronger than me, but this monster is clearly a stage below, but it has the battle power that is higher than me. This monster is clearly abnormal. As for how monsters appeared in the garden, I didn't have thought much when I thought the way we came. The crack we have found shouldn't be the only crack. There must be several cracks, and these monsters must have entered from some of the big cracks. As for how long they have been here, I can't really tell. They could come days ago or years ago, I really can't tell. Bang, bang, bang. Shar. This is a black-green colored viper of about 5 to 6 meters long and 1.5 meter in width, which made it look little, and it should be a little longer. This abnormal black-green colored viper is attacking the runic restriction, as inside the restriction, there are two beautiful black flower from which faint black mist could be seen coming. Dark mist flower. I nearly screamed out of my mouth. These black mist is very precious, more precious than the 4 precious plants I have found before. It is so precious that it is mentioned in first 100 in all top 3 lists. No wonder it is desperately attacking it. It is said dark mist flower is very important to the monsters to awaken hidden bloodline in the monsters. Sadly, it's no use to the monster as Ashland's species have no higher stage monster, which is the bloodline she could awaken, but I still have to get this black mist flower as it will sell at the sky-high price. There are hundreds of cracks have already formed on the restriction that is covering the flower. It will be able to break the restriction fully in a few minutes. Ashland, do you think we will be able to defeat this monster if you and I fight this monster together? I asked Ashland. Choo-choo. Ashland chirped affirmatively. I shook my hearing that. This little birdie is always ready for a fight. I once again sensed abnormal black-green viper's battle power and my mood became serious. This viper very stronger than me, and there is very small chance that we could defeat it. If we have to defeat it, then we will have to give our all, otherwise we would get beater by it worse, even worse could also die if we take any of its attack head-ons. The attacking power is showing, while attacking the restriction is very frightening, and being a viper, it should have a lethal poison. After making my mind fight, I summoned my swirling armor, and a few minutes later it had completely formed on my body. With that I came out of my hiding spot. Shar. I had just taken 2 steps out of when suddenly abnormal viper stopped attacking the restriction and looked at me, and without warning it came at me with lightning speed with its mouth opened, probably having the intention to swallow me whole in the single bite. Shar, this viper is really abnormal, I thought as I saw it coming at me with blurring the speed, even me who have killing rule having a problem seeing its real body. Good girl. I said to Ashlyn as just as the viper halfway into reaching me, Ashlyn attacked it with her silver fire pearls. When I had come out of my hiding place, Ashlyn had also flown up for aerial attacking. Shar shar. It screamed loudly as Ashlyn attacked with her silver fire pearls, but except for it making scream in pain and angry, it doesn't seem to do anything else. Shar. It screamed again loudly and came at me. Its eyes had become vicious and speed is even faster than before. Fuck, it got angry. I thought and readied myself for the big attack. This attack sure going be very dangerous. Just as it came closer to me, it suddenly stopped on its track and used all of his strength to swipe its tail at me with the frightening momentum. Bang! Its tail crashed against my sword, and I was flung into the air like a cannonball with a bloodied mouth. I thought it would be going to attack me with its mouth, but at last moment it had attacked me with its tail. If not for my senses being enhanced, I wouldn't have been able to defend against the attack and survive with few internal injuries and broken bones. Fuck. It's good thing I had diverted the way to the up with help of my swirling armor, and shot up in the air, otherwise I would have definitely crashed across one of the trees very hard. Shar. The viper is screaming loudly in pain and throwing the jets of poison up in air search for Ashlyn as she too high and could easily dodge the jet of the poison. After drinking potion bottle I climbed down from the sky. This monster is very powerful and defeating it will be very hard, but I am still willing to try till I expended all of my options. Thud. Landing on the ground I ran toward the viper. If I had attacked it from the air it would have easily dodged it seeing its speed. If my attack would be fast as Ashlyn's fire pearls, then that would have been a different thing. The defense of the monster is too great. Even if I attacked it with all my strength, my sword at most would able to pierce the few inches of it, so it's better if I attacked it weakness like I used to do it in the old times. Shar. Seeing me running toward it, it moved its focus at me, and again came at me with blurring speed. This time I am well prepared for any willy thing it will try like last time. This time also it came at me with its mouth opened as it wants to eat me whole, kept coming closer and closer to me, till it came close enough that it won't be able to attack with its tail if it wants. Spray. Just when I thought it will take a bite at me, it had released the dark grease spray from its mouth. Like last time, the attack this time also was sudden, but this time I was prepared for its willingness, so just I saw green spray releasing from its mouth I took a jump. Shar. That exact moment, Ashlyn released the silvery fire pearls straight into the mouth of Viper who was about to leap in the air to swallow me. Its defense must stronger from outside, but from inside it's much weaker. Just as the 3 peels touched its mouth, it started to scream loudly. I had already guessed that after I took the jump in the air it will leap at me, and seeing its prowess it can leap quite high, and that is why I had asked Ashlyn to wait for a little and attack when it leaped to eat me. Now the first part is successful, let's if the second part of the plan also became successful as well. Falling down, I slashed my sword toward the head of flailing Viper, to be specifically its eyes. I hope my attacks strike on the right spot. The evening is approaching, and if outfight attracted someone, then this monster and I will keep fighting while others would swipe the black mist flower that we have been fighting for a slice. Just when I thought my attack would be successful, the snake suddenly moves its head, and my sword, which was about to hit its eye, missed and sliced across part below its eye. Shar. It screamed and leaped at me, but that time I had already used the counterforce of the attack and my swirling armor to take a high jump in the air, and its open mouth once again fallen prey to Ashlin's silver fire pearl. It again screamed loudly and looked at me, Ashlin, viciously, but my gaze on its vicious gaze, but the injury that is healing at a visible rate, which shocked me out of my mind. There is nothing new about injuries healing at a visible rate. Monsters have immense vitality greater than Grim Monster, but the injury I have given it is not a normal injury. In my attack, I've had infused the power of Killing Rule and Sunfire Rule together. Any injury infused with Rule power is very difficult to heal. More difficult is the injury that is caused by the Killing Rule, which makes it especially difficult for energy to heal. This monster is truly abnormal. I will have to study it to know how a Sergeant stage monster could have such strong strength and healing power. The more abnormal it became, the more I want to kill it to know the reason. After that, I upped my offensive, trading one blow after another, and as the time passed, Ashlyn and my teamwork kept getting better and better till I didn't have to tell when to attack, she herself able to identify opening and attack. Her attack many times helped me with save me having life-threatening injuries. I have said it before and say it again that this monster is truly abnormal. Not only it has way higher strength and healing power to its level, but it is also very intelligent. Its intelligence compared with a monster of the same grade who is bonded with a human, that is why it's fucking irritating. Every move I make, it will always survive by slip. That is why I decided to use the dumbest method. I had started to use myself as the bait. I kept getting injured by it, and make my attacks getting weaker and weaker. In the last few attacks it had launched, it started to become more daring, and its vigilance started to loosen a bit. This plan may seem easy, but it is extremely dangerous. A minute ago, I had barely survived being swallowed by it. If not for Ashlyn's timely intervention, I would have definitely eaten in a single bite by this viper. Bang, puh. Again I was attacked by the snake and got injured that several of my bones broke. Just as I stabilized on the ground, I found it is coming at me with blurring speed. This time its eyes seem even more vicious than before. Looks like it has decided to kill me at this attack. I have been waiting for this moment for long. I had taken quite a heavy beating for that monster and kept reducing the power of my attacks to remove its vigilance for me. It hadn't been easy to remove its vigilance against me. I had many times barely survived being killed, but now all my efforts going to be paid. It had completely lost its vigilance against me after seeing I have been barely able to defend against its attacks. It has now decided to use all its power to kill me single strike. I had been waiting for this moment. I will get only a single chance to kill this monster. If I didn't able to kill it, then either it will run away or became very cautious against me. At that time it will be very hard to kill this monster. As it came toward me, Ashlyn kept attacking me as it was normal, and despite bearing the attack Ashlyn's fire pearls, it didn't scream even a bit and kept coming at me. SHAAR. It opened its mouth wide as it came closer to me. It had learned that it is not always good to keep its mouth opened, otherwise Ashlyn's little pearls will burn the mouth. It came at with its mouth open, and that exact moment, a wave rippled on my swirling armor as I used my most powerful move, the Power Blast. I shot toward the Viper like a rocket. My speed was fast that Viper did not understand what happened. It wanted to run away, but its speed is so great that it couldn't stop its momentum, even if it wanted to. Puchai bang! My sword pierced through the snake's head completely, and I released the point Inferno that I had charged in the sword from the moment my fight with the sword began. I wanted to pierce the sword into the eyes of Viper for more assurance, but it is very hard to control the sword in such speed, but this speed also became very useful, as only with speed and power provided by the Power Blast will I be able to pierce extremely hard defense of the Viper. Bang. Just as I released the point Inferno, the light in its eyes vanished completely, and the next moment my body crashed against with the body of a snake. Puh. I started to vomit a mouthfuls of blood as I tried to get up. I have not come out of this clash unscathed. To kill this Viper I had to pay the price. I was already quite injured before clash happened, and after the clash I have become even more injured. First I had directly crashed against the Viper when I pierced my sword into it, and the second time I crashed against the tree with the snake body. Many of my bones broke and my skin split apart in various places. It's good thing I have a good physique, otherwise I would have been at the death door after this clash. I somehow took out a couple of potion bottle and started to drink them one by one. As I drank the potions, a warm feeling started to travel through my body, slowly healing my injury. I laid against the tree and closed my eyes. This clash has completely sapped every bit of energy I have. It was a good thing I am injured. By the time I will heal, my energy should also be replenished as well. Time passed by, and an hour later my injuries are relatively healed. The sky had become completely dark. If not for the killing rule, I would not have able to see anything, as today there are no stars or moon in the sky. Shick, I got up and took out my sword out of Viper's head. The Viper looks completely fine except for the small sword wound on the Viper's head. See, I burned away the Viper's blood on my sword, and about to start cutting the snake for some fresh meat when I registered the familiar sensation that Viper's burned blood is giving off. In that exact moment I understood the reason for its abnormality. I am such an idiot not to the thought such simple reason. The garden is the reason for the Viper's abnormality. The garden contains the most precious plants of this realms, and seeing its earlier behavior when it was trying to break the runic restrictions that had been surrounding Black Mist Flower. To gain such strength, it should have eaten the immense amount of precious plants, and when I thought about how much precious plants this snake must have eaten, my tongue couldn't help but water. This monster has eaten an immense amount of precious plants in this garden, and now the essence of all their precious plants has now merged in the monster flesh and blood. I wonder what kind of benefit I would receive it if I ate it. I am not the only one who thought this. Ashlyn also sat on the viper head and chirping at me furiously, telling me what I had thought. I wasn't able to hear this as I was too busy too with my own thoughts. Don't worry, we will not waste a single drop of this viper, I said as I carefully sized the body of viper before I started to cut it with the extreme precious. Cutting this snake is an extremely tiring task due to its tough defense. I have to use all my energy and rule power to cut the pieces of the snake. I had though a huge number of special medicine containers was a mistake, and now I think it was a good thing I did otherwise. Where would I have put the monster's meat I am cutting? I'm cutting the pieces of viper and putting them into the special halfway container. I was finished with half of the viper when I saw grim race monsters coming toward us. Ashlyn, go finish them off, I said and continue looking cutting the snake. The group of grim race monsters coming toward me is 1-star elite, and looking at their height and tribe, I think Ashlyn is enough to kill the group whole. I was right, she had finished the whole group under 5 minutes, leaving none of them alive. It took me more than an hour to cut and store the viper pieces into the special medicine box. After cutting and packing the monster, I walked toward the grim race monster and collect their bodies. These grim race monsters worth a lot of mana crystal, and to collect the bodies, I have brought storage artifacts worth thousands of mana crystal. Finally, I walked toward the Black Mist Flower and heaved a sigh of relief, seeing that restriction are not self-mending like the hole earlier. Otherwise, I would have had to use the power blast, which I really don't want to. I donned the swirling armor and started to attack with all my strength, but there was only a small crack was formed. I had to make more than 3 attacks to finally break the restrictions. After placing the Black Mist Flower into special medicine, I started to search for a good place for abode hurriedly. I am in a hurry because I want to eat and see what type of benefit meat of viper, which ate lots of precious plants, can give me. This is a good place, I thought half an hour later after I took out Blacklist Flower out runic restrictions. Finding the good to set up an abode is a very difficult task. I have to search for half an hour before I found the good place to set off my abode. It is well hidden and my abode could make exit points within the 100-meter range without facing any problem. I activated my abode and started placing the sensors and cameras around the camp before entering inside my abode. After entering about, I want to start cooking right then, but I am so filthy that have to go take a shower first. Choo-choo. Ashlyn started chirping me loudly as I get out of the bathroom after taking a quick shower. She wants me to make the dinner quickly as possible, and she is also demanding one other thing. Standing in front of the small kitchen counter, I take out the 2 boxes. Both of them contain the snake parts, but their value is different. One box contains the viper's meat, and others contain viper's gallbladder, which is one of the important parts of the snake, but also very dangerous as sometimes it is known to give severe side effects. This is why I have decided against eating it. I will it when I confirmed it is safe to eat. There are many monster expert in Fort Cavendish that one could consult to. We will eat when we go back home, I said to Ashlyn. I put the box with snake gallbladder back into the storage and started to make the dinner with the meat of the viper. FRRIE. Just as I added the meat in the old pot, a wonderful smell started to come out of the meat. Not only it had the smell of snake meat, but there is also the heavy smell of medicine in it. This bastard of the viper must have eaten lots of precious plants, otherwise it would not have become this strong this early. After killing it, I have remembered the name of the viper from the documents of the Ephirian ruin. This snake is one of the most common monsters with mediocre strength, known as fern snake. I would have easily able to kill the normal major stage fern snake, but this fern snake that had grown up in garden and only being at sergeant stage had nearly killed me. If such low-level monster could grow this powerful eating the precious plants in the garden, then what will happen if the monster of higher species and potential grown in the garden? It would be a terror. From what I have seen in the day, there are not many monsters in the garden, otherwise seeing the rate of their growth they would have scourged the garden apart. So there must be fairly fewer monsters in the garden, but each of it will be very powerful seeing they have all grown up eating the precious plants in the garden. I have to be very careful of them. I have barely able to defeat this one. If I come across the stronger one, then I will have no chance but to run. Ashlyn makes a fire a little stronger. I asked Ashlyn. This viper's meat could not be cooked by the fire provided by Abode despite its fire being quite hot. I have to shut gas seeing it's no use and ask Ashlyn to provide the fire. With Ashlyn's control over fire and sunfire rule, I didn't have to be worried about it getting burned by it. It was a good thing that I brought special utensil, which could bear the strong head. If I were to use the normal utensils, they would have meted in the 5 minutes. It took more than an hour to Viper's dish, but when it was made, it smelled heavenly that Ashlyn nearly leaped at the pot. If not for me stopping her on time, she would have definitely eaten from the pot. Now you can eat it, Ashlyn. I said to Ashlyn as I finished making a plate. I was halfway into my sentence when Ashlyn leaped at it and started to eat faster than her regular fast speed. Shaking my head seeing her eating speed, I also started to eat hoping it will taste as heavenly as it smells. I couldn't help but make a sound as I took the bite. It is very tasty. I have never tasted anything so delicious before. Not only the flavor of meat, but there is also the flavor of various herbs that are hard pinned down in one word, and that's the flavor that made this dish so delicious. I kept taking one bite after another, wanted to eat as much as I can. One thing that baffled me though, eating this meat which had the power of precious plants stuffed in it, I should be able to feel something, but except for the deliciousness, I am not feeling anything. That really baffled, but I did not think about it much as I kept eating this deliciousness. I had made dinner more as usual, so I keep half to eat tomorrow, but this dish was so delicious that Ashlyn and I had finished completely till there is nothing left in the pot. By the time we had finished, both of our stomachs had been bloated to the limit, and we laid tiredly on our respected places. Laying on the bed, I was just thinking about the reason why I am not feeling anything when I felt warm heat rising from my body, but I did not look at it, as it is normal occurrence that digestion of meat produced. But the time passed, the heat started to get hotter and hotter, till I started to sweat. I got alarmed by the heat that spread in my body, and every second that heat is increasing. The heat immunity I have seemed to have no use against this heat, otherwise this temperature wouldn't have been able to affect me much. The heat kept increasing, my normal skin started to turn red. Seeing I am slowly becoming red, I got really scared and quickly started to think of a way to stop this hotness getting further hot. Now I have no question in my mind that this is all happening because of the viper's meat. This is the monster meat effect that I had been desperately waiting for. I quickly started to search for a way to stop this. Currently, my body is strong enough to endure the heat, but when it will increase further, there will be danger of it affecting my brain and melting it, or even directly cooking me like shrimp. I worriedly looked at the Ashlyn, but her cute palm-sized body looked absolutely fine, as if she had not eaten this explosive meat, but normal meat we regularly eat. Seeing that I got relived, but also jealous, as no problem seemed to affect Ashlyn no matter how big it is, even the blood of the king stage monster lying docile in her source. My body had completely turned red as cooked shrimp, and I am feeling that it will reach its limit soon, and if I didn't do something by then I will suffer disastrous consequences. Fuck it. I said loudly and quickly placed Ashlyn in the kitchen counter, and dissolved the table and bed to make enough space for to me perform body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. Body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise has brought me out of trouble many times. This time also they will get me out of this dangerous predicament. I have already removed my clothes earlier, so just as the table and bed dissolved, I got into the center of the room and started to perform the body cleansing technique and circulating the supreme combat exercise. I was not planning to perform the body cleansing exercise in the Ephirian ruin, as completely zapped one's physically and mentally, and leaves one completely indefensible. I didn't want to lie on the ground like dead fish when the enemy came and finish me off without me putting even a bit of resistance against it. As I was performing, I looked at taking the strand of my mental energy, looked inside me, and was shocked by what I saw. Inside me there was a flood of green medicine energy. Every part of my body is getting stuffed with medicine energy, and as the more meat get digested by my body, the more green energy spread inside my body. I fucking got scared seeing this. There is no question that the green energy is medicinal energy, and when I looked at how much meat I had digested, I fucking got scared. I have barely digested the 1/4 of meat. There is still little more than 75 left to digest. Just how much herbs that fucking viper ate to have this fucking much of medicine energy inside. I had barely eaten 1-2 kg of meat, but that was enough to stuff me and pop me up like a balloon. First, 24 poses went blur as I only felt minuet resistance, but when I started to go above 24th, I started to feel light resistance. I have to be faster. There is barely any effect showing, and it is getting pumped up in me more and more. I have to be faster, otherwise I will pop up like a balloon. I started to perform faster and faster. I have never been this faster performing the body cleansing technique. Soon I reached the 48th pose, and the medicine energy in me started to reach the peak. I have to quickly take out the energy of miracle fruit. Only it will be able to help me with this medicine energy, but it will be difficult. When I leveled up, I had reached the 72nd pose, so if I have to summon out the energy of miracle fruit, then I will have to perform till 76th or 78th pose. Only reaching then will the energy of miracle fruit will come out to eat this medicine energy, but I am nowhere close to the 78th pose, and medicinal energy in me had already reached the limit I could bear. My condition had gone so bad that there is faint smoke coming out of my body, and the medicinal energy, which had the healing nature, has now turned completely to its nature and started harming. Seeing that increased my speed again, I started to give my all performing the technique, holding back nothing. With such intense speed, I had reached the 60th pose and started to go even further. As I was performing, I had noticed that some of the green energy is merging with my body, and normally this amount would not be small, but currently, my body is holding an immense amount of medicinal energy, and more coming every second, so the medicinal energy that is merging with my body is not much. But I am still very happy seeing the medicinal energy merging in my body. With every speck of medicinal energy in my body, not only my body's healing speed would increase, but it would also make it stronger bit by it. Dip, my body had reached its limit, and now the green energy has started injuring heavily, and the drop that just fell was the drop of my blood that came out of my ear. I am getting more and more injured every second, as there are signs of bloating and tearing of skin could be seen all over my body, but there is also hope. I have reached the 72nd pose and now slowly moving forward. More and more medicinal energy is merging in my body, thus making it stronger and healing some of my injuries. Its effects now are barely noticeable. If I kept merging this medicinal energy that came from monster meat for a long while, I will sure able to get fast healing and strong body. I have decided if I had survived now then from tomorrow, I will equally focus on hunting monsters, as I would be searching the plants in the top 3 lists, and for me, the value of these medicinal monsters are extreme. Every part of their body is filled with the medicine essence, even their bones which I throw are flooded with medicinal essence. It was a good thing I have not to throw away the bones of the monster that I usually do. I will have to storage them in the precious medicine boxes instead of the normal boxes later on. Drip, drip, drip. Blood constantly dripped on the floor, but I also moved forward. Now I am at the 75th pose and have to perform 2 to 3 poses maximum, and energy of miracle fruit will come out to guzzle all this medicine energy. The only problem I am having is my speed is very slow. I have become slow as a snail and nearly out of energy, but it is the fear of death that is helping me move forward. 76th, 77th, 78th, I had finally reached 78th, but there was no miracle fruit energy. Seeing that, I felt like I had been struck with the thunder, as I am already on my last leg. Going any further would be extremely hard, but if I didn't go then, Thin's medicinal energy will pop me up like a balloon, so I have to advance further. I wanted it is not. I gritted my teeth and used every ounce of energy to move, and even if I am completely dried with the energy, I dig out ounces of energy hidden with my will and move forward. 79/80th, I really might die, I thought, as I saw no miracle energy coming out, but having no choice, I moved forward through the sheer will. This movement started to remind me of the similar condition I was in about 6 months ago. 3 fatties had fed me the monster core. That time also the fiery berserk energy had torn my body apart, from that I was bleeding from every part of my body. The only difference between the two conditions is that the energy rampaging inside me is that of the opposite nature, but due to the sheer quantity of it, they are producing the same effect. The healing energy could also kill, no matter how good the thing is. If it's excessive, then it can kill. Just as I understood this simple principle from the heart, a shudder went through my source, and the bloody ribbon that was present in my source started to grow longer and longer, while its color started becoming more bloodier and edges sharper. My rule of killing is advancing. I have always thought that my rule of killing would advance when I am fighting an intense fight, or I or my enemy, or both producing terrifying killing intent. That is when I will get inspiration to break of low level, but I have never expected that I will have my rule power advance when I am verge of death in safety of my abode. I didn't notice that when I was full of joy due to advancement in rule, I continually kept performing, and just as I reached the 83rd pose, the miracle fruit energy came out and started guzzling medicinal energy like crazy. The bloody ribbon inside me continuously growing, and the aura of it started to get stronger and stronger. The ribbon quickly took the place of feather and started to suppress it. To be honest, I thought it would be Sunfire Rule that would advance first to mid-level of basic, as it is infinitely closer to reaching mid-level. I would just need a tiny amount of insight, but I was wrong. I had understood the understood principle of killing, which directly advanced my killing rule to the mid-stage. Suddenly there was slight change occur in the ribbon. Bright blood color that ribbon excludes started to become soft, and its aura also started to become milder. Though it had become milder, its might stayed the same, even increased, I may say. Is this the insight I have myself comprehended? Most of my killing rule earlier was based on the killing rule I've sensed from the white axe, which has had the flavor of rage and madness. I had tried to stay away far as possible from that rage and madness when I was comprehending the rule, but that flavor of rage and madness affected my killing intent a little. But I had made a big leap with the comprehension I myself comprehended, and because of that there was a slight change in the representation of my rule. The ribbon kept growing for a while before stopping finally. The aura of it became many times stronger than before. Now I have the power to easily beat the 5th challenger in the guild changed, which means I am quite close to having the power of the 2-star elite. Even if I have come across the normal 2-star elite, I will be able to run away from it with my life in my hand. I would not be completely powerless against it. Ashlyn had somehow sensed my rule power had advanced and entered inside me, and now the red ribbon in source shining its bloody light on my source, which in turn transmitted it to the projection of Ashlyn's source, and Ashlyn's source transmitted into the bloody ribbon in her source. The insight that I have gained just now is imprinting into Ashlyn's source. Her killing rule also started getting stronger and stronger until it became strong enough of mine. I was just watching the process of imprinting when I smelled the very familiar foul smell and instantly opened my eyes to see my body is unconsciously performing body cleansing exercise, and it had reached the 84th move, and because of that my body is going through the 7th minor cleansing, and hence the smell. That's not the only thing happening. The miracle fruit energy has come out it, and now speedily eating the medicinal energy. The miracle fruit energy's entering speed is still slow, as it is barely maintaining the balance in my body, as it is eating the medicinal energy, the new medicinal energy filling my body from the meat that just digested. I am not worried though, because the more medicinal energy the miracle fruit energy ate, the bigger its size will become, and the bigger size is equal to higher eating speed. So as long as I kept performing body cleansing technique, I will not have to be worried about getting popped like a balloon. Currently I have no energy left in my body, but I still kept performing, as I know stopping means getting popped up like a balloon, and there one other thing, that is the growth of the miracle fruit energy. The size of miracle fruit energy is growing at the visible rate. If it kept growing in this rate, the process I thought which would take months to collect the required energy to help me level up to the mid-level of the master stage, but now with this meat, I would need just 3 weeks maximum. The only regret is that I am in the Ephirian ruin, where I could not practice the body cleansing exercise without fearing some monster would attack me and I wouldn't have the energy to defend. But no worries, here I would mostly focus on the collecting monster, and after I reached home, I will eat this meat in practice, so I would level up quickly. From tomorrow, I would mostly focus on killing these monsters, as only these monsters have what I need to level up quickly. If I collect them enough, then I would even able to realize the dream that I have dreamed since childhood. I have this confidence because the mutation that is occurring in the miracle energy, through that mutation is only finished about 5%. It had increased the speed of swallowing very much compared to before. Currently, its speed of swallowing already is 5 times greater than it was when the mutation was about to begin, and if it kept increasing and reached at least 50 then with such speed, I would be able to level faster than I've ever dreamed. It's finally digested. I said in my mind, as all the viper's meat I have had eaten before had completely digested, and so there will no more medicinal energy will be coming to my body. I continued performing 84th pose over and over, as I do not have energy in my body to move forward. This continuing taking all the willpower I have, if not there is lots of medicinal energy present in my body that could still heavily injure me, even kill me. I would have fallen into the floor. Thud. Bit by bit energy of the medicine energy got swallowed by the energy of the miracle fruit, till there is not a speck of energy remain in me, and seeing that I finally took a sigh of relief and fell on the floor. I laid on the floor like a dead dog, smelling the very foul smell that is coming out my body. I very much want to vomit, but I do not the energy to do. It barely had been minute when I sensed the shocking change in my body, when I casually scanned my body with my mental sense, seeing that I became extremely startled and heavily concentrated on a single injury with my mental sense, only to see the remaining green energy in my body healing the injuries at a visible rate. If that was not shocking enough, a minute later I found I was able to twitch my fingers, which normally took me near half an hour to do that. I sat on the floor with a dazed look. It had been 10 minutes since I finished performing body cleaning technique. I should have been lying on the floor like a dead dog, but I am currently sitting the floor, able to move my hands at my will, and the shocking thing is I am feeling only slightly tired, and that slight tiredness also going away at visible. Got up and tried few buttons on the control panel of the abode, and soon suction could be felt across the room, and a few seconds later beautiful fragrance is spread the drowning the whatever foul smell that had remained. But I am still feeling the foul smell as the source of the foul smell is me. As long as I didn't clean myself thoroughly, the foul smell would not be gone. Without wasting time, I went to the shower and cleaned myself thoroughly, and only came out only when I started to smell like a flower. When I came out, I found all the physical tiredness I am feeling is gone. If not for me feeling a little tired mentally, I would have thought I have never performed the body cleansing exercise. After wearing a fresh set of clothes, I went to the eye again, took out one box of monster meat, and started to cook it. It is for tomorrow. After waking up tomorrow, I don't think I will have time to cook. Seeing the effect of the medicine energy in the monster's body, I have decided to practice body cleansing technique daily 2 times a day. The thing I was most worried about had completely vanished, as through the medicine energy, I could fully able to recover within 15 minutes. Even if the enemy attacked my abode while I am lying weak, it would still take it more than 15 minutes to break the defenses of my abode. It took me little more than 1 hour to cook the lunch for tomorrow when Ashlyn demanded to eat it again. I had already guessed that she will demand it, and that is why I made it a little extra. Ashlyn, today I will sleep first. You keep the watch, I said to Ashlyn as I laid on the bed. Usually it is I who took the first watch, but seeing I am planning to practice the body combat exercise 2 times a day, I decided to sleep first. In that way not only I could practice body combat exercise, but I can also get time to rest my body and mind before going out, so the sleeping early is the best option for me. I was woken up by the alarm 6 hours later, and when I woke up, I found Ashlyn is looking at security feed with concentration. Good girl. You can sleep now, Ashlyn, I said to her, chirping one more time. She laid on the small bed that placed on the kitchen counter. She usually sleeps on B or bed, but today she had to sleep on the small bed as I will needing the space for the practice. I quickly freshened up and started to eat the dish made of snake's meat. It feels a little weird eating this late at night, but the deliciousness of the dish enough evaporated. Before heat could spread in my body, I quickly took off my clothes and started performing body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. I was in a hurry because I have eaten a similar amount of meat as yesterday, and I know how terrifying this heat could be, and that is why I had wasted no time and started performing as soon as I finished eating. The heat started to spread through my body when I had reached the 20th pose. I was a lot faster than before and continued to be faster. Time passed by in the heat in my body getting higher and higher, but unlike last time, I had started performing before the heat started to spread to me, and I am also a lot faster than last time, and that is why I reached the 83rd pose without getting injured, and miracle fruit energy also came out that time. A few minutes later, I am lying on the floor tired. Though I am tired, happiness is clearly visible in my eyes. I was not able to make huge progress of 12 poses like yesterday, but I am still able to make go-gree poses higher than yesterday. If everything went according to my plan, then it wouldn't even take more weeks for me to go through first major cleansing. From what I have read, major cleansing is incomparable to the minor cleansing. The difference between minor cleansing and major cleansing is similar to normal seal and amethyst seal of supreme combat exercise. I had already reached 87th pose, and now only 21 poses remain to be performed. Body cleansing technique had 16 moves, and each move have 106. I got excited just thinking about it, but I know it will be difficult to reach the major cleansing, because of big chasm exist before it. If I able to cross that chasm, I will get through the major cleansing. If I did not, then I will have kept trying till I cross that chasm. Despite knowing it is very hard, I am very confident in myself that I will be able to do it. I laid on the floor for 15 minutes before going to the bathroom for a shower. After getting out of the shower, I laid on the bed for reading for 2 hours before going into the meditation room. My killing rule has advanced to mid-level of basic stage, and its power had increased tremendously, so I will have to make changes into my swirling armor as I can't use the proportions of rule power I had been using before. It's not a very complicated thing to do, but it takes little time. It is better to do now than dong in the time of the battle. Puff, puff. The fire started to appear in my body, but before it could fully be formed, it has collapsed. I was not surprised by this. I had already expected this to happen. After failing the first time, I tried again and again. I have failed many times, but I kept learning through my failures and kept improving till I am able to form the swirls before collapsing. The more I failed, the more I learned, and through this failure, I was even able to make the little adjustment in the position of swirls so I could increase the power of my swirls. Finally, after more than an hour and a half later, the swirling armor finally stabilized on my body, and the power it radiated is fearsome. With such power, I have nothing to fear against those below 2-star elite. I can even exchange a few blows with the 2-star elite before running away. Now I just wanted to outside now and find the good opponent to fight, to how powerful I have become. 1 hour, I just have to wait for an hour before I can go out. An hour passed and I finally get out of abode. The wait was short but felt very long. I just wanted to go out even if it was dark but controlled myself somehow. Focus on monsters more. If you sense any monster, tell me immediately, I said to Ashlyn. I have now shifted my priorities. Now the monster has become my #1 priority, even important than the precious medicine than the top 3 lists. The meat of monsters is very essential for my advancements. I wished Ashlyn had a special sense toward monsters just like she had towards the precious plants. Chirp, chirp. Ashlyn chirped boldly, saying leave everything to her. She will do her best to find the monsters. I could see the glint in her eyes. She only has a glint in her eyes when she is thinking about very tasty food. Let's go then, I said after I put the abode in my storage. The sun hadn't fully risen yet. There is still quite dark around. I should have waited half an hour more, but I couldn't control my excitement and come out. Before leaving, I had taken a few bites of delicious snake meat, and because of that I am feeling slight heat all over my body. It's good thing I have controlled myself, and only took few bites. If I would have taken few more, I would have had no choice but perform the body cleansing exercise, which I really don't want to do that. Performing the technique 2 times already a limit of mine. If I performed it third, I would get mentally tired, and it not wise to fight in the mentally tired state in a dangerous place like a Firian ruin. Choo choo. About 20 meters I've left my abode. Ashlyn chirped again. I thought she had sensed monster near, but it turned out she just got the smell of the precious medicine. I got a little disappointed, but soon shook my head. The monsters may be the most important, but precious medicine also important as well. They will help me exchange for the stuff I will need to forge my totem artifact. So I cautiously followed Ashlyn's lead, and 10 minutes later, I put the medicine in special medicine box and started to forward. My luck is quite good that there were no restriction on the herb. I just had to pluck and put into the special medicine box. For the next hour, we didn't come across any monster or precious medicine, but we have across 2 humans and 3 teams of Grim Race Monster. One Grim Race Monsters group ran away, seeing how casually I am looking them despite them having high numbers, and I am being alone, but 2 teams decided to attack me. It didn't take Ashlyn 5 minutes of finished off both teams of Grim Monsters. If it had been yesterday, I and Ashlyn would have had to fight these group of monsters together, and it would have taken quite a while to finish them off, but now Ashlyn finished them within 5 minutes. I wish that teams would have been stronger, so I could test my power. I hope some strong opponent came across me. Choo choo. Just as I thought that, Ashlyn telekinesis chirped in my mind, and the only thing she said was to hide. Without wasting a time, I ran toward the thickest bushes I saw and the hide behind them. In the 10 days since I have been in the Ephirian ruin, and Ashlyn had used this warning 7 times, and all these 7 times, I had extremely close shave with the death. This warning of hers means that we have come across the enemy that could crush us like an ant. In front of it, we will not stand even slightest of the chance. There were many sharp thorns in the bushes. I chose to hide, but I didn't much care about it. Even if there had been sharp iron needles in their place, I would have still decided to hide here. This wild shrub is very large and could perfectly hide my figure. Even if someone would walk hand distance from me, they would not able to see me in these bushes. As for their mental sense, I have covered myself thick killing energy. There is even a slight chance that even a sense of 3-star elite would not be able to notice me now if it was just a casual sweep of mental sense. I waited with the bated breaths, and about 10 minutes later, I started to hear faint foot spots and voices. I waited to take extremely slow breath, and minute later, a big team of Grim Race appeared before my eyes. There must 15 to 20 Grim Race monsters. Seeing such a big Grim monster group, I paled completely and started to pray all the gods I know. Boss, it's good thing great sirs have us memorize swallowing technique, otherwise it would have been really hard to digest these medicinal monsters, said Ratman to the leopardman who seemed to the leader of the group. Yes, it's good thing, otherwise we would have been ended like some predecessors who exploded after eating the meat of medicinal monsters, said another werewolf looking toward the leopardman who is walking forward. With swallowing technique, we not only can eat such delicious monsters without worries, but also can get a stronger visible rate, said the first Ratman. I wonder how those stupid humans must be doing. Some of them surely have been exploded into pieces by the medicinal energy, said another Grim Race monster. Yeah, they must have exploded like a balloon, hee hee heh, said Grim Monsters and started to laugh loudly. All of you shut up, focus on finding monsters and precious monsters. If I didn't get the quota of monsters I had set up by the evening, then you all know what awaited for you, said Leopardmab is hoarse. All of the grim monsters shuddered hearing that, started to look around as if they are searching for the monsters. Seeing that my heart tightened, I am very well aware that if I found them, I am 100% dead, and I might be dead in the most horrible way. Remember, you all should be the most focused on finding the miracle fruit. The predecessors who entered the ruin last time, entered the garden, had found the 21 miracle fruits across this ruin, and more than half of them came from this garden. As long as you guys find me a miracle fruit, I will promise that I will provide you with an occult tablet, said the leopardman, and next moment in his hand appeared a white tablet which is about 20 inches long. There were many lines carved across it. Some were deep while others were light. It looked like some grim monsters had carved their claws on the tablet. I am barely able to control my breathing and heartbeat seeing that tablet because I know what it represents. On that tablet, an occult method is carved. The occult methods does not differentiate between races. Anyone can comprehend it as long as they have the capability. Boss, would you really give us this occult tablet if we are able to find the miracle fruit? Asked one ape-man with anticipation as it concentrating looked at the tablet. Like I had said yesterday, I will give this occult tablet to whoever brings me the miracle fruit. I can even swear on pride of my scarlet leopardman tribe, it said as it waved tabled around the grim monsters. Grim monsters look at the tablet with extreme greed in their eyes, but no one dares to touch the tablet. Seeing the grim monster waving the tablet, I really wish I had the strength of the 3-star elite. I would surely leap of these bushed and attack that grim monster with all my strength to get the tablet out of its hand. Even if I had slightly weaker strength, I would have still attacked the grim race monster, just to have a chance at that occult tablet. The value of that tablet immeasurable to me. I knew very well how much merit needed to get a chance to comprehend the occult skill in the guild. Despite the whole month of intense hunting, I was nowhere near the price of getting chance to comprehend the occult method. How nice it would have been if I am able to have that tablet. That tablet would give me my personal occult method that I could comprehend whenever I want with no constraints of the time limit that Guild and Adventurer's Paradise put. I started to look at each and every monster intently, trying to memorize the faces of each and every one. I may not have the strength right now, but if I am become strong enough in the future and come across that leopardman again, I will sure try for that occult tablet. After motivating everyone with the tablet, the leopardman finally put the storage back into its storage and grim race monsters started to walk again. I am practically stopped breathing when the group of grim race monsters passed by the bush where I am hiding and even practically jumped out when I felt the grim monster's sense passed by me. It was a good thing that my killing rule advanced yesterday, otherwise I would not have been able to elude the sense of the grim monsters. I slowly started to release my breath as the grim monsters went a little away from me. The grim monsters get her and further away from me till they completely disappeared from my eyes. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing them disappeared from my views, but I did not get out of my hiding place. I stayed hiding for a solid 20 minutes before I got out of the bushes. Usually I stay hidden for at least half an hour, but this group of monsters clearly had a destination in mind, so I doubt they will return to the place they have walked. Just to be safe, I started to walk opposite of the direction of that 3-star elite grim monsters group. Time passed by and soon the late afternoon came, and since morning, I haven't able to find the suitable opponent to fight. Either they would be too strong or too weak. But I am very happy though because I have come across the medicine monster. Its strength was a little stronger than Viper of yesterday despite being at the initial level of Sergeant stage. I was right, the Viper of yesterday was from common species with low potential, otherwise it would have been a lot stronger with the number of resources it had eaten. One funny thing happens though, that makes me realize that humans never change. In this dangerous place like Ephirian Ruin, some people still get daring enough to start banditry. I have come across such a group. They were quite daring to rob with their meager strength. I not only took half of their stuff, but also broke some of their bones as punishment. I hope those guys learn from their mistakes and won't start robbing people again. Others won't be as merciful as me. Choo-choo. I had just packed the precious medicine that was in the top 3 lists and had just taken a step when Ashlyn chirped saying there is a group of grim monsters is coming. She didn't tell me to hide. That means the grim monsters group that is coming toward us is we are able to handle, or at least run away with our strength. I continue to walk. If I kept stopping for the every grim monsters I have come across, then I will waste half of the day just in waiting. After walked for a minuet when I spotted the group of the grim race monsters, and smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Leader of grim monster is quite strong. To defeat it I will have to use all my strength. Ashlyn, I will fight the leader, you handle the rest. I said to Ashlyn. I didn't even try to control my voice so that coming grim race monsters could hear me loud and clear. Food, you dare to look down on us, great grim race. If I didn't eat you alive, then I wouldn't be sod of Night Bearman tribe, said the Night Bearman as he came at me with Warhammer which looked like it made of stone. It's regrettable that I couldn't harvest the mana crystal here, otherwise, I would be very happy to let you experience the crystal harnessing while being alive, I said as I ran toward it with my fastest speed. I have already activated my swirling armor when Ashlyn told me grim monsters are coming toward us. Night Bearman screamed loudly as it swung its stone warhammer at me with all of its strength. Clank. Its warhammer and my sword clashed against each other, and we have stood still on our spot without moving an inch, with it having very shocked expression. While I am also surprised, not because of its strength but mine, I had expected to take a step back knowing how impressive physical strength the Night Bearman wield. Hee. I laughed and started to spin the swirl of my swirling armor. At the night I did not get enough time to take my swirling armor compactness as yesterday. Clank, clank, clank. Our weapons clashed, and with each clash my attack getting more and more powerful. It was able to respond equally at first minuet, but as the time passed the power swirling armor kept getting increasing, and so is my control over my newly advanced killing rule. Slice. My sword sliced across the chest of the Night Bearman. The slash was long and deep. Barreling the slash, Bearman's eyes went mad, and I thought it would attack when it suddenly turned, started to flee. Ah, putch. My sword pierced through the chest of Night Bearman from the back. Ashlyn had finished her fight in minuet, so when she saw Night Bearman fleeing she attacked it with her silver pearl. Though she was not able to kill the Bearman due to its tough defense and high vitality, it is able to distract it, which was enough for me to pierce its sword from behind. It has been 17 days since I have arrived in the Ephirian ruin, and not only my strength had increased tremendously, but I have also gained quite a harvest. My strength is increasing at the visible rate, and I am confident that in the week I will have the strength of the 2-star elite. With the constant practice of the body cleansing exercise and eating monster, meet my body becoming stronger at the visible rate. The only regret is that I had reached the bottleneck in the body cleansing exercise. In the last 7 days, I have made very fast progress in the body cleansing exercise, but after I had reached the 107th pose, I can't seem to go forward no matter how much try. I had tried many times, but there was no use. I had expected to come across the big chasm, but never expected the chasm would be this big. It's like an unbreakable wall. 108th pose represents the first major cleaning and the last pose a first move. I have read that it brings a big change to the body and gives a big boost to the strength and flexibility to the body. But they will not be the most important factors. The most important factors will be the cleansing. The minor cleansings I have received till now would be nothing in front of it. The cleansing will remove impurities of my body, which will improve it in every way. Sigh. Ah. I took a sigh of relief, but suddenly I stopped by the loud scream I heard. The scream came and stopped abruptly, but it still left a mark which left me shaking. The scream seemed very painful and blood-curdling, that hearing all the hairs on my body stood up. Gasp. Hearing the scream, I slowly walked toward the place I've heard the scream and discovered something inconceivable. There I saw a team 6 grim race monsters bound by vines. Of 6 grim race monsters, 4 of them in the mouth of the 4 flowery purple plants, while the other 2 monsters are bound to eat later. Ominous ghost tooth flower. I have never thought that I would come across this super rare plant, and there are not 1 but 4 of them. Technically, this ominous ghost tooth flower is hybrid. It is both plant and plant-type monster, as it possesses the core and intelligence as monsters, but it is stationary as plant, and to reproduce it seeds like plants. This plant is extremely precious. If the black mist flower is in the top 100 of the 3 lists, then this flower present in the top 3. It is the most precious plant in the list published by the All 4S Class Guild. I am very lucky that I have able to see this plant, as normally it lay below the ground, and only came up when some step over where they are lying waiting. It is impossible to sense them from below, and almost all the people fall to become their prey if their strength equal to or lower than the ominous monsters. This team of grim monsters is very unlucky that they have placed the foot where the omnivorous plant is hiding. These 4 plants seem to take quite a relish eating these monsters, seeing how slowly they are eating the grim race monsters. 5 minutes later, they finished eating the 4 big bodies of grim race monsters. The last remaining 2 monsters were taken by 2 most powerful of 2 ghost tooth monsters. I want these 4 plants no matter the cost. The things these monsters give will be akin to having second-like. It is said that even speck on the core of the monster is enough to heal any injury on the body, while its seeds are enough to regenerate any body parts within the minutes. The poison it produced is extremely precious for the research purposes. The flower, roots, and any other part of it also precious as well. Having these 4 plants would be worth the whole trip to the Ephirian ruin. Though the plant is extremely precious, it is extremely dangerous as well. Poison of it could make one on the spot while giving the hell-like pain. Every part of it is strong like steel. Its only weakness is the small part below the flower. The most troublesome ability of its is poison transmutation. It can transmit poison through any part of its body. As lost any part of it touch my body, I will be poisoned. It's good thing that I have finally mastered the mid-level attack skill, and it is a long-range skill known as Fire Arc. It can send the arc of fires through the sword. Ashlyn ready, we will attack in a minuet, I said. Due to it being hybrid, it had power. Its aura is equal to the Brigadier stage, and battle power is equal to the 2-star elite. Due to her tiny and her silver balls being more powerful, she will be able to better fight than me. Remember the plan, I said as I moved out of my hiding place and attacked the plants when they are about to eat the 2 monsters whole. Sup sup sup. I launched more than 10 fire arcs one after another toward all the 4 monsters. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. The plants got immediately altered, and tens of vines came out of the ground and defended against my fire arcs. Soon all the fire arcs were defended by the vines. The scorched marks left behind by my attack vanished within the second, as not even trace left of them. It is inconceivable that the attack that merged with the rule power vanished within the second it made. Sup sup sup. Just as my first attack got defined, I started to launch another, but this time there is no stopping. I launched one after another with my full strength. With me having a monster core in my stomach, I won't have to worry about mana expenditure of such an attack, but it takes a toll on the mental power. My soul energy is quite high, but I will still need rest for a few moments to recover the soul power, but currently is not a time to rest. I have to provide the distraction for the Ashley Ends attack. I started to feel tired while attacking as it has been 5 minuets since I am launching the fire arcs one after another, and unsurprisingly, all the attacks got defended by the ghosttooth plants, not a single one able to reach the flower. Sup sup sup. As I was attacking, a palm-sized silver fireball came from the sky. Its speed was so great that it had reached the range of ghosttooth vines, and they tried to catch that fireball. The fireball went inside the vines, but whenever they tried to catch, it will move away skillfully. The vines tried, but there was no use as the fireball was away too fast. Bang! Finally, about second after entering the ghosttooth's range, it finally crashed against the flower. BANNG, the fireball crashed against the base of the flower and made a palm-size hole inside. The purple flower, which had been glowing brightly, instantly dimmed down completely. Dead as I expected. Seeing their friend dead, all 3 ghosttooth flowers gone crazy and madly started to flay the vines on all directions searching for that fireball, but they come across nothing, and that time I resumed my attacks. Sup sup sup. As if blaming me for their friend's death, they started to defend against my attacks with a vengeance while trying to reach me, but I am outside their range. No matter how they tried, their vines couldn't reach me. These plants are terror with their vines. If they had the mobility like a plant monster, they would have been intensely powerful that even I would have had to run away from it. They have a lot of steel-like vines and immense vitality to boost them. Even if their vines are cut, they will grow anew in a minute. Sup sup sup, I continued my attack, but this time my pace is slow as I wasn't able to continue with the intense attacks. Time passed and we kept playing attack and defend, and with more my attacks had started to get deeper and deeper into the area of plants. The killing rule is such an amazing rule. It may have offensive power as normal level 2 rule, but it had many side perks. Intuition and analyzing is one of them. As the battle gets longer, I started to notice the pattern of the monster's attacks, and no matter how perfect one's attacks is, there are always loopholes, and it is the same for these 3 plants. The more I kept fighting with them, the more I understood their pattern, which helped me launch the attacks. Another half an hour passed, and now my attacks could reach 5 meters near the flowers, which is very close, seeing there is net of near hundreds of vines around the 50-meter area around the plants. Sup 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 sup, Ashlyn now. I suddenly increased the intensity of attack and asked Ashlyn to attack. My attacks have now become 3 times faster than before, leaving vines scrambling. In that exact moment, a fireball come out of the dead plant's body and moved toward the next plant. Cup, seeing all the ghosttooth plants are nearly connected to each other, the fireball didn't take even a second to pierce through the second ghosttooth plant, killing it immediately before shooting up in the sky. Vines tried to catch the fireball with their all, but fireball was fast and swiftly flew around, dodging the vines nimbly due to its small size. Choo-choo. When the fireball came out of the vine's range, it burst open and Ashlyn came out of it. It was Ashlyn who had covered herself in the very dense ball of fire which had killing rule and sunfire rule merged in it. I called this move of her cannonball, as when it hits the target, it creates a very destructive force. That force is much times stronger than her fire pearls, but it is very dangerous as well. Her silvery fire pearls are the long-range attacks. She can cast them with from the safe distance, but the same is for cannonball. She had to cover herself with the dense fire and crash on the enemy, which is very, very dangerous. Now that 2 of their friends dies, the 2 ghost teeth went completely crazy, but also became very vigilant. It was a good thing Ashlyn quickly escaped. Even if these plants are dumb, they would have able to find her in their dead friend's corpse, seeing how she came out their friend's core. These monsters had become very vigilant despite going mad. They are very focused on their defense. It's like they have erected the green wall around them. No attacks of mine is capable of passing through that green wall. It is time to take the risk. I had already known that at maximum I will be able to kill 2 ghost tooth with that method, and to kill the other 2, I will have to enter their range. I completely covered myself with the killing energy. With these plants having no eyes will be very helpful to me, as my killing rule will help a little distracting their senses. It was mainly due to killing rule Ashlyn was so successfully able to fly around the vines. Ashlyn and I took the Ashlyn same time. She started to attack it with the silver pearls while I entered the range o monster's vines. For this attack, we have no clear strategy. It's all depend on the chance. If she got the chance, she will kill. If I got the chance, I will kill. As I entered the range, one of third of vines in the area came at me like a snake. They were agile and swift as a snake, but I was no dumb either. With my senses fully active, I started to move around the vines agilely while trying to get closer to the plant. I would have had no chance against these vines if not for Ashlyn distracting them with her attacks. Her fire pearls may not be as much as use against these plants, who have the terrifying vitality, but they still give the immense pain when they hit, which is enough annoy and distract these plants. Ashlyn had been hitting the sensitive spots on the fire and do silver fire pearls being tiny. Rarely any fire pearls were defended by the vines. Slice, slice. I dance around the vines, and those I can't dodge are cut by my sword, but there was no relive as the cut vines will grow anew in a minute fully. Step by step, I get close to the flower, which searching for the chance to launch the fatal attack. Another half an hour passed, and I was able to get close to the 10 meters from the flower, and now 3/4 of the vines are concentrated one me. Ashlyn attack, I said, and 3 seconds later, a small fireball rained down from the sky. Seeing the fireball, the flower got alarmed, moved toward the Ashlyn, but how can I let them be successful? Crescent. I activate the second move of the skill, and large crescent-like fire arc shot through my sword, cutting all the vines that came in its way. D-Hub, with the help provided my attack, Ashley speedily came at the flower. Seeing what she will do, the flower had literally created the wall of vines, but she blasted through it and directed crashed into the weakness of the flower. A second later, third Ghosttooth is dead, and now last is remaining with controlling. It came at me and Ashlyn madly, but its 30-something vines could not be able to do anything to use as I steadily gained ground. With 30-something vines, Ashlyn did not even have to move out its range, as she could nimbly move and attack with only one Ghosttooth remain alive. I got closer and closer till there is only 2 meters distance between us. Seeing it enough distance, I started to spin swirls faster for more power, and when I got enough power, I launched my final attack, and so is Ashlyn at the same. I cut through the vines, and seeing that I have been so easily cut across it, it used its all vines to create the barrier around it. It had became even easier. I thought and directed, pierced my sword through the vine barrier, and Ashlyn did the same while attacking. I felt a slight inkling of something being wrong, but in the heat of battle, I couldn't do anything about it. As if I retrace my sword, this angry plant may become sober and burrow in the ground. D-Hub, pierce. We both pierce through the defense of the flower and see how the glow on its vines receding. It's dying. I was very happy seeing that, as these 4 plants worth the fortune. Just one of them is enough to make this trip worthwhile, but now I got 4. I was relishing in my victory when suddenly I felt extreme pain shooting through me, and when I looked at the source of my pain, I saw a vine thin as a needle had pierced through my back, very close to my heart. Fuck, I cursed loudly in horror. I was poisoned, and its essence poison, not the normal poison. Fuck, I said loudly as I started to take out various potions bottles from my pocket and drank them one after another, while at the same time using my rule power to contain the poison. Without asking, Ashlyn entered inside me. After drinking more than 10 potion bottles, I activated my abode hesitation and went inside just as it fully activated. As for the 4 ominous ghost tooth flowers, I fucking don't care. They may have something that could instantly heal the injuries, they may have something that could instantly regrow limb, but they don't have anything that could help me against their poison, an essence poison at that. If I eat any part of them, it would not help me, instead it will amplify the poison. The reason they got name Omnious Ghost Tooth Flower instead of Life Miracle Flowers, which suits them best as every part could be used in saving a life, is that because of their poison. There is a list of most poisonous being under night grade, and in that list, the poison of flower ranked 6th, and that poison called Ominous Ghost Tooth Poison. It is because of its poison it had named the Ominous Ghost Tooth Poison. I reached down my abode and looked inside me with my soul sense, and I paled again. Without caring for the price, I took out the small glass bottle from my storage, and inside it a tiny golden liquid could be seen. I took one unwilling look at the bottle and drank it whole. That small bottle had contained all the daffodil bees honey I have. Normally I would only drink daffodil honey when I have no choice, and my current condition is worse than I have no choice. I could clearly see all potions that had come across that dark gray tar-like poison would be swept inside it, and eating this the poison would grow more. Only after drinking daffodil honey would it able to stop for less than a minute before it started to eat the daffodil bee's honey and grow bigger, seeing that I had become completely paled. I had thought that daffodil honey would able to stop it, as it is effective against almost anything, but instead of crushing this tar-like substance, it instead crushed by it and then got eater. The daffodil honey can't be blamed, its level is too low. The honey came from the corporal stage daffodil bees, and the poison was from brigadier stage obvious ghost with flower. If the honey was from the brigadier stage daffodil bees, it would have stood the chance against it. I wanted to use that potion, but it for bodily injuries, not for the poison. Jim had clearly told me that it is not a bit useful against the poison, otherwise I would have surely drunk that. Shit, shit, shit. I started to curse loudly as it broke through the double-layer confinement of my rule power and immediately seeped inside me, disappearing from my sense. Death, this is only thought came in my mind. From what I have read, I have a maximum of 20 minutes before my deaths came. The essence poison of the ominous ghost blood flower works differently than the normal poison. This dark gray tar-like substance will first seep into the deepest part of my body, and then it will start spreading to every inch of my body while swallowing all types of energies came in its way. It will continuously spread while growing bigger and bigger, and when it will fully spread on the each and every part of the body, it will come out and will start to eat the body in the true sense. By the time this poison finished, there will be nothing but the dark gray puddle on the ground. Those who got affected by this poison will die. Only those will able to survive who have antidote against it, and sadly I don't have it, but I will still have a chance. Sizzle. Making my mind, I removed something from my storage and started to burn it with my strongest fire with sunfire fused in it. In 5 seconds, it is fully cooked with some burn marks, but I don't care as I stared to eat it without care of my hand and mouth that is getting very messy. What I am eating right now is herd of the medicine monster that I had killed 3 days. Normally I would not dare to eat the whole heart, as it will only pop me up like a balloon in manhwaedit. This heart contains more than enough energy levels me up to the mid-level of the master stage, and I would have eaten it by adding little by little in my meal over the course month or two, but now I am directly eating it. I am eating so it would provide me with the time. The ominous ghost took poison at all the energy, and it is no doubt it will eat this medicinal energy as well. So, as long as this energy existing my body, it will not start eating my body. So with me eating a heart, I now barely have 45 minutes, and in this 45 minutes, I will have to go through the first major cleaning, otherwise I will die without even leaving the bones. I had thought I would go through first major cleansing in the relaxed environment, but now looked like either I will go through first cleansing or die. I remove all my clothes, not leaving a single article of the clothing to interrupt my movements, and started to perform body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. Didn't even take me a minute to reach the 12th pose of the body cleansing technique, while the same time I saw inferno-like green energy coming out of my stomach with the terrifying momentum, wanting to blast all things apart, but just as it about to reach the peak, it was sucked by some unknown force. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing that. I was afraid it will not eat this medical energy. If that would have happened, then I would be lying in a tiny fleshes of blood and flesh right now. Though this immense green energy would increase the power of the ominous ghost tooth poison, I really don't much care as this method is proving me more time to survive. I started to perform as my life depend on it, and it depends on it. The faster I reach to the 108th pose, the more chances of survival I would have. I have to reach the 108 no matter the cost, if not for but for family. I still remember the long talk we have a day before I had come to this Ephirian ruin. My father had talked about the new job of his which he is loving so much. My sister is also loving the new place as it is bigger than our old home, and she had made lots of friends. So, if not for me I have to survive for them, I have made a promise to my family that I will come out of ruin alive. I reached 48th to move within the 5 minutes. Usually, I need 3 times than this, but today I've done it. But this isn't time to happy about it, as the front poses that I have to perform will take more and more time. I'm even worried if I would be able to reach 83rd pose before the 45 minutes over. At 83rd pose, the energy of miracle fruit came out, and I am counting on it to eat the ominous ghost tooth poison, and more poses I perform, the higher home field advantage it will have against the ominous poison. Seeing the power of the ominous poison, I know the energy of the miracle fruit won't be matched to the poison, but if it has the furnace-like environment to boot, a place where it is born and have an advantage in, even if it had not able to strike against it, even if it only able to confine it securely, that would be enough for me. After going out of this realm, I would be able to find an antidote, or I might get lucky and find something against this poison. With the intense hope to survive, I continue performing, but forward I go, the more time it needed for me to perform the poses. Still, I kept trying my all, trying to be faster than last, even if it is not possible, then became faster than the last pose. It will be enough if I take some time performing current pose last post. Sweat could be seen dripping from my body. There is no single part of my form where the sweat isn't coming, but I don't have time worried about that, as I am most focused on performing the poses faster. Ominous ghost tooth poison is sucking all the energy released from the digested part of my heart that I had eaten, and one surprising thing is that I had underestimated the medicinal energy heart has. It's not surprising that, till now, all the monster I have hunted, I have never eaten their hearts. I had known that hearts have way too much energy, and I didn't want to eat them in a place like a Firian ruin. It's a good thing the heart I chose to eat is that of the weakest monster. If it had been the heart of the powerful monster, then even if ominous ghost blood poisons sucking the energy, some would have leaked and popped me up like a balloon. Time passed and I continued performing like a mad, and finally, I had reached the 83rd pose in 37th manhwaedit. Just as the miracle fruit energy came out, it moved toward the medicinal energy and started eating crazily. The eating speed of miracle fruit energy slow by half compared to the ominous poison. I had already expected this, but it still made me very disappointed. Now it completely depends on the body cleansing technique and how much it could suppress the ominous poison to give the energy of the miracle fruit a chance. But for that happen, I will have to continue performing and reach 108th pose at least. Only then will I able to give the fighting chance to the energy of the miracle fruit. I kept performing while both of the energies kept eating the energies. I could see the energy of miracle fruit growing continuously, and with it growing, it is also eating more and more energy, but it was never able to match to the ominous poison, as its speed of eating also increasing with the time. More than an hour had passed, and finally, all the heart is completely digested, and all of its energies were eaten by the ominous poison and the energy of the miracle fruit. Few seconds after the monster's heart finished completely digesting, tiny drops of dark gray tar-like liquid started to come out, and before my miracle fruit energy could try to eat any single one of those dark gray drops, all the gray drops sped toward each other and started merging. Soon all the dark gray drops merged and turned into a ball which had a crown of ghostly smoke top of it as it radiates the ominous aura. The name it got perfectly fitted. After merging into one, that ball of a dark gray liquid shot towards the miracle fruit energy, as if wanting to eat up before it started to eat my body. Seeing that I started to perform even faster with the energy that is hidden deep down inside me, I had already reached the 106th pose. To get the chance of survival, I just have to perform 107th and 108th pose. The dark gray ball of energy crashed into the big cloud of miracle fruit energy and started to eat it. The energy foe, the miracle fruit, resisted at first, but as the passed, its resistance wavered and the poison started to eat it. Though its speed of eating is very, very slow, it's still eating. If this kept happening for a while, I will seriously die. I cannot waste any time. I thought and started to perform even more furiously, but no matter how furious I am performing slow as a snail. No matter how much I try, I can't seem to go faster. It still took me more than 10 minutes to reach the 107th pose, and by that time, that ball of ominous ball had eaten quite a bit of miracle fruit energy. As I reached the 107th pose, the temperature in me got even hotter and suppression on ominous poison got even greater than before it had stopped taking a bite on the miracle fruit. Now both of the energies had reached the stalemate, no one gaining upper hand on the other. I could sense that ominous energy wanted to take the bite on the miracle fruit energy, but no matter it tried, it didn't able to do it. They are now at a stalemate, but if I have to confine it, I will have to perform the 108th pose, otherwise all will be futile once I stop performing. I had already reached my limit in performing. Moving a single had become extremely difficult for me, Time passed, and I kept performing at a very slow pace, when suddenly ominous poison, which had been trying to eat the miracle fruit, energy started to enter the deep again. I paled seeing that. I thought as long as I continue moving I will be able to reach the 108th pose, but now seeing there is no point eating, it had moved toward my body. A few seconds after it had entered my body, I felt pain from the deep inside me. It was the most intense pain I've ever felt in my life. This ominous poison is eating my life force away. I have suffered through many things, beaten till every bone of my body broke, till my body became volcano by monster core, or ballooned by the medicinal energy, but I have never had my life force eaten. Life force is the basis of life. Once is sucked more than the body could handle, then there will be deep consequences for a lifetime, even if I am able to survive. I am feeling the pain that I had never before, but it is not affecting a bit, as I am most about my life force that has been eaten away bit by bit. I have to do something now that I am capable of, because a few minutes later, I won't be capable of doing anything as my life force will be sucked away. I screamed through my gritted teeth and started to move my body with all the strength I have. My body, which had been half immobile, started to move, and it moved fast. I don't know where did I got the energy, but my speed became a little faster than a snail. I moved and come across the chasm. Ah, seeing the chasm, I did not stop, instead crashed through it with every bit of will I have, and I finally able to cross that chasm. I had finally performed the 108th pose, and when I looked inside me, I saw something very inconceivable, very inconceivable. Just as I reached, I saw something inside me. I never thought I would be able to see something like this. It is really inconvincible. Inside me had become colorful, that all sorts of energies came out me. They have filled my body with a brim. I have never thought I had this much amount of energies hidden inside me. Some I could identify, some were relatively unknown. Some of them were remnant energies of miracle fruit, energies from the monster core. The potions I have all sorts of energies came out the deepest part of my body they hiding in. The most important energy is ominous ghost with poison. It also came out me, and like all energies, its dark gray tar-like drops also stood motionless. I could see how all the drops are struggling, but no matter how much they try, they were not able to move even slightly. The only thing that is able to move is the energy of miracle fruit. Unlike other energies, it is feeling no restriction, and it is making full use of that. It is eating the other energies of miracle fruit that came out of my body. These energies were from the miracle fruits I ate in the past. It did not even glance at the other energies, and the more it ate those miracle fruit energies, the slight purple hue on it also getting more and more defined. I continue performing. Even with the pace slower than ant, I continue moving, as once I stop, everything will also be stopped, and one thing is the major cleansing also hadn't started yet. From what I have read, I will have to completely finish performing the 108th pose before I could go through the major cleansing. As I continue performing body cleaning, I noticed that my body getting hotter and hotter, and some energies were melting and fusing with my body. I have seen the other energies fusing with my body, but they have never fused so perfectly. This process is simply perfect, and one thing made even happier, that as I go more forward in the 108th pose, the greater and stronger energies started to melt and fuse in my body. First, it was just normal energies that I got from eating normal monsters' meat and potions. These energies came from the monsters I ate and potions I drank when I was at private stage. But as time passed, the temperature inside me has increased, and it started to melt stronger energies like berserk energy of specialist stage monster that I have when I ate for the energy. I had become completely empty of the energy while performing the 108 poses and barely able to move, but when I saw all these energies are melting like butter and fusing with each and every cell of my body, I know I have to continue. I know that if I am able to even merge less than half energies into me, then the physical boost I will receive will be immense. It will be more than what an amethyst seal gave me. If that happens, then I will have the strength of 2-star elite. I will be directly able to clash against it without using any tricks, and that I least what I will be able to do. I kept performing and saw all types of energies getting melt and fuse with me. Even the berserk energy from the master stage fiery core that 3 fatties had fed started to melt. While one side energies kept fusing, on the other side, the energy of the miracle fruit finished eating all the miracle fruit energies that were present in my body. Now it started to move again. I thought it would eat the mesidinal energy, but no, it directly went for the closest drop of the ominous poison. I was quite shocked seeing this. I had already expected to eat the ominous poison, but after it ate all the energies and became powerful, I did not expect it to directly leap at the ominous poison. Ominous poison is completely suppressed, that it wasn't able to move from its place, but that doesn't mean it is easy to swallow. The big cloud of the miracle fruit energy covered the ominous poison and started to eat, and to my surprise, it is able to eat it, but its speed is very slow. Time passed by, and miracle fruit energy had finished eating the half drop of ominous poison, and not only it had grown in size very much, but it also purple hue on it had also grown slightly. Seeing, I became very happy. There are more than enough energies here to make me level, but the problem is time. As long as I give the miracle fruit energy enough time, it will be able to eat enough drops of ominous poison to make me level up. The only thing I will have to do is keep moving. Fuck, sometime later I got the biggest surprise. My body had become even hotter than it started melting the ominous poison, and currently in my body, there is no energy that had not melted. The berserk energy of all the levels melted, even the medicinal energy melted completely before it started to slowly merge with my body. The drop ominous poison started melting one by little, all the melted like the butter, and started fusing in my body. My body is not the only one who is getting benefited by the melting of the energies. The miracle fruit energy also benefited, as it had become very easy to eat the melted energy. Its speed increased 5 times, and it is growing bigger at a visible rate. It wouldn't be long before it will eat enough energies to help me level up. Time passed by, and now there less than 5 energies remain in my body, and they are also fastly merging with my body, and eaten by the miracle fruit energy. It wouldn't take a minuet for all the energies to finish off, as I had reached the end of the 108th pose and will be finished in less than 2 minuets. 1 minuet passed, and just as I expected, all the energies that were out got completely consumed, not even speck left of them. The purple hue on the miracle fruit energy is now quite visible, as it now covered about 10 of miracle fruit energy. The 10 of mutation is really great, as it will increase the speed of consuming of miracle fruit energy by 10 times of original speed. I have now more than enough energy to level up. If I wish, I could start leveling up right now, but I did not, as I first wanted to go through the cleansing and then level up. Today I had really close brush up with death. It was even more dangerous and deadly than the incident with the fatties, but it also gave me more benefits than I had imagined. 1 second after another passed, and I finally performed the last movement of the 108th pose, and just as I did that, I shook a little, and I smelled the most horrible thing I've ever smelled, as the major cleansing started in my body. A dense black liquid started to come out of my body, bringing the most horrible smell I've ever smelled. It smelled 100 times more worse than the most horrible smell I have ever smelled. The black liquid continues to come out my body, and within a few seconds, a layer of black appears on my body. Controlling my senses, I concentrated my soul sense inside my body, only to see a black substance coming out from every pore of my body, and it continued for minuet. The slight shaking of my body had also stopped, and my body started to return to normal. Seeing the layer of horrible black filth covering my body, I left dumbstruck, as I never threw my body that this much filth in it, and this is just the first move of body cleansing exercise. I wonder what happened in the second, third, fourth, even 16th move. I released the miracle fruit energy that I had desperately held onto after the cleansing process finished. Bam. Just as I released the energy of the miracle fruit, it crushed all the barriers, and when it comes across the final where it always stopped for a moment, this time it did not stop and directly crushed that barrier, as this time I had more than enough miracle fruit energy than I need for level up. As the energy of miracle broke through the final barrier, I started to level up. I could see the changes happening to me. My body, soul, and mana, all three, are advancing at a visible pace. About 10 minutes later, I had finally leveled up to the mid-level of Master Stage, and about to get up as this filthy smell had really become unbearable when I sensed something which made me stop my movement. I thought this would happen during only a big level up. Did not think this will happen during a small level up also. I thought happily as I consented on my source and saw the exact scene what I had expected to see. The shadow of Ashland's source is hanging above my source, and from it, energy transmitting to my source, which is making its aura grew denser and color brighter. I concentrated on Ashland's source and entered her source, seeing Ashland's source sucking off energy from the blood drop. Seeing this process happening and will take some time to finish off, I calmed my mind and concentrated on the blood drop. This is always the best time to concentrate on blood drop, as I can get the clearest images only this time, and fire rule became clear. Time passed as I concentrated on the blood drop, concentrating at the blur images, while at the same time try sense fire rule, which will help take my sunfire rule to the mid stage. Time passed by, and about 2 hours later, Ashland's source stopped sucking the energy. The power of my fire ability had increased again by manyfold, which means the fire of swirling armor also increased. If earlier I am strong as I had been earlier, then I wouldn't have had to fight so desperately against that ominous ghost tooth flower, I thought as I started getting up. Bang! I crashed against the wall as I started to get up. I have used too much power than I had expected. I quickly stabilized myself and pressed a few buttons on the control pad before walking toward the bathroom carefully. Currently I am feeling very light. I am feeling like I have become a feather, and that if I want to I can fly. I am feeling this because my body has gone through major cleansing. Ike went to the bathroom and started to shower. The black filth that completely dried on my skin started to fall apart under the pressure of the shower and revealed a glowing skin that is filled with the vitality. The effects of major cleansing are better than I expected, I thought as I looked at my glowing skin. I scrubbed my skin with soup till all the filthy smell disappeared from my body. Turning off the shower, I dried my skin with the fire before walking out of the bathroom. Fuck, I was comfortably wearing the cloths when I remembered that I hadn't collected the 4 omnious ghost tooth flower yet. Just as I remembered, I started to wear clothes quickly, nearly tearing them apart. After wearing clothes, I wore my artifact in quick succession before getting out of the abode. Thank God, I toothed the sigh of relief seeing the flower are all right. I am quite lucky that no one had passed in this way. These flowers are very precious, could be said one of the most precious plants in the garden. I did not waste time and walked toward the flowers. They are just as I left them. First of all, I will have to remove those 2 most important things out of them. They have the highest value in all the things of ominous ghost tooth flower. I removed the knife from my storage. This knife is peak general stage totem artifact. I have brought this knife as it has the very sharp blade. It is sharper than my red sword. Activating knife softly pressed it against the base of the flower and started applying force slowly till it started cutting through it. I intentionally applied less force in fear of damaging the flower. It is important that this flower did not damage too much, otherwise it will lessen its price. I had started to cut the same way I have saw in the demo. I kept cutting and made the palm-size cut across the base of the flower, and when I widened the hole, a bright green gem of infant's thumb size appeared in front of me. This is the core of the ominous flower. Eating speck of it could heal all the injuries on one's body within a minuet, and it's gentle in nature, so even normal people could eat without fear of berserk energy. I quickly placed the core in my storage. After that, cut the whole flower from the base, and looked inside to see there are 4 emerald color thumbnail size seeds inside. These emerald thumbnail size seeds are called regeneration seeds. Like their name suggests, after eating a seed, it can help regrow the body part in the span of a few minutes. There are normal regeneration medicines, but they get expensive with level, and they took a lot of time also, but this seed can help one regrow the limb within a few minutes. After finishing with the one flower, I moved toward the next flower, and in 5 minutes I have removed all the cores and seeds from the flower, and then started to pack the flower itself. Choo-choo. I had just finished storing all the 4 omnious ghost tooth flowers, and about to star on roots and vines when Ashlyn chirped. So guests are coming then, we should welcome them properly, I said with a smile as I placed the knife back in my storage, and take off the sword from my waist. Oh, a sound came out of my mouth when I sensed the number of monsters coming toward me and their levels. I had expected it to be 5 to 6 monster, with 1-star elite or 2-star elite, as a leader since Ashlyn didn't ask me to hide, but it turned out this group of monsters have 14 monsters with 3 3-star elite as the leader. If it had been morning, I would have surely run away from this team, as I would have been able to survive against 1 2-star elite, but fighting 3 3-star elite would have been absolute death. But now, I don't such a problem. If there would have been 2 more normal 2-star elites, I would have been fine. Currently, I have the power to beat TH6 Challenger in the Guild's Challenge, which is asking to normal 2-star elite, and with adding a power boost my swirling armor, I have the power to fight against slightly stronger 2-star elite, which is power similar to the 7th Challenger in the Guild's Challenge. If I had been in the outpost, I would have been mid-level powerhouse, but here I am not. I have already sensed the few beings in the past few days who have gone beyond 3-star elite, and fortunate enough survive, as one of them was a grim race monster, while the other was monster. A few seconds after me sensing them, the team of grim race monsters appeared in view. This team, as I had sensed 14 grim race monsters of the various tribe, and have 3 grim race monsters that are 2-star elites. They looked quite surprised when they looked at me when standing amidst a bunch of vines and roots. They did not say anything, just kept observing me and vines and roots, about when one Crockman's expression changed suddenly. Ominous ghost tooth flower, and more than one at that, said the Crockman loudly. Hearing it saying loudly, all the grim race monsters started to look at roots and vines, and their expression have changed also. Hand over all the ominous ghost tooth flower you have got, and we will give you swift death, but if you resist then I will let you be eaten by my friends here, said Black Viperman, clearly threatening me. I smiled at its threat while reminding myself to collect its poison after I killed it. The poison of this Brigadier Black Viperman is very useful to me. The poison of Black Viperman I am using for the poison training had become too low grade for me, as it is the poison of Black Viperman of major stage. The Viperman became angry seeing the peculiar look I am giving it. Looks like you have no intention to giving us the ominous ghost tooth flower, in that I won't be polite, said the Viperman as it came at me with the swift speed while activating its spirit totem on the way. Seeing it coming at me, Ashlyn, who was on my shoulder, flew up. Seeing the Black Viperman coming at me, I did not move from my spot. I would have not moved from my spot if all the 3 of them came at me. As it came closer to me, it swung its saber at me with extremely fast speed. Seeing it's launching its attack, I also swung my sword at it. Clank, our sword clashed and my body shook a little, but I did not take a step back, but the Black Viperman had to take a couple of steps back, and I even saw a trickle of blood coming from its mouth. It looked at me with shock as if not daring to believe what happened. Its shock is understandable, as there is a difference of 5 levels between us. You guys help me, this one is quite tough, said Snakeman as it looked at its teammates. Hearing him, their dazed faces recovered and they all came at me. The 2 grim race monsters were ahead while their 11 teammates were behind. Ah. Suddenly the 11 grim monsters from behind started to scream, and when the 3-leader grim monster looked back they saw the 11 grim race monsters are being attacked by the small bird, and the injuries they have received are very serious, and one of them even died, and it's just happened within the second. You guys handle this bird and are careful, she is very dangerous, said the Crockman to the people behind him. Hearing his order, all the 10 grim race monsters nodded and took the air while 3 grim race monsters attacked me. I could have taken the earlier chance to attack, but I didn't. I want to test my power against 3. Black Viperman, Crocman, and Yellow Ratman, all 3 2-star elite attacked me at the same time, but I am not afraid of the even if I have no swirling armor on. If I had my swirling armor on, I would have quickly finished the fight, but I didn't want that as I want to see how powerful my body had become. I will only use my swirling armor when I am facing mortal danger, which I don't think happen, even if these 2 use their mystic skills. Clank, 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 slice. As the 3 came closer, of all 3 of them started to launch their attack in quick succession. I was able to counter them well, but Ratman's short sword still able sliced my skin a little. Slice, slice, slice. That only happened once, as I did not have the quick grasp over my stretch, but as time passed, I got better control over my strength that not only I gave them chance to not attack me, but I started to attack them. New cuts started to appear on Grim Monster's body every second. No matter how much they tried to dodge, the cut would always appear on them sneakily. We will be killed if we let this food have its way. Let's use our occult method and finish this bastard. Snakeman snake, and next moment their power tripled. Slice, slice, slice. I was waiting for this. I thought as I started to use my full power, I had been holding back when effecting these monsters, so when they started to use their occult methods, I also started to use my full strength, and surprisingly their condition has become worse. Sup, more and more injuries started to appear in their body when suddenly the black viperman opened its mouth and spewed its black-red venom at me. I wanted to use my rule power to stop the poison infiltrating my body, but soon a thought came into my mind, and I let poison seep into me and to my body, and to my and the black snake man, I felt nothing. I did not feel even speck of pain. I had expected to have the poison immunity, as more than half of the ominous ghost tooth poison had merged with me. It is obvious that I would develop a poison immunity, but feeling nothing from the poison is still very shocking, as this was not the normal poison, but essence poison. I kept fighting against the poison for a while before gaining the complete upper hand in the battle and killing 3 of them. The yellow ratman tried to run, but easily killed by me, with Ashlyn distracting it. Poison immunity is really good. I thought as I scanned myself with my soul sense. The essence poison of the black K snakeman is coursing through my body, but no matter how much it tried, it can seem to harm it. I scanned it every inch of my body to see if it is affecting any other part, but no, it is not affecting any other part of my body. Poison immunity is not the only thing I have received. I found that my healing speed has doubled than before, and the strength boost I got could be compared to the 15 seals of the Supreme Combat exercise. These all boosts are incredible. I have never thought I would gain so much in a few hours. The body cleansing exercise is really amazing. Not only it had cleansed my body, but it had also merged all sorts of energies into me, one being most special, that is ominous ghost tooth essence poison. The power it has was no less than a mystic medicine. It had not only to give me poison immunity, but it also made my body strong. It is said every pose, it would create a mystery's cleansing energy, which would be released in small parts at every 12 poses, and when one performed 108 poses, it would release full, thus creating the melting effect. This cleansing energy production will be kept increasing with every move, and after the 10th move, its production would increase so immensely that every pose could create enough energy could create the melting effect. But how hard is to reach the 10th move? Even the owner of White Axe, who was only able to reach 9th move after the years of hard work, and people of his organization had started to call him a freak. From what I have seen in the memories, that very difficult to reach 16th pose, that only negligible amount people able to reach it. Even in supreme level organization, there is a handful of those who were able to reach it. I don't know if it's true or not about the supreme level organization, as those people, when they talked about the supreme level organization, they had dreamy look in their eyes. I quickly collected the stuff from the grim race monsters' bodies, especially their storages. This is quite a powerful team. They must have collected quite a bit of precious plants and medicine monsters, and now this all will be mine. I would be an idiot to submit this to the guild or adventurer's paradise directly, as it is an open secret that they both keep some precious things that found in it. It is not difficult to open these storages. Either I could ask the help of my former team leader's help, or I could just capture small grim race monsters and have it open the storage, or I could use that option which is easiest. After putting grim monsters and their stuff in my storages, I went back to the vines and roots of the ominous ghost blood flower. All the parts of ominous gloss tooth flower are crazy expensive, so much I would even able to sell normal leaf on it for tens of crystals. That is how expensive this flower is. I carefully stored every part it, and by the time I am done with all the packing it's already evening. I quickly packed, found a suitable place for the setup abode and activated. A minute later I went inside the abode. The first thing I did was to take a shower, and after that, I decided to cook dinner with monster meat. After cooking the dinner, I served Ashlyn her full plate, while I only took a little. I am not planning on performing body cleaning exercise. I am already mentally little tired, mentally intense performing earlier that I just want to take a break from it tonight. When I took the few bites of the meat, I felt familiar heat, but this familiar heat was a lot of less than earlier. Seeing that I filled my plate with little more meat and started to relish, I only stopped when heat producing my stomach had become uncomfortable. With my body becoming strong, I can now bear a lot more medicinal energy in me than before. After finishing the dinner, I laid on the bed reading while Ashlyn slept as I am taking the first watch. After reading for 2 hours, I walked toward the meditation room. There was another reason why I didn't use swirling armor today, as I wasn't sure if I am able to control it properly, since not only I had leveled up today, my fire ability's power had also increased. The increase in power presents the new challenges which I have to deal with every time when I advance in any parameter that made the swirling armor. There is even increase in my mana. That means I will able to cover more part of my body with the swirling armor. I am planning on covering my shoulder, which will give my attacks more power. In the meditation room, the fire slowly started to cover my body, all my limbs completely covered in fire, and this time my shoulder also covered in fire. And because of my shoulder now covered in fire, I am going to use 14 big swirls instead of 12 that I had been using. The 2 extra big swirls would increase the mental strain on me, but it will give me good power boots of about 15 to 20, which is huge. One by one swirl started to form on my armor, be it small or big. I formed all the 12 big swirls and small swirls around them, number of small swirls. Puff. Now it's time to form the big swirls, I thought as I started 2 big swirls on my shoulder. I started on my left shoulder and is formed with a slight hitch, but when I started for form right shoulder, it collapsed, and with its collapse, all the other swirls also collapsed. Sigh, I said and started to try again. No one ever succeeds in their first try, I thought. I continued trying, and finally a few hours later, I finally succeeded, and like I expected, the 2 swirls did boot my power of swirling armor. The only problem there is that I wasn't able to work on the compactness of the swirling armor. The compactness of my swirling armor had reached the 1.3 inches, but now it is at 1.4 inches. I will have to work hard for a day or two to get my swirling armor at the previous compactness. I have also thought of a new move after watching the images from Blood Drop earlier. It's a powered-down version of Power Blast, which I can use many times as I want without worrying about the time interval between the usage. But I can't test this move in the Ephirian Ruin as it would waste a lot of time. I could only test it when I reached back home. I checked the feed one more time and woke up Ashlyn as it's her time to keep the watch while I sleep. Next morning, after I finished my chores and performed the body cleansing technique, and sadly I was not able to perform any pose of the second move. Like the Supreme Combat exercise, the body cleansing technique has to be performed from the starting sequence. One can't start from where they have left. Before starting performing the technique, I had eaten quite a bit of medicinal monster's meat, seeing my body got stronger and could handle a lot more energy. We started our day as we usually do, taking cautious but fast steps so we could gather as much as resources as I could, and also keeping an eye for the exit of this garden, or at least Big Crack. I don't want to spend my whole time in this ruin by staying in the garden. Even if I don't manage to gather as much as resources I could in the garden, it's still fine. But I am not in a hurry, as there are still 40 days remaining till the ruin closed. Another ruined repository. I thought as I came across the huge building, which is neither in good condition or condition, but that is not what I am looking at. I am looking at the ruined runic formation that is covering the building, just taking one look at it enough to make one shudder to the core. Only an insane person would dare to enter such place. With the formation in such ruined, it is nearly sure that whoever enters this repository will be dead. This is the 6th ruined repository I have come across, and I always cursed loudly. When I see the cursed loudly at my bad luck, if it had been a repository in good condition, I would have the stuck fortune of my life like some did before. I have read that some people had come across the active repository and got the fortune of their life. The repositories of the garden are the place that stored matured medicines. Matured medicines can't be kept on the plant long, otherwise they will get spoiled. These repositories were the places where the garden stored the matured herb is collected. It stored the massive amount of precious plants that had been collected for the years. Taking one last longing look at the repository, I started to walk forward, seeing there is no way I would enter the repository, which would be akin to committing suicide. Time passed and afternoon came. Since the morning I have hunted the 3 medicinal monsters, one of which has similar power compared to the normal 2-star elite, while the other 3 had power compared to 1-star elites. This way, right, Chew? I asked Ashlyn, and she answered with chirp. Seeing it is the right way, I walked into the dense bushes. Sometimes precious plants found in normal places that one could easily reach, but most of the time they are hidden in a very complicated place like this one. Ashlyn had said that the precious her in deep in bushed, and now I have to weave through the bushes to find that precious plants. After much rummaging the bushes, I had finally found the plant that I had been looking for. It's an herb and it's tiny one at that. No wonder it took me so much time to find it, I thought. I was very happy seeing that herb because it is ranked 5th on the list that came from the central continent. This is the second precious plant I got, which is in the first 10 of the 3 lists. Choo choo choo, I had carefully dug the herb when Ashlyn suddenly started to chirp me loudly to hide. Her chirp was very urgent this time, and I started to hide when suddenly a werewolf came flying and landed not far from me. Too late. Ashlyn had sensed the grim race monster too late. It's not her mistake either, the monster was already coming to our direction. 3-star elite. This werewolf is a 3-star elite, I thought as I sensed its battle power and saw the mark of 3 white stars on his forehead. This werewolf is not looking at me but looking at the herb in my hand with greed clearly visible in its eyes. I may able to find precious plants easily, but others do not have such ability. For them coming across top her is a fortune. I had already activated my swirling armor when the werewolf spotted me, but it had seemed to care as his gaze was focused on the herb in my hand. Give me this herb and I promise you I will let you go, said the werewolf finally. Liar. I could clearly sense its thick killing intent toward me. I have no doubt that as long he got herb in his hand, he will kill me and might even eat me after that. I nodded at his statement and started to walk toward it while thinking of the ways I could get away from this fearful 3-star elite. I started to think of many ways, but all of them end up me being dead. The 3-star elite is very powerful. To kill a 2-star elite, they wouldn't have to use their weapons. As I was thinking ways to get away, an idea came into my mind. It is the same idea that came to my mind last night, but I have never tried it before and didn't know if it will work it or not, and even if it works the first time, but what about second, third, and so on times? I will have to use that move continuously, and if I failed the single time then I would be dead by this werewolf's hand. I really don't want to use that move, as even using that move there is a 95 chance I will die, but if I didn't use that move then I will die for sure. I was halfway through the monster when a small wave produced across my legs and a smile appeared on my face. Bang, you dare food. Seeing the smile on my face, it knew something was wrong and attacked me while shocking loudly, but was already very as the small bang produced below my legs I shot into the air like a rocket. It succeeded. I thought as I shot through the air, I had very little hope it will succeed, but it has succeeded, and I am ecstatic but calmed down next second case I know this is just a starting, and I will have to perform this move over and over again, without failing otherwise, I would die as I could clearly sense the angry werewolf shot through air with angry roar. Its speed is very fast, and if I did not use another mini blast swiftly, I can imagine what things he will do me. It might even eat me alive seeing how thick killing intent it is having for me. Werewolf had shot through the air angrily, and seeing how thick its killing intent, it will not stop till it killed with its claws. My speed is slowing down. If I didn't use a mini blast again, it will catch up to me within few seconds. Thinking that I again prepared for mini blast, and hope it will be successful like last, otherwise I will reach Underworld in a very painful way. Boom. I activated my skywalking skill and used that as a base to launch another mini blast through air. This time it is even more dangerous as I am not using Earth as a base but the base made of my skywalking skill. The timing had to perfect, otherwise there is death. Boom. Successful again, I thought as I again shot, though again at a fast speed. This time I had carefully observed the process, as I will have to keep using Power Blast God, know how much time to get away from this very angry werewolf, who seemed so hellbent on killing me, as every second its killing intent would rise every second it is following me. Boom, boom, boom. I kept using Mini Blast every few seconds, and got a little better at it, but I did not become complacent, as the monster is 10 to 15 meters behind me. One wrong step on my part, and it will catch up to me. Boom, boom, boom. I started to use more frequently, but no matter how faster I became, this werewolf would always be in 20 meters range of mine. The distance never widens no matter how many mini blasts I would use. Food gives up now. I can still give you a swift death, but if you make me use my totem spirit, then I will make you experience a pain that is worse than death. It shouted. Its threat clearly rang across my ears, and I am aware that it hadn't used its totem spirit yet, and that is why slowly spinning the swirls of the swirling armor and barely able to make any progress. Fuck this. I thought and started to spin the swirls as fast as I could, and because that swirling armor started shaking as it will go puff at any second. Seeing that, I concentrated all my soul energy stabilizing the swirling armor, holding back nothing. That had subsided the shaking, but it had started to make my head ache very painfully, but I can only bear through the gritted teeth. Looks like you want to experience my torture very much. Shouted the grim race monster, and the next moment I sensed its aura rising very sharply. Boom, zup, boom, fuck, I shouted loudly. I was just a moment late activating Mini Blast by a moment, but I was barely able to avoid the death. I could feel the sharp wind created by its claw that had appeared just inches behind my back. And even now, the monster is just 5 meters behind me and steadily gaining the ground on me. Boom. I activated another power blast, seeing it appear just 2 meters behind me, and also started to spin swirls even faster that gain started the shaking of the swirling armor. I again used the last bit of energy to forcefully stabilize it, and started to search for the reasons for shaking. I can't always use the soul energy to forcefully control the swirling armor, as I will need to be lost of soul energy for rule powers. This approach started to work as I continued to look and solve the problems. The load on my soul energy lessened a lot more, and even speed of the swirls increased, that is making my swirling armor gain the previous 1.3-inch compactness of the swirling armor. Slice. I had just thought for a second that I would be safe for a second when the werewolf increased its speed suddenly, that my back clawed by its claw, and the injury is bone deep. If not for me sensing spike in its killing intent and acting Mini Blast that right moment, right now I would have my chest pierced by its claws. I quickly ate the grease speck of monster's core, and next second the bone-deep injury I had received started to heal, and half a minute it has completely disappeared. I had read about the healing core of ominous monster, but after I personally experienced it, I couldn't help but marvel its healing power, as it didn't take some minutes to heal such serious injury. It is as miraculous as I've read. Boom. I used Mini Blast again, seeing it's attacking me again, the speed of its attacking increasing, and if I didn't increase my speed again, I would surely be dead by the claws of the werewolf. I started spinning faster and faster while fixing the destabilization of the swirling armor, and at the same time using power blasts. I have never done so many things at once in my whole life. I felt like my head would split up, but I have no choice, as I know after it had decided that its spirit totem's energy isn't enough. It will use its occult method, that is when I will face the real danger. For it, I have to be prepared or became fast enough, so that danger wouldn't able to touch me till I reach the destination I am running toward. I know my current way isn't sustainable, and that is why I am moving toward a specific place. Though going to that place isn't less than suicide, but that is my choice of dying. It is much better than death, worse than a dog in the hands of the grim race monsters. I kept swirling my refining and engine, and finally able to make my swirling armor 1.25 inches compatible, and it had given me the huge boost that I did not to fear anything below the 3-star elite, but that is not enough, as what I am facing is 3-star elite. I kept trying to go above 2.5 inches, but no matter how much I tried, I wasn't able to go above it. I was just wallowing in my sadness when I saw the building I am running toward it. "Little bastard, you are too slippery. If I let you go, then my name wouldn't be Gavin," roared the grim race monster, who is 30 meters behind me. Just as he finished, a terrifying fluctuation started to come out of it. Sensing such terrifying fluctuation, I started to use one powerful mini blast after another to get toward the building, which is getting bigger and bigger at every moment, and just need me a few seconds to get inside it. Bang. I heard loud bang behind me, and I know it is coming at me, knowing that I started to spin the swirls faster and faster without care. Suddenly I sensed the intense danger and tried to move away from a little to avoid, but it is no use, as the right after I had sensed the danger, I found the claws of the inside my chest, missing my heart a little. It was a good thing I moved a little last movement, otherwise its giant claw surely would have able to pierce my heart. I could see the claw sticking out of my chest when I looked down. It was a very gruesome and horrible sight. I could feel that a very powerful occult energy tearing through every cell of my body through the claw. This is the most powerful energy I've ever felt, and it is very dominant, as within a second it had completely wrecked my body, giving me an unimaginable pain. If not for the strong body I would have died by now, but I am not far away either. Still experiencing torture, I did not let go of my swirling armor and kept trying to break past that chasm. "Got you, little bastard, let's see where you run," said the werewolf in my ear softly. "Boom, I will pay you back tenfold if I survive," I said, as while vomiting a mouthful of blood as I looked at ruined repository below me. The next moment, before it could do anything, a very loud boom rang across my feet, and I shot toward the building in speed that blurring even to the 3-star elite werewolf. "You bastard, my speed is currently too great. It is greater than when I had used Power Blast to enter the garden. Current, I had used the Power Blast, not the Mini Blast, and that when the compactness of my armor had crossed the chasm of 1.25 inches. If I had used the Power Blast before compactness of the swirling armor crossed the chasm, that werewolf would have been able to stop me. It was 3-star elite who was using the occult method. Its power could not be underestimated. I am currently shooting toward the entrance of the repository, while my body torn apart by the occult energy. Ashlands and my rule power tried to stop its carnage, but there was no use. Our rule powers were like a paper dam in front of the Rajan River. No force inside me is capable of stopping that tearing energy, and because of that, I was already very seriously injured. But I have no time to worry about it, as I am going crashed into the repository through the crack. I don't know if I am able to pass through the crack or get torn apart by it. Zup, grr, oh bang. Just as I crashed through that crack, I felt like my body had torn by the thousands of knives, and I screamed, experiencing that pain, but only for a moment, because next moment I crashed into something very solid and lost consciousness. Pain unimaginable, that's the only thing I felt when I became conscious again, and when I opened eyes somehow, I saw my mangled hand in front of me, and the worst thing is that occult energy is still tearing my body apart. When I scanned my body whole, I couldn't help shudder as my body had completely mangled. The feeling of 1,000 knives cutting into me seemed real, as every part of my body lacerated to the bone-deep level. Seeing that I will die in a few minutes if I stayed like that, I started to move my mangled hand toward my mouth. In the sleeve of both of my hands, I had hidden tens of specks core of the ominous flower. It is very difficult to move my hand towards my mouth, as it is badly mangled in various places, but I still tried and moved my hand little by little. It must have taken 5 minutes for my hand to reach near my mouth when my hand finally reached near my mouth, and used my tongue to remove the speck under the sleeve. I could taste my blood as my tongue my sleeve. I wagged my tongue around my tongue trying to find the speck of the ominous flower core as I had really reached my last leg. The occult energy inside my nearly tore apart my body. If I didn't do anything soon enough, I will die. I moved my tongue around the sleeve to find the core's speck, but all I taste blood. I started to feel despair as the more time passed, but I kept searching for the speck, not wanting to back down till my last breath. Finally, my tongue touched the speck of the core, and I called back my tongue in my mouth. I could feel the speck melting in my mouth and turning into pure healing energy, and that healing energy started to spread all over my body, healing whatever part it passed through. But a few seconds later, the healed part again got torn by the occult energy. I had already expected this would happen, and not worried about seeing I am getting injured again. I am sure that I will survive, as that healing energy had given me enough mobility to retrieve all the specks of ominous plant's core, and now all the specks lying in front of my tongue, I could easily eat them with the slide of my tongue. I had already known that I do not have the ability to directly burn the occult energy in my body, as it is beyond my level, but that does not mean I do not have any way to deal with it. I am dealing with it in a very simple way, and that is whittling it away bit by bit. The occult energy in my body is not unlimited. As long as I kept healing the parts it had injured, it will automatically whittle away. Seeing the healing energy dissipating, I push my tongue out again to eat another bloodied speck ominous plant's core. Just as I eat the speck, its healing energy started to heal my body, but a few seconds later to be injured again by that occult energy. I continue eating tiny specks of ominous plants. The process of healing and tearing continued tearing throughout my body. First, I did not see the effects of this method, but after a minute or two, I started to notice that the intensity of the occult energy is lessening bit by bit. It was a good thing I have stored 50-something specks of the ominous plant's core under my sleeve, otherwise I have been in trouble. 10 to 15 minutes passed, and the intensity of the occult energy lessened quite a bit, which enough for me, as I and Ashlyn started to use outrule power contain and burn the occult energy. It was very difficult to contain the energy at first, but as time passed and its intensity had lessened, and I finally somehow able to contain the occult energy, which has the healing energy chance to quickly heal my mangled body. I ate another speck of the core of the ominous plant, and in 2-3 minutes my completely mangled body fully healed. There is not even tiny scratch could be seen on my body. The process was very painful, but I was finally able to survive this ordeal. I thought as I took out little monster meat and started to eat it, relive the weakness I am feeling. The speck of the ominous plant's core could only heal my injuries, but it is very difficult for them to relive the weakness I am feeling due to the prolonged exhaustion. When I started to feel uncomfortable heat in the body, I had stopped eating and gave the rest to Ashlyn, who had came out of me, after I told you to. I had asked her to come inside me when Werewolf spotted us earlier. Ashlyn may be powerful, but her power is nothing in front of the 3-star elite. She would not have been able to do anything, except for making it little irritated. Finally feeling good, I decided to look around where I am ended up in the repository. I am seemed to be in a brightly lit hallway. It looked slightly wrecked conditions with broken runes floating everywhere. Now that I had entered this repository, I should at least look around before finding a way to get out, as it is impossible to get out of the crack that I had entered from, as it is somehow disappeared. The repository mainly used to store the herbs, and each repository used to store specific types of plants or plants that have specific elemental alignment. but not all repositories store the herbs. Some used as a storeroom to store the equipment that tends to garden, while others used for something else, but they are the minority. I hope I will be able to find something good before leaving. Here my first goal is to find the exit, and if I found something's on the then it's also good. I stood up from my spot and carefully look around. 2 ways beside me, one leads to right while other to left. I walked toward the left one as the right had too many damaged runic formations that make one shudder just looking at. This place may look safe but is extremely dangerous. I may step on something that may activate the dormant formation that could kill me the next moment. I cautiously walk into the hallway, carefully not to touch or step on the wrong formation. Avoiding small and big rubble, I have finally arrived near the door. There seemed a total of 3 doors on the left side of the hallway before the stairs reached the next floor. I wore the glove artifact before I tried to gently push the door. This door had the runes floating around the door, and I want my hand to cut apart if some formation got activated. Creak. The door made the creaking sound before it started opening. Seeing it as opening, I added even more force against the door, and soon the view of the whole room appeared in front of me. This space cannot be said to be room, but the big hall, and this big hall is littered with machines, be it big and small, and looking at robots that are lying around in incomplete form, I could guess that this automaton maintenance hall. Fortune. I said as I looked at robots and machines that were lying around ecstatically. These robots do not any value to me, but they are very, very valuable to others. Guild, Adventurers Paradise, and Central Continent, all of them want these robots and machines. The price they offer more than top-ranked precious plants. I cautiously walk into the hall, careful to not step onto anything I shouldn't. There are to be 10 to 15 robots, but only 3 to 4 of them seem to be good conditions. I walk toward the closest machine on which robot is sprawled up. It looked like it's his middle of the repairs. I cautiously approached and pulled the robot out of the machine, and to my surprise, I felt no resistance except for using little more force as the robot is a little heavy. These black color robots are a similar size of the human and their physique also similar to humans. If one would put the thick cloak on them, then nobody would be able to identify them as robots. After putting the first robot in my storage, I moved toward another which is sprawled on the ground and put them in my storage, and about to move toward third when I heard some sound from the corner. Fuck. I saw the runes on the complete robot which was sprawling on the ground started to lighten up one till finally, its eyes light like 2 glowing gems. I did not waste any time activating my swirling armor while taking a step back. If this robot is way beyond my limit, then I wouldn't hesitate to run away from it. After some failed attempt, it finally got up, and the runes which were glowing dimly started to glow brighter. I could see it is powering up. From what I have read, it is simply impossible to damage these robots, much less cut into 2. Even the most powerful being in this ruin could not make the scratch on these robots, but that does not mean they are undefeatable. The maker of this ruin had left the small incentive that if one fought against these robots for enough time, these robots will automatically shut off, but one can't count on that incentive anymore as there have been thousands of years since this ruin was established, and these robots, especially those found in ruined places, have lost most of their commands. There is another scenario that I have read about. Those robots in the ruined place got activated on their reserved power, so also long as I continue to fight it, I will able to dry its reserve and will be able to take this robot. My swirling armor is completely ready with its compactness of 1.24 inches. Earlier, I did not have the time to test its power, now I can test against this robot. A sound came out of it. I wasn't able to understand what it said, but the homing band I was wearing translated it perfectly. Intruder detected. Initiate offensive action. Just as I finished hearing the translated version, I found the robot is coming at with very fast speed, and there is no stumble in its movement. Each part of it seemed to be working very properly. As it came at me, it launched a punch. Just hearing the sound of it as it tears through the air, I know it's not a simple move, and that is why I attacked with my full power, holding back nothing. Clank, thud, thud, thud. As my sword clashed against its fist, I sensed the immense force traveling inside my body. The force was so great that I had to take the 3 steps back to dissolve it, and I was just midst of stabilizing myself when I heard another punch coming at me. Clank. I hastily swung my sword to defend against the attack while taking the steps back, but like before, it had launched the next attack after it finished the previous. It fucking kept launching attack after attack without giving me a chance to rest, and the worst thing is, it's always seemed to know my weaknesses and attacked exactly that spot. If not for the intuition my killing rule gave me, I would have my bones shattered by one of its punches. Its attacks are really powerful, but they did not reach the power of 3-star elite. If it had the power of 3-star elite, then I would be lying in corner of hall dead with every bone in my body broken despite my small advancement earlier. Clank, clank, clank. Attack after attack kept coming at me, but now I have got used to its attack that I didn't have to continuously take a step back, and despite it continuously attacking my weaknesses, I was still able to defend myself against it. I am having no problem defending against, but the problem is how much till will I fight, as this robot may have full energy and program malfunctioned. Then it would be able to fight for days, even weeks. What will I do then? Thud. I was just mulling over that question when suddenly robot stopped mid-punch and fell on the ground with a thud as I kept looking at it with my mouth agape. I continued looking at the robot on the ground vigilantly, expecting it to get activated again any moment and attack me, but after waiting for a few minutes, it did not get activated again. Feeling relieved, I quickly stored it in my storage. These robots worth fortune, be it complete or damage, all of them worth fortunes. In these 20 days, I have earned more than 10 times of fortune I have come to this realm expecting, and if I was able to survive till the last day, I will take this all home. With fortune I've earned, I will be able to forge my totem artifact with the best materials, and just thinking about that my eyes started to shine, but I soon calmed myself from my fantasies and collected robots cautiously. After putting all the robots inside my storage, I activated my HoloWatch and opened the section about the automaton maintenance hall. I have only read about robots, but they are not the only important things in this maintenance hall. These big machines are also very important, though I can't take them seeing their big size and a huge weight. There is something that I can take from them, and that is spare parts of the robots. These are maintenance machines, so it is obvious that they will have spare parts of robots in them, and I want to take those spare parts as their value isn't less than the top precious medicine. I activated my HoloWatch because I am finding the safe way to open these machines. I don't want to make a mistake and get blasted apart by the security function of these machines. The diagrams started to appear in for me one by one, and I selected them which looked like these machines around me. I chose the diagram of machine in front of me and started to read the information, opening the machine and collecting the important parts. It took me more than an hour to finish reading, but I got a basic idea of how to open it. If the machines were in working conditions, I would have been able to open them by simply typing some commands on its control pad, but now I have to open it in the old-fashioned way. I took out some morphing tools from my storage and morph these tools to required tools size that will need to open these machines in the old-fashioned way. This should take a while, I thought as I started to work on the big machine. The normal way would have taken 10 minutes maximum, but this way will take at least an hour. I used various tools on the machine while taking a look at my HoloWatch now and then. I am not an expert and never work on the machine, except for helping my father fixing his medical equipments. But there is a huge difference between them, as the mistake repairing medical machines could give a small shock and break machine at maximum, but here the slightest mistake could kill me directly. I didn't have to do all these seeing the fortune I will earn selling these robots outside. Even a few incomplete robots would have been enough for me to pay for all the materials I will need for the totem artifact. The reason I am doing this is quite simple. I am doing this because totem artifact is not my only goal now. With the fortune I've been accumulating, several goals have automatically formed in my eyes. The foremost is the occult method, and the reward that Sophia and Rene had received from that chance. With me selling these resources to the guild, I should be able to gain enough time to comprehend the occult method that the guild has. The problem would be getting the thing that Sophia and Rena got a reward. Their guild had those things, but their level is too low compared to what Sophia and Rena had. The reward the sister had received is increased their strength on a daily basis. Even if the sisters didn't do any training and just stayed in their room, their strength would keep increasing at the visible pace, that how powerful reward they have received. I have been very jealous of their reward and wished many times that instead of the blood drop that floating in my mind, I would have received the same reward they did. If I had that thing then, I would have to run from that werewolf so desperately. More than an hour had passed, but I wasn't able to finish opening the machine. The problem is machine is too fucking complicated, and top of that I being extremely careful. Another hour had passed, and finally, I am able to open the machine and remove the tray which had the spare parts of the robot. The spare parts looked very clean and shiny, as if they were manufactured yesterday, not thousands of years ago. The tray is half filled. There are clearly many parts missing, but I am not disappointed as it is more than I had expected. I started to take out things one by one. Some parts were open while others were in the case. I started to put them the storage on by one after rechecking their condition. Good, very good, I said when I looked thumb-size yellow crystal in a small case in my hand. If I am not wrong then this is the energy crystal. Energy crystals are different from the mana crystals. Mana crystals could be used to practice after later levels as they contain quite gentle energy, but energy crystal could not be used for the practice as the energy inside is not suitable for the practice, and also it contains the immense energy that one would just pop if one tried to use the energy crystal for the practice. That is why the energy crystals are used for the power source. This yellow energy crystal's grade is too high, and there are not many details about it, except for it will fetch the price greater than one complete robot. This is enough for me to know how precious this energy crystal. After this energy crystal, I did not find another energy crystal in the try, which was really a shame. After finishing with the first machine, I had started on the second machine and finished opening and collecting spare parts inside within 3 hours. Seeing it is already mid-evening, I set up my abode in the maintenance hall, as this is the safest and only known place in the repository. This abode I've set up is the lowest grade I have. I don't want to use the high-grade one, as the fluctuations from it could trigger any waveyard formation in the repository. Since I have set up abode in the repository, there is no underground water. It's good thing I have brought lots of water in my storage, otherwise I would have had slept with the dirty body, just thinking about it enough to make my body shudder. I am not a germaphobe, but I like to take a good bath before sleeping, and if I didn't then I will feel uncomfortable and won't be able to sleep for the whole night. After waking up the next day, I performed a body cleansing technique and ate the tasty dish made medicinal monsters before I started opening the machines. There are 6 machines remaining and I plan to open them today. These things worth fortune and I don't plan to leave a single machine unopened. With the practice of yesterday, I had become a little proficient in the opening machine, which had saved me quite a lot of time, and I was able to open all the machines by the late evening. The night passed in silence, and the next day I ate body cleansing technique and walked out of maintenance hall. Let's see what is inside the second door, I said as I got out of the maintenance hall and walked toward the door cautiously, avoiding stepping on any ruined restriction. I finally reached the second door and gently pushed it with my gloved hand. This door didn't budge much, and seeing that I was about to leave when I heard the small shaking, so I decided to give the slight push. If it did not open, then I would leave. There is no reason for forcing things and bringing calamity to himself. Creak. With a slightly powerful push, the door finally started to open and I got a clear view of the hall. Another automaton maintenance hall. I said seeing the familiar machines, but on the careful look, I noticed the difference between the 2 automaton maintenance hall. The automaton maintenance hall I've gone to earlier was that of for the combat robots, while this one is for the utility robots, which his job is to tend the garden and collect the matured precious plants. In this room, there seem to be more robots and machines than the previous robotic maintenance hall. Seeing that I have become ecstatic and cautiously entered the hall. As I entered the hall and I slowly walked around cautiously with my sword in the hand, I want to see if any robot got activated BT my presence, but nothing that sort of happened. Seeing as no reaction from any robots, I happily started collecting them before I started on the machine. I am really happy right now. Such fortune rarely comes in one's way. Though it may not as interesting passing the test and getting the price, I preferred things this way. Time passed by as I started opening the machines and started collecting spare parts from them, and to be honest, this constant opening machines and removing parts inside of them had made me feel a little calm. Ever since I had arrived in this realm, I have been constantly on the edge and many times nearly died. That sort thing puts the pressure on one's mind and made one little unstable as the time passed. So I felt quite good while getting the treasure and relaxing my mind this way, though my situation here is more dangerous than the outside, as any stray runic formation could kill me. Despite knowing that, I felt quite calm when I opened these machines and removed the trays from inside. It felt like finding the treasure. The giddiness I feel whenever I remove the rack is addicting, as there is always surprise attached to it. This time I had got my second energy crystal, seeing that I became extremely ecstatic. I did not think that I would get another one, as these energy crystals that are the most important parts of the robots, they can't run without it. It took me 2 days to completely open the machines and took all the robotic spare parts out of them, and to my utter surprise, I found another energy crystal. Now I have 3 energy crystals in total, which is really great. Now I am 1 step closer to reaching my goal. 2 days later, I got out of second automaton maintenance hall and walked toward the third room while keeping the eyes for any big gap in the formation from where I could exit this repository. I may not have encountered much danger till now, but I know the danger exists at every step here. One wrong step, and I will directly reach the underworld without buying a ticket. Spark, C. I sucked a deep breath as suddenly 2 ruined rune formations clashed and sparks produced, and 1 spark hit my hand, nearly charring it whole. I instantly eat a couple of speck of ominous plant's core and quickly took the steps back to avoid any would-be sparks. That spark was really fearsome. It was tiny, but it had nearly charred my hand whole. If that spark would have been a little more powerful, then my hand would be completely charred black. I would have had to eat the ominous seed to regenerate my hand. The spark I had experienced right now was the relatively normal danger, as it had only charred my hand a little. If it would have been big danger, then I would have been either cut into pieces or had turned into the ash. I have to be very careful. 1 second of carelessness, and I would become another casualty of this ruin, which I really don't want to. I am still very young and want to live more. Seeing the 2 small formations had separated, I cautiously started to walk toward the third door. I hoped this third door also had the aumat and maintenance equipment so I could strike rich again. I put my gloved hands against the door and slowly started to apply the pressure on the door, but the door wouldn't budge, seeing that I apply even more pressure, but despite that the door didn't shake. Looks like this door is not fated for me, I said as I removed the hand from the door. I could have easily used 10 times more force that I had been using, but I didn't. I have read that sometimes using excessive force, the defense mechanism of the door got activated, which always is very fatal that very few people able to survive. Though this happens only sometimes, it still happens, so it's better I control my greed and not take any chances. There are no doors remaining in the hallway anymore. There are many other doors on the right side, but I didn't want to go there as there is a mess of the ruined formations there. I could still see sparks flying there now, and then, as the stray formation collides against each other. Now and ahead of me are stairs which leads to the floor above, and I have no option to walk ahead, as of right side I can't go, and I am not seeing any big crack that I could exit that repository, so walking forward is the only choice despite seeing numerous broken formations floating around. Sigh. Taking a big sigh, I started to walk while avoiding small and big formation that came in my way. In this way I walked about 20 stairs when I stopped as I saw something. It is a skeleton broken into many pieces. I could even see bone ash on some places. It looked like there are at least 100 years had passed since this person died here, which means this person is not from our world, as there had been about 60 years ago when this ruin had appeared in the periphery of our world. I am a little surprised but not shocked, as proof of people from otherworld had been found in this ruin before, and some people had even found very interesting things on the skeletons. I took a few more steps toward the skeleton before I stopped. In front of me are two broken formations that are floating in a close range, nearly blocking all the way ahead. If I want to go ahead, then I will have to jump through the gap between these two formations. I will have to take a leap, and leap had to be extremely accurate. A simple mistake on my part could make me lose my life. Ashlyn, go take a look at the other size. I asked Ashlyn. I can see the other perfectly, but there could be small formation could be hidden there beside the skeleton. I want to be sure so when I jump to the other side, I won't step on some hidden formation. Choo choo. Ashlyn chirped as she came out of me and flew toward the other side cautiously. I and Ashlyn shared the connection, so I can see through what she is seeing, but I seldom do that. View my eyes and her eyes see are little different. I closed my eyes and concentrated, and soon 320-degree view appeared in front of my eyes, and it is also much clearer than what I can see through my eyes. Compared to humans who could see in the arc of 120 degrees, most birds have vision arc above the 300 degrees, and some even have a complete vision of 360 degrees. Seeing like this felt quite uncomfortable, but I still concentrated and scanned every inch of the floor for the hidden formation, and I continued for minutes and only broke connection when I became confident that there are no formations in a place where I am going to land. Come back, Ashlyn. I called back Ashlyn. I didn't want to be outside more than she needs to be. She is safer inside me. This she didn't give me any looks and quickly came inside me. I took a couple of deep breaths and think about all the unknown scenarios that could occur before I took the leap at the gap. I have a very small window to go through, and a small mistake could make me lose my life. That is why I have swirling armor activate on me, so if any unfortunate situation occurs, I could use the mini blast as the last option to get away. Though mini blast could directly crash me against any formation, but that's not the important. Important is having life in hand for one more moment. The leap is fast, but I could see everything in slow motion with perfect clarity, and could tell my leap is going to be perfect without any problem. Fucking formation. I cursed when I saw a tiny formation came flying on the place I wanted to land. The only good thing about it that it is small, so dodging should not be much problem. As I passed through the gap, I bend my waist a little through it. I changed the direction of my landing within a safe range. Before jumping, I had already thought of many expectant events that may occur during my leap, and this one was top of the priority, and that is why I've already made the plans to deal with it. As I was about to land on the ground, I had used my air walking skill to cushion the force of my landing before stepping on the floor as taking a normal step. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing myself landing perfectly, though there was a small hiccup. Everything else went perfectly. Now it is time to inspect this skeleton. I hope this one could give me some good things, I hope. I crouched down and touched the torn black cloth that was partially covering the skeleton. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I started to curse loudly without caring for my voice. I had touched the skeleton with the hope of getting some treasure, but when I touched the cloths, everything turned to the powder. The cloths, the bones, and everything turned to powder, seeing that my mood had become worse and I had just wanted to kick this ash and then burn till nothing left in it, but I controlled myself. If it were outside, I would have surely thrown the tantrum and do what I want to do with this ash, but here I controlled myself. Hun. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I controlled myself and got up and about to leave when I caught a black glint from the ash. I first thought it was a piece of black cloths, but soon discarded that thought as it has the metallic glint. I crouched down and used my gloved hand to remove the bone ash, and soon, I got a clear look at the thing that is hiding below. A ring, I said as I looked at the black ring. Happiness rose in me as I quickly picked up the black ring and started to observe carefully. This black ring looked like it is made of metal and stone. It is very hard to discern if it is made of metal or stone. It looked plain except for tiny mark staff and dagger mark inside the ring. Feeling it must be something good, I added some of my mana in the ring, but to my disappointment, the mana warded off by the ring. After that I tried my metal energy, but the result was same. There was no response from the ring. I have heard many times that many people have acquired many mysterious artifacts in this realm that skyrocketed their power in the instant, and I had hoped this ring would also be like this, but it looked like there is no hope. As I am putting the ring back into my storage, I remember another way that I heard about opening the mysterious artifact. Though I did not believe something like this would work, I am willing to try. I removed both of the gloves from me and took the ring in the left hand, and about to smear the blood on ring, when suddenly ring melted in my hand and flowed toward my index finger before turning into the ring again. Gasp! I couldn't help but gasp seeing this. The ring, which I thought is useless and now activated again, did something like this. Maybe this ring needed a skin contact to get activated. I again tried to inject my mana into it, hoping it would get activated, but like there was no reaction, and there was no reaction from the ring when I injected my soul energy also, but I am not disappointed as before. Thinking of putting this ring back into my storage, I tried to remove the ring from my index finger, but no matter how much force I put, seeing I will rip my finger apart if I kept applying more and more force, I finally stopped. I look at the ring complicatedly before looking at the stairs ahead of me. I will have to climb the stairs to reach the next floor, but the way toward it fraught with danger, that even a slight mistake could injure me fatally, even kill me. Fuck, I cursed loudly as I ate another speck of the core of an ominous plant to heal the deep laceration that had appeared on my waist. It had been 2 hours since I started to climb the stairs, and in the process, I got the injured 9 times, and in that 9 times, 2 times were fatal, but it was worth it as I have covered more than half of the stairs, and now only little had remained. As long as I climbed the stairs, I should be able to reach the top floor, which is where the precious plants are stored. I was not sure at first, but seeing the signs on there, I had concluded when I had rammed through that crack I had entered the floor below the top. Rip, this is going to hurt, I thought as I took the long jump in Summerland in the air. While I was doing that, one cracked formation had sliced deeply across my waist and arm, but I didn't flinch and kept going without changing the course. Step. Finally, when I was about to land, I activated the air walking skills to cushion my landing before stepping on the ground. Eating another speck of the core of the ominous plant, I felt my injuries got healed rapidly. Looking at the remaining steps, I take a sigh of relief as to walk on them I won't have taken such dangerous jumps. As long continue to walk while avoiding the formation, I should be able to reach the top floor with some injuries. After observing the formations for a while, I started to walk. My steps were both slow and fast, as the condition requires as I continue to walk through the web of cracked formations. Walking through the web of cracked formations, I sometimes had to move my body at very unnatural angles, and sometimes I had to take the small jumps. In doing that, I had received many injuries, as I expected, but I did not eat the speck to heal my injuries, as there are still some stairs that are left to be climbed. Finally, I said, looking at the large hallway, as I eat the speck of ominous monster core to heal all the injuries I have received. If one looks at me right now, they will find my whole body bloodied from head to toe. Many of these injuries are bone deep, while my left ear also cut quite deeply, almost full I might say. If not for I have these specks to heal my injuries quickly, I would have to wait at least for an hour to heal my injuries relatively if I had drunk the healing potions. This hallway is quite empty compared to one below, which have 10 doors. Here are only 3, 2 small ones at left and right, while the giant one at the center. The door at the center should be the one hosting the precious plant storage. As for the other 2 doors, they must also be holding something important, as they are on the top floor. The top floor had very few broken formations compared to the floor below, but I did not dare to underestimate them, as nearly all of them have the power to kill me on the spot. Looking at 3 door, I walked toward the one on the left. I plan to first checking out the left and right door before entering the giant one that is in the center end of the hallway. I carefully walked towards the left door, avoiding any formation that is on the way, and when I reached near it, I gently pushed my hand against it. Creak, the door started to open with the creak, and inside it what I see inside is 3 crystal on the 3 different strands. These crystals are round about an infant's fist size, and dim multicolor light could be seen coming from them. I tried to remember the details about them, but despite trying I can't seem to find out anything about them I have read in the documents. There is no mention of this multicolor crystal in the records. I cautiously approached the 3 strands where the crystals are placed. These crystals seemed nothing special except lightly glowing with the multicolored glow. I don't find anything special about them. Since they are here, they must be important, I thought as I reached for the crystal on the stand. Ah, thud, just as I took the crystal in my hand, intense pain shot through me like the lightning. The pain is so intense that I have become paralyzed in both body and soul as I fell on the ground lifelessly. I want to get up, but I couldn't as the searing pain is still assaulting me, and to my horror, it is increasing by second, and if it kept increasing then, it would surely make me unconscious, even dead. As the pain kept increasing, I felt my mind getting muddled for some reason. My though have become slow that even simple thoughts are taking seconds to fully form, but that was just the starting as I became even slower. Am I becoming vegetable? That was the last thought I have before I became completely muddled, unable to form the simple thoughts. I don't know how much time had passed as I laid on the ground, but suddenly the pain stopped, and my mind started to release from the muddle-headedness, and I started to form the thoughts again. Knowledge, ESSENSE crystals. I shouted in my mind as I looked at my hand where the knowledge crystal had been, but now it has disappeared because all the knowledge it contains has transferred inside my head. This knowledge does not feel foreign. It feels I had learned it myself from childhood. It had become part of me. Universal language, I said in my mind. From the crystal I've received the knowledge of language called universal language, and it is hundreds, even thousands of times complicated than the language we spoke in our world. I am very happy getting this knowledge as with the help of it, I won't have to use my homing bracelet to translate anything. This may not seem like a big thing, but it is. The homing bracelet is good, but it has one drawback as it used for spying. Through the guild and adventurers paradise deny it vehemently, but everyone knows that it is true. Many times some people have obtained something precious from the ruins. The guild and adventurers paradise was always there to buy it, and if one denies, they would even force one to sell that thing forcefully to them. I without talking took out the black band and covered my honing device. Now all the spying sensors have been blocked, except for one which is used for honing for returning home. It is a black market product, but it is reliable. Not only my formal team leader, but Twin's mysterious brother have also guaranteed about it being genuine, that why my whole team had brought it together. From now on whatever I will get only be known to me and no one else. After putting the black band over my homing band, I looked at the 2 knowledge essence crystals in front of me. It took me 6 hours to completely digest the first knowledge essence crystal, and I can assume these crystals will also take a similar time as well. If I were to sell these 2 crystals, I could gain the fortune beyond the imagination. The guild and adventurers paradise would fulfill my every wish in exchange for them. These crystals represented the knowledge from another world, and many experts from central continents would be ready to pay an arm a leg for them. The knowledge essence crystals are not the crystal, but the solidified soul energy that contains knowledge, and that is why it is a one-use item. It cannot be copied, and knowledge inside cannot be taken away unless one uses it on oneself. I have no plans to sell these souls crystals. Even if knowledge inside is no use to me, I will still use it as this knowledge, even if it is not useful to me now, but it will be useful to me in the future. I took the crystal with my gloved hand and laid on the ground. Like last time, I don't want to fall on the ground ungracefully. After laying on the ground, I took the crystal from my gloved hand to the naked hand, and the next moment I was assaulted with the soul-crushing pain, but experiencing such pain, I did not panic like last time. Instead, I bore this pain excitedly. After some time, I felt my process slowing down, and it is the most painful process for any intelligent species than the pain itself. It is our thoughts that represent ourselves, but if these thoughts were taken away, then we will be nothing but the mindless beast that acts on the instincts. It is a terrifying feeling, and if I had been in control of the crystal, I would have stopped it immediately, which is why it's good thing I am not. My thoughts turned slower and slower, till there are no thoughts forming in my head. I just laid on the ground like a mindless animal thinking nothing. I don't know how much time passed as the thoughts started to form on my mind again, and within a minute, they have gained their regular speed. Directory of Flora. The knowledge I have received is about the precious plants. I have gained the knowledge of all the precious plants. I now not only have the name of each precious plant, but I also know its details and what it's used for. Not only night-grade precious plants, but I now also know plants that grade above night grade. I am in love with this knowledge because it has knowledge of the miracle fruits. There are hundreds of thousands of miracle fruits that existed in the world. Some of them were common, like the ones that help level up, but some of them were extremely, extremely rare and shocking. Just reading the info of them is enough to make my body shudder. This directory had even ranked the miracle fruits according to their usefulness. The fruit that ranked top is known Extol fruit. It is said that eating this fruit one will directly become Extol stage powerhouse. This extol stage powerhouse seemed very powerful, otherwise this miracle fruit would not be above miracle fruit of immortality and miracle fruit of undying. And since I have this list of miracle fruit, I can now clearly know all the miracle fruits I've eaten, and also understood how the energy of the miracle fruit is created. The reason strange energy like miracle fruit created because of various miracle fruits I ate, but it would not have created if not for I ate my very first miracle fruit called a miracle fruit of awakening. All the other miracle fruits I have eaten, till now are ranked in 10,000 or above, except for Fruit of Awakening, which ranked in the top 100. Its rank is 99th to be exact. This fruit had many uses, but its main use is to awaken the gift one has. Every living being has the gift they are born with it, but barely anyone able to awaken their gift. Eating this fruit, I seem to have awakened my gift, but the funny thing, I am too weak to use it even to know what my gift is. Even if I became the top powerhouse of my world, I would too weak to use my gift. Only when I break the limit of my world will I able to know and use the gift that I have awakened eating the miracle fruit of awakening. I wanted to laugh when I think about this. I had eaten one of the most precious miracle fruit in the whole worlds, but I am too weak to use the power it had bestowed. I shook my head and thought of the miracle fruit that we have come across few days ago that had a monster guarding it. The rank of that miracle fruit is nothing much as it ranked above the 5,000, but this fruit will be extremely suitable for Ashlyn. But currently we are in no condition to retrieve the miracle fruit, not to mention that fruit is outside the garden. The monster that is guarding the fruit is very powerful. With my current ability, it could easily squash me with its paws, with me having no ability to resist. Coming back to how miracle fruit energy appeared, it's very simple. After I ate the awakening fruit, some of its energies were left in my body, so when I performed the body cleansing technique, it had merged with other miracle fruit's energies, thus creating. It is purely coincidence that it has been created, as one other energy of the miracle fruit was not present, or at difference, or I was not performing body cleaning technique. Such energy would not have been produced. That is why I said that the creation of the miracle fruit energy was purely coincident. Such coincidence really happened, but I am glad such coincidence had happened, otherwise I would not have got the miracle fruit energy which acts as miracle. As long as it has enough energy, it would blast apart any door that blocks my advancement. I am very lucky to get this energy, as without it I would at maximum sergeant stage and would have used those breakthrough methods that are harmful to one's potential. I am a little disappointed gaining the knowledge, as I had hoped for some mysterious technique or method that would increase my power instantly, that could help me not get into desperate situations like the 4 days ago. Calming down myself from the exciting thoughts of the miracle fruit, I looked at the last knowledge essence crystal, but before using it, I will have to make the dinner, otherwise Ashlyn would not let me use that knowledge essence crystal in the piece. It had been 13 hours since I entered this room, and Ashlyn is feeling very hungry. I should not make her wait long, otherwise there would be hell lot to pay. After cooking dinner and eating, I decided to sleep instead of using the last knowledge essence crystal. I am feeling quite tired that I had decided to forego the practice of body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. Using 2 knowledge essence crystals is my limit. If I use the 3rd crystal, then my head, which is now buzzing slightly, will blast apart fully, so it is better I use it in the morning when I am feeling refreshed. When I wake up in the morning, I felt very good. There was no buzzing in my head, no mind-weighing tiredness that I had been feeling last night. After freshening up, I took the out leftover from yesterday and ate till my stomach full, and when the familiar heat started to spread through my body, I started performing the body cleansing exercise. I hope today will be the day I will able to perform first pose of the second move. Ever since I had reached the 108th pose, I want able to move forward from it. Today I plan to do that, and even have the confidence, as yesterday morning I have come quite close doing that. 12th, 24th, 36th, 48th, 60th, 72nd, 84th, 96th, 108th. By the time I had reached the last pose of the first move, I had become quite tired and just wanted to stop, but I did not. I have to reach to the first pose of the second move today. I've already wasted more than enough time stuck in the 108th pose. I continue performing the 108th pose and reached its end. I have come to this state many times, but never able to go ahead of it. I shouted through my gritted teeth and started to move forward, but like always, I had stuck like a statue wanting to move forward but can't. I screamed loudly and used every bit of force I had to move, and I was able to move a little. Seeing my eyes brightened, and I used even more force that had been hiding deep down inside me. Finally, I was able to reach the first pose of the second move, and I can instantly notice the change inside me. The temperature and suppression inside me increased, and the hiding energies also had come out. I can see the energies that were roaming like a free bird had become a little slow, which helped miracle fruit energy a little, and it started to eat whatever energy it comes across feverishly without leveling a bit. I had continued to perform even after miracle fruit energy finished eating all the energies, and now eating energies coming out from inside with every moment I make. Just a minute more. I thought as I kept performing. I had reached the first pose of second move, but I have performed it fully. Only after performing fully I would let go, otherwise reaching second move would be futile. Thud. I finally reached the end of the first pose of second move and let go. Next second I fell on the floor with a thud. 10 minutes later, I got up and walked into the tiny shower of my abode while marveling at the medicinal energy. No matter how many times I see, I could help but marvel the medicinal energy as I was able to get up in 10 minutes after performing the body cleansing technique. I used to need an hour before, but now 10 minutes are more than enough. I hope this knowledge essence crystal would able to give me some mysterious fighting method or some technique to give a huge boost in my power. After the chase of that grim race monster, I have truly understood how grim my condition is. Any being who has the power equal or above 3-star elite could squash me like the bug. I would really hope that if I am able to get off this repository, I will have the power to fight the 3-star elite. Even if I may not able to wing against it, but having the power to defend against it would be enough for me. I have a lot of expectations from you, don't disappoint me, I said to the small multicolor crystal as I touched it with my naked hand. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I cursed loudly after a few hours. This knowledge essence crystal, which I thought would give me some mysterious technique or fighting method that would boost my strength, had given me just another knowledge. Directory of natural elements. This is knowledge it had transferred inside me. It had the full details of all the precious metals, gems, and other precious non-living things. This information is very precious, but I was hoping for some mysterious technique nor another knowledge, not another fucking knowledge. I cursed angrily for a few seconds before I calmed down and take a good look at my newfound knowledge. Those fucking bastards. I shouted loudly, this time at the adventurous paradise and the guild. With this knowledge, I was able to identify some of the metal used to make the robot and couldn't help but curse them as they were buying the robots as the rate of peanuts, while their worth is a lot more. Energy also a very high grade, but the price they are offering for it is very, very low, but I know I can't do much about even if I know about it. They control everything. So if I have to sell them at a higher price, then I will have to sell them on the central continent. Only there I will have a chance to get a fair price. With the last knowledge essence crystal consumed, I started to pack and walked out of the door. There is only one door for me before I open the big one where the real price is. I cautiously walked in front of the right door before gently pushing with my gloved hand. Creak. The door opened with a creak, but when I saw what is front me, my face dawned into horror. Fuck, I cursed loudly as I saw densest broken formations ahead of me. Every type of formation is floating in this room, be it small one, big one, they're all type of formations presents there. It's good thing that I had stopped by the door and did not a single step inside, otherwise I would have turned into the fleshy paste before I know what happened. There must something important there to have so many formations in one place, but it looked like I am not fated with whatever was there. I gently closed the door and thought for that horror while before walking toward the giant door. Soon I appear before the giant door and look around it to see if any tiny formation is floating here and there. Seeing there is no formation, I had placed both of my hands against the door and pushed. There was no response from it. I increased the force, but there's still no response. Gritting teeth, I started to use all my strength. Normally I would not do this, but this door is not only my way to get a great fortune, but it also my way to get out of the repository. This is the core is a repository, and I am confident that there is way behind this door that could get me out of this repository. Creak, creak, no. I shouted loudly in my mind as the door wouldn't be opened, and about give up when black ring, which had been silent despite my numerous attempts, started to glow, and the next moment the door started open with creaking noise. What I see in front of me is a gigantic machine that is used for storing and processing the precious plants. I had read about the existence of such machines in the storage facility, and read many things about which I scoffed, saying they're overestimating it, but seeing it with my own eyes, I could help but affirm their view. Some people had called it a work of art, and some people even called monstrosity, and I totally agree with it what they said. Few medicines could be seen lying on the ground around the monstrosity, but I sure like skeleton if I touched them, they would too turn into dust. I could see the giant machine that used to store the medicine. What I am seeing is just the top surface of the machine, as this machine is tall as the building and a quarter of the facility is only this giant machine. By the size of the machine, one would imagine how much precious plants it used to store in its prime. It would be a huge number. Even if these medicines are a night grade, just the sheer quantity of these medicines would have worth the immense fortune. I am not greedy. If I am able to get even a 0.01 of this facility used to have, I would be satisfied, but I know it's simply impossible. This facility is damaged and non-functional for hundreds of years. a very few precious or not all plants could survive that much time without turning into dust. Still, I am very hopeful to acquire something that worth fortune from this machine. I cautiously step inside, not daring to be within a distance of the cracked formations. As I walked, I stepped on the many medicines, and as I had expected, they turned into the ash while leaving the very faint medicinal smell. Soon I reached the giant machine, and I have to say it is truly gigantic. It is the biggest machine I've ever seen, and what I am seeing is just a small part of it. Now I have to enter inside this monstrosity to check whether there is any herb left in it or not. It will be quite tiring and quite a time consuming, but if I want to get anything then, I will have to enter inside this monstrosity. There are many gaps in the machines, but I will have to find the best one. It's a good thing I have a map of this machine, otherwise it would have been too difficult to search through the machine. I opened the map and also started to find a perfect way that would be safe, and would also let search through the whole machine in the shortest time, and I am in luck as there are already several such ways highlighted here perfectly. Now, I just have to follow the map, and I could be easily able to search through every corner of it, as long as I was able to avoid breaking formations and machine parts I encounter in a way. After I chose the way, I walked forward toward the gap, and on the way I've come across the two guard robots, one of which I instantly stored inside my storage, while another one was in the range of broken formation, from which I stayed away far as possible. While avoiding the lots of formations and ashing up many plants, I had finally reached the gap from where I want to enter inside the machine. After seeing there is no formation around the gap, I stepped inside the machine. Their machine had a total of 72 facilities inside it. Of the 72 facilities, 65 are storage facilities, while the other 7 are different facilities like the separation room, where all the precious plants that entered the machine got separated and sent to a storage facility that is suitable for them. I have to scourge through all the facilities, and it might take days, and even a week to do that, as traveling through this machine is very difficult, not to mention there are cracked formations that are flying around the machine. After entering the machine, I walked toward the first storage facility. It is a facility that used to store the cold attributed plants. I hope some of the plants had survived due to their cold nature. The space in the machine is quite spacious in some places and narrow on some. In some narrow spaces, I have squeezed myself completely to pass through. It is a good thing that Ashlyn is tiny. She could scourge the way foe any broken formations on the other side. Many times I had to change my direction because Ashlyn found a broken formation lying there. Not only there is a danger of formation, but there is also the danger of fall, as I am walking on various metallic beams, bolts, and some other things, and sometimes I even have to jump and squeeze to pass through. This machine is not made for the participants to enter inside. It was due to our small size we were able to enter inside the machine. If it had been Grim Race Monster on my place with their tall and large bodies, they would sure be stuck within the 5 minutes of entering this machine. See. Another formation lacerated me. This had been the 3rd time I had been hit by sudden formation. It's good thing I have killing rule. If not for the intuition it provides toward the fatal things, I would have been cut into 2 by some formation. While I was moving toward the storage facility, I had also been collecting some metallic scraps that I had come across, these scraps made of some precious material. I may not get the satisfied price for them from the Guild and the Adventurer's Paradise or Guild. They may come useful someday. I thought as I kept collecting the machine's scrap I found here and there in the machine. I've reached it finally, I said as I reached the medicine storage facility, and now I have to work a little harder to open my way inside it, as there is no door for me through which I can enter. It's good this, in the documents there is the detailed instruction on how to get inside these medicine storages the hard way. I quickly started to take out some morphing tools from my storage, and started to morph them in the required size I need to be. After getting morphing tools ready, I started to get worked on opening the way. I have to say opening this storage is a lot harder than the opening machines in Automator Maintenance Hall. There I could open them in a comfortable position without fear of being falling down. Here I am balancing myself on the very narrow beam. A slight mistake, and I would fall down and die. The fall itself is not dangerous. What dangerous is the formation I am going to fall on. About 1.5 hours later, I was finally able to open the small way from which I can enter inside. Putting the morphing tool inside my storage, I carefully slid toward the gap I made. When I entered inside, I found a white room. Inside there are about thousands of plants packed in the special transparent containers. The medicine looked like they have plucked just yesterday. Seeing so many medicines, I didn't dare to get excited, as I have got disappointed many times, and I don't want to get overexcited then get majorly disappointed, because things didn't turn out the way I had though. Taking a deep breath, I walked towards one container and gently picked it up. Just as I did, the medicine in the transparent container shook a little before collapsing into a heap of dust. Bang, fuck. Why do I have such bad luck? Just fucking why? I threw the transparent box down and started cursing as loudly as I could, cursing whatever that came into my mind without care for dangerous formation that is not far away from me. I didn't want to get excited because I know if something like this happened then, I would be very disappointed, but I still got excited and got disappointed, and that made me very angry. I consider myself a calm person but facing disappointments. Even a monk would get angry, much less normal human like me. I about got out of this storage facility, but second thought I stopped and started collecting the medicine ashes in the container. This may not look much, but many people posted for this stuff, and willing to pay a very high price for it, and 3 of my friends also needs this thing. Before coming to these ruins, I had exchanged the lists with them on the things I want, so if they come across it, they will get it for me. I had exchanged the list with Twins and Jim, who had also entered this ruin from his outpost. They this plant dust in their lists. Jim wanted it because it needed for his alchemic experiments, and Sophia and Raina's mother is an herbalist, and she wanted lots of this medicine dust to fertilize the soil. So I decided to give little of my time off pack off this medicinal dust. I packed this stuff in 3 containers, 1 for Jim, 1 for Twins, and last for myself. Within 2 hours, I finished collecting all the medicine dust. After tagging them with the name of this facility, I stored them into my storage. After getting out of this facility, I moved toward another which is beside this facility, but it still took me 15 minutes to get there and another 1 hour to open the way inside. When I got disappointed again, and I again stored the dust in the separate containers and then tagged them before I placing them back to the storage. In such a way, 7 days had passed. In these 6 days, I had collected near a ton of medical dust and tons of scrap metal. It was fortunate that the few people I had killed and reverse looted have lots of storages, otherwise it would not be enough to store all the scrap metal with the storages I have brought. Though these days were filled with the disappointment, there was some light in these days also. In the 6 days, I was able to reach the 5th pose of second move in the body cleansing technique. This speed may be slower than my previous, but it's still quite good seeing what my current stage is. The body cleansing technique usually practiced in the late stages of the night stage. Only then one will have enough energy to sustain the moves of the body cleansing technique. Still, this speed is very slow for me, as I wanted to reach the 7th or 8th move of it before the big competition. I have seen what major cleansing could, so if I able to 7th or 8th cleansing, then I might even have a chance at the Continental Championship. In these 6 days, I was able to clear away 43 facilities. 41 were the medicine storage facilities, while the other 2 were one of 7 miscellaneous that help in the processing of precious plants. Now I am opening my 44th storage facility, and I am in a very awkward position, but my movements were clean and precise. There's 6 days of constant opening. I had become quite an expert in this. Kutch, finally, the sound came that I had been waiting for half an hour. I now take less than the half time I used to take when opening these ways. Hun. As I was preparing to enter inside, I had sensed the feeling I am very familiar with. Not only I, but Ashlyn had also sensed it as she comes out of me without me asking, and before I could stop her, she went inside through the gap that I had just opened. I shake my head at her behavior and started to slide inside the small opening. This familiar feeling has represented the chance of my rule power advancement, which I had been searching for so long. Choo choo choo. As I entered inside, a very familiar hot feeling enveloped me. Though it is very faint, I can never be mistaken about it. And when I thought the name of this facility, I couldn't help but smack my head, as this facility store the plants that are aligned with the sun. The familiar feeling I am sensing is the rule of sunfire. It is very faint, but its presence in this facility somewhere, and if I could able to take a look at properly, then it might able to help me advance my rule of sunfire. I'm extremely close to advancing my rule power to the mid-level of basic stage, and just need a small understand. As long as I gain that small understanding, my rule power would directly advance in the mid-level of the basic stage. Choo choo choo. I was busy with my thought when Ashlyn's very excited chirp brought me out of my daze. You want me to open it? I asked. She's chirping and motioning her beak the floor and wanted me to open it. Okay. I said after seeing there is no formation in the periphery of the place that Ashlyn had mentioned. I wasted no time and started removing the morphing tools, but soon I stooped on the problem that there is no instruction in the documents on how to open the floor of the storage facility. There is only instruction on the opening the way into the facility. Still, such a small problem won't able to stop me. I opened the robot maintenance machine and also a way into the numerous facilities. I will figure it out. I did figure it out, but it took me more than a day to do then, and on the whole day Ashlyn, and I did not eat and sleep properly. Kutch. I opened the final pad, and saw a palm-size oblong transparent case is emitting a soft golden light. To be exact, it is not the oblong case that is emitting soft golden light, but a very tiny golden bead inside it that is emitting the golden light. This golden bead is very small, little smaller than the grain of rice, but the sunfire power it is emitting is very powerful. I am confident that as long as I take it out the case and comprehend from it, my sunfire rule will advance, and its advancement will be greater than my killing rule. I carefully started to remove the case from its place. I tried to be careful, but I found my hands were shaking no matter how much I tried to control them. I finally get it out of its place without triggering any formation, which made a sigh of relief. The golden bead is inside Thin's palm-size oblong case, and this care is not the normal care. It has runic formation carved all over it. It is likely to control the power of the golden bead inside. It is a good thing that this formation is only isolation formation, not the offensive one. Otherwise it would have been a really big problem to take the bead out of the case. Crack, crack, catcha. Since there is no formation, I took out the hammer from my storage and started to hit the case with force. First, there was nothing, but when I started to add more force, cracks started to appear, and a minute later, the case cracked apart with a bang and intense power of sunfire enveloped me. The power of sunfire rule was really intense that the scalding marks started to appear on my skin next second. It's a good thing my skin didn't come in contact with the bead, otherwise there would have been hell to pay. I didn't waste any time and enveloped myself in my sunfire rule as I started to take the steps back till I faced the wall of the facility, and even then I felt like I am in the furnace. The power of this bead is more intense than I thought. I thought as the heat in the facility started increasing, feeling such intense heat, I did not get out chamber. Instead I sat cross-legged and started concentrating this power while covering myself with sunfire to protect myself from this intense power of the sunfire. This is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if this heat were to burn me half dead, I would still not go out from this chamber. While I was thinking many things, Ashlyn was already sat quietly and started comprehending from the bead, and her position to the bead quite closer than me. Seeing that, I quickly closed my eyes and started concentrating power that the bead in transmitting. With my current comprehension, I did not dare to directly concentrate on the bead. I had a premonition that if I do that with my current level of comprehension, then I will be courting death. With my eyes closed, I concentrate on the power emitted by the sunfire. Finding that last bit of comprehension, I need to get my sunfire rule to advance to the mid-level of the basic stage. As concentrated, many new comprehensions started to form in my mind, adding to the pool of comprehension that I had till now, but this small compression is not enough. I need that big comprehension that will fill the gap that my comprehension has. A few minutes passed when I sensed familiar, intense fluctuations from Ashlyn, and know that her comprehension had reached the mid-level of the basic stage. I am little shocked seeing this. I had already guessed that she will be quicker than as the sunfire rule was comprehended by her and them imprinted on me, so it is obvious she will comprehend first, as she is more familiar with the rule. If I want to, I can ask Ashlyn to come inside me, and which makes all her comprehension imprinted on me, thus making the sunfire rule of mine will automatically advance to mid-level, but I did not do that. I want to advance the sunfire rule I have in me with my understanding, so I could get better control over it. In this few months since I got the sunfire rule imprinted me, I have worked quite hard to make it, and now I don't want to jeopardize that fine control, and there is another, but that will come after the comprehension is over. The temperature in the room is constantly heating and scalding. Marks started to appear on my body and sweat had started to evaporate from my skin. That is how hot it is in the facility, but despite that, I did not move even a little. I am fully concentrating on the comprehending from the bead, and I got the feeling, and it wouldn't be long before I get that comprehension and my rule power advance. I kept comprehending and comprehending. Small inspirations kept filling that empty pool. First I had thought I would need a big understanding to advance, but now I think I don't need any big understanding. In an hour, even if I didn't realize any big understanding, these small understandings would be enough to feel that empty pool of comprehension and my rule power to advance. Buzz. A few minutes later, I felt like I understood something basic about the rule power, and next moment I heard the buzz in my source. When I look inside my source, I found the silver-red feather is growing, and its aura was also changing a little as it's rising. The sunfire that Ashlyn comprehended had the immense vaporizing power, but my understanding is little different. My understanding of sunfire is a little different. Through the sunfire I had concentrated on the sun element rather than fire element, though these may seem the same but are different. Ashlyn's sunfire focused on the destructive force, but I had concentrated on the warmth it provides. My understanding had made this violent sunfire rule little stabler and more controllable, which increased its power instead of decreasing it. Through the comprehension of both of my rules, I have noticed that I have inched towards stability and control than the pure violence and destructive force, which I think is really good, especially when I wield a fearsome rule like a killing. in the memories of White Axe, and I have seen how a killing rule which resided in boundary neutrality, like all the rule, got twisted by vengeance and madness. After experiencing the memories in White Axe, seeing such madness, I started to crave control and stability, and probably that is why all my rule powers divert toward it. The feather is kept growing for a while before stopping. Now the feather had not only became big, and its aura changed a little, there is a slight change in ist color also. Now in the red part of the feather, there is a slight tint of gold. It looked like someone had spread some gold dust on the red part of the feather. It had made the feather even more beautiful. But it is still being little suppressed by the killing rule. Its comprehension is not as high killing rule, but the killing rule won't be able to suppress Sunfire rule for long as I am constantly comprehending from the bead. With my Sunfire rule being advanced, my power now directly shot through. If I am not wrong, then currently my battle power should be equal to the normal 3-star elite, and that is just a starting, as there is a lot more to comprehend from that golden bead. Time passed by and I don't know how much. I am only feeling hunger, but that I had discarded in the face of the comprehending. As my comprehension advanced, I was able to get a little closer to the bead to comprehend more clearly. The most amazing thing that happened that, after I had my rule power advanced, and I can now directly concentrate it on the bead. Though my head started to hurt when I do that, the hammering pain is nothing compared to the comprehension I am getting from directly concentrating on the sun bead. Time passed a little when I sensed something. I felt that the power of the bead is lessening, and it's lessening at a visible rate. The temperature, which has become hot enough to burn the normal person to ash now, had become that even a normal person could able to bear it, and it's just happened in a few seconds. This change is too shocking. I had thought I will have at least a few days at least to comprehend from this bead. I wanted to reach middle of mid-stage at least, but seeing the speed in which the bead losing its power, I don't think I will even have few minutes, much less the days I had expected. It will lie to say I am not disappointed by this, but I am not much sad, as I am still very happy that my rule power able to advance, and now I have power equal to the 3-star elite that I had always dreamed of. If that 3-star grim race monster had chased me right now, I am confident of fighting it head on. I may not able to defeat it, but I am confident enough to fight against it in equal terms. I was right, as the barely a minute later the power of bead had completely disappeared, and with it, the bead had also disappeared. That bead was either naturally born rule treasure, or someone with great power had solidified the basic grade odd rule power. To do one need a powerful comprehension of rule power and abnormal control. As I am very sure that bead was emitting a basic grade of rule power, not higher grade. Buzz. I was mulling over the reason why the Sunfire bead disappears so quickly when Ashlyn came inside me and change started happening inside my source. The comprehension of the Sunfire rule that we both have gained now started to merge, and there is change happening in Sunfire rule, and it is good to change as its aura is growing. The aura is rising. Sometime it would violent, and sometimes it would be stable, but as time passed, both of the auras merge, having both violent and stable properties. And now the situation had reversed in my source. The killing rule, which used to suppress the Sunfire rule, had now being suppressed by the Sunfire rule. Gasp. I gasped when I sensed the power of the Sunfire rule emitting. Its power now reached the middle of mid-level of basic stage, and with such power, I now had the strength to completely dominate and kill the normal 3-star elite. I had thought that M power will increase when comprehension of both will be merged, but I did expect it will rise this much. This is simply amazing. Choo-choo. I was just checking my Sunfire rule when Ashlyn came out me and started chirping loudly, asking me to make her the dinner as she is feeling very hungry. I laughed seeing her behavior and started to make the dinner without any delay, as I am not only feeling hungry, but I am also feeling extremely tired and sleepy. If not for the hunger growling inside me, I would directly sleep. I finished making dinner within 45 minutes, and we ate it till our stomachs feel full. The next morning when I woke up with the refreshing feeling that I just wanted to shout. After doing all the morning activities, I started collecting the herbal dust, and like other facilities I have come across, all the precious plants had left is their dust. I left the facility after I had collected all the plants' dust and moved toward another facility. On the way, I suddenly stopped and looked at the cracked formation on the wall of the machine. It is the 5th formation I have come across from which I could see the outside, but it little too small for me to enter. I have come 5 such broken formations, and as I notice for some reason the down I go, I started to come across the bigger formation with the large gap. I hope to come across a gap bigger enough for me to pass through, though it will be extremely dangerous. It will still be better than to wait till this ruin closed. There are still many chances are waiting for me in this ruin. This ruin is one of the great chance for me to grow powerful, and I don't want miss any of that, as it will directly affect my chances in the competition that will happen a year later. Noting this broken formation, I started to move toward the next facility to collect the medicinal dust and hope to get across the chances that will increase my strength. In this way, 4 days had been passed. In these 4 days, I have collected the dust from the many facilities and noted down many cracked formations, of which 2 are big enough that I could pass through them. Now I am at the very base of the machine, and only 3 facilities are remained to scourged by me. One is a storage facility, the other is sorting facility, and the last is the essence facility. The storage facility is for storing the plants, as for sorting facility is to sort the plants and then transfer to their respective, and last is essence facility, which I am most hopeful of obtaining something from. The essence facility is, as its name suggests, is used for extracting the essence from the plants, and also one of the biggest facilities. Plants get aged and get spoiled as they reach their age. The essence facility is to draw out their essence of the essence of soon-to-be expired fruits and preserve them. That is why I had said that there is a high chance that I will find something useful, as the essence lasts longer even without being specially preserved, especially those which have a high amount of oil. Kutch, I opened the last storage facility's way and went inside and found what I had expected to. There is no surprise. I quickly collected the dust with the expertise and left the facility. Now only 2 facilities remain to be opened by me, and that is sorting facility and essence facility. I chose the sorting facility first because I want to leave the best for the last. I am very hopeful about the essence facility, and this is not just my own feeling but from records, as well as some people who able to enter the storage facility always found something in the essence facility. Now only 2 facilities have remained, sorting facility and essence facility. I will be first open the sorting facility and then the essence facility. I moved toward the sorting facility and half an hour later I reached it. Without wasting time, I started to open the facility while positioning myself in a very uncomfortable position. Till now all the facilities I've opened, very few had given me a chance to open them in comfortable fashion, as most of the facilities I had opened, I had to open them in a very uncomfortable position. This sorting facility is one of the difficult ones to open. I have opened many facilities, but very few have hard as this one. Time passed as I continued to open the pay in a steady and cautious pace. I did not dare to be hasty. I had nearly lost my life due to my hastiness 3 days ago. Kutch, it took me little more than 3 hours to open the way into sorting facility, but I had finally done, and now I will eat the fruits of my label there is any. Fuck, I slowly slide across the way I had opened, but suddenly stopped when I was halfway there, as I saw something very shocking in my opposite direction. The whole sorting facility in shamble with light medicine smells, everything in the room is covered in the dust, and there is a gigantic formation that is opposite of facility, which is giving off the frightening presence. But I am not concentrating on it, but the big gap present inside that formation. The gap is very big, and I could even see scenes of outside though it. I became ecstatic seeing this, but soon sobered, as not only crossing this formation going to be dangerous, but before reaching that formation, I will have to cross the several formation that is between us. The formations are very dangerous, could even kill instantly, but despite knowing the dangers, the thoughts of going through this formation started to form in my mind. This formation may be filled with danger, but it has the highest chance to get me outside, as the earlier formation I had chosen had a crack that was less than a meter wide. I would have to dive to pass through it, but this formation has a 2-meter long crack, and it is also quite wide from which I could easily pass through. I did not enter the sorting facility, as this whole facility filled with big and small formations. I was about to prepare to slide back when I noticed something which stopped me on tracks. This is sorting facility, and it has more than 50 transparent pipe-like things that took sorted plants to their places, but I noticed that more than half of these pipes are fixed to the single node, and if I am not wrong then, this giant node leads to the essence facility. Looks like the system had been malfunctioned for some reason. When the machine was active otherwise, it would have not connected all these pipes to the one facility. I did not go inside the sorting facility, but I had recorded everything with my holowatch, so I could make a plan later. Cautiously, I slipped back from the gap. In manhwaedit, I get out the gap and open projection of sorting facility that I have recorded in my holowatch. There are really too many formations. I said as I looked at the recorded projection of the sorting facility. As I kept looking at formations, the plan ongoing around them started to form in my mind. There may be too many formations, but if I am careful, I should be able to avoid most of them. I will only have to pass through a few formations before I reach that big gap. I closed the holowatch suddenly. It is not time to make the plan. I first have to open the essence facility, only then I should make the plan about leaving. With that thought, I moved toward the essence facility, and when I reached it, I started to open a way into it. Thank God that the way to enter the essence facility is simple. If it had been as complicated as the sorting facility, I would have died in the excitement. I have pined all my hopes on the essence facility. I have a hope that I will find something valuable inside it. Kutch. Time passed by in excruciatingly slow fashion. So many times I wanted to speed up the process of the opening, but I remained cautious and did not get hasty, and now, after 45 minutes, I have finally opened the way inside. Barely containing my excitement, I started to slide in the hole I made, and as I halfway inside, a mixture of various smells had assaulted me. Through these smells were not dark, but they were not faint either. When I entered the essence facility, I saw rows and rows of transparent bottles of all sizes. Some were the size of a finger, while others were the size of my hand. Inside the bottles, dust of various colors could be seen, and now then my eyes would come across the bottle that had the liquid inside it. Seeing those bottles, my eyes have become extraordinarily sharp. As I was looking at the bottle, my eyes fell on the big machine, and on the mouth of the machine is a big bottle of about hand size, and inside it is a fist-size ball. I had first thought that essence had turned into the dust, and that made the ball, but on the careful observation, I have found this ball is made of extremely concentrated essences of various herbs, and it looked very fine. I did not make this conjecture based only on seeing that ball, but also seeing how tens of pipes have connected to the essence machine. One would think that this ball of concentrated essence medicine would worth a lot, seeing it has the concentrated essence of so many things, but no, it worth even less than that medicine dust of single herb, and the reason because it contains the essence of medicine, that it is pretty much useless. It is created from merging of all essences, so God what it had become now. The reason I am concentrated on it so much because of the machine. Some parts of the essence machine are really in high demand. Like other facilities, it also has many formations, but as long as I am careful, nothing should happen. Thud, that thought had just passed my mind when small formation came toward me. I did not panic as I have seen it happen many times, so I jumped aside as I usually do. But my jump had created small vibration, and thump-sized bottle that had already been the edge of the shelf had slid from the shelf and started to fell on the ground. The finger-sized bottle started to fall, and it is not the normal bottle, but one of few bottles which still have liquid in them, instead of the dust like thousands of other bottles. I would not have been worried about the bottle being fell on the ground, as these bottles are extremely tensile and small fall. Like this is not enough to put the search on but it is not falling on the ground, but falling on the formation. If I am lucky, nothing will happen, but if I am unlucky, then I will lose the essence of the very precious medicine, which will be really regrettable. KHRE. As the bottle fell on the formation, the bottle started to grind into the dust by the formation. Seeing that my mood fell, and I was about to curse when I felt a slight hot sensation on my skin. I first thought I was imagining things, but soon that hotness feeling spread through all over my body, and its temperature started to rise, and within a minute burning mark sensation appeared on my body. It not over my skin, but also inside my body. I am feeling like I am in the furnace. Fuck, I cursed loudly and quickly covered myself with my rule power, and asked Ashlyn to help also, but to my utter shock, both of our rule powers barely able to do anything against this feeling. I am completely shocked seeing this. Our powers are peak second grade rule powers, and they are the mid-level of basic stage, and that is pretty powerful in this realm, but now it is barely anything able to do anything about that feeling. Seeing the scorching marks have appeared on my body, it did not take me even a second to realize that the bottle had something very dangerous, and now that something dangerous is spreading in my body. While I was busy thinking, the scorching marks started to turn into blisters. Just as I realized this, I took out a couple of potions bottles and drank them one after another, but to my horror nothing happened, seeing that I eat the speck of ominous ghost tooth core. It had shown the effect just as I ate it, as my skin started to heal rapidly, but to my utter surprise, just as it healed, the scorching marks started to appear on my body again. Seeing that horror appeared on my face, just what the fuck was in that bottle? I asked myself and searched through fauna information I have, but I found there are too many plants under night grade could put similar. There is no way to confirm this. I may not able to confirm what exactly was in that bottle, but I was able to confirm that it was poison, as most of the plants that create these effects are the poison. Seeing the blisters appearing on my body again, I ate another speck of ominous core. While eating, I had noticed that whatever poison had hit me getting stronger by second. If I didn't do something quick, then it will turn me into the ash. I started to search for ways, and next second I started to remove all the hard things I was wearing, and started performing supreme combat exercise after eating another speck to control my injuries. I have nothing in me that could crush the whatever poison I had eaten. All the precious herbs I've collected till now have nothing in them that could act as the anti-poison. So all I could do is perform supreme combat exercise and hope that it will eat away whatever poison that is spreading inside me. If that fails, then I can only eat the specks of the ominous plants to slowly whittle away the power of the poison. I really don't want that. The core of the ominous plant is very precious, and it is only because of it I am able to survive till now, and I am sure that I will need them in the future. That is why I want to save as much as possible. I started performing body cleansing exercise at my highest speed as I had reached the 24th pose of the first, and blisters already started appearing in my body. I had to reach the 108th pose as quickly as possible because at 108th pose, the energy of miracle fruit will come out help me destroy this poison. I am speedily performing, but my speed was really slow as at the 60th pose of the first move, my body had completely covered in the blisters and I started to look like a monster. But that was just the start as the time passed this terrifying poison, not only melting my skin externally, it is also melting my skin internally. If I am not quick enough, then it will melt me enough that I will become incapable of performing the exercise. When I looked inside me, I saw white waxy drops spreading in the even inch of my body, and they would melt everything that comes in contact with them. After the episode with the essence poison of ominous ghost tooth plant and me reaching major cleansing, I thought my body had become sufficiently powerful, and my immunity to poison is also quite good, but now experience this whatever terrifying, I have fallen to my knees. I shouldn't be overconfident, or someday I will pay the big price for this. This is a big teaching experience for me. The torturous pain that I am experiencing now will be my reminder. Drip, drip. I had reached the 98th pose, but something horrifying happening to me. My skin is melting, and that melted skin is dripping on the floor drip by drip. I am barely able to perform the exercise now as not only my skin is melting, it had also started to affect my bones. When I first thought I was infected with the poison, I thought it is dangerous poison, but I had never thought it would be terrifying as this, and this is its lesser effect, as it had lost most of its efficacy through the hundreds of years of storage. Finally, I reached 108th move and miracle fruit energy came out and started to eat this waxy poison. Thank God I was able to reach the end of the first move in time. If I had been minute late, then it would have been very late for me. Currently, my condition is barely stabilized, but if I became a little slow in performing the body cleansing exercise, then the poison wouldn't even take a minute to melt my bones. I reached the first pose of the second move, and white waxy drops inside me came under little suppression, which ultimately helped the miracle fruit energy, as it had started to eat them more speedily, but I could still see the resistance in the waxy drops. I will need to perform many more poses before I could control it enough that energy of miracle fruit eat it. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, I had reached the eighth pose. It is the pose that I had reached in the morning, but looking at how active these waxy drops are, and how they are growing powerful, I know eighth pose is far from enough. That's why I kept performing despite feeling very, very tired, because I know if I had stopped, these waxy particles will turn in puddle flesh in a few minutes. Ninth, 10th, as I had reached the 10th pose, something happened which caught me completely by surprise. I had started creating 30-second seal. Ever since I had come to this ruin, progress in supreme combat exercise has become stagnant, but now the supreme combat exercise that I had circulating background was able to create the 30-second seal. Though this wouldn't give me much advancement, it is still good, especially the minute soul energy. It will help me a little. The forming of seal did not slow down my speed in body cleansing technique, and finally, I am able the 12th pose of the second move, and my body started to go through the minor cleansing. At this time, the waxy drops are clearly suppressed, but they are still trying to harm my body, while the energy of the miracle fruit is trying to eat them with its all. Thud. I continue performing the poses, unearthing every bit of energy I have, and finally reached the 15th pose of body cleansing exercise. That is when the energy of miracle fruit energy finished eating all the waxy drops in my body, seeing that I finally let go everything and fell on the ground with a thud. I lie on the ground weakly with the very injured body. I want to move to hand to eat the speck of ominous plant's core to heal my injuries, but I did not have the energy to do it. I was able to solve that terrifying poison, but my body is still very injured and looked very horrifying. Every inch of my body had been melted, and pain it is giving me also is very intense. I have very good healing power, but that waxy poison had injured me to the deepest level. My body is not capable of healing such damage within a short period of time. Choo-choo. I called Ashlyn out of me, asked her to feed me the speck of the ominous plant's core. Normally I did not call Ashlyn as it is very dangerous, but now I could see formations floating around me, and if any formation came floating toward me, then I would be in very serious trouble. So, it is better to ask for Ashlyn's help. Good girl, I said telepathically, as she expertly removed the speck of ominous plant in her tiny beak from my cloth sleeve and feed it to me. Just as the speck entered my mouth, and it transformed into the healing energy and started to flow through my body, healing every injury that came into its way. Dried skin started to fall from every inch of my body and smooth skin started to replace it. Within a minute, my horrible meated waxed appearance had completely disappeared. The speck of ominous plant's core had provided me with little energy, which helped me move a little, which was enough for me to take out cooked medicinal monster meat from my storage to eat. Should be my first time eating in a very horrible environment. Dried pieces of skin could be seen hanging from every part of my body, and there is that horrible smell of minor cleansing, which is enough to make one feel like vomiting. But I still ate in such an environment as now in this place. I don't have the luxury to set up abode and take a long bath to remove all the smell coming from my body. As I finished eating, the familiar medicinal heat had completely spread in my body, giving me the energy that I needed urgently. Seeing the weakness receding, I stood up and vaporized all the dead skin from my body with the sunfire before spraying a very thick perfume over my body. This is the best I can do. After I get out of here and survive, then I might think about taking a long bath. After taking care of myself, I take a good look at the facility, especially at the bottle, which still has some liquid stored in them, and those which its essence had turned into solid. These two types of bottles most important, but these bottles are a minority, as most of the bottles had filled with colorful faded dust. In the whole room, my eyes are most focused on the single corner, where there are only 3 tiny bottles are placed in that special corner. One look at that one could easily tell that there is something special about the corner. Yes, that corner used to store something precious, but like most of the things in this facility had turned into the dust. That special corner used for storing the essence of the miracle fruits. After taking a look at all the shelves and formations, I started my work, and which is collecting. I store everything bottle that came into my hand, whether it has the essence, solid essence, or just dust. I collected all of them and placed them in the separate storages. My only regret is that I was not able to collect a few bottles, as there is formation covering them, and I do not want to mess with it. Now the only thing remained to be collected in this facility is the parts of the essence machine. Some parts of the essence machine are way more expensive than the some precious herbs I had collected, so there is no way in hell I was going to leave any part of their machine. With that, I carefully walked toward the machine, avoiding any formation I've come across, and finally reached the machine. I was about to get into the position to open the machine when my eyes fell on the mouth of it, and there, I saw the big bottle in which multicolor solid essence ball is present. I first didn't want to take that ball of medicine as it has value lesser than the medicine dust, but I still took it, thinking if someone posted specially for it, I will squeeze very high price from him, as these things could only be made when something malfunctioned. No sane person would waste precious medicines creating such useless thing. After storing the ball of medicine in my storage, I started to work on opening the machine, as I know it would be hard and would take quite a time to open. It took me 2.5 hours to open the machine, and that is just to open the machine, and now I have to remove the important parts that are mentioned in the list. One by one, I removed the parts that are mentioned in the list, and have become quite shocked when I was able to identify some of the materials used in this machine. I had already known this machine is very good, as it is able to extract the essence of miracle fruit, which is a very delicate task that is way above the night stage powerhouse could do. A sudden sound of shock came out my mouth. I had just opened the emergency power compartment, as I had needed something from it, but when I opened it, I found there is energy crystal is present, and this energy crystal is 3 times bigger than ones I found in robot maintenance machines. This is the first time I have found energy crystal in emergency power compartment. All the machines I have opened till now had their emergency power compartment empty. I will not be selling any energy crystals I have. From the knowledge I have gained from the knowledge essence, I now know the real value of these energy crystals like other stuff, and what they are offering for these yellow energy crystal are not even peanuts. They are offering even less than skin of the peanuts. Their crystals worth so much that I am having a problem with comprehending, but I know one thing. I will not be selling this crystal very soon in the future, and not before I go to the central continent and became powerful enough to bargain for the fair price of these crystals. An hour later, I had finished collecting all the stuff from the machine, and now it is time to get out of the facility and make a plan to leave. I have stayed more than enough time in this repository, and now I just want to go out. After getting out of the essence facility, I found a good spot and set up my abode which I had seen earlier. I really wanted to enter the sorting facility and get out of the gap I had seen, as I had enough of this repository, but I can't as I am feeling very tired, and also I've not made a plan yet. I want to take a good rest and make a plan with a calm mind before I could even think about walking through the form without having a plan is a completed suicide. The first thing I did after setting an abode is to take a long shower, and did not come out of it till I smell nothing from my body except the smell of the jasmine. After coming out of the shower, I cooked dinner and slept directly after eating it. When I woke up the next morning, I freshened up, ate, and went toward the sorting facility. I slipped inside the sorting facility and recorded another projected before coming back to my abode. In my abode, I took out separate projectors and projected 2 recorded projection of the sorting facility. Their 2 projected are nearly the same except for a change in the position of some small formations. I had already expected this and not surprised seeing this. With 2 projections in front of me, I started to make a plan for my exit, which would need me to go through the less formation as possible. As I was planning that, I couldn't help but get excited as it had been more than 10 days in this gloomy machine, and I really want to get out of it and smell the fresh air and see some greenery. I wonder what change had occurred in the garden and the whole ruin since I had been stuck in this monstrosity. The best way to get out of this repository had been one on the top floor, and before entering the machine I had checked that way and found it utterly decimated. There is no way I would be able to leave through that way. Before entering the machine I knew I would have to find the new way to exit, and the way I had been holding hope is lay decimated. There were only two choices in front of me that are either to see if the machine had any way to get out or walk down on the floor, and towards the right wing which was filled with many formations to see if it has any way of leaving. But after seeing the few big gaps in the machine, I had completely discarded the idea going to the floor below, and it is more dangerous than the machine. The gap in the sorting facility I have seen is the biggest one in the whole repository, through which I could easily walk out, but I know it is very dangerous. Not only the gap itself is very dangerous, but the formations that are on the way also very dangerous. They are so dangerous that each and every one of them could take my life. I usually would not take such a big risk where the chances of dying are more than 50, but I have no other choice. Either go through that formation or wait for a near month for ruin to close. At that time I would be automatically able to leave without facing any danger. But there will be no meaning to it as I had already scourged this whole machine, and there is nothing valuable for me left to collect. The waiting would be maddening, and what is more maddening would be that there will be barely any rise in my strength. I still have hope for coming across many chances like Ionic palaces, which could advance my strength instantly, and that is why I want to leave soon possible. There are chances that exist everywhere in the ruin. If I did not take it, then others would, and I don't want to happen. Time passed by, and finally 7 hours later, there is only one projection remained open in front of me, and in that projection, a clear white marking could be said. That marking is the way I had chose to pass the formation in the sorting facility and reach the big gap. After going through many scenarios and thinking of many possibilities, I had finally able to make the plan. Taking one last look at the plan, I closed the projection and started to pack. Now that I had made the plan, there is no need to wait for any longer. The sooner I could leave, the better. Soon I reached the sorting facility and slide into completely to another side before standing up completely. The 2 times I have come to the sorting facility before, I had never had completely come inside, and the reason is simply that his formations are everywhere. There is a big formation just inch away from if I moved even a little, I would be completely swept inside it. I activated my defense skill and speed skill. The swirling armor also started to appear in my body with the aura that is many times stronger than before. And finally, I took out tiny emerald seed. It is the seed of ominous ghost tooth plant. This seed packed the power to regrow a limb. Healing the serious injuries will be nothing to it. This seed could be compared to second life, and I really don't want to use it seeing how precious it is, but I have no choice as only this thing packed the power to heal my injuries at the instant. Gulp. Without waiting for the second, I gulped down the scene and juped over the formation that is front of me, and my luck is very good that it didn't react. After passing that formation, I activated my sky walking skill before moving left and then landing on the ground, walking a few steps before jumping again to avoid the formation. Fuck. I cursed loudly in pain as I jumped over another unavoidable formation, but this time this formation is activated started to attack me with wild abandon. Every attack of it brought the serious injury to me. Thank the fuck God that I had eaten C. If not for it healing me as soon as I had received an injury, I would have been finished by that formation within 3 seconds. I passed through that formation and started to pass through the gaps of formation before I walked over formation which instantly activated started to attack me inhumanely. As I started to pass through the formation, and except for 2 which didn't activate it after I had passed through, all the others had activated, and their attack is so powerful that they would be able to kill the 3-star elite within a few seconds. Thud. About half a minute since I started, I landed in front of the big formation on which the big gap is present. It's either make it or break situation for me. Either I will live or I will die. Let's make it then, I said in a slow and calm voice before I took the leap at gap and hope I will able to reach the other side of the gap alive. I took the leap at the big gap. This is a break it or makes it moment for me. Either I will come out alive or will be dead. There is 2 options. There would have been the third option, but I had eaten the seed of ominous flower, so there will no third condition. I reached the gap and started passing through it when I felt thousand of swords stabbing me from every corner. The injuries started to appear on the sensitive places like my head and my neck. If not for the seed healing all the injuries I have received every moment, I wouldn't have taken me a minute to die. Slice. I felt like time had slowed down, as I could feel every injury appearing in my body before they are being healed by the seed of the ominous plant. Only a second is needed for me to pass through the gap, but now that second is feeling like a minuet as every tiny movement I was assaulted by the powerful attack. The pain it gave torturously, but I had bared it as I will only gonna experience it for a second. Thud. A second like an hour passed as I crashed on the ground with my clothes torn, armor cracked, and every inch of my body bloodied, but there was a big smile could be seen on my face. I am out. I am finally out. Ha ha ha. I shouted as I started laughing maniacally, not even minding the soil I accidentally ate while laughing maniacally. I continue laughing in happiness till I can't anymore. I am really right now to finally get out of that repository. I had spent nearly 2 weeks' time in the repository, and I so much wanted to get out after spending 2 weeks in it. I have entered the repository when I barely had the strength to fight against the strong 2-star elite, but come out with the strength to kill the normal 3-star elite, which is a very huge improvement. I now have the strength to clear all the 9 challenges in the guild, and clearing them would take much of time either. Not only my strength had increased exponentially, but I have gained the immense fortune also. This fortune is more than 10 times I had expected to get in this ruin. And the best thing is, there are still 25 days more till this realm closed, and I wonder what kind of dangers I will face and chance I will come across in the future. As my euphoria died down, my gaze falls on the ring in my finger. I am clearly aware that it was this ring which had helped me open that big door. I had tried it on the doors of the facilities, but I got no response from it. This ring likely to work the gates of treasure palaces, repository or other things, but not on the machines or robot inside. This is just my assumption, and as this ring could turn out to be a one-trick pony and would not work again, to be completely sure I will have to check treasure palaces and other places in the ruin. Looking above, I could tell it's afternoon, but I still activated my abode and went inside it to change. The abode I had activated is the normal one, and not the underground one, and one could see easily in this bright sun, but I didn't care. My strength is now equal to the 3-star elite, and there would be very few people in this garden who could threaten me, and even if I come across those few dangerous people, I am confident that I could run away from them safely. This confidence stems from my newly advanced Sunfire Rule and mini blast of swirling armor. With my Sunfire Rule being advanced, the power of my swirling armor increased greatly, which means the power of my mini blast is increased, so even they have the power to kill me in the single shot. It will be really hard to kill me, and that is why I had erected my abode so openly without fear to take the shower and change the bloodied clothes I am wearing. I took the good shower till I stopped smelling the smell of the blood from my body, and changed into fresh cloth before going out. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped when I am deactivating my abode, and from her tone, I could tell that those who are coming toward us are the person we can fight. Soon I sensed them as I heard the rustle, and a few seconds later they appeared not far from me. This is a group of grim race monsters, and quite powerful if I am saying this, one of the powerful grim monster group I have ever seen. There are 5 grim race monsters in this group, with the leader being a 3-star elite, while the other 4 members were peak 2-star elite. Their power could be compared to 8th challenge in a guild, which means they are not far from becoming 3-star elites. Ashlyn, don't you think we are quite lucky? We were just about to find someone to fight, and these gentlemen came on their own without us making an effort to find them, I said to Ashlyn as I covered myself in the swirling armor. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped in affirmation from my shoulder. Boss, this level 5 is mocking. Let me show him the might of our grim race, said the bearman to the leader Ratman. Friend, you seem to be overly confident in defeating us, asked Ratman in its squeaky voice. You will know when you fight me, I said as I took my red sword off my waist. Very well then, said Ratman as ferocious expression took over its face. Attack it with your power, hold back nothing. Shouted Ratman furiously as it came toward me with its 4 minions. Just like the Ratman had said, all of them activated their spirit totem and occult method together, including Ratman. It is using all its the power to attack me. Seeing them coming, Ashlyn flew off from my shoulder with a sharp glint in her eyes. It has been more than 10 days since I have fought anything since I had started my adventure. This had been the longest time I've been without fighting anything. Even when I used to go home, I would always go outside for fresh monster meat. Seeing it is coming, I did not move from my spot. Instead, I waited for it. As it came at me, it swung its short sword at me with the blurring speed, seeing that I too swung my sword to counter it. Clank. A loud clank rang across as sword clash, and I felt the force and occult energy coming at me with their full force, but before they could inside me and wreck me, they got crushed by my swirling armor. While I am fine, the Ratman is not. It had not only taken multiple steps back, but a trickle of blood could be seen coming out of its lips with its face filled with utter shock. It has a clear look of shock in its eyes as it saw itself taking 3 steps back while being injured, though the injury it's nothing as it is healing rapidly. It had never expected that a puny level 5 could push it back to this degree. This feels unbelievable to it. its shocked face contorted before extreme anger on its mousy face. I have underestimated you too much. You are more powerful than I thought, said the ratman and attacked me, and this time its attack is a lot more powerful than before. Seeing its attack coming toward me, I also swung my sword as I spin the swirls on my armor faster for more power. Clank, puh, thud, thud. This time also when our sword clashed, whatever force and occult energy came at me crushed by my swirling armor before it had reached me, and the ratman took continuous steps back with the horror drawn all over its face. What are you wretches doing? Help me defeat this bastard, said Ratman in loud voice, but seeing no response it looked back. It saw 4 of its minions are lying dead, with each of them having a small, barely discernible hole on their head. It hadn't been a minuet since the fight had started, but 4 of its minions are lying dead on the ground. Seeing that, even more horror appeared on its face, and it turned completely pale. I could see its whole body shaking uncontrollably as it slowly turned its head back look at me. Friend fighting would be a waste of time seeing both of us had near equal strength. It would be a lot better if we forego this little conflict and separate in own way, don't yo, it was saying in flattering voice when it's abruptly stopped with full terror appearing in its eyes. Bam, Puchai, sorry, not interested, I said as I removed the sword from its chest, just as it was asking me a question about going to our separate ways. I know it is planning on running as soon as it gets a chance. I don't want this ratman a chance to run as these bastards are really sneaky and have 100 ways to run away. So I had activated Mini Blast just as it was asking the question, and before it knew what happened, my sword had pierced through its chest without giving it a chance to defend itself. I took about all the equipment the grim monsters were wearing before storing them all to my storage. Seeing their power, they must have collected a lot of the precious thing in this ruin, and they being 2-star and 3-star elites, their bodies also worth a lot after. Fighting this ratman, I could say that I now have the power to easily kill the normal 3-star elite, which was little beyond my expectation. Previously, I had thought I would need work little hard to kill the normal 3-star elite, but I had underestimated myself too much. Cleaning the scene, I picked up one directed and started to walk. Now that I was able to escape the repository, I should now focus on finding the way get out of this garden. It has been near months since I entered the garden, and I nearly collected all that I have to collect, and now I want to go out. To be honest, I kind of feel very lucky that I was able to increase my strength to this degree in the garden, as there are not many things in the garden that could increase one's stretch directly, except for some herbs and medicines. But finding exit would be very hard. It would have been fine if I had the map like the one I had of the machine, from which I could have been able to go out. To get out of the garden, there is only 2 options. First is either find a big enough crack and exit of this garden, or go back to the crack from which we had entered this garden. I am sure many people would have been already gathered there. But both have a slight chance of getting out of the garden. For first option, one needed luck, and the second option is hard, as first is gathering the same amount of people had entered the garden to crack open that crack is impossible, as the garden is very huge. I am planning to try my luck for 4 days. If I did not find the exit in the 4 days, then I will return toward the crack where I come from. I am confident that there are many people that would have gathered there, and even garden could not help improving others' abilities much. Some people surely would have made advancement in strength. So, it should be barely enough to open the gap with the help of the grim race, which I think would also be present there. Time passed by and the twilight had come. In this whole afternoon, I've fought the 2 teams of grim race monster, and both of the teams had a 3-star elite in them. Like my first battle, I did not take much time to finish the second battle before collecting their bodies. I've come across the weaker teams also, but they were finished by Ashlyn without needing my help, just like she finished the medicinal monster we have come across. Before entering the repository, and I used to dread the 3-star elite, but I wanted to come at me, so I could fight with them, but regretfully, I have only come across only 2 3-star elite grim race monsters, and the medicinal monsters that we have come across were weak ones. As for the precious plants, we have come across only one, and it was the lesser precious one, so our luck could be said to mild. Choo-choo. Seeing the evening is approaching, we started to find a good place to set up abode when Ashlyn chirped again, saying she had found another precious herb. The precious herb is always welcomed, I thought, and walked toward the direction Ashlyn is motioning. 15 minutes later, I reached near the place and found the plant. It is a faint blue color root called amory root. It is a lesser precious plant. Oh my fucking god. I was just about to place the amory in special storage when my hands still and I curse it in happiness. The knowledge of plants I have received through the knowledge essence crystal not only has the knowledge of the plants, but there is also a detailed introduction of them and different ways it could be used. Alone, this amory root is just another lesser precious night grade root, but when it was boiled with another lesser precious plant called mead flower, it creates something that is very precious and I urgently needed. I did not expect to find the amory roots as I already have the mead flower. Mad with excitement, I started to find a good place to set up my underground abode. Earlier, I was planning to set up my comfortable normal abode, but what I am going to do now need me quite a privacy, and for that, I will need to activate my underground abode. Thud, after my abode activated, I directly jumped inside it and freshen up as quickly as possible. I may be very excited about the thing that I am going to do, but I like to do it in a clean way. After cleaning myself, I started to clean the medicines thoroughly before I took out the beaker, and added both of the medicine into it and put it on the gas. I now have to boil both of the medicine till they completely became the solution, and then drink that solution. This solution, made of a combination of mead flower and amory plant, will give me the physical boost of at least compared to the one amethyst seal, and more if I am able to digest it better, and I have a very good method that will help me digest a solution better. Seeing it will take quite a time before it will turn into the solution, I started to make the dinner while projecting the name of precious plants found in the ruin from my holowatch. I started to look at how many medicines could be used for making these strength-enhancing solutions, and was quite surprised to find that there are 17, as solutions could be made using the herbs found in this ruin. Some of the solutions in the list could increase one's strength drastically. They are not only related to the physical strength, but some could stimulate the soul power while others could stimulate the healing. One way or another, they increased one's strength to a certain degree, but getting them is really hard. There are tens of thousands of plants found in this ruin, and what I need is just 67 plants and herbs. Finding them would be really difficult. It was a lucky coincidence that I was able to get these 2 plants, and that could be made in strength-enhancing solutions. An hour later, I had finished making the dinner, and 10 minutes after that the solution is finished. Let's eat dinner. By the time we finished it should cool down a little, I said to Ashlyn as I severed her dinner. I usually don't have a problem eating hot stuff, seeing I have minor fire immunity, but according to the direction, the solution should be drunk at the mild temperature. We finished eating in half an hour, and as I had expected, the solution cooled down quite a bit. I had divided the solution into 2 portions, one I placed in front of Ashlyn and one in my hand. Let's get finished with it, I said as I stopped breathing and drunk the solution while holding my breath, as I hoped it wouldn't smell as bad as it is described. Bad, I said as I am drinking the solution. The solution is tasted very bad as it smells, and holding of breath doesn't seem to help much. Halfway through the drinking, I wanted to vomit so much as it tasted very horrible, but I had forced myself completely drink it. When I look at Ashlyn, I found she had finished drinking her solution before me and now calmly sitting without any disgust on her face. Since she was little, I have never seen her showing disgust toward any food that she ate at her violations. After I finished drinking the solution, I removed my clothes and started to perform the body cleansing technique. This time there is no life and death situation or I am bearing an unusual pain. I am performing the body cleansing technique because I want better digest this solution. With body cleaning technique, I will be able to digest most of the solution I ate, and I am going to perform body cleansing technique till the 107th pose, as at the 108th the energy of miracle fruit came out, and I don't want it to eat any part of this solutions. I did not feel anything after drinking the solution, but when I looked inside me, I saw that there is a flood of blue drops in my body, and they are merging with my body with their own violation. And when I added body cleansing technique in the mix, the merger became even more perfect. Time passed by and kept performing the body cleaning technique at my highest speed, and only stopped when I reached 107th pose. After reaching 107th pose, I continue performing it repeatedly, as I did not want to call the big bad wolf to eat all this blue energy by reaching 108th pose. There is a lot more amount of this blue energy in my body, and if I had not performed the body cleansing technique, then it would have taken hours to digest, but now with me performing body cleansing technique, more than half of the energy had already been digested, and another half would be digested in the half an hour, seeing I am performing the 107th pose. Half an hour later, I nearly finished digesting all the blue energy, and now I won't have to worry about big bad wolf coming out, I thought as I performed the 108th move of the body cleansing technique. Despite feeling very tired, I didn't stop performing the body cleansing technique. Performing body cleansing technique is my important routine, and once I start, I didn't stop until every speck of energy inside my body sucked apart by it. This technique is very important, especially the major cleansing. It is very important. I have seen its power, the power to melt the energy and then merging that melted energy into the body. It is such a terrifying thing. The big part of my strength comes from the body cleansing technique, the rule power, and 3 amethyst seal would not be able to make strong, as I am now especially at the master stage. I continue performing and finally reach the 15th pose of second move. Only then I let myself go and fall on the floor. While performing the technique, I would always try to do better than previous, but if I won't able to do that, I would at least perform the pose that I performed. I lied on the floor for 10 minutes before I had the energy to get up. After getting up, I ate a bowl of medicinal monster meat that I set up aside to recover quickly. After I recovered enough to walk, I walked to the bathroom to take the shower as I am very sweaty. The monster meat had returned all my energy to me, and I was correctly able to access the amount of physical enhancement I have received from the solution. If I am not wrong then, I had received a boost compared to the 13 to 15 seals of the body cleansing technique, which was really a huge boost. With this enhancement, my strength increased even more, and I will have to fear anyone in the garden at least. Now killing normal 3-star elite would become very easy. It probably would not take even a minuet for me to finish one off. For a search of this strength, I have come to this ruin, and now I am getting it. I wonder how my friends are doing in the ruin. After I finished accessing my strength, I get out of my abode and deactivate it before activating the surface abode. I would have not done this, but I have to take inventory of the items I took from the essence facility. After activation of the abode, I emptied the hall and started to take out all the bottles I had collected from the essence facility. An hour later, there are thousands of bottles jam-packed in front of me, separated into 4 groups. The first group has 29 bottles, the second group have about 91 bottles, the third group has around 3 bottles, and the last group has only 1 bottle. The medicinal essence in the biggest group of the bottle has turned into dust, but it is dust made from the essence of the medicine. It is still worth a lot. As for the second group, which has 91 bottles, it has essences left in them. Some essences may have turned murky, some near solid, but they haven't turned to dust, means their essence is intact that make each of this bottle worth fortune. The third group of bottles, which only have 3 bottles, is many times more expensive than the other 2 groups despite them having only dust in them. These 3 bottles had once of time contained the essence of the miracle fruits. Now they only contain the dust, but they're dust enough to sell them for the fortune. Miracle's fruits in very, very high demand for both level-up purposes and research purposes, and one could be ready to pay any price for it, even kill for it if the miracle fruit is a rare one. I have many times people killing one another for miracle fruit in the middle of the outpost. That is how important the miracle fruits are. The last group contains only a single bottle, and it had the multicolor ball inside it, which seemed to made of essences of the many precious plants, but despite it worth nothing, but someday it might worth a fortune, and that is why I had collected it. After making the registry of all the bottles, I placed them in the storage and went to sleep after activating all the security functions of the abode. 3 days passed by the GIF, and in the 3 days, many things happened to like me fighting and killing 3 medicinal monsters who have power equal to 3-star elite, and running away from really strong 3-star elite Grim Race Monster. That Grim Race Monster was terrifying that I was very seriously injured by the time I was able to get away from it after 2 hours of the chase. I had sensed its battle power and knew it was very powerful, but I still wanted to try since it was the next day off when I drank that strengthening solution. I wanted to see how powerful I have become, so I attacked that terrifying Grim Race Monster, and after first clashing, I knew this monster too terrifying to fight, and knowing that I started to run with all my might. It was good thing that my Sunfire rule advanced, and I have a mini blast which increased my speed that I was barely able to get away from it after 2 hours of the hard chasing. That was the only strong opponent I had faced, while others I had come across was defeated and killed by me. Today is the last day I am searching for the exit, and if I did not find any, then I would going toward the crack that I have come from, and according to many fellow humans, 2 more batches of people had come to the garden after us through the same entrance, and now many of them went back there to get out of this garden. If my estimation is right, then in the 3 to 4 days, they will have enough people to open the crack again. So if I leave tomorrow for the crack with my highest speed, then it shouldn't take me more than a day to reach the crack. I was just busy with me through when I sense some coming toward my direction, sensing that I did not react because I know those who are coming toward me are fellow humans, and they are weaker than if they were not, then Ashlyn would have told me as she had sensed them before me. I was just about to start walking again, but when I heard something very, very interesting that stopped me on my tracks. "Let it go, Josh, those miracle fruits were not in our destiny," said one weak-sounding voice. A clear defeat could be heard in his voice. "How can I let go, Will? The miracle fruit was found by using first, and we would have been able to break that formation by the evening," said second voice indignantly. "Friends, would you tell me little about the miracle fruit you have encountered?" I said as I walked out of the tree that had been covering myself. "These 2 people are about my age and have the power of strong 2-star elite. In the outpost they would be considered quite powerful, but they are just above average. These 2 looked quite wretched, and I could see they are being tormented by the occult energy, which they are barely able to control from going berserk in their body, and looking their condition, I don't think they will be able to confine this energy long before it breaks loose and tore them apart." Seeing me suddenly appear, both of them became vigilant and took out their weapons. I have no ill intentions toward you guys, and I just wanted to ask you a few questions, I said, hearing that their vigilance loosened a little, but they did not release their weapons. To show my good faith, let me help you a little, I said, and walked toward them without the weapons. They were vigilant, but they let me come closer to them, and soon I stood in front of them. Would you guys mind placing one of your hands on mine? I said as I placed both hands in front of them without any protection. They did not say anything and looked at each other before placing their hands on me. Just as they did, pull power of both of my rule powers transferred from my body to their, which shocked them as they about to retrace their hands when they notice what is happening inside them, and they shopped their movement with shocked faces. They were not the only ones are shocked. I am too, because the occult energy in their body is too familiar to me. I was nearly torn apart by this occult energy more than 2 weeks ago. I could never forget this occult energy. This occult energy would have killed me if I did not have the core of ominous plants to whittle it away. The Sunfire Rule and Killing Rule are steadily burning the occult energy in these two people's body, but the one that is burning off the occult energy is not but Ashlyn. My control over the powers of the rule has increased enough that I could also burn the occult energy in their body, but it would take me 3 times more than Ashlyn, as I do not have expert control over my rule powers like Ashlyn. Time passed as Ashlyn kept burning the occult energy in their body through me, and 15 minutes later, all the occult energy in their body burned away. Eat these, it will heal your injuries quickly, I said while giving them 2 specks of the ominous plant's core. The occult energy had injured both of them quite heavily. If I had not burned away the occult energy in their body, they would have had a maximum 1 hour before the occult energy tore every cell on their body apart. They were hesitant for a second before they took the speck and eat it with questioning expression, not believing this tiny speck could heal the very serious injuries they have suffered, but few seconds later utter shock appeared on their face as they saw all their injuries were healing at a very rapid pace. It's nothing, I said with a smile before putting serious expression. Would you guys mind telling me about the miracle fruit you have encountered? I asked finally. I am not a saint to burn of the occult energy in their body and even give them very precious healing medicine free of cost, and they understand it as well as they started to answer my questions. Yes, in the morning we have come across the miracle fruit by chance, but it was protected by the formation. We were trying to crack the formation since morning, and even able to crack a little when we attracted the group of grim race monsters. He casually attacked us and started to attack the formation. By its strength of the 3-star elite, it should be really close to cracking formation now, he said. Sadness could be said in his eyes. Anyone would be sad losing the miracle fruit. They are the most treasured thing. A single fruit can sell for an exorbitant price. Where did you find that miracle fruit? I asked excitedly without hiding hastiness in my voice. Knowing about the miracle fruit, I want to leave as soon as possible. Miracle fruit is very important to me, and I want to get my hands on it, no matter the cost. We will transfer you a map, the tall guy said, and tapped few buttons on his holowatch before touching his holowatch with Min Ting. I quickly opened the map and saw the destination of miracle fruit, which is not that far. If I used my highest speed, then I could reach there in 10 minutes. Boom! Just as the swirling armor fully appeared, I activated the mini blast on my legs and shot toward the direction of miracle fruit while wishing that the grim race monster hadn't broken the formation. Why did you tell him about the miracle fruit so easily? If you had asked for something more, he would have surely given for the exchange of information, the shot guy said to his friend. Saving our lives and healing our injuries aren't enough, and what if he would have gone mad and killed one of us? The tall boy said. He wouldn't have, short boy refuted. Did you forget about the incident we saw a week ago? That monster in human skin had massacred a team of fellow humans just for the sake of one small medicine. His face asked back. The short boy shuddered when he heard this, the scene of a week ago still very fresh in his mind. He had seen how that monsters had massacred a group of fellow humans mercilessly just because they refused to give them the herb they have found first. If not for them being well hidden, they would have been massacred by that monster with other groups. And it's not like we have received nothing. You have seen how miraculous this thing is. It wouldn't take a minute for this speck to heal our serious injuries. This speck would become very useful in the difficult times. Let's go, we should go, still have to clear quite a journey before we reach the crack, said the tall body as they started to run toward the specific direction. Thud, it's quite close. I thought as I landed on the ground and quietly started to walk toward the direction on the map. After walking for a few minutes, I started to hear the faint sound of the attack. As I walked closer, the sound got louder and louder till I got close enough to see what is happening. There seemed to be 7 grim race monsters that seemed to be attacking a round formation that encased the small tree. On that small tree is a triangular-shaped fruit. Seeing that fruit, I instantly know this fruit is a miracle fruit, and not only that, I knew its name is and what uses it have. After taking a look at the miracle fruit, I look at the lead grim monster and extreme anger appeared in my eyes. This bastard is the same one who chased and made me take a suicidal jump at the repository. I had promised it that if I came out of the repository alive, then I will torture it till it wish it could die, and it's bad luck that I had found a thing in the repository which would make it wish for the death. I walked closer and closer till I stopped and hid perfectly. I had just sensed the battle power of the bastard. It had gotten a little stronger, and defeating it would take quite a time. That is why I stopped myself from directly attacking despite wanting to do it very much. Ashlyn, be careful, I said to Ashlyn as she flew away from my shoulders sneakily and sat at the closet tree from the miracle fruit. The plan is very simple. I want to snatch the miracle fruit from the grim monsters. If I were to attack now, I would need to waste a lot of time cracking the formation, but if I waited then these 7 monsters will crack the formation for me. If Ashlyn is able to snatch the fruit, it would be good, and even if she fails, I won't be much sad as that fruit will be mine as long as I am able to kill them, which I am very confident in. Crack, 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 bang. After an hour, more and more cracks started to appear on the formation, and soon it broke apart in the bang. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I am able to acquire the miracle fruit. With this fruit, elders will surely help me merge the power of the spirit totem into me. Grim race monsters laughed maniacally as it looked at the miracle fruit. Boss, don't forget to share some reward with us, said the foxman charmingly to the werewolf. Of course, how could I forget about you guys, who helped me so much acquiring this miracle fruit, said Wolfman with a bright smile, but next moment its expression turned vicious and it attacked. Patcha, boss, W. Directly decapitated charming foxman before moving toward others who were trying to run, but it was no use. The werewolf was too strong. It is easily able to kill all of them. Bastards, did they really think I will share the rewards of the miracle fruit with them? Idiots. It was muttering when it suddenly stopped as it looked at the palm-sized bird moving toward the plant at the blurring speed. You fucking shit. It shouted and run toward the miracle fruit with all its strength, but the bird cloak in the fire was too fast. Before it could reach halfway distance to the miracle fruit, the bird already plucked the miracle fruit from the tree. What an idiot. I thought if it would first be taken the fruit and then killed all of its team members, it would have been quite difficult for Ashlyn to snatch the miracle fruit, but with it putting quite a distance from the fruit to kill its friends, it had become quite easy for Ashlyn to Ashlyn. Good girl, I said to Ashlyn as I came from behind the tree and took the fruit from her before storing it in my storage. You are alive, said Werewolf in shock as it stopped on tracks from chasing Ashlyn. Surprise. I said as I took the sword off my waist. This bastard had gotten a little powerful. I will have need some time to finish it off. Well, it's good that you were able to survive. I had felt quite regret over not killing you personally. This time I surely can rectify that regret, I said as it came to me. Learning from its past mistake, the werewolf seemed to hold back nothing as it directly summoned its spirit totem and activated its occult method. Sensing its rise of the battle power sharply after activating its occult method, I also started to spin swirls on my swirling armor with all my speed, and as I ran toward it. It seemed a little surprised seeing me coming toward it, but it became very vigilant and kept half of the focus on my legs, in case I activate the mini blast, and ran away. Clank! Both of our weapons clashed loudly, but not one of us had taken the steps back. The force and occult energy of it traveled inside me, and able to breach the defense of my swirling armor, but to do that it had lost most of the power, so what entered inside me was instantly vaporized by my rule powers. It looked shocked seeing its attack was completely useless against me, as it was not able to injure me even a bit. You have become quite strong, but if you think a little bit of power will save you, then you're dreaming. I said and launched another attack, and seeing that I spun my swirls even faster and launched my own attack to counter its. Clank! Our weapons clashed again, but this I shook a little, but there was no injury on my body as my defenses were easily able to deal with force, so except for little shaking due to the clash, I did not feel much anything. It again became shocked and launched the attack with even more ferocity. Clank, 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 clank. Our weapons clashed with one another, with every move being stronger than others, but no matter how much one try, no one able to gain the upper hand in battle. Time passed by as we kept clashing, and in such a way, half an hour had passed. In this half an hour, we must have exchanged thousands of move, and with these thousands of move, my advantage started showing. If my opponent has equal or little greater strength than me, then it is an 80 chance that I will win that battle. It's because of the killing rule, the more I fight, the more I understood about my opponent, and even gain the ability to predict move. It had been 10 minutes since I started gaining an advantage over a battle, and slightly gained the sense about its attacks, but I did not reveal all of its in the battle as I know this much of advantage. I will not be able to win the battle quickly, instead I will alarm it. Interest I kept fighting it, as that is what my opponent hoping for. Did not take a genius to see that in the long fight, it is a grim monster that wins. Their big bodies are filled with vitality and stamina, which help them fight the long fights. If it had been any other human in my place, it would have had quite a good chance of winning, but fighting me it's bad luck, as with the longer fights, I will become stronger. 30 more minutes passed, and I started to feel slightly tired, and seeing that it started to feel quite happy, as it is clearly visible in its eyes. Through I am feeling slightly tired due to continuous intense fight, I am capable of guessing all of its moves, so now I could quickly finish this fight. Slice. It launched another attack. I also swung my sword to counter it, but just as it about to clash, I moved my wrist a little and my sword avoided the battle by hair breadth and sliced the deep wood across the chest of the monster. This move may simple, but it is extremely hard, as both of us had nearly the same power, so it is quite easy to stop other advances. To that what I had just done, not only I need to attack at impeccable timing, I also need to have body flexible enough to perform such movements. Slice. Another big wound appears on its body, and this was because of its pure silliness, as it was shocked still by my first attack that it wasn't even able to put up a defense against my attack. "You bastard, you dared to injure me." It shouted and attacked me ferociously, but what is the use of ferocity when you don't have the strength to back it up? Slice, slice, clank. More and more injuries started getting on its body, as it was barely able to stop any moves of mine, and the worst thing is the injuries I am giving it are healing at a slow pace, as they are infused with my rule power. 5 minutes later, nearly all parts of its body are covered with the injury. If it did not have strength equal to mine, rule power that I had infused with my attack would have torn its body apart. "You are a very good bastard. Next time we meet I'll make sure to eat you alive," it said, and started to run. Bang activated Mini Blast to follow it, while Ashlyn also started to launch her attacks. Our position has been changed. That day he has chased me till I had no choice but enter the repository to survive from it, but now I will not even give it a chance to enter any repository if it is planned on entering any. Swish, bang, slice. My sword missed as it changed the direction, and seeing that I again activated the Mini Blast and attacked. This time my attack landed, but the injury I was able to give it is not serious. Fucking bird. It cursed loudly again. It had been few minutes since it started to run, but its back, which had been relatively clean, is now filled with many sword wounds, but that is least of its problem. Its biggest problem is Ashlyn, who is attacking it with the Fire Pearl. Each attack of Fire Pearl brought it a serious injury. If not for its strong body, it would have already died. Slice. Another of my attacks landed, but like always, it was not enough to kill it. This bastard's speed is a lot slower than me, but due to the limitation of Mini Blast brought me, it always able to dodge my attack with the close margins. Mini Blast is not flexible. Once activated, it will take you straight, and due to the high speed it gives, it is very difficult to change the direction. Though it is running, it will not able to run for much. It is already seriously injured, and every minute it is getting more and more injured. Sooner or later it will reach its limit, and then I will be able to kill it. Thud, my words rang true. 10 minutes later it fell on the ground. It had finally reached its limit. Till now it had been bearing the pressure of injuries through the willpower alone, but as the more and more injuries piled up, it had finally reached its limit and fell on the ground. Another reason for his fall is that it can't continue activating its occult method. One needs a strong soul and body to bear the pressure than occult energy brought. If it can't, then either it will start to tear the body apart, or it will automatically dissipate. In this monster's condition, it looked like the occult energy had dissipated, and due to that all mine Ashlyn's rule powers accumulating into its body got a chance to attack. Ashlyn attack it with full power. I said to Ashlyn to attack it because I know it is very conscious and waiting for me to come closer so that it could launch an attack. Ah, slice. It screamed out loudly as Ashlyn's powerful attack landed on it, but before it could go much far, I attacked it and then Ashlyn attacked some, making it through unconscious. With my earlier attack, I could have easily decapitated him, but I didn't. I still remember the promise I made it to it before I ran into the repository. It is completely unconscious. I am completely confident of that, as I could not sense any killing intent from it. Going closer to it, I took out the rope from my storage and bound it. What I am going to do with it need a strong binding. After I bounded it and put a gag on its mouth, I took out a palm-sized bottle with gray liquid. This gray liquid is the essence of Vetria flower, which has another name, and that is a blood burner. It got this name because it literally burns the blood. Drip. I carefully took out the single drop of gray liquid and dropped it on the injury. Through using such expensive medicine for revenge may seem silly, but there is the only thing that could put out the fire of vengeance from my heart. AHHHHHH. Nothing happened for the first few seconds, but then suddenly blood-colored flames started to come out of its body, and then the gagging noise. It's a good thing that I had put a gag in its mouth. Otherwise, its screams would have been enough to alert those who are within the 10 kilometers range. Bloody flames became brighter and brighter as more and more blood started burning, while its screams within the gag also became louder. Its screams continued for a few more minutes till they stopped, and a minute later the blood-red flames also stopped leaving the body of the grim monster, looking like a deflated balloon. I collected its stuff and stored its body as it will still be harvested into the crystal. After that, I went back to where I found the miracle fruit and collected the stuff and bodies of the grim race monsters. These monsters are strong 2-star elites. It would be waste if I didn't store them. I continue to search for the exit and finding medicine until the evening. My luck is quite good as I found 2 medicines. One is lesser precious while others are quite precious. Not only that, I've even fought the team of Grim Race Monster, which has the 2 3-star elite in them, and 3 medicinal monsters all in all. Today is said to be one of most fruitious days in this ruin. As the evening came, I found the good spot and set up above ground, which I had been doing for the past few days. It felt quite good to have big space. Entering the abode, I freshened up and started to make the dinner, and after I finished making dinner, I started to perform the supreme combat exercise, as if I don't then I might pop up like a balloon. Today again I had made the progress and able to reach the 19th pose, which was good. After eating that waxy poison, my miracle fruit energy has grown a lot. Now I need just 15 to 20 days, and I will be able to level up to the peak level of Master Stage. 5 minutes later, I had gained enough energy to walk and went to the bathroom to take the shower. I felt quite refreshing after I washed my body with jasmine-flavored soap. Laying against the bed, I looked at the triangular miracle fruit in my hand. This miracle fruit is the most common miracle fruit, and according to the knowledge I have received, they are about 99.1 of miracle fruit there are. These are level-up fruits. There is more technical name for it, but I won't dwell into that. Just like its name said, it's a level-up fruit. If I ate it right now, then I would be able to level up to the peak level of Master Stage. But I didn't want that. I am confident that I could level up to peak level of Master 15 to 20 days or sooner if I tried extra hard. I will eat this fruit when I leveled up to peak level of the Master Stage, so that I could level up to the Lieutenant Stage directly, which would be a huge boost to my power. Today is the last day I had given to myself to find the exit. Tomorrow I will be leaving toward the gap. Let's hope that there is enough people have gathered there. Today I am returning toward the gap from which I had entered the garden. The garden is very good choice to stay till the realm close, as there is less grim race monster and monsters, but lots of precious medicines. As long as one is little careful, the chances of surviving in the till the closure of the ruin are quite good. Though there is fortune and chances surviving here are quite good, there are no big opportunities that will be able to increase one's strength. Only going out will I able to find the chances to advance. Boom! I activated the mini blast and shot through the air in the twilight. The sun hadn't risen completely yet. I had woken early today as I had to cover a lot of distance, and I also planned to work on the flexibility of my mini blasts. The fight of yesterday had made me realize that my mini blast is very rigid. If one had similar strength to me and is little agile, then it would become quite difficult for me to beat it. So while going toward the crack, I am also planning training a little one. The boom 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 thud. I used one power blast after another and trying to use them in complicated ways as possible. Sometimes I got success, but most of the time I fell. I'm even breaking my bones multiple times from falling on the ground from above or crashing on the 3. All of them gave me quite an injury. If not for me having a strong body and high pain tolerance, I would have given up on it by now, but I did not. I continued trying and tying, no matter how many of my bones broke or how much pain I am experiencing. The only focus in my mind is making my min blast as flexible as possible, but it very difficult. I had created a mini blast to give me instant speed, and it had given me that, greater than I had expected, but now I want to make it flexible without losing much of its desired speed. The first thing I started to learn is stopping. I did not want the speed that can't is to control, otherwise if I came across a very smart opponent, he could use my uncontrollable speed against me. And the best way to stop mini blast is created Anther Mini. Creating mini blast is easy, but when the power of 2 mini blasts calling my body went out of control. It like driving a bike at very fast speed and then pushing the front brakes hard. One could imagine what would happen in such scenarios, and that is what happens to me. After failing tens of times, I had decided to lessen the power of the mini blast that I had used to create the brakes, so that reaction would be a little less intense. That seemed to work a little as my crashing speed lessened quite a bit. I kept working on the force I needed to create the brakes, but I found out there is simply no way to instantly stop from the mini blast in my current of the body. If I want to stop, then I will have to use multiple lesser blasts, and then will I able to control my speed and avoid unnecessary death. While I was practicing the lesser blasts, I have unconsciously learned to divert. With the help of lesser blast, I could divert power created by the mini blast. The whole passed while I am training, and I was only able to cover half of the distance. I wanted to continue traveling through the dark, seeing I am now powerful enough that barely anyone could threaten me here, but I did not, as I am feeling extremely tired due to the whole day of training. The next day when I woke up, I felt quite refreshing, and after doing my morning chores, I continued my training and journey. Time passed by as I continued training, and while journeying toward the crack. On the way I collected the plants that Ashlyn had sensed and grim race monsters that attacked us. We even killed quite a few medicinal monsters just like I did yesterday. As I was traveling toward the crack, I had noticed that many people are traveling toward it also, and that is the reason why I am coming across the more grim monsters and people than usual. Thud thud. I was just resting under the tree to recover my soul power due to the constant use of them when I felt loud shaking of the earth, and soon I heard a loud sound. Looks like some monsters are coming, I thought as I get up and waited for the monsters to came. Few minutes later, I saw the monsters that are coming toward me, and seeing them I couldn't help but smile. Silver fang hogs, one of the most delicious monsters in this ruin, and the 5 monsters that are in front of me are not the simple silver fang hogs, but the ones that grew up in the garden. Their meat already one of the tastiest, but the ones that are front of me are the medicinal monsters. I wonder how delicious they could taste, I thought, while gulping down the saliva. These 5 silver fang hogs are about 9 meters large and sport the battle power of the normal 3-star elite. If it had been a few days ago, I would have needed a few hours to finish these 5 monster, but now I would need just an hour and even less if I asked Ashlyn help, which I am going to. Grunt, the monsters who were happily eating but suddenly looked at me when they felt my peculiar gaze. I don't know if they sense my intentions or it's due to their nature. They got very angry and came to attack me. Ashlyn, don't spoil any meat with your attacks. Attack at a weak spot and finish soon as possible. I reminded Ashlyn, sometimes she gets very lost in the battle and started to toy with her opponents, which I don't want that as her attacks spoil the meat quite, though she rarely does that with the medicinal monster as not spoil them. I still reminded her, as I do not want to spoil any eatable part of these delicious silver-toothed hogs. The battle started and ended an hour later, with the 5 big bodies silver fang hogs lying around me. If one would look carefully, they will find there is barely any injury on the monster. Seeing how delicious these monsters are, I and Ashlyn were extra careful not to harm any eatable part of their bodies, and that is why it took hours for us to kill these monsters. After killing them, I took out special monster cutting tools and cut apart each slice of monsters carefully, not daring to waste even slice of them. It took near 1.5 hours to cut and store the monster carefully, and because of it, I was 2 hours late when I reached the camp near the camp, but I didn't mind a bit because the late is worth it, as I am going to eat the most delicious meal of my life tonight. There are more people than I had expected, both on the human side and the grim monster side. Rows and rows of abodes could be seen. There must be thousands of them on both sides. Thud, landing on the ground, I walked toward the human camp. There were guards, but no one stopped me as I went inside and about to walk toward the side where abodes are set up, not gaze fall on the something peculiar which I have only read about but never seen with my eyes. There is a market in the middle of the boundaries of both camps. The humans had taken the left side while the grim race monsters at the right side. It is really a peculiar scene. The grim race and human race are the absolute enemies and would kill each other any chance they have got, but now they have set up a store side by side, and everything seemed very peaceful among them. I could not hear any single shout, just a calm barter. Grouping together to open the crack is one thing, but opening the market together is completely different thing, as chances of complete such high in such place. Just slight misunderstanding could turn into the full-blow fight between 2 races. These people seem to have thought it through about it, that why patrol there is very heavy. Without wasting time, I started to walk toward it, forgetting I have very delicious meat I have in my storage that I had planned on cooking as soon as I reached the camp. These people are selling and bartering the stuff they have found in the garden. If I am lucky, then I may be able to find plants to create 1 or 2 solutions. Tong. I was about to reach the market when I heard the loud tong as if hearing some sort of command. Everyone started packing their stuff and started to return to their respective camp. I didn't need to be the genius to understand what happened. The time of the market is over, but still to be sure I asked the first person I had found. I was right, every day the market would open at 8 in the morning and close at the 8 in the evening. That means the market stayed open for a full 12 hours. If I had been an hour early, I would have able to browse it and would even able to find the material for 1 or 2 solutions. With the defeated sigh, I walked toward where abodes had been set up and started to find the empty space to set up my abode. I am not much disappointed as there are still 2 days before we will attack the crack. After finding a space, I set up my abode. I freshened up and took out the box, and in that box is the meat of the silver fang hog. Seeing the meat, all my disappointment over the mashed away as I started wholeheartedly focused on the cooking. To cook this meal, I took out my best of the best ingredients and asked Ashlyn to provide the fire, which she was very happy. An hour later, I finished with dinner and started to set up the plate. Ashlyn wanted to leap directly at the pot, but I had stopped her forcefully. If not, she would have dived directly into the pot. I started to fill the plates with meals, and just as I filled the Ashley-Ann's plate, she started to eat it without waiting for me. Heavenly, I said just as I took the bite, the meat is heavenly. I have never had eaten such a delicious meal ever before. The meat of the Cyver Fang hog already is very delicious, and now with its body full of medicine, it had reached a completely different level. After taking the first bite, I took the second then third and soon emptied to the whole plate. Instantly, I took the second serving and also filled the Ashlyn plate the full before I started eating again. Crap, I said right after when I felt very heat is rising in my body at the very fast speed. Shit, I started to curse loudly as I took off my clothes at the record speed and started to perform body cleansing technique at my highest speed. I had eaten many times more monster meat that I supposed to, and now the immense amount of medicinal energy started to spread through my body. This medicine energy is so immense that at just 12th pose my body is started to turn red. I had reminded myself before I started to eat the meat that I have to be in control, as this meat is not the meat of some common medicinal monsters, but the medicinal monster that has battle power of 3-star elite. The medicinal energy inside it has to be very overbearing, and it is. Just as I reached the 24th move, the spores started to appear on my body, and one can even see the slight on it. I had really eaten a lot. It is good that I have become quite strong since I had eaten the meat of medicinal monster first time. If I had the same strength as that time, I would blow into the pieces just a few seconds after eating the meat. The spores started to spread all over my body, and they looked very horrible, but they are nothing compared to the horrible pain I am feeling. The medicinal energy is tearing my body apart and stuffing inside in. Why I have to be such idiot, I had experienced this frightening thing before, but like an utter idiot, I had done it again and now I am verge dying. Seeing myself not learn from my past experience, I want to curse myself real bad, and I am doing it because this may be my very last cursing if I didn't reach the 108th pose soon enough. 36th, 48th, 60th, 72nd, 84th. 96th. At the 96th pose, my body started bleeding from every part of my body. If I didn't reach 108th pose in a minuet, then I would surely reach the underworld, and the reason of that would that I couldn't control my stomach. This would be such an idiotic way of dying. 108th. I gave my all and finally reached 108th pose, but I did not stop there as I know that the medicinal energy is very overbearing. 108th thigh is only able to hold it back a little if I didn't perform the forward poses. The more and more medicinal energy that is being digested at every movement would tear me apart. With the miracle fruit energy mutation reaching about 11, its speed of eating had increased 11 times originally. It had increased its speed of eating quite a bit. With the pressure on me lessening, I heaved a small sigh of relief before I started performing more poses with the greater speed than before, and in few minutes, I had reached the 119th pose, but it is not enough to control this overbearing berserk energy. I will need to perform more poses before I could heave a sigh of relief completely. Thud, I fell on the ground finally as every bit of energy either merged with me or eaten by miracle fruit energy. Though what I did earlier was simply idiotic, some good things had come out of it. I had reached 26th pose of the second move, and the body cleansing exercise and energy of the miracle fruit had grown quite bigger. It had accumulated enough energy that it would in the sessions of 3 to 4 days, not to mention healing properties of it, had also increased a little. The only downside I am experiencing all this is the terrible smell. I have gone through the second minor cleansing of the second move of the body cleansing exercise. Now I lying on the floor like dying dog, smelling the vomiting smell, and the worst thing is I didn't have the energy to vomit even if I want. After a minuet passed, I stared to gain my energy back, and after 3 minutes I was able to walk weakly. The first thing I did after standing up is to command abode to suck up this vomiting smell before activating a room freshener all over the abode. I directly fell into the sleep after I returned from the shower, as I am feeling very tired both mentally and physically. I wanted to read some, but I felt very tired to do that, except for taking a rest for half a day to recover my soul power from continuous usage of the rule power. That was the only rest I took throughout the whole day, so after returning from the shower I directly fell into the sleep. After I woke up in the morning, I felt quite refreshed and just wanted to head out for the market, but there are still 2 hours before the market would open. I freshened up and cooked for us. I wouldn't have had to cook if not both of guzzling up the meat of Silver Fang hog. This time I did not cook the meat of the hog but other meat. Silver Fang hog is a delicacy. It shouldn't be eaten regularly, or it wouldn't be a delicacy. Just as the 8th ticked by, I got out of my abode and started to walk toward the market excitedly. When I reached there, both humans and grim monsters just started to set up their shop, so I decided to roam and looked at the shops that had already opened. What do you want to exchange for this star ebony herb? I asked when I saw 167 herbs I needed in projection in front of the shot, opened by the thin man in his mid-20s. Super flower, said the thin man, good luck to you them. You are asking for a most precious herb for lesser precious herb. The only idiot will give you that, I said and started to walk away from the shop. I have lots of plants to buy. If I let him take advantage of me, then others would also take advantage of me. Friend, wait, I heard from behind. It is a shopkeeper who had demanded the exorbitant price for the lesser precious herb. Friend, I am a fair businessman. What I had said earlier was a joke. Here is the list of things I want, if you have any. You can exchange for the ebony star herb, he said with a fawning smile as he projected the list of things he needs. This is quite a long list, I thought as I looked at the list of the item he needs. Taking a look at his list, I found I have several items that he needs. Here, this should be enough, right? I said as I put one of the lesser precious herbs he needs. Yes, he said as he took my herb and gave me ebony starflower I need. Do you have more of this ebony star herb? I asked. Most of these stretch-stimulating solutions could only be drink once, but I will need them for my family, so I am trying to collect them as much as possible. Sorry, I had only one ebony star herb, he said while shaking his head. I felt disappointed, but I had already expected this. Nodding toward him, I walked ahead, but I did not find any other herb I needed, but I am not disappointed as the shops had barely started to open. As I was reaching the middle of the market, I found Human and Grim Monster is setting a gigantic screen. I saw it last night, but before I could look at further, it had closed down. This screen is close network which is spread through the R of the two camps. Our holowatches could be connected to it. Ting. Soon the gigantic screen activated, and I connected a list of things I want and the thing I am willing to exchange for them. I list 91 items, 67 of which the herbs I need, while others were important and rare plants I will need to create an important solution for my sister. After posting my list and I found the empty spot and set up my shop while projecting the things I need while adding the line if they don't have the things I need they don't have to come into my shop. 10 minutes after publishing the list, I got my first customer, and to my surprise it's a grim race monster, a bearman to be exact. Do you have Amrose fruit? Said the bearman as it came to my shop. What do you plan on exchanging for it? I asked straightforwardly. This, said the bearman as it took out the black-red flower. Seeing the flower my eyes started to shine as this flower is also one of the 67 herbs I need. It's your, I said as I put Amrose fruit on the table while taking the flower from it. After finishing the transaction, this grim monster left silently. Next hour I received 3 customers, but 2 of them bought the plants that are outside the 67 herbs, and I need, while other one wanted one of the plants I have, but have nothing I want to exchange with, so I shooed him away. Next hour I received 2 customers, of which one brought the plant in 67 plants list, while others brought the hern from the rare and important herbs that I need. I stayed in the shop till the afternoon before I closed the shop for an hour to find if any shops have any plant, and I need, and am lucky enough to get one. An hour later I opened the shop again, and stayed in the shop till late afternoon before another round in the market, but this time I did not find the herbs I needed. After the round I again opened the shop and stayed it till the market closed. In the whole day, I was able to gather 38 plants I need, and of which 22 were from the 67 plants I need, but to my bad luck all these 22 plants were not able to make a solution, as every solution need 1 or 2 her for solution to complete. Well, I am a little disappointed, but not sad, as I am confident that I will able to find those 1 or 2 herbs that I needed tomorrow. The second day had also passed, and today I repeated what I did yesterday and was able to find quite some plants I needed for the potion. Of the 17 formulas, I've gathered some and some materials of the 16 potions, but only able to gather the complete ingredients of the 2 potions. One is strengthening potion, while other potion soul potion, but regretfully I could only make 1 potion of the 2. The strengthening potion is a little complex. Not only I need some alchemical instrument, but I also need to have a moderate level of alchemical skills. It will suffice to say that I had no knowledge of alchemy. If I tried to make that potion, then I will surely spoil the materials I have. So, even if I could make the simple alchemical instruments with the help of morphing material, I do not have the skill to make that strengthening potion, so I could only forego it for a while. The soul potion, on the other hand, is quite simple. I will need some simple instruments to follow some simple procedure, and if I do everything right, then I should be able to make the soul potion within 2 hours. After closing the market, I had attended the meeting in the camp for tomorrow's planning. As we now have more than enough numbers, we will be able to open the gap tomorrow. I couldn't wait to get out of the garden, though there will be far, far less precious medicine than the garden, nor it will have such thick energy or medicinal beast. I still want to get out of it, as there will be more chances of increasing there than here, and most importantly there is that miracle fruit I want. That miracle fruit should be able to reach maturity in a few days, and now we have enough strength to have a chance to steal that miracle fruit from the monster. That monster which is guarding the fruit is unusually powerful than even now Ashlyn, and I are not its match. If I am not wrong, then that monster should have the power of peak 3-star elite or 4-star elite. That monster was the most powerful being I've ever able to sense the battle power, so it is hard for me to name what level of power that monster has. I only hope that fruit isn't matured by now and eaten that miracle fruit. It would be quite a loss for Ashlyn, as that fruit is very suitable for her. After I reached my abode, I quickly freshened up, cooked the dinner and ate it before performing the body cleansing technique. I showered after I performed body cleansing technique and rested for a while before I started preparing the potion. The making of the potion is quite simple, it's just that it needs a lot more steps than a simple boiling, till they became a paste like the last potion. It took me more than an hour to create the potion in from me as little viscous transparent liquid. I divided it into the two parts as I usually do for Ashlyn and me. Gut. Laying my back against the wall of my bed, I drank the colorless potion in a few big gulps. First I did not feel anything, but soon my body started to feel heavy, and my eyelids started to feel droopy, and before I know it I started to feel sleepy, and a few seconds later fell into the sleep. This potion will stimulate the growth of the soul power, as for how much, I don't know, as it varies person to person. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I became conscious I found that my thoughts have become exceptionally clear. I feel like I can think through anything and could solve any problem. I know this feeling of powerfulness I am getting due to sudden increase in my soul power. After I got used to it, I will return to reality. If I stayed on my spot for quite a few minutes, gauging my soul power. If I had not guessed wrong, then the soul power boost I had received should be equal to what I receive after creating the 2 amethyst seal. Now I have the soul power, I get to perfect use, and what perfect use it would then the swirling armor. Currently my swirling armor has the thickness of the 1.23 inches. I want to make it even more combat. Earlier I was not able to do that due to insufficient soul power, but now I should be able to do it. Walking to the practice room, I had summoned my swirling armor. A few seconds later, the swirling armor of the 1.23-inch compactness started to appear on my body. Taking a deep breath, I provided more soul power to the swirls and started to spin them. Yesterday, when I did that, I had seen slight shaking among the swirls, but now there is no shaking. The swirls are spinning smoothly without a sign of shaking. The swirls spin, and seeing no shaking, I continue to spin them, and only stop when I started to encounter the shaking, and that time compactness of my swirling armor had reached to frightening 1.17 inches. This is huge. I would have been very happy if the compactness of my armor had reached the 1.2 inches, but now it had reached frightful 1.17 inches, and that is not the ending. The shaking had just started when I reached the 1.17 inches of compactness. Now I have to carefully utilize the soul power and solve the problem that is making it shake, and then my swirling armor would become even more compact. Budding with happiness, I started to carefully utilize the soul problem and started to solve the problems that are making the swirls shake. The armor had collapsed many times when I was solving the problem, but I did not mind and summoned the armor again and started working on the problem. This way a few hours passed and late midnight came. Now only a few hours till dawn, but I am still working on my swirling armor without caring for time, because I know the more compact it became, the more power it will able to give me, and that way I kept working on the swirling armor. Finally, I muttered as I looked at my swirling armor, which is perfectly stuck on my body without any instability, and it is a lot more compact than before. The compactness of the swirling armor had reached the 1.15 inches, which is really awesome. I could feel the power that this swirling armor is giving. If that werewolf came in front of me right now, I am confident that I could finish it off within 5 minutes instead of an hour that took me before. After taking a look at the swirling armor, I walked toward the bed tiredly. I spent too much time on perfecting the armor, and now I will get only 3 hours of sleep before I have to wake up again. Fuck, I am really late. I cursed as I deactivated my abode. In this place where more than 1,000 abodes were neatly placed now became empty. There are only 2-3 abodes that could be seen in the empty stretch of land. It was a good thing that there is still an hour time before we have to open the gap. After backing my abode, I walked toward the gap where most people gathered. I am a little disappointed that there is no market today. If it had, then I would have surely able to buy 1 or 2 herbs that I need for another potion. Humans and grim monsters are present in their respective camps, and I could clearly feel that the natural tension is back that wasn't present in the past 2 days. This is a reality between 2 races. They are thirsty for each other's blood and will kill every chance they got. As I walked on the boundary of the human camp, I was able to sense the unusually high killing intent from some grim monsters. I first thought it was a fluke, as grim monsters always killing intent when humans are hear them. So I started to walk on the closer proximity of grim monsters as I could, and noticed that the unusually high killing intent I had sensed is not the fluke. Every powerful Grim monster is having a very thick killing intent, while those who are below 3-star elite are acting normal. Something is cooking. The Grim monster probably had planned something dangerous. Otherwise, they would not have such powerful killing rule, especially by those powerful Grim monsters who usually are very composed. I will have to be extra careful, I thought, and unconsciously checked my artifact and other stuff. An hour passed by and now we are standing on the neat formation and charging it, so we create an attack powerful enough to open the gap, and on the other side, the Grim monster doing the same with their advanced formation. We will attack in 10 seconds, said our leader and leader of the Grim monsters in unison as both of the formation fully charged. ZUP, ZUP, BOOM. 10 seconds later, a concentrated ball of the energies released from the formation and crashed on the gap. It had created the deafening sound that nearly all the people had to cover their ears to save to them injuring. As both balls of concentrated energy hit the gap, it started widening at the visible rate, and soon it got big enough that humans could pass, and a few seconds after it had become 5 meters wide. Bang. Just as the gap became 5 meters wide, people started to jump, be it a human and Grim race monsters, but I did not jump. I waited for a few seconds before activated mini blast as low power and jumped into gap. Despite using low power, my speed was quite fast as I was able to swiftly cross the gap and reached another side safely and stood on the human side, which was unlike last time where I directly crashed on the small hill and heavily injured myself. If I had wanted to, I could have been the very first to cross the gap. With my mini blast, there is barely anyone here who could match me in the instant speed, but I did not do that. In the last night's meeting also, when they asked who have the power to fight against the 3-star elite, I stayed quiet as I felt it will be wise to stay low-key an hour before, and now I am sensing the thick killing intent from them. I am feeling that I had made a right choice last night, as I have feeling that Grim monster's going to do something. More and more people came out from the gap and flew to their side. This time the gap is more than double the size of last and shouldn't close before all the people came out of it. 3 minutes passed and the last Grim monster came out the gap, and that exact moment, I sensed the killing intent of the Grim race monster broke the chart. They are attacking. I have never felt such heavy killing intent before and felt quite overwhelmed by it, but I bore that overwhelming feeling and shouted top my voice. Attack. My shout just had been finished when leading Grim monster shouted attacked, and all the powerful Grim monster attacked. The weaker ones seemed little confused, but seeing the powerful are attacking, they also jointed the fray. As for humans, hearing my shout, they got the early warning which saved them from getting caught off guard. The surprise attack that powerful Grim monster had planned failed utterly. But that does not mean we will have a chance to win. The Grim monsters have double the number than us, and so they held a big advantage over us. But if the numbers have been everything, then the Grim monster would have taken control of our world thousands of years ago. It has been thousands of years since the Grim race had invaded our world, and they always had more powerhouses than us, but that had never helped them completely invade the world. As long as we fight with our all, we will be able to win this battle. I felt very thick killing intent from both sides as they ran toward each other, everyone's eyes filled with thick killing intent. Here there is the only choice, either killed or be killed, and now seeing the Grim monsters were planning on launching sneak attack. Humans are very angry that I could sense the thick aura of killing intent covering each and every one of them. I felt quite overwhelmed by such intense killing intent around me that I was unable to move from my spot. This was my first time feeling such killing intent, as I have never participated in a battle where thousands of people were fighting at once. The blood ribbon inside me, which is clearly suppressed under the killing rule, started to fight back after sensing such thick killing intent. Chew, bang, patcha. I was being overwhelmed by suck killing intent when I suddenly heard the warning from Ashlyn, and my sense also warned me. Instinctively, I activated Mini Black in sword hand and swung my sword. Next moment, I found the head of the Ratman flying in the air with the shocked expression, but I am more shocked because this Ratman was 3-star elite, and I killed it with the single slash. I am shocked because till now to kill the North 3-star elite, I had needed at least 3 minuets, but now, I had killed one in the single shot. This felt unbelievable not only to me, but some humans and Grim monsters also looked at me with the wide eye as if they are looking at the monster. Hee hee. I gave a small laugh to their shocked faces and stopped resisting the killing intent that is drowning. My killing rule is specialized in killing, and even if my flavor inched toward balance and control, but there is inherent madness in the killing rule, and now it is time to let that madness out. Kill, kill, kill. I let that hidden madness out and felt the world around me turn slightly red, as there is not a white but the red sun hanging in the sky. Bang! I surveyed the battlefield, and next moment, I activated the mini blast and shot toward the 3-star elite who is fighting a girl and utterly domination her, as in few seconds, she is already had seriously injured and could be killed in any second if Grim monster willed it. I am dead. Why my luck so bad that just as the battle started, a 3-star elite attacked me. It has been a few seconds since this monster attacked me, and I am already very seriously injured. If something didn't happen then, I will surely be dead. Bang, Pachak. Suddenly a faint bang sound rang, and the next moment, I found Grim Monster's head flying away from its rest of the body. The sword from which it had been attacking me started to fall with the rest of the body. Bang. When I saw who saved me, I saw an average-looking who seemed to be a year younger than me holding a bloodied sword. I opened my mouth to thank for saving my life when I heard another faint bang, and the next moment that body disappeared from my view. Bang, Pacha. Another 3-star elite is dead. They seem like a chicken in front of me. I just have to reach near them and swing my sword with aid of the mini blast, and their head would be flying before they know what happened. The battle is fully chaotic, but it is clear that the Grim Monster is holding an upper hand due to their large numbers. Bang. After killing one Grim Monster, I moved toward another and then another. As I was killing, I saw that I am very much enjoying the killing, and more I kill the more powerful I have seemed to become. I just wanted to keep killing. It was like madness spread inside me wanting me to kill more, and I am doing that as that feeling willed it. But if one thought that I have completely lost in the madness, then they are solely wrong. This madness of mine is very much in control. I am only killing the 3-star elite and only 3-star elite that are fighting humans. With the blurring speed, I could reach anyone and could anyone before they noticed me. In this battlefield where the number of 3-stars elite are about 1,000 on both sides, only a handful of them could pose a threat of me, and they only pose threat to me if I decided to run. They could do nothing. I am confident to say that with my mini blast, I am unmatched in the speed here. No one could stop me if I decided to run wholeheartedly. Pachak, 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 Pachak. Kill, 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 kill. In just a few minutes, I have killed more than 23-star elites, and the more I kill, the more powerful I am becoming. If Mitchell takes a look at his source, he will find that the red ribbon is glowing faintly. As I kill more and more grim monsters, I had noticed that more and more people started to notice, and their gazes always are on me. Now seeing me, the grim monsters did not try to fight back. Instead, they tried to run, but it's no use. I am much, much faster than them. As I was killing, I found that very powerful tigerman coming at me. It has very high battle power and the steel claws that reached up to the 1 meter. Fighting this grim master head-on would be an utter mistake, as I would not able to defeat, so it would be better if I don't waste my time with. Bang, you bastard, wait. I smiled at it and let it came closer to me, and just as it was about to launch an attack, I activated my mini blast and ran away from it, seeing that it screamed loudly. Pacha, Pachak, Pachak. I continued killing the grim race monsters while Tigerman kept following me around the battlefield. It even activated its spirit totem and occult skill for more power, but still unable to catch me. While it may look like I am laughing at him, and I am actually doing that, but I am very vigilant about it, it had come very close to catch, and even able to know the weakness of my mini blast. If not for me making my mini blast flexible, I would have surely fallen under its claws even if I had double the speed I have now. Hun. A surprise sound came out of my mind, and as I found 2 very strong killing intent locked on me, I looked around to see that a very strong hyenaman and werewolf are coming at me. Their power is the same as the tigerman which is following me around. Seeing 3 very strong monsters coming at me, I have become more vigilant and toned down my killing. I now focused on running and killing those which I found amidst running. Fuck, I said, their 3 monsters are coming for me using every bit of the strength, and if that is not enough, some weak grim monster with adventurous spirit tried to make a move on me. Though they all killed by me, they slow me down, and because of that I once nearly scratched by ironed claws of the tigerman. I am still containing that fearsome occult energy that had traveled inside me through its claws. If it had been a full blow attack from it, not only would I be seriously injured, that fearsome occult energy from it would have torn me to the shreds. From that moment, I have become even more careful and always maintained a distance from the 3 monsters that are trying to catch me. While I was running away, I am also killing the grim monsters that came in my way. I will kill whichever grim race monsters that came in my way. I usually only kill 3-star elite, but the grim monster with adventurer's spirit came in my way. I didn't mind killing it. Many grim monsters noticed my pattern, and I could see they are heaving a sigh of relief that they are not the 3-star elite, and those 3-star elites saw me enter their 50-meter range. They will tuck their tail and run away, not caring for the battle they are fighting. With my speed, I am fighting all over the battlefield, which made the complete disruption to the fighting. Whenever I passed through, the grim race monsters would run away. They started to shiver, hearing soft. Its fear for them nothing less than the scythe of the grim reaper which could take their life. Retreat. A loud voice rang out across the battlefield. Hearing this sound, grim monsters felt like loud that had been weighing on them had been released, and they started to run. Nor I or any other human tried to stop the grim race monsters, as we know this is the best possible outcome. As I am watching the grim monster run, I caught the shadow of the familiar grim race monster. that I had been searching for very desperately. As the grim monsters were leaving, I suddenly noticed a grim monster. I first thought I was imagining things, but as when I look again, it is the same monster. I became ecstatic, and next moment Ashlyn flew out of me in the sky. That grim monster is the same monster that has an occult method with it. I had searched for it ever since I had entered the camp, but I had failed to find it, but now I have seen it. I will never going to let go. I would have really liked to follow it, but seeing there are thousands grim race monsters, I had refrained myself from doing so. No matter how great my speed is, I would get caught if hundreds of grim race monsters tried to chase me. I watched Grim leave for a few seconds before I took out a small carton of healing potion, opened all bottles inside it, and crushed few specks of the ominous monster core into them before I fed it those who were just a step away from dying. Not only grim monsters lost their lives, but some humans also lost it, with hundreds being serious. These potions may not able to heal their injuries completely as the speck of, but they will stabilize their condition surely. I have saw these people recovering with my own eyes. When I was healing the injured, an unknown feeling arose in my body, but it had disappeared before I could capture it completely. I have felt this feeling before, but that time also it had disappeared before I could get hold over it completely. The result of potions has become quite visible. To those I feed the positions, they started to recover in the few seconds. I am not the only one who is feeding precious medicine to the injured, others also doing the same. After healing the injured, we move toward the bodies of the fellow humans. We first remove all the artifacts they are wearing before burning their bodies. After the bodies burn to ash, collecting the ash in a pot before sealing the pot with the storage, which contains all the belonging of the dead. Everyone is doing this solemnly. No word is spoken during the procedure. Everyone's mood is solemn. I placed all the containers in my storage and will submit to the adventurer's paradise. Others will also do the same, otherwise there will be consequences. After all the bodies are burned, the somber atmosphere lifted a little as the people started to collect the bodies of the grim monster that they had killed, and without a doubt, I had killed most grim monsters. These grim race monster were 3-star elite. Their storage should contain many rare and precious things. I can't imagine the things I will from their storages. If you hadn't been here, we would have surely lost more people, said John. He is one of the strongest men here. His battle power could be compared to the 3 grim race monster that was chasing me. He has the power of seriously injured in one punch. Yes, your warning had helped very much. Without it would have caught off guard, Angela said. She has the same battle power as John. You guys would have been able to notice as well. I said what I said is true. These people were already cautious and would have easily able to see the grim monsters attacking. The ones would have been caught off guard would have been those with the weaker strength. See you at the Grand Palace if it appears this time as well, said Angel before she started to leave like others. Grand Palace. I muttered under my breath. This is a thing everyone looked forward to when they entered this. The last 2 times the Grand Palaces had appeared, and if this time also like the last time 2 times, then I will know in few days. Shaking the thoughts of Grand Palace, I looked inside my source to see my blood-red ribbon had grown a lot, and now its aura is similar to that silver-red feather. In the mad killing, I was lucky enough to advance my killing rule. With it I have become a lot stronger than before, and would become even stronger after I merged the rule power in the swirling armor. I cannot add the new power in it in the midst of battle. Swirling armor is a very complicated thing, and if I want to add new power into it, then I will have to calibrate into it. That is, every time I advance in anything, I calibrate that thing with my rule power. This is one of the weaknesses of swirling armor, and I won't fix that. Like today, if I were able to my newly advanced killing rule in swirling armor, then I would have been able to gain even more power, and would not have had need to run so fearfully from those 3 grim race monsters. But currently is not time to do that, Ashlyn, as I have to deal with the big fish. I speedily moved toward where Ashlyn is taking the grim monster. I had asked Ashlyn to harass that grim monster a little, and made it change its way, as I do not want the head to the area where grim monster had left. If it would have been in the evening, I would have no fear, but it been only 2 hours since the fight is finished, and many grim race monsters are still lingering in that area. But now I don't have to worry about it much, as Ashlyn had made Grim Monster leave the area where the Grim Monsters are the densest. Activating the Power Blast, I speedily moved toward the area where Ashlyn is, and an hour later I reached the area near Ashlyn. Now I just have to wait as Ashlyn and Grim Race Monster is coming toward me. You fucking bird, just leave me alone, a head loud voice said, and a few seconds later I saw the monster that is shouted. It looked wretched, extremely wretched. Every part of its body is burned, and from some parts there is smoke could be seen coming from its fur. Bang, I activated my mini blast and directly appeared in front of the grim monster. It was about to attack directly, but when it saw my face, its hand stopped mid-air and an uncontrollable shudder went through its body. You, what are you doing here? It asked. Its body is shaking uncontrollably, and it is taking a step back in fear. Bang, Pacha, I said and activated Power Blast in my sword hand, and before it knew it, its head flying in the air with a slight expression of confusion as if not understanding why I had thanked it. Now I have to find some grim monster to open this storage, I thought as I looked at the storage band in my hand. Bang. I did not waste any time and activated the storage. I have to find the grim monster and have it open this storage. It would be idiotic if I open this storage by a fellow human. It has the occult method which is everyone is greedy for. In the grim race, the occult methods are not the rare thing as there are plenty of them, but for us humans, it is an absolute treasure that no one would dare to divulge it to an outsider, and even if that outsider is a best friend. Bang. I started to search for the grim monster, and 10 minutes later, I have come across the grim monster, but I did not choose it. From what I know that their grim monster storages have the self-destruct mode, and if grim monster will it then they can destroy everything that presents in the storage. That is why I am finding the grim race monster that is very coward in nature and easily manipulatable, so it could not activate the self-destruct mode of the storage. I come across them more and more grim monsters, but no grim monster are the one I want. Choo-choo. Time passed by but I did not find the monster. Soon the evening approached, and I was about to give up the search for the grim monster when Ashlyn sent me the telepathic message that she had found the monster that I am looking for. Without waiting, I sped toward where Ashlyn is, and soon saw the group of 3 grim race monsters. These group of grim race monster is quite weak, as all 3 of grim race monsters are the 2-star elites. Bang, bang, Pachak Pachak. I activated my mini blast and appeared near the monsters and swung my sword with the mini blast, and next moment, 2 heads of monsters flew up from their bodies. Please don't kill me, said the Mouseman, as expected of the most cowardly tribe amongst the grim race. The Mouseman tribe is one of the weakest and cowardly tribes among the grim race. They are basically minions of others. I have no intentions of killing you. As long as you do something for me, I will let you go, I said with a serious face. Really, are you telling the truth? Asked the grim monster excitedly, but clear reservations could be seen in its eyes. It does not fully believe me. Only an idiot would believe in such sentence by the energy. I promise I just need you to open a few storages and I will let you go, I said, but reservation in its eyes still hadn't gone away. If you have been 3-star elite, I would have killed you. Not only I can get more stuff from the storage of 3-star elite, I can even harvest more crystal from it, but you are barely a 2-star elite. Killing you will not worth much. Look, it is your choice. If you refuse, I will kill you, but if you do what I told you to when you walk out without a scratch, hell, if I got the thing I want from their storages, I might even let you take a thing or two. So what do you say? I asked after finishing my speed, while motioning 2 of my hands toward it. On one hand of mine have the sword, while on the other hand had the storage bracelets. Okay, I'll open the storages for you, but you have to let me go as you promised after that, it said. Okay, I said and handed it the 3 storages. You don't have to take out the items one by one, you can directly use the all-release function. I asked. It would be a little messy with the all-released function, but it will not only save me time, but also stop it from investigating storages too deeply. Are you sure? It asked. Yes, I said as I looked around big open space. Thud. Next moment, a shit load of stuff dumped on me. It is really much that I was half buried inside it. Next moment, it screamed for a moment before it fell on the ground with its mouth wide open with a small hole over its head. I had promised I will not kill it, but Ashlyn could, and she did. Now I have to find the tablet in this shitting mess, and I hope that bastard hasn't given the tablet to others, as it said otherwise all my hard work will go to the dump. Ashlyn helped me finding that occult tablet. I said and started to put anything I come the different storage I have in my body. The best to clear this mess and find the tablet quickly is to store the stuff, so the tablet could become visible in this mess. I kept storing one after another and kept getting angrier every second. I am angry because I found lots of human bodies in storage. They were stored like food items. Seeing that, intense anger arose in my heart, but I kept controlling my anger as I set aside the bodies of humans for cremation later. I have to say there is a shit lot of stuff inside the storage. There is more than 40 medicinal monsters alone, and many precious plants there also among other miscellaneous things. As I was putting the stuff in various storage according to their category, I came across the herb. Seeing that herb, a fountain of happiness has burst into my heart. Another potion. This herb is the last ingredient for the strengthening position I needed, and now that I got it, I can create another potion at night. Choo-choo. While I was busy with my happiness, the excited chirp of Ashlyn had disturbed me, and when I understood what she's saying, I quickly stuffed the herb in my storage and run toward her. Choo-choo. As I reached near Ashlyn, I was her sitting on the occult tablet triumphantly. I shook my head seeing her behavior. She's quite proud of herself being able to find the occult tablet, and now she said she wants to eat the delicious meal as the reward. I will cook for you whatever you want, I said as I picked up an occult tablet that is half buried in the rubble. I picked up the table from the rubble and get a very good look at it. This tablet is bigger than I had expected. It is about half a meter square and very heavy. The script carved on it is unrecognizable. I have never seen such script before, but that did not matter. The occult method needs comprehensive. As long as one has the comprehension of the occult method, one could place in the painting or in the simple line on the rock, Hun. As I was observing the tablet, I felt it was pulling inside me, which startled me. I quickly closed my eyes and put it inside the storage. I need to sort out this stuff before I could comprehend in the safety of my abode. It took me quite a while to store all the stuff. After that, I burned all bodies and store them. I will submit all of the adventurer's paradise when I return to home. Bang! After that, I activated my mini blast and started to run toward another direction. This place is little closer to the grim monsters. It would be better if I stay away from them as much as possible. An hour later, I found a suitable spot and set up an abode without waiting. In the abode, I did what I usually do after opening the abode, and then I started cooking, and side by side, I boiled a few herbs. This potion is simple as the first one. I just have to clean them, peel them, and boil them. An hour later, the potion would be ready. I had asked Ashlyn if it would be fine if I cooked a delicious meal tomorrow, as I wanted to finish with the meal as soon as possible so I could drink the potion and comprehend the occult method. Ever since I had experienced the power of the occult method, I wanted to comprehend it, but I had never had a chance as I did not have the points that need. Both the guild and adventurers' paradise demand a huge number of merit points before they let you enter the chamber to comprehend the occult method. Now I will never have to depend on the guide to comprehend the occult method. Soon I finished with making dinner and potion. I left the potion for cooling and started to eat with Ashlyn. My mouth automatically made a sound as I took the first. The dish made from the meat of silver fang hog is really delicious. Each bite of it tastes heavenly. I quickly finish eating the dinner, but unlike last time, this time I barely able to stop myself from eating till I am full. After dinner, I ate the potion and started to perform body cleansing exercise, but this time I had performed the body cleansing exercise till 107th pose, and did not go forward after I finished digesting the energy, as I will need all the soul energy I have. 45 minutes later, I am able to assess the enhancements I had received, and felt good to know that I have received the physical enhancements, comparing to the 12 to 13 seals of supreme combat exercise. After resting for another hour, I took out the occult tablet and placed it in front of me. As I did that, I saw Ashlyn came flying and sat beside me. My expression turned little incredulous seeing that, as I don't know if monsters could practice an occult method or not. As far as I know, no monster of night stage could use the occult skill. As for those at higher stages could use an occult method or not, I have no knowledge of them practicing the occult method. Taking a deep breath, I started to concentrate on the tablet, and a few seconds later I felt like the tablet is trying to suck me in. It is really a weird sensation, but I didn't resist it, and soon I find in a completely different space. Ramon's Fury, a name rang out in my mind as I entered the completely different space. This name rang out in my mind, likely to be the name of the skill, I thought as I observed the space I am in. I saw a castle floating in the air. The castle is majestic. An aura of timelessness could be felt on the castle. On the top of the castle is being. I first thought it is a human, but I take a closer look, I found myself completely wrong. It is a being of completely different race, and it looked like a fusion between human and grim race. It looked like a human had given ears and tails of the tiger. If one takes out this tail and ears, this being would look like a normal human. I searched my mind if I ever saw, read, or heard mention of such being, but I don't think I had. This being standing silently on the roof, but a few seconds later, it started to move its hands and feet in very smooth motions. As it does that, I felt foreign energy entering its body. I don't know how I know, but I know the foreign energy entering its body and making its strength rise. Over time, its movement started to become more and more forceful as the more energy entered its body. This peculiar energy had increased its strength tremendously, and the more energy it is taking in its body, the more its strength increasing. I can feel everything it is feeling and know how that energy coming inside it, and confident that I could do in reality. As for its moving hands and feet, they are just for the show. Occult energy is illusionary energy that exists everywhere. One just has to follow a specific procedure to store that energy in one's body. The occult energy is very powerful, but it is also very dangerous. To store it, one just not only needs to have a strong body, but also a strong soul. Only with the strong body and soul will the one able to store. If one doesn't have strong enough soul and body and store the more occult energy, then the repercussion of it is very bad. It could permanently damage one's body and soul. One has to be very careful with the occult energy. As much as it is good, it is also very bad. I carefully watch and feel what that monster feeling, as I will have to do the same to successfully practice the method. As I watching the being, I suddenly felt my head get disoriented, and the next moment I found myself back in my abode extremely tired. I am so tired that I did not have the energy to lift the finger. I knew that when comprehending the occult method one gets very tired mentally, and that is why I had decided to comprehend the bed, so I could just simply fall on the bed. I let myself fall on the bed and let myself rest currently. I am feeling like every bit of every drop of soul energy had been used. If someone attacked me right now, then I wouldn't even have the ability to respond, much less use rule power, which needs the soul power to be used. While I was lying on the bed like a dead dog, Ashlyn, who is beside me, still staring at the tablet with the singular focus. There is no tiredness or any other change could be seen on her body. Abnormal. She is truly very abnormal. I have not seen any abnormal monster like her. I thought as I lie on the bed in wait to recover my lost soul energy, so I could try activating the occult method. Watching that being, I knew how to activate the occult method, and I am planning to try it as soon as my soul power recovered a little. I've had recovered enough, I thought, as I was now able to control my body without feeling there are thousands of kg weights lodged on my body. I got up from the bed while taking another look at the Ashlyn, who is still concentrating looking at the tablet, which again shocked me. I had been inside the tablet for 4 minutes, but Ashlyn is inside it for more than an hour. I wanted to shake her up from her concentration, but I did not, as she is fine. Like me, she is also getting tired while comprehending the occult method Ramon's fury, but her speed is very slow. It's like we both have a tank full of the soul power, but for the comprehension of the tablet, she only needs to drop from the tank while I need a full jug. That is the difference between us. Means she can comprehend for the hours while I am finished in a few minutes. It seemed like there is a fundamental difference in our souls. Standing in the training room, I took a deep breath and used the same method that is used to summon the occult, the energy, and unlike him, I do not move my hands and feet as there is no need to move them. Nothing. I felt nothing for the first few seconds, but I kept trying and trying after receiving nothing, and a minute later, I felt a trickle of strange energy came inside me. This energy is neither hot nor cold, but it felt both. Just as that trickle came inside me, I felt my strength increase a little, and I tried to draw more than a trickle of that energy, but as I am doing that, the trickle of the energy I was able to suck is disappeared from my body. After failing the first time, I tried again, and this time also, I was able to draw the trickle of the energy and ability to hold it, but that was all. Finally, after 2 hours of trying, I was able to little more than a few trickles, but that was all progress I was able to make. I felt a little disappointed making such small progress, but I could do nothing about it except for try harder next time. To Mitchell, this progress seems small, but to others, it would be huge, as others would need to comprehend for at least a week before they could draw a trickle of energy. When I went back to the bed, I found Ashlyn is still comprehending. Seeing that, I shook my head and went to my room to sleep. Choo-choo. I was waked by the Ashlyn the next day, and the reason she woke me up because she is feeling extremely hungry and she wanted to food. She must be quite tired of all the comprehending, I thought, as she was still comprehending when I went to sleep last night. After I freshened up, we eat the delicious leftovers of last night before I started to practice the body cleansing technique. I am very close. If my guess is right, it shouldn't take me 7 to 8 days to level up, and after that, I could eat that miracle fruit, which could help me level up to the lieutenant stage. Today's plan is miracle fruit. We are going toward the miracle fruit that is guarded by the monster. That miracle fruit is very suitable for Ashlyn, but before going for that, I have to practice the occult method. The occult method is the only thing that could provide me power akin to the rules. If I am able to use the occult skill, then my power will skyrocket. After I finished practicing body cleansing technique, I rested for an hour before I started practice the occult method. Choo-choo-choo. Just a few seconds after I started on occult method, I heard Ashlyn chirp loudly. She said I am doing all wrong, and before I could ask what I am doing wrong, I saw Ashlyn herself activating occult skill. I could feel her battle power rising steadily as sucked more and more occult inside her, and by the time she had finished, she had become powerful enough to finish me off in the single move. Wow. I said. A clear shock could be seen in my eyes when Ashlyn was comprehending the occult method. I had expected that she may able to comprehend and use the occult method, but I had not thought that she would be successfully practicing the occult skill in the single day. Forget monster. I have never heard people mastering the occult skill in a month. It takes months of time to get the complete hold on the occult method. Ashlyn, can you show me again? I asked, excited. Ashlyn, I boded so through the link I could feel every action she took while activating the occult skill. It is much better than the comprehending from the tablet. Choo-choo. Ashlyn affirmed and again started showing me how she activated the occult method. This time I was clearly able to see how Ashlyn did, and clearly able to see how many mistakes I had made. With the all-in as a guide, I started to capture the occult energy inside me, and in just first try, I was able to draw in 10 times more energy than I could last night. That was unbelievable. I had never through make such progress in the single try, and that was just the starting. After the first try, I tried again, and each time I would be able to draw out more occult energy than before, and whenever I would come across any problem, I would ask Ashlyn to show me a way again. I had decided to practice the occult method for an hour, but I had ended up decided to practice for 2 hours, and in these 2 hours, I had made the huge progress. If I kept making progress at such speed, then it wouldn't take more than a week to draw out the occult energy to my limit, and that time, my battle power would soar immediately. I wouldn't have stopped after 2 hours if not for me feeling slightly tired. I didn't want to tire myself out as I have the whole day ahead of me, though I don't have to be much worried as now Ashlyn with me, I won't have fear much anyone. Even if those 3 grim race monster came, Ashlyn now has the power to fight them to the stalemate. After packing my abode, I went toward the miracle fruit and would be able to reach there by the end of the day. I hope when reaching there the miracle fruit is still present there and not eaten by the monster. That miracle fruit is very suitable for Ashlyn, and it will make things very convenient for me. The whole day passed, and we finally able to reach the area where the miracle. We would have been little earlier if not few teams of strong grim monster came across that we have to finish off. Choo-choo. As we reached the area, Ashlyn flew away from my shoulder, and from her reaction, I could tell that miracle fruit hadn't been eaten by the monster, otherwise, Ashlyn wouldn't be this excited. 2 more days, I thought as I looked at the miracle fruit through the eyes of Ashlyn. From what I can tell, it will take about 2 days for that miracle fruit to mature. Taking a look at the fruit one more time, I opened my eyes again. I had just seen through the miracle fruit's condition through Ashlyn's eyes, and could also see that there are still 2 days remaining to mature. It was because of Ashlyn since we are able to spot that miracle fruit, otherwise even a person walked by its side, they will not notice it unless they looked carefully. The miracle fruit is berry shape, and berry is a thumb-sized berry with hundreds of other berries around it, so unless one had senses like Ashlyn or they are specifically looking, it is very difficult to spot Ashlyn. Bang. I activated the mini blast and flew away at some distance. It is evening and I want to set up an abode, and that place was too close to that fearsome monster. It is better I set up abode at distance, so I could be far enough so that the monster didn't suspect anything. If it suspected that we are vying for the miracle fruit, then it might just eat it before it is even mature. It is very dangerous to eat the unmatured miracle fruit. The fruit in the maturing stages contains primal energy that could produce anything. One could turn into an abomination, or just explode or work as it's supposed to after maturing, or nothing happens. That is why it is cautioned not to eat the unmatured miracle fruit. After getting far enough, I stopped and set up an abode after finding a good place. I started to do what I do every evening. I freshened up, cooked the dinner, and called Ashlyn, who is staying near the miracle fruit, wanting to eat it as soon as it matured. Ashlyn returned 10 minutes later and flew away after she finished eating the dinner, which is quite surprising as I thought she would sleep in the abode, but no, she is planning to sleep near the miracle fruit. She is really wanting that miracle fruit very much. Well, that fruit is also very suitable for her. It will not increase her strength directly, but will increase her strength nonetheless, and it will make a lot of things convenient for me and Ashlyn. After she left, I practiced body cleansing exercise and made small progress in it. After resting for a while, I took out a occult tablet and started comprehending from it. Though Ashlyn and I had able to clear most of my doubts, I still wanted to comprehend from the tablet to get an even better understanding, so I could comprehend the skillfully as soon as possible. An hour later, I stood in the center of the training room trying to feel my body with them, as much as occult energy as I could, but I was never able to suck energy to my limit, also wasn't able to hold the energy for long, so I could use strength it gave me. I mostly focused on these 2 big problems, and tried to find the solution for them, as only after solving these 2 problems will I be able to successfully practice the occult method. I practiced till the late night, and only slept when I was dead tired. Thankfully no one attacked the abode, otherwise I would have to call the Ashlyn for help, as I was in no condition to fight. The 2 full days I do not plan to go anywhere and practice, as I will need as much as I could, as if that palace is open like the past 2 times. That place was the real allure of this ruin. Many people had found the life-changing opportunities there, and from what I have read, one has to be very strong to reach the last stage of that place, where the most enticing rewards are. The rewards of the last stages are very enticing, and they are enticing to all the night grade, and some even those from the above stage will also get enticed from it. In that palace, people have not only found the occult methods, they have also found the secret methods, best refinement engines, secret methods, totem forging method, inheritance crystals, and much more stuff. The things from there are the best of the best, and that is why people are crazy about it. In that time, I will even able some interesting things that I wanted to see for a long time. The day passed, and on the whole day, I have done nothing but practice occult method and body cleansing technique. I've even taken risk 2 times by eating much medicinal monster meat, so O could feel miracle fruit energy more energy. It was a calculated risk, but risk nevertheless, but it was worth it, and as I was able to feed quite a bit of energy to the miracle fruit energy, and now I am 3 days away from leveling up to peak of master stage, and even sooner if I kept taking the risk, which I am planning to. I will need to improve my strength fast, only then will I be able to compete with those monsters that came from the mid-zone. The people from the mid-zone have also come, and I was not able to see them because they are under strict order that prohibits them from collecting resources and attempt at any chances of this ruin. They could only attempt at the palace that will open at the last. The next day I had repeated the same thing, took the risk to feed more energy to miracle fruit energy, and practice the occult method until I am tired and then take an afternoon nap to recover my soul energy quickly. Fuck, I had just woken up from my afternoon nap and about to freshen up before I started practicing when Ashlyn sends me a message through our bond, and I couldn't help but curse. You just couldn't control your stomach, will ya? I said through gritted teeth and started to wear my artifact and get out abode. Just a few minutes earlier, the miracle fruit had matured and Ashlyn ate it without any delay. It would have been fine if Ashlyn had put the fruit in her beak and ran away. That monster couldn't be able to chase Ashlyn even if it wanted to with Ashlyn's speed, but now Ashlyn had eaten that fruit and she feeling sleepy. She is barely managing to fly away from monster. She told me to meet her as soon as possible, so she could digest the miracle fruit while I deal with the monster. Bang! I get out of abode and activated the mini blast and shoots toward Ashlyn without even packing abode. Ashlyn is in the real danger this time, and if I didn't help her time then she might really get eaten by that monster, and I never want to see that happen. So I used the mini blast as its highest power and moved toward Ashley before she could get eaten by that monster. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirped excitedly when she saw me, but my focus is not on her but the monster behind her. It is Scorpion Tail Ox, but the weird thing is, it's running on the air. No monster unless it is a winged monster can fly in the kite stage, but this Scorpion Tail Ox is walking on the air and its speed is very fast. Seeing me, Ashlyn's sleepy face lit up and she suddenly increased her speed and went inside me. MOO. The Scorpion Tail Ox seemed quite surprised seeing me, and even stopped for a second before its face became even angry as it leaped at me in the air. Bang! I activated the mini blast at my highest speed and started to run. I had known these monsters' battle power and even sensed now and know that I am no match for it. Last time I was only able to see the silhouette of this monster as it was lying near berries, but now that I have seen it, I found it is no different from the other Scorpion Tail Ox. It has the complete red body, including the bright red horns, and as its name suggests, it had a red scorpion tail which is very venomous, and the monster is at the peak lieutenant stage. It is no different from other Scorpion Tail Ox, but it is way more powerful than the normal Scorpion Tail Ox. Moo. It screamed again and increased its speed again, and seeing that I started to spin the swirls even faster, I am already at my limit, and now could only depend upon the swirls to get me a boost. While I was running from it, I was also racking my brain upon how the hell this monster was able to run on the way. As far as I know, no monster below night stage could fly in the sky unless it is a winged monster. As I was racking my brain, I suddenly understood a thing. Miracle fruit. This is the only thing could make such a thing happen, and according to the knowledge I have, there are tens of miracle fruits that could make one gain the ability of flying. This monster seemed to have an innate sense for miracle fruit, otherwise it would have been lying in the wait for miracle fruit to mature for months. I wonder how many other miracle fruits it ate, and what sort of abilities it had gained. While running, I looked at the monster with starry eyes, while thinking about the ways of killing these monsters, as the monster that had eaten the miracle fruit is very valuable. Not only a monster, but humans too. If grim monster to know that the amount of the miracle fruit I ate, they will hunt me like crazy. I don't know if it is true on the human side, but on the monster side, I have knowledge of that eating a monster core. There is a 1 chance to gain the ability that monster had gained through the miracle fruit. Fuck. As I was busy with my thoughts, suddenly I sensed Spike in killing the intent of that monster, and next moment, I felt life-threatening danger. Bang. Rip. Instinctively, I activated the occult skill and jumped using Mini Blast, but I was a little late as it is dark red horn able to rip my back off and gave me a gruesome injury before I took the jump. Gasp, steel body. I shouted gaspingly when I looked back at the monster. Currently, the monster is covered in a silvery gray layer of the steel. This fucking monster had already eaten the miracle fruit that enabled it flying, and now it is showing the steel body, which is not the innate ability of the Scorpion Tail Ox. That only means that this monster has eaten the miracle fruit that gave it a steel boy. I don't know if it has any other abilities. God, I hope it didn't have any more abilities, and if it has then it shouldn't be as offensive as this one. I continue running, and each time it attacked, I would summon activated the occult method. If I had mastery over the occult method, then I wouldn't be this desperate. Much less run away. I would have able to fight this monster on equal terms if I had the occult method successfully practiced. Bang. Suddenly I felt killing intent in rising again, and I felt that it was going to attack again. So I activated the occult method and jumped, but when I jumped, I didn't feel its attack me. This completely confused me. Whenever I felt the spike in its killing intent, the attack would always arrive. So I looked back and saw that a scorpion tail ox had awkwardly opened its mouth in my direction, but nothing seemed to come out it. Is it activating some sort of ability? I thought. That would be the only answer for its such awkward pose with its mouth wide open. It must have activated some non-combat ability or something, and now that ability didn't seem to work on it. MO. As if understanding this ability or whatever not working on it, it screamed very loudly and came at me with even more ferocity, but sadly for it. While it was in confusion, I had activated the mini blasts several more times and put quite a lot distance between us. Zup, zup, zup. This seemed to make it angry even more, and its killing intent toward me increased even more, and it suddenly started to shoot green liquid arrows through its tail. It's finally coming. Its poison is quite dangerous, but as long as I avoid it will be fine, I thought, and activated defense skill extra protection. Through defense skill is like paper against its physical attacks. It should be able to block their poison arrows if they touched me. Time passed in our chase, and it has been 5 hours, and I am dead tired. I am really at last, as all this constant using of rule power and activation of occult method have put a quite toll on me, while Ashley, who brought me all these troubles, is quietly sleeping. I tried to wake her up, but she is like a rock. No matter what I do, she is not awakening, and that is scaring the shit out of me. Cry, cry. As I was running, I heard a monster cry and found a bird monster coming toward us. Seeing that I turn happy as only these instances, I was able to get the few moments of precious rest. It came toward us and directly leaped at scorpion tail ox, as it is the bigger one and have quite a meat on its body. Cry, slice. Another dead. When the bird attacked, the scorpion's tail ox responded angrily and tore it into 2 pieces with its steel tail. This had been a third bird that had torn by the monster in these past 5 years. It's like this monster truly understood the value of miracle fruit and would not stop until it got it. Choo choo, I am finally safe. Choo choo. Ashley let out a lively chirp as she came out of me and stared at the monster with a peculiar look. It is a look that said, I want to eat you up. M.O. Seeing the Ashlyn came out of me, scorpion tail ox had mooed loudly, and its red eyes have become even more intense as it attacked leap at Ashlyn, wanting to eat her up in the single bite. Choo choo. Ashley did show any fear either as she chirped loudly, and then she started to grow bigger. Miracle fruit of morph. This is the miracle fruit that Ashlyn had eaten. The miracle fruit of morph gave her the ability to change her size. Her sizes got bigger and bigger, and finally stopped when her size reached about 3 meters. Through her size smaller than the monster, but it is more than 20 times bigger than her tiny palm-sized version. As her size growing, a layer of silver fire covered her silver wings, and her aura had also started to rise. Sensing that, I know she had activated Ramon's Fury occult method. M.O. Flap. The monster came at her and about to take the bite out of her when she flapped her wings and disappeared from her spot before appearing 20 meters away. While the monster, which about to take a bite at the Ashlyn, confused, as it did not get Ashlyn in its mouth as it had expected to. The fire covering her wings is her version of the mini blast, but her version is a lot more controlled and flexible than mine. As she flapped away, 6 huge fireballs appeared in front of her. These 6 fireballs are huge. Each one is about half a meter in size, but that is not the end, as these fireballs started spinning, and they spin as they shrink in size till they became the size of the baby fist. I could feel the destructive power from those 6 fireballs. Not only it had strong fire ability and rule powers in it, but it also had the occult energy it, and top of that they were compressed from the huge fireball of about half-meter size. Just one fireball is enough to finish me off. It will tear me apart and then vaporize me. These fireballs are more than enough to kill the tigerman that has been chasing me around the battle. M.O. The scorpion tail ox suddenly stopped mid-attacking, seeing those fireballs, and fear could be shown in its eyes. But soon that fear is replaced by anger and hunger, and the steel layer that is covering it became even more resplendent. Bang, 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 bang. Seeing a monster coming toward her, Ashlyn released all her fireballs at the monster, and they appeared near the monster next moment and crashed into it and started creating huge holes over monster's body. Usually Ashlyn fireball seeps inside the skin and melt the body from inside, but this time they directly exploded as they touched the monster body and directly blast away 1/4 of its huge body. Except for its head, every part of its body had a giant hole. Seeing such destruction, I was about to fly away toward the monster, while removing the rope, thinking I don't want the monster to squash apart by falling on the ground. This monster is a treasure, and I didn't want to waste any bit of it as this is a priceless treasure. But next moment I woke up from my dream when I saw the most unbelievable scene. I saw the monster is healing, and it is healing at a very unbelievable speed that visible to eyes. Regeneration. I said out loud in my mind, its powerful regeneration ability. Just how many miracle fruits this fucking monster had eaten. Bang, bang, bang. Ashlyn again launched a fireball at the monster, and just like before, all of its injuries got healed. Mooo. It mooed loudly and went toward Ashlyn furiously to attack her, but she easily dodged and attacked it again with the fireball. Such scene kept happening over and over. Ashlyn kept injuring it while it kept healing. This monster has not seemed to care about any part of its body except for its head. Ashlyn many times tried to attack its head, but she always failed. The monster had really good instincts, know from which directions the fireball came. It would always dodge. It has been half an hour and Ashlyn kept attacking without stopping. Every few seconds the big holes would open on the monster body, but within the few seconds, they would get healed without any problem, and the worst thing is this monster seemed fine for some reason. There seemed to be no energy loss, as if it hadn't been chasing me furiously for hours and hadn't had its body blasted apart several times. It feels like it had a shitload of energy that wouldn't get spent no matter how much it used it. Bang, bang, bang. Another hour passed and Ashlyn kept attacking without stopping. I could see some signs of tiredness appeared on her, but despite that, she kept attacking. The evening had come and it had turned full dark, and now I could see Scorpion Tail Ox faintly glowing, while Ashlyn is cloaked in fire and attacking the ox. Hun, I was just watching the fight when I noticed something which I wasn't able to notice when it was the day. I saw that as the fight's long on, the horns on its head are getting fainter and fainter. Though it's getting fainter at unnoticeable speed, it is definitely getting fainter and fainter. Could it have eaten energy-type miracle fruit, I thought. Some energy-type miracle fruit help make second energy storage in one's body, and one can store energy in it. As for how much one can store depend upon the miracle fruit. Seeing how it seemed to have an unlimited amount of energy to heal its energy, it must have eaten that type of energy fruit. This monster had taken full advantage of its talent, and had eaten quite a lot of miracle fruits. I think this bastard had eaten more miracle fruits than I and Ashlyn combine. The potential of this monster is huge with its sniffing talent, and if it is able to grow up, it could become the overlord of this ruin, and could even break out of the limit of this ruin. It will be very good if Ashlyn able to exhaust all the energy it has hidden in its secondary storage. That is the only way to save it, as I don't think Ashlyn will get a chance to shoot the fireball at its head. Time passed as Ashlyn kept attacking it despite being getting tired and tired. I could feel that she wanted to kill this monster, and her intention is very simple. Moo. Suddenly a change occurs on the battlefield. The monster that had been desperately tried to eat Ashlyn right now despite getting half of its body blasted apart by multiple times is running away. It is close to running out of energy, I thought. I am not the only one to think that. Ashlyn, who had been trying for hours to whittle away its energy, also noticed that, and which is why her offensive became even more ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. It has been 10 minutes since the monster started running, and Ashlyn is following right behind it with the furious offensive. The monster still has its regenerative abilities, but its regenerative speed had slowed down by a notch. If it slowed little more then, the monster would not able to keep up with the Ashlyn attacks. But it's not like the only monster is at wit's end. Ashlyn also really very tired that she barely has any energy to continue, but she is still continuing attacking it. She wanted to kill this monster at any cost. A few more minutes passed, and its jeeling speed slowed down even more that it couldn't able to keep up with the injuries, and its gait also became unstable that it feels like it could fall down at any second. Moo. Suddenly it stopped and growled at Ashlyn very loudly. I may not able to understand, but I could still see that it is a warning. If Ashlyn continue to attack, it will do something to Ashlyn that will be detrimental to both of them. Ashlyn, be careful, I said to Ashlyn while I myself also got ready in case it will do something. This monster had eaten many miracle fruits and got many abilities from them, and now it may use that ability again Ashlyn, which could be mortally fatal to her. Ashlyn did not care about the monster warning and kept attacking. Seeing the attacks are coming toward it, its eyes became incomparably hard, and all that killing intent it was feeling toward Ashlyn suddenly disappeared. I got alarmed seeing the disappearance of the killing intent from it, when suddenly, the body of the monster started to become incorporeal, and then it started to shrink the size of the thumbnail. And before I could comprehend what is happening, that bright red tiny energy ball shot toward Ashlyn as blurring speed. Ashlyn wanted to avoid it, but she could not as the ball was too fast. That small ball crashed against Ashlyn and disappeared into her body, and next moment Ashlyn, if suddenly became unconscious and stared fall while shrinking her size. Ashlyn. I screamed loudly and activated Mini Blast and shot toward her. I was little far from the fight, but with the help of the mini blast, I was able to catch her before she could fall on the ground and turned into the bloody paste. By the time I had caught her, she has shrunk back to her original size. From her link, I could feel that her vitals are stable, but she is very unconscious. Tears couldn't help but well in my eyes seeing her such condition. She may seem fine, but she is a very dangerous condition. Whatever ability that monster use is its last chance, and it was clear it wanted to do something to Ashlyn with this move of its. I shake up Ashlyn gently, thinking she might wake up, but there was no use. Thinking it may take quite a time before she wakes up, I started to find a good spot before landing. Thud. I landed on the ground and took out the abode. My abode that I left activated before I went rescue Ashlyn is still there, but I was not going there to take it. That abode had nothing important except for abode itself, and I have a few more abode which is better quality than it. They are ones I had found in the grim monster storage, which it had taken from humans it had killed. I didn't use these abode as I had felt quite uncomfortable with it, but now I have no option as this is the best abode I had. This is peak night grade with triple protection. Even those monsters who came from the mid-zones could not able to break into this abode for at least an hour. After entering the abode, I took out Ashlyn's size bed and placed it there before I went to freshen up. After returning, I checked on Ashlyn again before I started to cook. An hour later I finished cooking. I started to alone while the full plate of Ashlyn is placed in front of me. Due to habit I had filled her plate. I ate in silence and after finished with it, I started to practice body cleansing technique in the practice room as I usually do. Gasp. A huge gasp came out my mouth when I returned from the shower after I finished performing body cleansing technique. Tap tap. Ashlyn, who was quietly unconscious in a small bed, is now covered with bright red energy cover which looks like glass, and when I touched it, I found it is solid. It had completely enveloped in the Ashlyn, and if not for clearly sensing that she is enveloped in the bright red glass-like energy, I would have definitely thought that Ashlyn had replaced with the red glass. I once again double-checked her she is fine and went to practice again, and this time I had brought Ashlyn's mini bed with me so I could track any changes which occur. Today I had not decided to comprehend from the occult tablet, as this zapped too much soul energy from me and leave me defenseless for half an hour, so I just decided to practice it only. Today I had got much inspiration on using occult energy. Not only I got them during the chase, as I activated Ramon's Fury hundreds of times, as I could not be able to hold the energy off long, and I also got the inspiration when Ashlyn was fighting against that scorpion tail ox. So with all the inspiration, I started to practice the Ramon's Fury, and I started making progress, and my rate of progress is better than I had expected, as not only I was able to suck the occult energy to my limit, but I am also able to hold it for a minuet. That is huge progress, way more than I had imagined. I had practiced it till I felt tired, not till dead tired, and fell on sleep a minuet after pillow touched my head. I was a sound sleep when I felt an uncomfortable sensation in my stomach, but I didn't care for it as I was in a deep sleep. But sometime later, I started to feel pain in my heart, and I felt like someone sucking of energy inside me, which wake me up from my deep sleep, and when I look inside me, I found that half of the core of Lieutenant Stage Monster that was inside my stomach had disappeared, and not only that, the mana I had in Refinement Engine had also disappeared. There is barely one left in it, and that is also speedily disappearing. When I looked at the culprit behind it, I found it is Ashlyn. She had come inside while in an unconscious state and instinctively sucking all the energy that is present inside. Seeing the energy inside me will disappear soon, I took out the Lieutenant Stage Monster core and popped it into my mouth, but I was surprised to find that before it even reached my stomach the monster core started dissolving. The monster core completely sucked apart my Ashlyn in 2 minutes, and I had to eat the second Lieutenant Stage Monster, and like first, it started dissolving before it reached my stomach, and this time, Ashlyn had only taken a minuet to suck the whole core apart. I was shocked by seeing how quickly the monster core is disappearing and sucking speed increasing. I thought for a while before taking out the core of Captain Stage Monster. The Captain Stage Monster, I could barely handle it, but I can't keep it my stomach overnight as keeping the Lieutenant Stage Monster core. Gulp. Seeing the Lieutenant Stage Monster core will soon disappear, I gulped down the Captain Stage Monster core. As it enters inside my through, it also started dissolving, but the speed of dissolving is very slow compared to the Lieutenant Stage Monster core. I took out several Captain Stage Monster core in case Ashlyn needed to suck them. I tried to talk to Ashlyn with our connection, but I got no response for her, except for knowing her soul is undamaged and her vitals are fine. I can't seem to know anything about her. The energy these monster core contained is immense. They are the lifeblood of the monster, the physical manifestation of the pure energy, but Ashlyn kept sucking the monster core with such immense energy like she drinking the common water. Thinking I will only know after woke, I kept eating one monster core after another. Soon I finished eating 3.5 Lieutenant Stage Monster Core and 10 Captain Stage Monster Core, but still the hunger of Ashlyn is not satiated. She kept demanding the Monster Core, and her sucking speed also increased. Now she could suck apart the Captain Stage Monster Core in just 15 seconds. Looks like I'll need to eat something stronger, I thought, and was going to eat the Major Stage Monster Core, but changed my mind for something daring. Soon I take out Dark Green Monster Core and popped it in my mouth. It is the core of the medicinal monster of the Surgent Stage. Till now I hadn't dared to think about eating the core of the medicinal monster, not an even speak of it. The medicinal monster may look like their counterpart that presents outside of garden, but they are wholly different from them. Not only they are super powerful, but also their cores contain immense medicinal energy. Their core has hundreds of times more energy than the normal monster core, and it has medicinal energy in majority than the berserk energy that normal monster core has. I wanted to eat it very much as I know that I will get 100 times more benefits than I got from eating the medicinal monsters, but I didn't as the medicinal energies inside in the core is too powerful that I didn't have the courage to eat even speak of it. But now the Ashlyn's sucking the energy off the core, I dare to eat it so I get the feel of it. So if it is not as dangerous as I expected, then I could start using the medicinal monsters core instead of the normal monsters cores. It's good thing I remain cautious against it. I thought as I reached the core in my stomach, this medicinal monster core, despite coming from Sergeant Stage Monster, is barely dissolving. It had been a minuet, but it had dissolved barely 4, whereas at 6 Captain Stage Monster Core would have been sucked apart by Ashlyn right now. Time passed by and nearly 20 minuets later, the core of the medicinal monster disappeared from my stomach, and I started eating the Captain Stage Monster Cores again, instead of continuing with the core of the medicinal monsters. Eating the medicinal monsters core was just an experiment, a very dangerous one, and I came to know what I wanted to and became sure that I wasn't putting that thing inside me anytime soon. If Ashlyn stopped sucking the energy of the midway, then that core would have been blasted me apart, so it is better I kept eating monster cores that I can control instead of the ones which could blast me into a shower of gore. Finally finished. Time passed as I continue eating the monster cores, and about 20 minutes passed when I felt the sucking speed of Ashlyn is lessening, and a few seconds later it completely stops, while leaving tiny part of Captain Stage Monster Core in my stomach which I am barely able to handle. In this period of about 45 minutes, Ashlyn had eaten 1 medicinal monster core, 3.5 Lieutenant Stage Monster Core, and about 100 Captain Stage Monster Core. This is a shitload of energy, which enough to fill my needs of more than 1 year, but Ashlyn just finished then within an hour, which couldn't help wonder why she had needed this much of the energy. Ashlyn had become totally silent after she guzzled the shitload of the energy. Our link had also become blurry. Now the only thing I can tell that she is inside me. Seeing it might take time, I got out bed and walked toward the bathroom to freshen up as it is already dawn. After returning from the freshening up, I ate until I felt uncomfortable heat inside me, and then started performing the body cleaning technique that I do daily. Thud. Sometime later I fell on the ground with the thud, and on my tired face has a small smile plastered on it. If my luck is good, then tomorrow, I might able to level up to the peak of the master stage, and then I could eat the miracle fruit I have, and directly leveled up to the lieutenant stage. After taking a bath and hour rest, I started to practice the occult method. I am very close to practicing the occult method, and in 2 to 3 days I will perfectly practice it. My meaning of perfectly practicing means I will able to suck the occult energy to my limit, and able to utilize it fully. As for how much power of occult skill I am using, then the answer would be less than 1. Even Ashlyn, who is using the occult method perfectly, is barely showing 1 of its power. Those humans within the night stage barely able to use 10 of the power of the occult method. This is the limit on how powerful their body and soul are. Some freaks may able to use more than 10 of the power of the skill, but they are a minority, as one not only need high comprehension, but also needs strong body and soul to bear the occult energy. I practiced until I started to feel tired, and then again eat a little before I started to make the preparation for leaving. I couldn't wait for Ashlyn to awake. There are only 3 days before I know whether Palace appears or not, and if the Palace appeared, then I have to need time to head there. If I am lucky, then the Palace could appear right next to me, or it could appear far enough that I would need a week to get there. It's all depend on where Palace would appear. Hun. I packed everything and about to leave the abode when I stopped on my tracks, and the huge smile appear on my face, as not the only link between Ashlyn and me stabilized again. I found Ashlyn is also waking up. Jojo. Ashlyn came out me bright chirp, and I was about to pet her habitually when my hand stopped mid-air, seeing the clear changes on her. There are clear changes that could be seen on Ashlyn. Her feathers have become more silverly, and there is steely shine in them, and when I touch it, I found their texture is soft, but they have become hard as steel. I've even tried to burn the one my sunfire, but except for turning little red, there is no change in them. But that is not the biggest change in Ashlyn. The biggest change is the tiny red crystalline tear that appeared on her forehead. It is bright red like a ruby and looked very good on her. Ashlyn, what happened after that monster went inside you? I asked Ashlyn. I have no idea what happened after that monster turned into a tiny ball of energy and went inside it. Choo 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 choo. Ashlyn chirped while motioning her wings and tiny. She looked very cute as she explained what has happened to her. She said that after that monster came inside her, it wanted to eat her, but she fights back and ate it instead. As for what happened after that, she is also clueless about it. What is that crystalline tear on your head? I asked. The bright crystalline tear looked amazing on her and give her quite a charm, but it's not all it does. It must have some reason to appear on her forehead. Choo choo. She chirps again, shaking her tiny head and moving her wings a little, her meaning extremely clear. She has no idea what happened to her. Did you any new abilities or feel something different? I asked again. She had somehow eaten the monster whole. Not even leaving tiny part of it means she had not only eaten meat but also its core. There's a very good probability that she might inherit one or two or abilities that the monster had which it got after eating the miracle fruit. Choo choo. But to my disappointment, she also has no idea about what abilities she may or may have not inherited from the monster. Though she may have no idea about, I am confident that she has inherited something after she ate that monster whole. Her steel-like fur and that red crystalline tear she had on her forehead is clear proof of that. Don't worry, we will know about the abilities you received soon, I said to Ashlyn as I petted gently, seeing her disappointed face. Choo choo, of course you are hungry. I said just I about go about of abode. Ashlyn stopped me, saying she is feeling extremely hungry. I had already expected and cooked for 2 people, so I quickly heated all the leftovers and served it to Ashlyn. She was really hungry. I thought as I saw her cleaning up all the leftovers. There were a lot of leftovers had remained, but she had finished up all. Now that you have finished eating, let's go, I said after Ashlyn as we get out of abode. Choo 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 choo. I quickly deactivated the abode and about to activated the mini blast to take a jump in the sky with my mini blast when Ashlyn chirped again. Are you sure it won't put much load on you, right? I asked Ashlyn. As I was about to take a jump in sky, Ashlyn had asked me to ride on her. Choo choo choo, she chirped again, saying she would feel no load and started getting bugger. As I expected, the miracle fruit of morph is most suitable for Ashlyn. With her getting bigger, I won't have to worry about transportation anymore. Okay then, I said and walked toward the Ashlyn to sit on her. I have not ridden a flying monster before. This will be my first ride, gasp. As I am about to sit on the Ashlyn, she did the most amazing thing. She showed her first ability she had inherited from the monster, and this ability is gasp-worthy. She had summoned her silver fire and created a perfect seed of fire on her, and that seed of fire had swiftly turned into solid state from its natural gaseous state. She had not only changed the state of her silver fire, but she had also changed its temperature, as I did not feel any heat from it. Transformation of materialistic state. This is a transformation of the materialistic state. This ability is unknown to me, as the scorpion tail ox had not used it. Monster has its poison attack, but it had not changed its stage. Well, changing the of the liquid arrow would have diminished the effect, so it is understandable why it had not used this ability. That scorpion tail monster must have eaten high-level transformation fruit. This ability had had many uses than simply changing its state and temperature. If Ashlyn didn't figure it out, then I will have to teach her. Ashlyn, how do you summon this ability? I asked excitedly. If she can summon this ability, then she can summon other abilities as well. She just has to what she had done when summoning this ability. Choo 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 choo. Ashlyn chirped and said she don't know. She just wanted to make my harness so I could sit comfortably, and so she did, and this happened. I shake my head hearing the answer. Normally she is very smart, but sometimes she really became clueless. Ashlyn, can you make the harness small and little less noticeable? I asked. I don't want others to notice this ability of Ashlyn. This ability is very useful and had an unlimited application, so fewer people know about it the better. Choo choo choo. She chirped and harness started to become small. It became a little compact and barely noticeable, and it also helps that Ashlyn fire is silver, so very few people able to notice it even at the close. Perfect, I said and sat on Ashlyn, and next moment Ashlyn had taken the jump in the air. Currently I needed a harness to ride on the Ashlyn, but I won't need it when I get little experienced in riding. Woo. Ashlyn flew higher and higher, and soon we are in the clouds. It feels amazing to ride on her while feeling the air on the face. I always had a hope that Ashlyn could grow bigger, big enough that I could ride on her like some of my friends ride on their monster, but that hope of mine never got fulfilled as she nearly stopped growing. When I saw the miracle fruit of morph, hopes in my heart started to rise again, and that is why I had that if Ashlyn is able to eat Thin's fruit, not only it will be very helpful to her, but it will be very convectional to me. And now she not only ate the miracle fruit of Morph, but she had also eaten the monster that has God knows how many abilities, and now some of them or all got inherited by Ashlyn. While riding on the Ashlyn, I looked down hoping to find any type of building, be it treasure palace or palace of yonic blessing. Everything is fine as long as it will help me advance my strength. It had been 2 days since Ashlyn's mutation, and I have to say in these 2 days have been one of my worst days in this ruin. Not only I had not found anything that could increase my strength, and I had also not found any worthy opponent against which Ashlyn could fight and reveal more of the abilities she had inherited. All the monster and grim that had attacked used pitifully weak that all of them were slain by Ashlyn with a single fireball. She had never used more than one fireball to kill an opponent. There are now only 11 days remain before the realm closed, and tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow is the days which everyone is waiting for. It is the day when all the palaces across the ruins will appear or may appear as they had in the last 2 times. That is the time when the monsters of Midzone that had been hiding until now will appear. I hope that the palaces will appear tomorrow, as there is where the life-changing opportunity exists. In the past 2 days, all the buildings I have come across were either broken or have their formations cracked. They were too dangerous to go inside. A few hours passed by such while I kept looking down in the hope to search for any structure. 2 hours ago I had found one, but that one wrecked like others. Searching for treasure palaces like this is quite efficient. It is even more efficient than when I used my mini blast. While riding on Ashlyn, I could focus my complete energy to find the buildings. Ashlyn, let's land there, I said to Ashlyn as I spotted another building from above, hoping like every other time that this building wouldn't turn out cracked or with the broken formation. As we got closer, a smile on my face for bigger and bigger as I found this building is an intact and runic formation on it also fine. I could not find them since cracked on it. This building quite big, bigger than the repository I had entered before. Seeing its size, it must have something good. I did not land near the building, but few kilometers distance from it. Ashlyn had told me there are some powerful people there, and I don't want them to see Ashley N's morph ability. The grim monsters are crazy about the miracle fruits, and if they know Ashlyn had eaten the miracle fruit, then we'll try to catch her will all. With the current power of me and Ashlyn, we don't have to fear them as we could kill them, but there are some humans also present, and I don't want to kill fellow humans unless they had intentions to kill me. After landing on the Ashlyn went inside me, and I removed the mask and cloak I was wearing and walked toward that building. When I reached there, I found there is a big building, and this building is even bigger than the repository, but for some reason, the humans and grim monster that had set up a boat on both sides aren't going inside. Seeing there must be something wrong about this building, otherwise the grim monster and humans would have went inside the building. I was just about to walk toward the human side to ask around when I spotted the familiar grim monster in the group of grim monsters. Long time no see. I said to the grim monster. The humans seemed surprised by my shout, and also some grim monster, but the 3 grim monsters that recognized me are looking at me with the hate and anger. Why so gloomy? I said to the grim monster as it started to glower at me even more after spoke to him. This grim monster is Tigerman, the same Tigerman that had chased me around the battlefield a few days ago. You can only run around. Do you dare to fight our boss? The grim monster beside the Tiger Man. Why shouldn't I? I asked back casually while giving it a small smile, not showing a shred of fear. Instead, there is a hint of excitement. My power is currently equal or little greater than the Tigerman, and I could even kill it if fight it long enough, but my focus is not on it. My focus on the yellow snakeman who is looking at from the corner. On its forehead, there are only 3 stars, but in reality it much stronger, and the only Ashlyn could fight against it. All 11 Grim Race Monster had 3 stars painted on their head, but only 4 of them are especially powerful. Of the 4 Grim Monsters, the Tigerman is the weakest, while the Snakeman is strongest. Seeing no response from the Tigerman, I walked toward the human side. The human side is a little weaker than the Grim Monster, but not that weak. They can easily put up a fight against the Grim Monster without dying. And the human side all have the power of the Tree Star Elite, and girl who looked to be my age is especially powerful. Her battle power is near equal to that yellow Snakeman. What are you not entering inside? I asked directly to the girl. We want to, but the door of it wouldn't open no matter how much we try. She answered straightforwardly. When did it appear? I asked. I don't know. When we come across it, it was already opened. She replied, it means this building had appeared for some time, but its gates couldn't be opened for some reason. Can I try? I asked. There's a slight chance that I might be able to open the door. You are welcome to try, she said, but her voice clearly telling me that they all tried before and did not get any result. I walked toward the door while keeping eyes on the Grim Race Monsters. In case they attacked, I would quickly activate my occult skill, which I near perfectly practiced. I could feel the hopeful gazes of both Grim Monsters and humans, as this is the last day they could increase their strength, before they will be heading for Palace if it appears. I stopped in front of the big red door that is about 10 times bigger than me. I carefully put my hands on the door and waited for the ring to do her magic like it did repository, but there is no change occurred in the ring or in the door despite me using all my strength to push the door. Let it go if the door to be opened by just pushing, then we wouldn't be here outside waiting, shouted the tigerman. I didn't listen to the tigerman's shout and kept pushing. The ring would do her magic and the door would get opened, but 1 minute passed and there is no change in it. Creak, seeing there is no result, I sighed in disappointment and about to pull back my hands from the door, and when I felt ring buzzing a little and next moment, the door produced a creak. Creak, 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 creak. As the creak sounded, I felt the air behind me and next second I found tens of hands pushing the door. They are from the humans and the grim monsters. The door started to open with creaking noise, and several seconds later it had completely opened, and everyone stormed inside without care. As all of us entered the giant hall, we all activated out the homing band to read the language that is projected on the hall. I do not need to activate the homing bang, and I could clearly read them better than what homing bang could translate. Palace of Yonic Blessing, and its pure soul type at that. Fuck, we're extremely lucky. Someone shouted loudly. I am also shocked reading what is on the projection. This is the Palace of the Yonic Blessing, and the soul type one that is very, very rare. Soul energy increased the power directly and indirectly, and any smart person would always choose to increase his soul energy over physical. There are various ways one can increase the physical strength, but it is very hard to get to increase the soul energy. The most known method to increase is the Supreme Compat exercise, but it is not very easy to practice, and for the things that increase the soul energy, they are simply too rare. Of the 17 potions formulas, only 2 are soul power advancement formulae, so it is quite normal for people to get excited when they saw that this is a very rare soul-type Palace of Ionic Blessing. This is good news, but there is also bad news. Some blockage could be seen among the formations. Through the 16 doors seemed fine, but could tell that there will be unpredictability involved in this palace. This time my adventure in the Palace of Ionic Blessing won't be as smooth as the previous Ionic Tower I was in. Let's go, said the girl, and everyone started to walk toward the door. There are 16 doors. That means there will be 16 people could receive the Ionic Blessing, and on top of that, some human will surely want to get the blessing for their monsters as well. It will be quite bloody if all the 21 people able reach the top floor. Well, I'm not worried. With mine and Ashlyn power, we will surely able to secure the altar for ourselves. As for how others do, I don't really care. I stepped into the door and found myself in a big hall. On the right side of me is a projection that is telling me what this test is. In the center top of hall there is something bright shining in the broken formation, and thing is the gate that is on the other side of the hall. The test is very simple. I had to cross the hall and reach the gate that is the end of it while bearing the soul pressure that is coming from the shining object. Whenever I looked at the shining object in broken formation, my heart started to fast, and I know that is not a good sign. This is a warning coming from the killing rule. Whatever that object is pretty dangerous to me, especially when the formation that is covering is broken. I looked back at the gate from which I have come from and wanted to go back rather than to face the danger that is ahead. I quickly crushed that hesitation and looked ahead. This is a very big chance to increase my soul power. Such chance rarely came, and if I missed it then I don't think I will get such a chance again in this ruin again. Though it is very dangerous, it is not completely hopeless, and as long as I bear the pressure from that shining object, then I will have the chance to reach the gate on the other side of the hall. Making my mind, I finally took the inside the formation that is keeping the power of that object outside. Thud, I fell on the ground flat just as I took the step inside the formation. There is nothing physical about my sudden fall, it all lies in the soul. The soul pressure was so great that I wasn't able to keep standing up even for a second. I tried to get up, but the soul pressure was so great that I am only able to move a little. I lied there for a while before, carefully sensing the feeling I am getting from the shining object. My mind has filled the knowledge, and there is barely any that I can't able to identify. So I just have to concentrate on this feeling and know what object is suppressing me under. Only when I know the object, only then I will able to devise the strategy to deal with this suppression. Soul tempering diamond, I said in my mind with the shock, and just as this thought came into my mind, a bright smile came out of my face. If I could laugh loudly, I would have surely laughed loudly. This is a real treasure. I said in my mind, what I will receive in the top floor in nothing front of this suppressive energy. Soul tempering diamond is a precious treasure that helps in the tempering of one's soul. Like the body, the soul also has many impurities, but unlike physical bodies, it is not easy to remove the impurities from the soul. One needs extremely precious things, like a soul temperance diamond to cleanse one's soul. Now it will depend on me how much I able to benefits from this godsend opportunity. Occurs could only able to utilize this opportunity by 1 maximum, but I could utilize it 100. In knowledge not I have information about soul tempering diamond. there is even a method to utilize this unique suppressive energy. As long as I circulate this unique suppressive energy in my soul, not only my soul will be cleansed, and I will also bear this suppressive energy and will able to clear this test. Fuck. Without waiting, I started to circulate this unique suppression under my soul, but next moment I stopped as I felt the immense pain. It felt like I am baking my soul into the pan. This is the most terrible pain I had ever felt. Till now the most type of pain I've felt were the physical pains, but the pain I am feeling right now is on a soul level. I've never felt such pain before. I did not want to circulate this method again, but I gritted my teeth and started circulating, but I took very little of this energy emitted by the soul-tempering diamond. Aha. I felt immense pain again. It was a little less than last time, but still beyond any physical pain. I wanted to let go, but I did not, as I clearly know how much it will benefit me. It is the opportunity one gets once in a lifetime, and I don't want to miss it just because I am feeling pain. Writhing in pain, I circulate the energy through every part of my soul with the secrete method. It is very painful. It felt more painful than that self frying in the pan, but I continued. I continued for the benefits I will receive. I have read the benefits of tempering one's soul, and these benefits are enough for me just in lave, and this just circulating the few strands of the energy. This energy from the soul temper diamond will clean my soul and temper it top of it. With such a clear and tempered soul, not only my thoughts will become clear, but my comprehension power will also increase. It will increase my comprehension speed, and I will also be able to utilize them more expertly than before, and not to forget the progress I will make in the swirling armor. But these are nothing compared to what I will get when leveling up from the night stage and fusing with inheritance before I enter the Lord stage. To fuse with inheritance perfectly, one needs to have a perfect body and soul. Body cleansing technique is to get the perfect body, but for the soul, there is no method known. Some soul cleansing methods must be in the hands of those high-level organization, but they are not known in my continent, which considered a rural part of the world. Body cleansing technique does not need any resources, but soul cleansing methods do. Without a perfect catalyst, the soul can't be cleansed. That is probably the reason why the soul cleansing methods aren't popular here, as the resources required for are immense. A rise grain-side soul tempering diamond is enough to shake the whole city. People will be ready to pay any price, even kill if they got to know if one has the soul tempering diamond. This thing could change one life, and now I am lucky enough to get the chance to purify my soul in the energy released by the soul tempering diamond. 10 minutes passed since I started circulating this extremely painful energy. In the first minute I did not feel anything, but from the second minute, I started to feel more clear-headed than normal, and this is just the starting. In just a few minutes, such unbelievable changes had occurred to my soul. I wonder what will happen if I kept refining for an hour. I thought as I started to take more and more of energy despite feeling the immense pain. I started to increase circulation of suppressive energy little by little, though pain is immense. The result it brought also was very good. Not only my soul had been cleansed, the suppression it put on loosen, a little bit that I was able to crawl one step. I wanted to take one more step, but suppression had increased again after taking the step, and I again paced against the floor without having the energy. Looks like the closer I got to the center, the thicker this suppression energy will become, so if I want to cross this tall, I will have cleansed my soul enough that I would be able to pass through the hall in this intense suppression. Others would not be feeling this much amount of suppression. The suppression in the hall is so strong because there is a crack in the formation that had been covering the soul tempering diamond. It's a good thing that blockage is small. If the diamond had been completely open, then even pressure coming from the grain-sized soul tempering diamond would have been enough to shatter my soul. Currently, my soul is too weak to bear the full suppressive energy emitted by even grain-sized soul tempering diamond. Time passed and I crawled another step before I pasted on the ground by the suppressive energy. The speed is too slow. I have to cross the hall within 3 hours, if not I will be sent out. I will not be sad if I sent out, but I at least want to enter the center of the hall and tried to reach the first accomplishment of this method. This method did not have a name, so I had decided to call it to the secrete method. It is divided into 10 accomplishments. Unlike other methods, there is no different type of circulations present in this method. There is only one circulation, and one has to circulate till cleanse the soul to a certain limit, and when one reached that limit, first accomplishment would be complete, and when one reached one auth accomplishment, I will get an untainted soul, which is perfect soul to fuse with the any type of inheritance that is out there. This method is quite similar to body cleansing exercise except for not have different poses circulation. Both of them gave the end product that is similar. One gave perfection in the body while others gave perfection in the soul. An hour passed by and I was only able to crawl to the 13th step. I had increased the energy for the circulation, but the increase was not enough as I had barely able 13 steps. I have to take more energy for the circulation if I want to reach the center of the hall. Only there will I have the chance to reach the first accomplishment in the secrete method. EHHHHHH. Through the gritted teeth, I took 3 times more energy for circulation. As I did that, I was bombarded with intense pain that I nearly lost consciousness. Even when I became muddled for a second, I did not let go of that energy and kept circulating, and I have received benefits 30 seconds later as I was able to take another step. Screaming, I increased the quantity of the energy again, and a few minutes later I was able to another. The closer I get to the center, the harder it became to circulate the more energy, but I still did it as the 2 hours had been passed, and now I had reached near the center. Without stopping, I took even more energy circulation, and with the help of it I kept moving forward. Each circulation not only will make the suppression lessen, but also cleansed my soul further, which had increased the clarity of my thoughts. If I had not in the rush to leave to reach the center of the hall, I would have stopped and tried using my rule power or summoned my swirling armor. I am confident that now with help of the pure soul, I can make my swirling armor even more compact, which directly increase my power. I kept taking one crawling step after another as the suppression increased. So is the energy I am circulating, and so is the pain I am feeling. Every second I want to leave this all up and keep pasted against floor till the 3 hours are over. I would crush this thought every second and circulate this torturous suppressive energy in higher amount, bearing even higher pain. I kept going that over and over, and finally able to reach the center of the hall where the concentration of suppressive energy highest. I finally reached the center of the hall, and I can feel the soul-breaking concentration of suppressive energy. Here, if I had first experienced this amount of suppressive energy, after entering the hall, then I would have surely fallen, be severely injured, or even dead. Suppressive energy is too great, and after reaching the center of its concentration, I have even lost the capability to twitch my fingers. Despite laying immobile, I did not stop circulating this suppressing energy into my soul to cleanse it further. I did not forget my target, which is to reach the first accomplishment. It will be very hard to reach it. It like performing 108 poses of body cleansing technique for the first time. It will closer to impossible, especially to those who are not in peak levels of night stage. I kept circulating this painful suppressive energy, and soon I was able to shake my hands a little. In few minutes past, I became capable of moving my hands slowly. I kept circulating more and more energy. The more I circulate, the more control over the body I got back, and more it will cleanse my soul. I don't know how much time had passed, but I finally able to sit on the floor. I somehow sat on the floor and started circulating it with even more frenzy. As for leaving for a door that is in the end, I don't really care. This opportunity is way bigger than the soul energy that I will receive on the top floor. I suddenly stopped circulating. It's not that I stopped intentionally, but I have to as my soul reached the limit. I will have to rest for a few hours before I could start again. But will I get another chance? I thought disappointedly as I started to crawl toward the end of the hall. I've had experienced the worst suppressive energy, and now that I am going away from the center, the suppressive energy started to thin out and I got easier time crawling. When I covered more than half of the distance, I felt good enough that I stood up shakingly and walked toward the end of the hall with the slow steps. There is still 10 minutes. I thought as I looked at my holowatch. It took me 2 hours and 50 minutes to clear this test, and I feel amazing. Choo 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 choo. I am about to walk into the gate when I heard Ashlyn chirp, and look of unbelievableness came on my face. Ashlyn is saying that she is feeling no restriction in coming out of me, and if I want then she would try to bring that shiny thing out of the formation. Really? I asked right back in excitement, but soon thought several of the problems. First is a gap in the formation is only big as an adult thumb, but that is not the problem, as Ashlyn could reduce her size of them so that she could enter inside the gap. The miracle fruit of morph not only lets her increase her size, but it also gives her the ability to decrease her size a lows. The real problems are whether Ashlyn could go near the soul tempering diamond, and if she's able to go in bearing the pressure and able to bring back, then how will I survive? I have very detailed knowledge of the soul tempering diamond, and clearly know that the suppressive energy released by even a rise grain size soul tempering diamond could shatter my soul easily. The reason my soul hadn't been shattered due to soul tempering diamond, because it covered in the formation. If it would have been open, then I wouldn't be heard. Choo-choo, I told her all that to Ashlyn, and to my surprise, she said she has the way to bring the soul tempering diamond safely, that it will not release even a bit of energy. Are you sure? There may be many dangers. I asked, but internally I am very excited. The allure of soul tempering diamond to me is too much. On one hand, I don't want Ashlyn to take such risk, but on the other hand, I want her to bring that soul tempering diamond to me. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirp again, saying she is confident. Okay then, I said, and the next moment Ashlyn came out of me and no restriction in the hall got activated. Seeing that, I sighed a relief. As she flew out me, Ashlyn started to reduce her size, and soon she became the size of the adult thumb and flew toward the soul-tempering diamond without feeling any restrictions. As Ashlyn flew toward the formation that is keeping soul-tempering Kreitel, I took out the palm-sized crystalline bottle that had dense runes carved all over it. If Ashlyn is able to bring out soul-tempering diamond, I will need a suitable container to store, and this crystal bottle is the most suitable container I have. This blue crystalline bottle, and some other storing bottle, I got from one of the facilities of the repository. I have been reading about the runes for years, and even had brought some books about runes from the Awakening Ground, so it was easy for me to research the function of this bottle. This bottle will not only able to perfectly store the soul-tempering diamond, but it will also able to help me temper my soul with. I just have to power up some runes, and I will able to draw out the amount of energy I will need for the practice. I opened the lid of the bottle and activated the runic formation. Now Ashlyn just has to bring the soul-tempering diamond and put it in the bottle, then all will be well. Bang bang. Ashlyn reached near the formation and entered through the tiny gap. First few seconds nothing had happened, but then suddenly I heard few bangs from the formation, which scared the hell out me. I thought Ashlyn is danger and about go to help her but stopped, as she told me she is fine. As for the earlier sudden sounds, it was because she was breaking some seals. Minutes passed when suddenly, the formation dimmed down a little and next moment Ashlyn came out and swiftly arrived near me before she started growing and transformed into the half-meter bird. Choo-choo. I was confused seeing her getting bigger, but I didn't get a chance to ask her as she asked me to put the bottle near the beak, and I did what she told me excitedly. Ting ting ting. Next moment I heard the tinging sound as the diamonds fell down from Ashlyn's beaks into the bottle. Yes, diamond's not a diamond. All I was hoping for the soul-tempering diamond about the rice grain size. That would have been enough for me, but what I got the diamond is about the size of an adult thumb. This unbelievable, totally unbelievable. Just the rice grain size soul-tempering diamond, along with worth shitload of fortune, but now I have so much that I will not even able to use even 2 of it in the whole night stage. Ashlyn seemed to have broken the diamond by her earlier attack, and now there are tens of small and big pieces of the soul-tempering diamond. Smallest ones are a little small than the grain of rice, while the big one is the size of a thumbnail. It is a good thing that Ashlyn had broken the diamond. I will be able to give some to my parents. I wanted to keep observing more, but there is barely 2 minutes before the time of 2 minutes is over. If I didn't enter the door by then either I will be thrown out or I will be stranded here. Step. Without wasting any time, I walked toward the door and take a step inside it. Michael, little fast, said my mother as she is pulling me as we ran. We are not the only ones that are running. There are hundreds of people around us that are running around us in the single direction. There are 2 people around me. One is my mother and the other is my best friend Claire. The horde alarm sounded 5 minutes ago, but monsters have already broken into the town. I could hear the roar of the monsters and